The Return of the King Book 5. Chapter 1. Minas Tirith. Pippin looked out from under Gandalf's cloak. He was not sure if he was awake or still dreaming. The ride had gone on for so long that his thoughts felt mixed and slow. The night moved fast around them. The wind was loud in his ears. He could see only the stars turning above him. On the right side, dark shapes of mountains passed by under the sky. He tried to remember their journey. His mind felt tired and confused. First, there had been a very fast ride with no rest. Then, at dawn, he had seen a weak golden light. They had reached a quiet town and a large empty house on a hill. Soon after, a great shadow with wings had flown over them again. The men there had felt fear and lost heart. Gandalf had spoken gently to Pippin. Pippin had slept in a corner. He was very tired but not calm. He half heard people moving, men talking, and Gandalf giving orders. Then they were riding again through the night. This was the second night, or maybe the third, since he had looked into the stone. When he remembered that terrible moment, he woke fully. He shook with fear. The sound of the wind seemed full of dark voices. A light appeared in the sky. It looked like yellow fire behind black shapes. Pippin pulled back in fear. For a moment, he wondered what terrible land Gandalf was taking him to. He rubbed his eyes. Then he saw the truth. It was the moon rising in the east, almost full. The night was still young, and the long dark ride would continue.
Pippin moved and spoke. "Where are we, Gandalf?" he asked.
"In the land of Gondor," Gandalf said. "We are still passing through Anorion."
They rode in silence again. After a short time, Pippin cried out and grabbed Gandalf's cloak.
"What is that? Look! Red fire! Are there dragons here? Look, there is another fire!"
Gandalf did not answer him at once. He called loudly to his horse. "Go on, Shadowfax! We must ride faster. There is little time. Look! The warning fires of Gondor are lit. They ask for help. War has begun. See, there is fire on Amon Din, and flame on Eilenak. Now they run westward. Nardal, Erelaz, Minramin, Calenhad, and Halifirion on the edge of Rohan."
Shadowfax slowed and then stopped. He lifted his head and gave a loud call. From the dark came the answer of other horses. Soon Pippin heard many hooves. 3 riders came out of the night. They passed quickly like pale shapes in the moonlight and went west. Then Shadowfax leapt forward again. The night rushed past them like strong wind. Pippin grew sleepy once more. He listened only a little as Gandalf spoke about Gondor. Gandalf told him about the warning fires on high hills. They stood along both sides of the mountains. Men kept watch there, and fresh horses were always ready. These riders carried messages to Rohan in the north and to Belflaz in the south.
"It has been a long time since the fires in the north were lit," Gandalf said. "Long ago, Gondor did not need them. In those days they had the 7 stones." Gandalf spoke again. "Sleep now, and do not be afraid. You are not going to Mordor like Frodo. You are going to Minas Tirith. It is as safe as any place can be in these times. If Gondor falls, or if the ring is taken, then the Shire will not be safe either."
"That does not make me feel better," Pippin said.
Still, sleep slowly took him. Before he fell into deep sleep, he saw tall white mountain peaks. They shone like islands in the sky above the clouds, touched by the light of the setting moon. He thought of Frodo. He wondered where he was. Was Frodo already in Mordor, or was he dead? Pippin did not know that far away Frodo was looking at the same moon as it set beyond Gondor before the coming day. Pippin woke to the sound of voices. Another hidden day and another night of travel had passed. It was early light, just before morning. Cold grey mist lay all around them. Shadowfax stood nearby, wet with sweat. Still, he held his head high and did not look tired. Many tall men stood close by. They wore heavy cloaks. Behind them, through the mist, rose a great stone wall. Parts of it looked broken. Even before the night ended, sounds of fast work filled the air. Pippin heard hammers striking, tools scraping, and wheels turning. Torches burned softly in the fog. Gandalf was speaking with the men who blocked the way. As Pippin listened, he slowly understood that they were talking about him. "Yes, we know you, Mithrandir," said the leader of the men. "You know the secret words of the 7 gates. You may go on. But we do not know the one with you. What is he? Is he a dwarf from the northern mountains? We do not want strangers here now. We only trust strong fighters who can help us."
"I will speak for him before Denethor," said Gandalf. "Bravery is not measured by size. He has been in more fights and dangers than you, Ungol, though you are twice as tall. He has just come from the attack on Isengard, and we bring news of it. He is very tired, or I would wake him. His name is Peregrine. He is very brave."
"A man," said Ungol, not sure. The others laughed.
"A man," cried Pippin, now fully awake. "No, I am not. I am a hobbit. I am not brave like a man, except when I must be. Do not let Gandalf trick you."
"Many heroes would say the same," said Ungol. "But what is a hobbit?"
"A halfling," said Gandalf. He saw their surprised faces and added, "Not the one you have heard of. But he is of the same people."
"Yes, and I travelled with him," said Pippin. "Boromir of your city was with us too. He saved me in the northern snows. In the end, he died while protecting me from many enemies."
"Peace," said Gandalf. "This sad news should be told first to his father."
"We already guessed it," said Ungol. "Strange signs have been seen here lately. But go on now, quickly. The Lord of Minas Tirith will want to see anyone who brings the latest news of his son, whether he is a man or—"
"Hobbit," said Pippin. "I cannot give much help to your lord. But what I can do, I will do, in memory of brave Boromir."
"Farewell," said Ungol. The men moved aside, and Shadowfax went through a narrow gate in the wall. "May you bring good advice to Denethor in this hard time, Mithrandir," Ungol called. "People say you often bring news of danger and sorrow."
"I come only when I am needed," answered Gandalf. "As for advice, I say this: you are late in fixing the wall of the Pelennor. Now your best defense will be courage against the coming storm, and the hope I bring. Not all my news is bad. But put down your tools and prepare your weapons."
"The work will be done before evening," said Ungol. "This is the last part of the wall. It is the safest side, because it faces our friends in Rohan. Do you know anything about them? Will they come when we call?"
"Yes, they will come," said Gandalf. "But they have fought many battles behind you. This road no longer leads to safety. Stay watchful. Without Gandalf Stormcrow, you would have seen enemies coming from Anorion, and no riders of Rohan. You still may see them. Farewell, and do not sleep."
Gandalf then rode into the wide land beyond the Rammars Eka. This was the outer wall that the men of Gondor built with great effort, after Ithilien fell under the shadow of their enemy. For 10 leagues or more, the wall ran out from the feet of the mountains and then turned back again. It made a great circle around the fields of the Pelennor. These lands were wide and rich. They lay on long slopes and flat levels that went down to the river Anduin. At the farthest place from the great gate of the city, to the northeast, the wall was 4 leagues away. There it stood high on a dark bank and looked over the long flat land beside the river. Men had built it tall and strong there. At that place, the road from Osgiliath came in. It crossed fords and bridges and passed along a raised road. It went through a guarded gate between strong towers. At the nearest place, the wall was little more than 1 league from the city. This was to the southeast. There the river Anduin made a wide turn around the hills of Emin Arnon. It bent sharply west. The outer wall stood right on the river's edge. Below it were the docks and landings of the Harland. Ships came there from the southern lands and sailed up the river. The townlands were rich and green. There were wide fields, many orchards, and small farms. People had barns, storehouses, animal pens, and cowsheds. Many small streams ran down from the high land to the river Anduin. Still, not many people lived there. Most of the people of Gondor lived inside the 7 circles of the city. Others lived in the mountain valleys, in Lossarnach, or farther south in Fair Lebanon with its 5 fast rivers. The people there were strong and used to hard work. They were called men of Gondor, but their blood was mixed. Some were short and dark. Their fathers came from old peoples who lived in the hills in the dark years before the kings came. Farther away, in the great land of Belfallas, lived Prince Imrahil. His home was the castle of Dolamroth by the sea. He was of noble blood, and so were his people. They were tall and proud, with grey eyes like the sea. After Gandalf had ridden for some time, the light of day began to grow. Pippin woke up and looked around. On his left he saw a wide sea of mist, rising into a dark shape in the east. On his right, great mountains lifted their heads. They stretched from the west and then ended suddenly. It was as if the river had broken through the mountains long ago and made a great valley. This land seemed made for wars and hard meetings in the years to come. Where the white mountains of Erd Nimrei came to an end, Pippin saw what Gandalf had promised. He saw the dark shape of Mount Mindoluin. Deep purple shadows lay in its high valleys, and its tall face grew pale in the morning light. On its lower slope stood the guarded city. It had 7 stone walls, so old and strong that they looked as if giants had cut them from the earth itself. As Pippin watched in wonder, the walls changed from dark grey to white. They slowly turned pink in the dawn. Then the sun rose over the eastern shadow and sent a bright beam onto the city. Pippin cried out. The Tower of Ecthelion stood high inside the top wall. It shone against the sky like white silver. It was tall, fair, and well-shaped. Its top sparkled like crystal. White flags flew from the walls in the morning wind. Far above, Pippin heard a clear sound, like silver trumpets. So Gandalf and Peregrine rode to the great gate of the men of Gondor as the sun rose. The iron doors rolled open before them.
Mithrandir! Mithrandir, the men cried. Now we know the storm is very near.
It is already here, said Gandalf. I have ridden fast to bring this news. Let me pass. I must see your Lord Denethor while he still rules. Whatever happens, the Gondor you have known is ending. Let me pass.
The men stepped back at the power of his voice. They asked no more questions. They stared in wonder at the small hobbit riding with him and at the great horse he rode. The people of the city did not use horses much. They were rarely seen in the streets, except for messengers of the Lord.
The men said to each other, that must be one of the great horses of the king of Rohan. Maybe the Rohirrim will come soon to help us.
Shadowfax walked with pride up the long, winding road. Minas Tirith was built in a special way. The city had 7 levels. Each level was cut into the hill. Around each level there was a strong wall, and in each wall there was a gate. The gates did not stand in a straight line. The first great gate faced east. The next gate faced a little south. The third faced a little north. This pattern went on as the road went up. Because of this, the stone road turned left and right as it climbed the hill. Each time the road reached a gate, it went through a long stone tunnel. The tunnel passed through a huge rock wall. This rock divided most of the city levels into two sides. Long ago, nature and hard work shaped this great stone wall. It rose high from the wide space behind the first gate. Its sharp edge pointed east like the front of a ship. It reached up to the highest level of the city. At the top, there was a wall where guards could stand. From there, people in the citadel could look far down to the first gate, very far below. The entrance to the citadel also faced east. It was cut deep into the rock. Inside, a long slope with lamps led up to the seventh gate. At last, people reached the high court. There was the place of the fountain, in front of the White Tower. The tower was tall and fair. From its base to its top, it rose very high. The banner of the stewards flew far above the land. The citadel was very strong. Enemies could not easily take it if people inside could fight. Only a secret path from the mountain behind could help an enemy enter. But even there, strong walls stood up to the edge of the cliff. In that quiet place were houses and round tombs. Kings and lords from long ago rested there. The place was silent between the mountain and the tower. Pippin looked at the great stone city with wide eyes. It was bigger and more beautiful than anything he had imagined. It seemed stronger than Isengard and much more lovely. But the city was slowly growing old. Each year it lost people. Now only half the number of men lived there who once had room to stay. As they passed through the streets, Pippin saw many large houses and courts. Old letters and names were carved over doors and arches. He guessed they were the names of great families from the past. Now the places were quiet. No feet walked on the wide stone paths. No voices sounded in the halls. No faces looked out from doors or empty windows. At last, they came out into the light at the seventh gate. Warm sunlight shone on the smooth white walls and strong pillars. Above them was a great stone arch. At its center was a carved stone face of a crowned king. Gandalf got down from his horse, because no horse could enter the citadel. Shadowfax calmly went away when Gandalf spoke to him in a soft voice. The guards at the gate wore black clothes. Their helmets were tall and strange in shape. White wings of sea birds were fixed on the sides. The helmets shone like silver light, for they were made of mithril from old times. On their black coats was a white tree under a silver crown, with many stars. This clothing belonged to the heirs of Elendil. Now only the guards of the citadel wore it, near the court of the fountain where the white tree once grew. It seemed that news of Gandalf's coming had arrived before him. The guards let them enter at once, without speaking. Gandalf walked quickly across the white stone court. In the sun, a clear fountain played gently. Fresh green grass grew around it. But in the middle stood a dead tree. Its broken branches hung over the water. Drops from the fountain fell sadly from the dry limbs back into the pool. Pippin looked at the tree as he hurried after Gandalf. It felt sad to him. He wondered why they kept a dead tree in such a clean and cared-for place. 7 stars and 7 stones and 1 white tree. The quiet words Gandalf once spoke returned to Pippin's mind. Then they reached the doors of the great hall under the shining tower. Silent guards stood there. Pippin followed Gandalf inside. They entered the cool, echoing stone hall. They walked along a long, empty stone passage. As they went, Gandalf spoke softly to Pippin.
Choose your words with care, Master Peregrine. This is not a time for playful talk. Theoden is a kind old man.
Denethor is a different kind of man. He is proud and clever. He comes from a very old and powerful family, even if he is not called a king. He will talk to you the most. He will ask you many questions. This is because you knew his son Boromir. Denethor loved Boromir very much. Maybe he loved him too much. They were very different men. Because of this love, Denethor thinks he can learn what he wants from you more easily than from me. Do not tell him more than needed. Do not speak about Frodo's task. I will speak of that later. And say nothing about Aragorn unless you must.
Why not? Pippin whispered. What is wrong with Strider? He wanted to come here, didn't he? And he will come soon anyway.
Maybe, said Gandalf. If he comes, he will come in a way no one expects. Not even Denethor. That will be better. We should not speak of him first.
Gandalf stopped in front of a tall door made of shining metal.
There is no time now to teach you the history of Gondor, he said. It would have been better if you had learned it before, when you were still playing in the woods of the Shire. Do what I say. It is not wise to speak too much when you bring news of the death of a lord's son. It is worse to speak of another man who may claim to be king. Do you understand?
King, said Pippin in surprise.
Yes, said Gandalf. If you have not listened until now, listen carefully.
He knocked on the door. The door opened, but no one was seen. Pippin looked into a huge hall. Light came in from deep windows along both sides. Tall pillars held up the high roof. They were made of black stone and carved with shapes of animals and leaves. High above, the roof shone with dull gold. The floor was smooth white stone with lines of many colors. There were no cloths, no wood, and no soft things. Between the pillars stood tall stone figures, silent and still. Pippin suddenly thought of great stone gates he had seen before. He felt small and quiet. He looked at the long line of stone kings from long ago. At the far end was a high throne on many steps. Above it was a stone cover shaped like a helmet. Behind it was a picture of a flowering tree made of stone and gems. The throne was empty. Below it, on the lowest step, was a plain black stone chair. An old man sat there and looked down at his hands. He held a white staff with a golden top. He did not look up. Gandalf and Pippin walked slowly across the hall and stopped a few steps away. Then Gandalf spoke.
Greetings, Lord and Steward of Minas Tirith, Denethor son of Ecthelion. I come with advice and news in this dark time.
The old man looked up. Pippin saw his hard face and pale skin. His nose was long, and his eyes were dark and deep. He did not look like Boromir. He looked more like Aragorn. Dark indeed, said Denethor. You often come in dark times, Mithrandir. The signs say Gondor is close to danger. But my own sorrow is darker. I was told you bring one who saw my son die. Is this the one?
Yes, said Gandalf. One of the two. The other is with the Lord of Rohan and may come later. They are halflings, as you see. But this is not the one spoken of in signs.
A halfling still, said Denethor coldly. I do not love that name. Strange words came with it and led my son on a dangerous task to his death. My Boromir! We needed him. Faramir should have gone instead.
He would have gone, said Gandalf. Do not speak unfairly in your pain. Boromir chose the task. He would not let another take it. He was strong in will and took what he wanted. I traveled with him and knew him well. But you speak as if you already know he is dead. Did you hear this before we came?
I received this, said Denethor. He put down his staff. He lifted what he had been holding. In his hands were 2 broken pieces of a great horn, split in half. It was bound with silver.
That is the horn Boromir always carried, cried Pippin.
Yes, said Denethor. It was mine before him. It was carried by the eldest sons of our house for many years, long before the kings failed. 13 days ago, I heard it sound far away in the north. Then the river brought it to me, broken. It will never sound again. He stopped speaking. The room became very quiet. Then he turned his dark eyes to Pippin. What do you say to this, little one?
13 days. Yes, I think so. I was there with him when he blew the horn. But no one came to help. Only more orcs came.
So? He looked closely at Pippin's face. You were there. Tell me more. Why did no help come? How did you live when he did not? He was very strong, and there were only orcs against him.
Pippin's face grew red. He forgot his fear. Even the strongest man can die from 1 arrow. Boromir was hit by many arrows. The last time I saw him, he fell near a tree. He pulled a black arrow from his side. Then I fainted, and the orcs took me. I never saw him again. I know nothing more. But I honor him. He was very brave. He died to save us, my cousin Merry and me. Orc soldiers caught us in the woods. Boromir fought for us. He fell, but I am still grateful. Pippin then looked straight at the old man. Pride rose in his heart. He still felt hurt by the cold and hard voice. A great lord of men may think a hobbit is small and useless. I am only a halfling from the Shire in the north. But I will give what little I have. I offer it to pay my debt.
He moved his grey cloak aside. He took out his small sword and placed it on the floor before Denethor. A thin, pale smile crossed the old man's face. He bent his head and reached out his hand. He moved the broken horn away. Give me the sword. Pippin picked it up and gave him the handle. Where did this come from? It is very old. This blade was made long ago by our people in the north.
It came from the burial hills near my land. But dark spirits live there now. I do not want to say more about them.
I see that many strange stories follow you. Once again, I see that looks can lie. I accept your service. You are not afraid of words. You speak with respect, even if your speech sounds strange to us in the south. We will need all good people in the days ahead, great or small. Swear to me now.
Take the handle. And repeat the words after the Lord, if you truly wish this.
I do.
The old man laid the sword across his knees. Pippin placed his hand on the handle. He spoke slowly, repeating Denethor's words.
I swear to serve Gondor and the Lord Steward. I will speak or be silent, act or wait, come or go, in need or comfort, in peace or war, in life or death. I will serve from this hour until my Lord frees me, or death takes me, or the world ends. I say this as Peregrin, son of Paladin, of the Shire of the Halflings.
And I hear this? Denethor son of Icthelion, Lord of Gondor and Steward of the King. I will remember it. I will repay what is given, loyalty with love, courage with honor, and broken oaths with punishment. Pippin took back his sword and put it away. And now, my first order to you, speak. Do not be silent. Tell me your whole story. Tell me all you remember of Boromir, my son. Sit down and begin. As he spoke, he struck a small silver bell near his foot. Servants came at once. Pippin then saw that they had been standing hidden near the door when he and Gandalf entered. Bring wine, food, and seats for our guests. Do not let anyone disturb us for 1 hour. This is all the time I can give. Many other matters need care. They may seem more important, but to me they are less urgent. Perhaps we can speak again later today.
And sooner, I hope. I did not ride from Isengard for many long miles, fast as the wind, only to bring you one small warrior, polite though he is. Does it mean nothing to you that Theoden has won a great battle? That Isengard has fallen? That I broke Saruman's staff?
It means much to me. But I already know enough of these deeds for my plans against the danger from the east. He turned his dark eyes to Gandalf. Pippin saw that the two men were alike in some way. He felt strong tension between them. It was like a thin line of hidden fire between their eyes, ready to burst. Denethor looked more like a great wizard than Gandalf. He seemed more kingly, more fair, more powerful, and older. But Pippin felt, without using his eyes, that Gandalf had greater strength and deeper wisdom. Gandalf's power was hidden. And he was older, far older. How much older? He thought about this and felt it was strange. He had never thought of it before. Treebeard had spoken about wizards, but even then he did not think of Gandalf as one. What was Gandalf? From what time and place did he come? And when would he leave the world? Then his thoughts stopped. He saw that Denethor and Gandalf were still looking into each other's eyes. It was like they were reading each other's thoughts. At last, Denethor looked away first.
Yes, he said. They say the stones are lost. Still, the lords of Gondor see more than other men. Many messages come to them. But now, sit down.
Men came in with a chair and a low stool. One man brought a tray with a silver jug, cups, and white cakes. Pippin sat down. But he could not stop looking at the old lord. He wondered if it was true, or only in his mind. When Denethor spoke of the stones, did his eye shine for a moment as he looked at Pippin?
Now tell me your story, my lord, said Denethor. His voice sounded kind, but also a little mocking. The words of someone my son liked so much are welcome to me.
Pippin never forgot that hour in the Great Hall. The Lord of Gondor watched him with sharp eyes. He asked many clever questions. Pippin felt tired and small under that look. All the time, Gandalf stood near him. He watched and listened. Pippin felt that Gandalf was holding back anger and impatience. When the hour ended, Denethor rang the gong again. Pippin felt completely worn out. It cannot be later than 9, he thought. I am so hungry I could eat 3 breakfasts.
Take Lord Mithrandir to the rooms made ready for him, said Denethor. His companion may stay with him for now, if he wishes. But know this, I have sworn him to my service. He will be called Pegrin, son of Paladin. He will learn the lesser passwords. Send word to the captains. They are to come here as soon as possible after the 3rd hour rings. And you, Lord Mithrandir, may come to me when you wish. No one will stop you, except during my short hours of sleep. Let your anger at an old man's foolish act fade away, and then return to me.
Foolish? Said Gandalf. No, my lord. When you are very old, you will die. You hide even your sorrow like a cloak. Do you think I do not see your plan? You questioned for an hour the one who knows the least, while I sat beside him.
If you see it, then be at peace, said Denethor. Pride would be foolish if it refused help when it is needed. But you give help in your own way, for your own plans. The Lord of Gondor will not be used for another man's purpose, no matter how good it seems. There is no higher goal for me than the good of Gondor. The rule of Gondor is mine, and no one else's, unless the king returns.
Unless the king returns? Said Gandalf. Well then, my lord steward, your task is to keep a kingdom until that day, though few now expect it. In this task, you will have all the help you choose to ask for. But hear this, I rule no land, not Gondor or any other. My care is for all good things that are in danger in this world. I will not fail completely, even if Gondor falls, as long as something passes through this night that can grow again and bring beauty in the future. I too am a steward. Did you not know?
With that, Gandalf turned and walked out of the hall. Pippin hurried after him. Gandalf did not look at Pippin or speak to him. A guide led them from the hall doors. They crossed the court of the fountain. Then they walked through narrow ways between tall stone buildings. After many turns, they came to a house near the north wall of the city. It stood close to where the hill met the mountain. Inside, the guide led them up a wide carved stair to the first floor. He showed them a pleasant room. It was bright and full of air. The walls had simple hangings of soft gold color. There was little furniture, a small table, 2 chairs, and a bench. On each side were small sleeping spaces with curtains. Inside were clean beds, bowls, and water for washing. 3 tall narrow windows looked north. They looked over the wide curve of the Anduin River, still covered with mist, toward distant hills and falls. Pippin climbed onto the bench to see over the deep stone window ledge.
Are you angry with me, Gandalf? He asked when the guide left and closed the door. I did my best.
You did very well, said Gandalf, and he laughed suddenly. He came and stood beside Pippin. He put his arm around the hobbit's shoulders and looked out the window. Pippin looked at Gandalf's face in surprise. The laugh had been bright and happy.
Yet when he looked at the wizard's face, he first saw worry and sadness. Then he looked more closely. He saw a deep joy under it all. It was like a hidden laugh that could make a whole land smile.
You did as well as you could, said the wizard. I hope you do not fall into such danger again, caught between 2 hard old men. Still, the Lord of Gondor learned more from you than you know, Pippin. You could not hide some things. He saw that Boromir did not lead your group from Moria. He also saw that one person of great honor was coming to Minas Tirith. That man has a famous sword. The people of Gondor think a lot about old stories. Denethor has thought long about the old rhyme and the words Isildur's Bane since Boromir left. He is not like other men of this time, Pippin. By chance, the old blood of Westeros runs strong in him. It is also strong in his other son, Faramir. It was not so strong in Boromir, though Denethor loved him most. Denethor sees far. If he tries, he can sense what is happening in the minds of men, even far away. It is hard to fool him, and unsafe to try. Remember that. You now serve him. I do not know why you chose this, in your head or your heart. But it was a good choice. I did not stop you. A brave act should not be stopped by cold advice. It touched his heart, and it also pleased him. At least now you may walk freely in Minas Tirith when you are not on duty. But there is another side. You must obey him, and he will remember you. Be careful.
The wizard grew quiet and sighed.
There is no need to worry too much about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be worse than today, and so will many days after. There is nothing more I can do now. The game has begun, and the pieces are moving. One piece I wish to find is Faramir, now Denethor's heir. I do not think he is in the city. I have had no time to ask for news. I must go now, Pippin. I must attend the meeting of the lords and learn what I can. The enemy moves first, and his full plan is about to begin. Even small folk may see much of it, Beregond, son of Paladin, soldier of Gondor. Keep your blade ready.
Gandalf walked to the door, then turned back.
I am in a hurry, Pippin, he said. Please do me a favor when you go out. Even before you rest, if you are not too tired. Go and find Shadowfax and see how he is kept. These people are kind to animals, for they are wise and good, but they do not know horses as well as some others.
Then Gandalf left. As he went, a clear and sweet bell rang in a tower of the citadel. It rang 3 times and then stopped. It was the 3rd hour after sunrise. After a short while, Pippin went to the door. He went down the stairs and looked into the street. The sun was warm and bright. The towers and tall houses cast long shadows to the west. High in the blue sky stood Mount Mindolluin, white with snow. Armed men walked through the streets. They seemed to be changing their duties at the hour.
9 o'clock, we would call it in the Shire, Pippin said to himself. Just the right time for a good breakfast by an open window in spring. I wish I had breakfast now. Do these people even eat it? Or is it already over? And when do they eat their next meal, and where?
Soon he saw a man dressed in black and white walking toward him from the center of the citadel. Pippin felt lonely and decided to speak to him as he passed. But he did not need to. The man came straight to him.
You are Peregrin the halfling, the man asked. I hear you now serve the Lord and the city. Welcome. He held out his hand, and Pippin shook it. My name is Beregond, son of Baranor. I have no duty this morning. I was sent to teach you the passwords and to tell you many things you may wish to know. I also wish to learn from you. We have never seen a halfling here before. We have heard small stories, but they say little. You are also a friend of Mithrandir. Do you know him well?
Well, said Pippin, I have known him all my life, in a way. Lately I have travelled far with him. But he is like a very large book, and I have read only a few pages. Still, I may know him as well as most. I think only Aragorn truly knew him.
Aragorn, said Beregond.
Who is he? Oh, Pippin said with a pause, he was a man who travelled with us. I think he is in Rohan now.
I hear you have been in Rohan, the guard said. I want to ask you many things about that land. We place much hope in its people. But I forget my task. First, I should answer you. What do you wish to know, Master Peregrin?
Well, said Pippin, if I may say it, there is one strong question in my head right now. It is about food. What time do we eat? Where is the place to eat, if there is one? And what about inns? I looked as we came, but I saw none. I hoped for a cup of ale when we reached the homes of wise people.
Beregond looked at him in a serious way. I see, he said. An old traveller, maybe. They say people who go to war always think of their next meal and drink. I have not travelled much myself. Have you eaten today?
Well, yes, if I speak politely, said Pippin. But only a cup of wine and 1 or 2 small cakes. Your lord was kind. But he asked me questions for an hour, and that makes a person hungry.
Beregond laughed. We say that small people can do great things at the table, he said. You have eaten as well as anyone here, and with more honor. This place is a fortress. We are ready for war. We rise before the sun. We eat a small bite in the grey light. Then we go to work at sunrise. But do not lose hope. He laughed again when he saw Pippin's face. Those with hard work get more food later in the morning. At noon, or later, there is another meal. At sunset, people meet for the main meal, and what joy we can still find. Come, he said. Let us walk a little. Then we will find some food and drink. We can eat on the wall and look at the morning.
One moment, said Pippin, turning red. My hunger made me forget. Gandalf, or Mithrandir as you call him, asked me to care for his horse, Shadowfax. He is a great horse from Rohan. The king loved him very much, I hear, but gave him to Gandalf. His new master loves him more than many people. If his good feeling matters to this city, please treat Shadowfax with great care. Even more care than you gave this hobbit, if that is possible.
Hobbit, said Beregond.
That is what we are called, said Pippin.
I am glad to know, said Beregond. Now I see that strange accents do not spoil good speech. Hobbits speak well. Come. You will show me this fine horse. I love animals. We see few here in this stone city. My people came from green valleys long ago. Do not worry. We will only visit for a short time. Then we will go to the food rooms.
Pippin saw that Shadowfax was kept in good care. In the sixth circle, outside the citadel walls, there were clean stables. A few fast horses stayed there. They belonged to the messengers of the Lord. These riders were always ready to ride at once. But now all the horses and riders were away. Shadowfax made a soft sound when Pippin came in and turned his head.
Good morning, said Pippin. Gandalf will come when he can. He is busy. He sends greetings. I am here to see that you are well. I hope you are resting after your long journey.
Shadowfax lifted his head and stamped his foot. But he let Beregond touch his head and gently rub his side.
He looks ready to run, said Beregond. Not like a horse who just came from far away. He is strong and proud. Where is his saddle and gear? It should be fine and rich.
Nothing is good enough for him, said Pippin. He will not wear such things. If he chooses to carry you, he will. If not, nothing can force him. Goodbye, Shadowfax. Be patient. Hard days are near.
Shadowfax lifted his head and gave a loud call. The stable shook, and they covered their ears. Then they left, after checking that his food was full.
And now for our food, said Beregond.
He led Pippin back to the citadel. They went to a door on the north side of the great tower. They walked down a long, cool stair into a wide hall with lamps. There were small doors in the walls. One was open.
This is the store and food room for my company of the guard, said Beregond. Greetings, Targon, he called inside.
It is still early, but here is a new man that the Lord has taken into his service. He has ridden far with little rest. He worked hard this morning. He is hungry. Please give us some food. They brought bread, butter, cheese, and apples. The apples were from the last winter store. They looked old, but they were still good and sweet. They also brought a leather bottle with fresh ale. There were wooden plates and cups. They put everything into a basket and went back into the sunlight. Beregond led Pippin to the east end of the great wall. There was an opening in the wall and a stone seat under it. From there, they could see the morning world below. They ate and drank. They talked together. Sometimes they spoke about Gondor and its rules and customs. Sometimes they spoke about the Shire and the strange lands that Pippin had visited. As they talked, Beregond felt more surprised. He looked at the hobbit with wonder. Pippin sat on the seat and swung his short legs. Sometimes he stood on his toes to look over the wall.
I will speak honestly, Master Peregrine, said Beregond. To us, you look like one of our children. You seem like a boy of about 9 years. But you have faced danger and seen wonders. Many old men here have not seen such things. I thought our Lord only wanted a noble page, like the kings of old. Now I see I was wrong. Please forgive my mistake.
I forgive you, said Pippin. You are not very wrong. Among my own people, I am still almost a boy. I will be grown in 4 years, as we say in the Shire. But do not worry about me. Come and look. Tell me what I can see.
The sun was rising higher. The mist in the valley below was lifting. The last thin clouds floated away above them. A fresh wind came from the east. It pulled at the flags and white banners of the city. Far below, in the wide valley, Pippin could see the great river. It was grey and shining. It came from the northwest. Then it turned south and west. Soon it disappeared into a light haze. Far beyond that, the sea lay many leagues away. Pippin could see the Pelennor fields spread out before him. There were farms, small walls, barns, and sheds. But he could see no cows or other animals. Many roads crossed the green fields. There was much movement. Lines of wagons went toward the great gate. Other wagons went out. Sometimes a rider came fast, got down from his horse, and hurried into the city. Most of the traffic went along the main road. It turned south and followed the hills. Soon it went out of sight. The road was wide and well made. On its east side was a green path for riders, and beyond that was a wall. Horsemen rode back and forth on the path. The road itself was full of large covered wagons going south. At first, Pippin thought it looked crowded and confused. Then he saw that everything was well planned. The wagons moved in 3 lines. One line was fast, pulled by horses. Another line was slower. These were big wagons with bright covers, pulled by oxen. Along the west side of the road were many small carts. Men pulled them on foot.
That is the road to the valleys of Tumladen and Lossarnoch, said Beregond, and to the mountain villages, and then to Lebanon. Those wagons carry the old people, the children, and the women to safety. They must leave the gate and clear the road before noon. That was the order. It is sad, but it must be done. He sighed. Many of those who are parted now may never meet again. There were already too few children in this city. Now there are almost none, except some young boys who refuse to go. They hope to help in some way. My own son is one of them.
They were quiet for a time. Pippin looked toward the east with worry. He seemed to fear that enemies might appear at any moment.
What is that over there? He asked. He pointed to the middle of the great curve of the river Anduin. Is it another city?
It was once a city, said Beregond. It was the chief city of Gondor. This place was only a strong fort then. That is the ruin of Osgiliath, on both sides of the river. Our enemies took it and burned it long ago. Later, in the young days of Denethor, we won it back. We did not live there again. We only held it as a guard post and rebuilt the bridge for our soldiers. Then the Fell Riders came from Minas Morgul.
The Black Riders, said Pippin. His eyes opened wide. An old fear returned to his face.
Yes, they were black, said Beregond. I see that you know something about them, even if you have not spoken of them before.
I know them, said Pippin quietly. But I do not want to speak of them now. They are too near. Too near.
He stopped speaking and lifted his eyes over the river. He felt that he saw a huge and dangerous shadow. Maybe it was far mountains, with sharp tops hidden by many miles of grey air. Maybe it was only a wall of cloud, with even darker sky behind it. As he watched, the darkness seemed to grow. It moved very slowly. It rose up and began to cover the light of the sun.
So close to Mordor, said Beregond in a calm voice. Yes, it is there. We do not often say its name. We have always lived with that shadow in our sight. Sometimes it looks weak and far away. Sometimes it feels close and very dark. Now it is growing darker, and so our fear grows too. Less than a year ago, the Fell Riders took back the crossings. Many of our best men died. Boromir drove the enemy back at last from this west bank. We still hold almost half of Osgiliath. But only for a short time. We now wait for a new attack there. Maybe it will be the main attack of the war.
When? Said Pippin. Do you have any idea? I saw the beacons 2 nights ago. I also saw the riders sent with messages. Gandalf said this meant the war had started. He was in great haste. But now everything feels slow again.
It feels slow because everything is ready, said Beregond. It is the quiet moment before a great fall.
But why were the beacons lit 2 nights ago?
It is too late to ask for help when the city is already under attack, Beregond said. But I do not know all the plans of the Lord and his captains. They have many ways to learn news. Lord Denethor is not like other men. He can see far things. Some say that at night he sits alone in his high room in the tower. He turns his thoughts in many ways. They say he can see parts of the future. Some even say he tries to look into the enemy's mind and struggles with him. That is why he looks old and tired before his time. But whatever the truth is, my Lord Faramir is now away, beyond the river, on a dangerous task. He may have sent news. If you ask what I think caused the beacons to burn, it was news from the Benin that evening. A great fleet is coming to the mouths of the Anduin. The ships are filled with the corsairs of Umber from the south. They no longer fear Gondor. They have joined the enemy and now strike for his cause. This attack will pull away much of the help we hoped for from the Benin and Belfalers, where the people are strong and many. So we think more and more of Rohan. We are glad for the news of victory that you bring.
And yet he stopped and stood up. He looked north, east, and south.
What happened at Isengard should warn us. We are now caught in a great plan. This is no small fighting at the river crossings. It is no simple raiding or stealing. This is a great war planned long ago. We are only one small part of it, no matter how proud we feel. Things are moving in the far east beyond the inland sea. So it is said. Trouble grows in the north in Mirkwood and beyond. Trouble grows in the south in Harad. Now all lands will be tested. They will either stand or fall under the shadow. Still, Master Peregrine, we have this hard honor. We take the greatest hate of the Dark Lord. That hate comes from very old times, from beyond the sea. Here the hardest blow will fall. That is why Mithrandir came here so fast. If we fall, who will stand? And Master Peregrine, do you see any hope that we will stand?
Pippin did not answer. He looked at the great walls, the tall towers, and the bright banners. He saw the sun high in the sky. Then he looked east at the dark cloud that was growing. He thought of the long reach of that shadow. He thought of orcs in woods and mountains. He thought of betrayal at Isengard. He thought of dark birds watching. He remembered the Black Riders even on the roads of the Shire. He remembered the Flying Terror, the Nazgul. He shook with fear, and hope felt very small. At that moment the sun dimmed for a second, as if something dark passed before it. He thought he heard a cry, high and far away. It was faint but cold and cruel. His heart sank. He turned pale and pressed close to the wall.
"What was that?" asked Beregond. "Did you feel something too?"
"Yes," said Pippin in a low voice. "It is a sign of our fall. It is the shadow of doom. A fell rider in the sky."
"Yes, the shadow of doom," said Beregond. "I fear that Minas Tirith will fall. Night is coming. Even the warmth in my blood feels gone."
For a while they sat together. Their heads were bowed, and they did not speak. Then Pippin suddenly looked up. He saw that the sun was still shining. The banners were still moving in the wind. He took a deep breath and shook himself.
"It has passed," he said. "No, my heart will not lose hope yet. Gandalf fell, but he came back. Now he is with us. We can still stand. If not on our feet, then on our knees."
"Well said. Even if all things must end one day, Gondor will not fall yet. Not even if wild enemies take the walls and pile many dead before them. We still have strong places. We have secret paths into the mountains. Hope and memory will live on in some hidden valley, where the grass is still green."
He stood up and walked back and forth.
"Still, I wish it was finished, for good or bad. I am not a fighter. I do not like the thought of battle. But waiting for it, when I cannot escape, is the worst. This day already feels very long. I would feel better if we could act, not just stand and watch. I think nothing would have happened in Rohan without Gandalf."
"Yes, many people feel the same pain, but things may change when Faramir comes back. He is brave, braver than many think. These days, people do not believe a leader can love books and songs and still be strong and quick in battle. But Faramir is like that. He is less rash than Boromir, but just as firm. Still, what can he truly do? We cannot attack the mountains of that dark land. Our reach is short. We must wait until an enemy comes close. Then we must strike hard."
He hit the handle of his sword. Pippin looked at him. He was tall, proud, and noble, like all the men Pippin had seen in that city. His eyes shone when he thought of battle.
"My own hand feels light as a feather."
But he said nothing.
"A pawn," Gandalf said. "Maybe so, but on the wrong board."
They talked until the sun stood high. Then the bells rang for noon. The citadel grew busy because everyone except the guards went to eat.
"Will you come with me? You can eat with my group today. I do not know where you will be sent later. The Lord may keep you close. But you are welcome. It is good to meet many men while there is still time."
"I would like that. To be honest, I feel lonely. I left my best friend in Rohan. I have no one to talk or joke with. Maybe I could join your group. Are you the captain? If you are, could you take me in, or speak for me?"
No, I am no captain. I have no rank or title. I am only a simple soldier of the 3rd Company of the Citadel. But to be a guard of the Tower of Gondor is an honor in this city. Such men are respected."
"That is far beyond me. Take me back to our room. If Gandalf is not there, I will go with you as your guest, wherever you like."
Gandalf was not in the room, and he left no message. So Pippin went with Beregond. He was introduced to the men of the Third Company. It seemed that Beregond also gained honor from this, because Pippin was warmly welcomed. Many people in the citadel had already talked about Gandalf's small companion and his long talks with the Lord. Rumor said that a prince of the halflings had come from the north to give his loyalty to Gondor and bring 5,000 swords. Some even said that when the riders came from Rohan, each would bring a halfling warrior behind him, small but brave. Pippin sadly said this was not true. Still, people did not drop these ideas about him. They thought such honor fit a friend of Boromir and one respected by Lord Denethor. They thanked him for coming. They listened closely to his stories of far lands. They gave him plenty of food and ale. His only trouble was to remember Gandalf's advice to be careful. He had to stop himself from talking too freely, as hobbits often do with friends.
Farewell for now. I have duty until sunset, like the others here. But if you feel lonely, perhaps you would like a cheerful guide in the city. My son would gladly go with you. He is a good boy, I can say that. If you like, go to the lowest level and ask for the old guest house in Rath Celadane, on Lamplight Street. You will find him there with other boys who stayed in the city. There may be things worth seeing near the great gate before it closes.
He went outside, and soon the others went out too. The day was still nice, but the air was hazy. It was very warm for March. Pippin felt tired, but the place where he stayed felt sad. He decided to go down and look around the city. He gave Shadowfax a few small pieces of food he had saved. The horse took them kindly, though he did not seem hungry. Then Pippin walked on through many narrow and turning streets. People looked at him as he passed. When they saw his face, they were polite and serious. They bowed their heads and put their hands on their chests, as people do in Gondor. But behind him, he heard many voices. People called to others inside houses and told them to come and see him. They called him the Prince of the Halflings and the friend of Mithrandir. Many spoke in other languages, not the common speech. After some time, Pippin learned that Ernilai Ferianath was his title. He knew that news of him had already spread through the city. At last he came through arched streets and fine paths to the lowest and widest circle of the city. Someone showed him the way to Lamplight Street. It was a wide road going toward the great gate. There he found the old guest house. It was a big building of old grey stone. 2 long wings went back from the street. Between them was a narrow green lawn. Behind the lawn stood the main house with many windows. A porch with pillars ran along the front, and steps went down to the grass. Boys were playing between the pillars. They were the first children Pippin had seen in Minas Tirith. He stopped and watched them. Soon one boy saw him. The boy shouted and ran across the grass into the street. Other boys followed him. The boy stood in front of Pippin and looked at him from head to foot.
"Hello," he said. "Where are you from? You are new in the city."
I was new, said Pippin. But they say I am now a man of Gondor.
"Oh, come on," said the boy. "We are all men here. How old are you, and what is your name?" "I am 10 years old. I will soon be 5 feet tall. I am taller than you. My father is a guard, and he is very tall. What does your father do?"
Which question should I answer first, said Pippin. My father farms land near Tuckborough in the Shire. I am almost 29 years old. So I am older than you. I am only 4 feet tall, and I will not grow taller, only wider.
29, said the boy, and he whistled. "That is very old. As old as my uncle. Still," he said with hope, "I think I could push you over or make you fall."
Maybe you could, if I let you, said Pippin, laughing. And maybe I could do the same to you. We know some wrestling games where I come from. There, I am thought to be quite big and strong. I have never let anyone knock me over.
He pulled a serious face, and the boy stepped back. Then the boy came forward again with tight fists and bright eyes.
No, Pippin laughed. Do not believe everything strangers say. I am not a fighter. But it would be polite for you to tell me your name.
The boy stood straight and looked proud. I am Burgil, son of Beregond of the Guards, he said.
I thought so, said Pippin. You look like your father. I know him, and he sent me to find you.
Why did you not say that first, said Burgil. He suddenly looked worried. Has he changed his mind? Will he send me away with the women and girls? But no, the last carts have already gone.
His message is not that bad, said Pippin. He says that if you like, you could show me around the city for a while and help me feel less lonely. I can tell you stories about far lands.
Burgil clapped his hands and laughed with relief. That is good, he said. Come then. We were going to the gate soon to watch. We can go now.
What is happening there? Asked Pippin.
The captains from the outer lands are coming by the south road before sunset. Come with us, and you will see.
Burgil was good company. He was the best friend Pippin had had since he left Merry. Soon they were laughing and talking as they walked through the streets. They did not care about the many people who looked at them. Before long, they joined a crowd going toward the great gate. Burgil liked Pippin even more then. When Pippin said his name and the secret word, the guard bowed and let him pass. The guard also let Burgil go with him.
That is wonderful, said Burgil.
We boys are no longer allowed to pass the gate without an elder. Now we shall see better. Beyond the gate, many men stood by the road and on the wide stone space. All the roads to Minas Tirith met there. Everyone looked to the south. Soon people began to speak in low voices.
There is dust far away. They are coming.
Pippin and Burgil moved forward through the crowd. They stood near the front and waited. Far away, horns began to blow. Then people started to cheer. The sound came closer, like strong wind. A loud trumpet sounded near them. People shouted all around.
Forlong. Forlong.
What do they say?
Forlong has come. Old Forlong the Fat, the Lord of Lossarnach. My grandfather lives there. Hooray! Here he comes. Good old Forlong.
At the front came a large, heavy horse. A big man sat on it. He was old, with grey beard and wide shoulders. He wore armor and a black helmet. He carried a long, heavy spear. Behind him walked a line of men. They were dusty and carried big axes. Their faces were hard. They were shorter and darker than other men Pippin had seen in Gondor.
Forlong. True heart. True friend.
When the men of Lossarnach had passed, some people spoke in quiet voices.
So few. Only 200. We hoped for many more. This must be because of the black ships. They send only a small part of their strength. Still, every help is good.
More groups came. People greeted them and cheered as they passed through the gate. These were men from the outer lands. They came to defend the city in a dark time. But there were always too few. There were fewer than people hoped for or needed. From Ringlow Vale came 300 men. They followed Dervarin, the son of their lord, who walked on foot. From the Blackroot Vale came tall Duinhe with his sons, Duailin and Derufin, and 500 archers. From Anfilas, far away by the long shore, came many men. Some were hunters. Some were herdsmen. Some came from small villages. They had little armor, except for the men of their lord, Golasgill. From Laindon came a few hard hillmen with no leader. From the river mouths came fishermen, about 100, taken from their ships. From the green hills of Pinnith-Gelin came Herluin the Fair with 300 brave men in green clothes. Last and most proud came Imrahil, prince of Dolamroth, kin of the Lord. His banners were gold and showed a ship and a silver swan. He rode with knights in full armor on grey horses. Behind them came 700 soldiers. They were tall, dark-haired, and grey-eyed. They sang as they marched. That was all. There were less than 3,000 men in total. No more would come. Their voices and footsteps went into the city and slowly faded. The people who watched stood quiet for a while. Dust stayed in the air. The wind had stopped, and the evening felt heavy. The day was ending. The red sun had gone down behind Mindolluin. Shadows covered the city. Pippin looked up. The sky seemed grey, as if smoke and dust filled it. The light came through weakly. In the west, the last sun made the smoke glow red. Mindolluin stood dark against a red and burning sky.
So a fair day ends in anger.
It will end so for me. If I do not return before the sunset bells. Come. The trumpet sounds to close the gate.
They held hands and went back into the city. They were the last to pass before the gate was shut. When they reached Lamplight Street, all the bells in the towers rang slow and deep. Lights came on in many windows. From the houses and from the guards on the walls, people began to sing.
Goodbye for now. Give my greetings to my father. Thank him for the men he sent. Please come again soon. Now I almost wish there was no war. We could have had happy times. We could have gone to Lossarnoch, to my grandfather's house. It is a good place in spring. The woods and fields are full of flowers. Maybe we will still go there together. They will not defeat our Lord. My father is very brave. Goodbye, and come back.
They parted. Pippin hurried toward the citadel. The way felt long. He felt hot and very hungry. Night came fast and dark. No stars shone in the sky. He was late for the meal. Beregond was glad to see him and sat him beside him. He wanted to hear news about his son. After the meal, Pippin stayed a short time. Then he left. A deep sadness was on him, and he strongly wished to see Gandalf again.
Can you find your way?
Chapter 2: The Passing of the Grey Company. It is a very dark night, said Beregond at the door of the small hall on the north side of the citadel where they had been sitting.
It is even darker now because there is an order. All lights inside the city must be low. No lights may shine from the walls. I also have more news. You will be called to see Lord Denethor early tomorrow. I fear you will not join the third company. Still we may meet again. Farewell and sleep well.
The room where Pippin slept was dark. Only a small lantern stood on the table. Gandalf was not there. Pippin felt more worried than before. He climbed onto a bench and looked out of the window. He could see nothing. It was like looking into black ink. He climbed down, closed the shutter and went to bed. For some time he lay awake and listened for Gandalf to return. At last he fell into a light and restless sleep. During the night a light woke him. He saw that Gandalf had come back. The wizard was walking up and down in the room beyond the curtain. Candles burned on the table and papers lay there. Pippin heard Gandalf sigh and speak softly.
When will Faramir return?
Hello, said Pippin, pushing his head past the curtain. I thought you forgot about me. I am glad you are back. It has been a long day.
But the night will be too short, said Gandalf. I came here because I need some quiet time alone. You should sleep while you still can and in a real bed. When the call comes, I will take you to Lord Denethor again. It will not be at sunrise. The darkness has begun. There will be no morning light.
Gandalf had gone, and the sound of Shadowfax's hooves faded into the night. Merry then returned to Aragorn. He carried only a small bundle. He had lost his pack at Porth Galen. All he had now were a few useful things he found in the ruins of Isengard. Hasufal was already ready to ride. Legolas and Gimli stood nearby with their horse. "So 4 of the company are still together," said Aragorn. "We will ride on as one group. But we will not ride alone as I once thought. The king has decided to leave at once. Since the winged shadow came, he wants to ride back to the hills in the safety of the night."
"And where will we go after that?" asked Legolas.
"I cannot say yet," Aragorn replied. "The king will go to the meeting he ordered at Edoras 4 nights from now. There he will hear news of war. Then the riders of Rohan will ride to Minas Tirith. As for me and those who will come with me—"
"I will," cried Legolas.
And Gimli too, said the dwarf.
"For myself," said Aragorn, "the path ahead is dark. I must also go to Minas Tirith, but I do not yet know the way. The time is coming soon."
"Please do not leave me behind," said Merry. "I have not done much yet, but I do not want to be treated like baggage and forgotten. I do not think the riders want to worry about me now. Still, the king did say I should sit beside him in his hall and tell him stories of the Shire."
"Yes," said Aragorn. "I believe your road is with him, Merry. But do not expect joy at the end. It may be a long time before Theoden can rest again in Meduseld. Many hopes will fade in this hard spring." Soon they were all ready to leave. There were 24 horses. Gimli rode behind Legolas and Merry rode in front of Aragorn. Before long they were riding fast through the night. Not long after they passed the burial mounds near the fords of Isen, a rider came quickly from the back of the line.
"My lord," he said to the king, "there are riders behind us. I thought I heard them when we crossed the river. Now we are sure. They are coming fast and closing in."
At once Theoden ordered everyone to stop. The riders turned their horses and held their spears ready. Aragorn got down from his horse and helped Merry to the ground. He drew his sword and stood beside the king. Emer and his helper rode back toward the rear. Merry felt useless again. He wondered what he could do if trouble came. He feared the small group might be caught. He imagined being left alone in the wide lands of Rohan with no idea where to go. The thought made him uneasy. He took out his sword and pulled his belt tight. The moon was partly hidden by a large cloud. Then it came out again and shone clearly. They heard the sound of hooves. At the same time they saw dark shapes moving fast along the path from the river. Moonlight flashed on spear points. They could not tell how many riders there were, but it seemed they were at least as many as the king's guard. When the riders were about 50 steps away, Emer called out loudly, "Stop, stop, who rides in Rohan?" The riders stopped at once. All became quiet. Then in the moonlight one rider got down from his horse and walked slowly forward. The man lifted his hand. His palm faced forward to show peace. His hand looked white in the dark. Still, the king's soldiers held their weapons tight. When the man was about 10 steps away, he stopped. He was tall and dark, like a shadow. Then he spoke in a clear voice.
"Rohan? Did you say Rohan? That is a good word to hear. We come from far away. We come very fast."
"You are in Rohan now," said Emer. "When you crossed the river, you entered it. This land belongs to King Theoden. No one may ride here without his leave. Who are you? And why do you hurry?"
"I am Halbarad, a ranger of the north," the man said. "We are looking for Aragorn, son of Arathorn. We heard he was in Rohan."
"You have found him. He gave his horse's reins to Merry. He ran forward and hugged the man. Halberad! This joy I did not expect at all. Merry let out a long breath. He had feared this was a trick by Saruman. He thought they might be attacked with few men near the king. Now he saw this was not so. He put his sword away. All is well, said Aragorn as he came back. These are my own people from the land where I once lived. Halberad will tell us why they came and how many there are.
I have 30 men with me, said Halberad. That is all we could gather so fast. Elladan and Elrohir ride with us too. They wish to go to the war. We rode as fast as we could when your call reached us.
But I did not send any call, said Aragorn. Only in my thoughts. I often think of you, and never more than tonight. Still, I sent no message. But come now. These things must wait. We ride in danger and great speed. Ride with us, if the king allows it.
This is good news, he said. If these men are like you, Lord Aragorn, then 30 of them are worth far more than their number.
The riders set out again. For a time, Aragorn rode with the men of the north. They spoke of news from the north and the south. Then Elrohir said to Aragorn,
I bring you words from my father. Time is short. If you are in haste, remember the paths of the dead.
My time has always felt too short, said Aragorn. There is much I wish to do. But I will not take that road in haste.
We shall see soon, said Elrohir. But let us not speak of this on the open road.
Then Aragorn spoke to Halberad. What do you carry, my kinsman? He saw that Halberad held a tall staff, not a spear. It was wrapped in black cloth and tied with many straps.
It is a gift for you, said Halberad. It comes from the Lady of Rivendell. She made it in secret, and it took a long time. She also sends you this message, time is short. Either our hope will come, or all hope will end. So I send you what I have made. Farewell, Elfstone.
Now I know what you carry. Keep it for me a little longer. He turned and looked north at the bright stars. Then he was quiet and spoke no more for the rest of the night. The night grew old. The sky in the east turned grey. At last they rode up from the deep valley and returned to the Hornburg. There they would rest for a short time and make plans. Merry slept until Legolas and Gimli woke him.
The sun is high, said Legolas. Everyone is awake and busy. Come, sleepy master, and look at this place while you can.
There was a battle here 3 nights ago, said Gimli. Legolas and I played a game here. I won by just 1 orc. Come and see. And there are caves, Merry. Wonderful caves. Shall we visit them, Legolas?
No, said the elf. There is no time now. Do not rush and spoil the wonder. I have promised to come back with you one day, if peace returns. But it is almost noon. At noon we eat, and then we ride again, so I hear.
Merry stood up and yawned. He had slept only a little. It was not enough. He felt tired and sad. He missed Pippin. He felt useless while others made fast plans for things he did not fully understand.
Where is Aragorn? He asked.
In a high room of the fortress, said Legolas. I do not think he has rested or slept. He went there hours ago to think. Only Halberad went with him. A dark worry lies on him.
These new men are strange, said Gimli. They are strong and noble. The riders of Rohan look like boys next to them. Their faces are hard, like old stone, much like Aragorn's. They do not speak much.
But when they do speak, they are polite, like Aragorn, said Legolas.
And did you notice the brothers Elladan and Elrohir? Their clothes look lighter than the others. They look proud and strong, like elf lords. That is no surprise. They are the sons of Elrond of Rivendell.
Why did they come? Did you hear the reason?
He was now dressed. He threw his grey cloak over his shoulders. The three of them walked out together toward the broken gate of the burg.
They came because of a call. You heard it before. A message went to Rivendell. It said that Aragorn needed his family. It asked the Dunedain to ride to him in Rohan. But no one is sure who sent the message. I think Gandalf did.
No, it was Lady Galadriel. Did she not speak through Gandalf about the ride of the Grey Company from the north?
Yes, that is right. The Lady of the Wood knows many hearts and wishes. But tell me, Legolas, why did we not wish for some of our own people to come?
I do not think any would come. They cannot leave. War is already moving through their own lands.
For a time, the three friends walked and talked together. They spoke about different moments of the battle. They went down from the broken gate and past the quiet resting places of those who had fallen, beside the green road. Then they stood on Helm's Dyke and looked into the valley. The dark hill stood there, tall and still. The grass showed deep marks from many feet that had passed before. Men from Dunland and soldiers from the burg worked on the wall and in the fields. Others worked near the damaged walls behind them. Everything felt calm and tired, like a land resting after a hard storm. After a while, they turned back and went to the hall for the midday meal.
This place is not as I wish. It is not like my fair home in Edoras. Your friend is gone, and he should be here too. It may be a long time before you and I sit at the high table in Meduseld. When I return, there will be no time for feasts. But come now. Eat and drink. Let us talk while we can. After that, you shall ride with me.
May I? That would be wonderful. I am afraid I only get in the way, but I want to help in any way I can.
I believe you. I have a small hill pony ready for you. He is fast on the roads we will take. I will ride from the burg by the mountain paths, not across the plain. We will go to Edoras by Dunharrow, where Lady Eowyn waits for me. You shall be my helper, if you wish. Emer, is there any war gear here that my sword helper could use?
There are no great stores of weapons here, my lord. We might find a light helmet that fits him. But we have no armor or sword made for someone his size.
I have a sword. May I place the sword of Meriadoc of the Shire on your knee, King Theoden? Please accept my service.
I will gladly accept it. Rise now, Meriadoc. You are a helper of Rohan, of the house of Meduseld. Take your sword and may it bring you good luck.
You will be like a father to me.
For a short time.
They talked together while they ate. After a while, Emer spoke.
It is almost time for us to leave, my lord. Shall I ask the men to blow the horns? But where is Aragorn? His seat is empty, and he has not eaten.
We will prepare to ride. But send word to Lord Aragorn that the time is close.
The king rode down from the gate of the burg. His guards rode with him, and Merry rode at his side. They went to the green field where the riders were gathering. Many men were already on their horses. It was a large group. The king left only a few soldiers to guard the burg. All other men who could go were riding to Edoras for the call to arms. 1,000 riders had already left in the night. Still, about 500 more would ride with the king. Most of them were farmers and men from the valleys of Westfold. A short distance away, the rangers sat together in quiet order. They carried spears, bows, and swords. They wore dark grey cloaks. Their hoods covered their heads and helmets. Their horses were strong and proud, but their hair was rough. One horse stood without a rider, It was Aragorn's horse from the north. Its name was Rohirrim. The rangers had no gold or jewels on their gear. They wore no signs except for a silver star on each cloak, pinned on the left shoulder. The king climbed onto his horse, Snowmane. Merry sat beside him on his small pony, named Stibber. After a short time, Emer came out from the gate. Aragorn came with him. Halbarad walked beside them, carrying a great staff wrapped in black cloth. 2 tall men walked with them. They looked almost the same. They were the sons of Elrond. They had dark hair and grey eyes. Their faces were fair. They wore shining armor under silver-grey cloaks. Legolas and Gimli followed behind them. Merry looked only at Aragorn. He was shocked by the change in him. Aragorn looked older, as if many years had passed in one night. His face was pale and tired. He looked serious and worn. "I am worried, my lord," Aragorn said to the king. "I have heard strange words. I see dangers far away. I have thought for a long time. Now I fear I must change my plan. Tell me, Theoden, you are riding to Dunharrow. How long will it take to reach it?"
"It is 1 hour past noon," said Emer. "Before the night of the 3rd day, we should reach the hold. The moon will be 2 nights past full. The gathering of the army will be the next day. We cannot ride faster if we want all the strength of Rohan."
Aragorn was silent for a moment. 3 days, he said softly. "And the army will only just begin to gather." He looked up. He seemed calmer, as if he had made a choice. "Then, with your leave, my lord, I must choose a new path for myself and my people. We must ride our own road. We will no longer hide. For me, the time of secrecy is over. I will ride east by the fastest way. I will take the paths of the dead." "The paths of the dead," said Theoden. He shook with fear. "Why do you speak of them?"
Emer turned and stared at Aragorn.
Merry saw fear on the faces of the riders nearby. "If such paths truly exist," said Theoden, "their gate is in Dunharrow. But no living man may pass through it."
"Alas, Aragorn, my friend," said Emer. "I hoped we would ride to war together. But if you choose the paths of the dead, then this is our parting. It is unlikely we will ever meet again under the sun."
"That road I will take," said Aragorn. "Yet I say to you, Emer, we may still meet again in battle, even if all the armies of Mordor stand between us." "You must do as you choose, Lord Aragorn," said Theoden. "It may be your fate to walk paths that others fear. This parting makes me sad, and it weakens my heart. But now I must take the mountain roads and delay no longer. Farewell." "Farewell, my lord," said Aragorn. "Ride to great honor. Farewell, Merry. I leave you in good care, better than we hoped when we chased the orcs to Fangorn. I hope Legolas and Gimli will still ride with me. We will not forget you."
"Goodbye," said Merry. He could say nothing more.
He felt small and confused. The dark words made him sad. He missed Pippin's bright and happy spirit more than ever. The riders were ready, and the horses moved restlessly. Merry wished they would start and be gone. Theoden spoke to Emer. Emer lifted his hand and cried out. At that call, the riders began to move. They rode over the dike and down into the coombe. Then they turned east and followed a path along the hills. After a short distance, the path turned south and disappeared among the hills. Aragorn rode to the dike and watched until the king's men were far away. Then he turned to Halbarad. "3 ride away whom I love," he said. "And the smallest is not the least. He does not know where his road will end. Yet even if he knew, he would still ride on. The Shire people are small, but they are very important, said Halbarad.
They do not know how long we have worked to keep their land safe. Still, I do not feel angry about it.
Now our lives are tied together, said Aragorn. But sadly, we must part here. I need to eat a little. Then we must leave quickly. Come, Legolas and Gimli. I need to talk with you while I eat. They went back into the burg together. Aragorn sat at the table in the hall. He was quiet for a long time. The others waited. At last Legolas spoke.
Come, he said. Speak and feel better. Push away this dark mood. What has happened since we came back here this morning?
For me, it was harder than the battle at the Hornburg, said Aragorn. I looked into the stone of Orthanc.
You looked into that cursed wizard stone? Cried Gimli. He looked afraid and surprised. Did you speak to him? Even Gandalf feared that meeting.
You forget who you speak to, said Aragorn in a hard voice. His eyes shone. What do you fear that I would say? Did I not speak my name openly at Adora's? Then his voice grew softer. The hard look left his face. He looked very tired, like someone who had not slept for many nights. No, my friends. I am the true master of the stone. I had the right to use it. I believed I also had the strength. The right is sure. The strength was only just enough. He took a deep breath. It was a hard struggle. The tiredness will not leave me quickly. I did not speak to him. In the end, I bent the stone to my will. That alone will trouble him. And he saw me. Yes, Gimli, he saw me, but not as I stand here now. If this helps him, then I have done wrong. But I do not think it does. To learn that I live and walk the world hurt him, I believe. He did not know this before. The stone did not see through the armor of Theoden. But Sauron still remembers Isildur and Elendil's sword. Now, at the time of his great plans, the heir of Isildur and the sword are shown to him. I showed him the sword made new. He is strong, but he can still feel fear. Doubt is always in his mind.
Still, he has great power, said Gimli. Now he will move faster.
When someone moves too fast, he often makes mistakes, said Aragorn. We must push our enemy and not wait for him. When I mastered the stone, I learned many things. I saw a great danger coming from the south toward Gondor. It will pull away much of the strength that guards Minas Tirith. If this danger is not stopped quickly, I believe the city will fall before 10 days pass.
Then it must fall, said Gimli. What help can be sent, and how could it arrive in time?
I have no one to send, said Aragorn. So I must go myself. There is only one path through the mountains that can bring me to the coast before it is too late. That path is the paths of the dead.
The paths of the dead, said Gimli. That is a dark name. The people of Rohan do not like it, as I saw. Can living people walk that road and survive? And even if you go, what can so few do against Mordor?
No living person has used that road since the Rohirrim came, said Aragorn. It is closed to them. But in this dark time, the heir of Isildur may use it, if he dares. Listen. This is the message the sons of Elrond brought to me from their father in Rivendell, who is very wise. Tell Aragorn to remember the words of the seer and the paths of the dead.
What are the words of the seer? Asked Legolas.
These were the words of Malbeth the seer, in the days of Arvedui, the last king at Fornost, said Aragorn. A long shadow lies over the land, reaching west with dark wings. The tower shakes. Danger comes to the tombs of kings. The dead rise, for the time has come for those who broke their oath. At the stone of Erech they will stand again and hear a horn in the hills. Whose horn will it be? Who will call them from the grey half-light, the forgotten people? The heir of the one to whom they swore their oath. From the north he will come, driven by need. He will pass the door to the paths of the dead.
These are dark words, said Gimli, but no darker than many things I know.
If you wish to understand them better, come with me, said Aragorn. That is the road I will take now. I do not go with joy. I go because I must. So I ask you to come only if you choose freely. You will face hard work, great fear, and maybe worse.
I will go with you, even on the paths of the dead, and wherever they lead, said Gimli.
I will also come, said Legolas. I do not fear the dead.
I hope the forgotten people still know how to fight.
If they do not, I do not see why we should go to them.
We will know when we reach Erech. They broke an oath long ago. That oath was to fight against Sauron. They must fight now to keep it. At Erech there is a black stone. People say Isildur brought it from Numenor. It stands on a hill. On that stone, the king of the mountains promised loyalty to Isildur when Gondor was young. Later, Sauron returned and grew strong again. Isildur called the mountain men to help him. They refused. In the dark years, they had followed Sauron instead. Then Isildur spoke to their king. He said that this king would be the last. He said they would never rest until they kept their oath. He said this war would last a very long time, and they would be called again before the end. The mountain men ran away. They feared Isildur. They did not fight for Sauron either. They hid in the mountains. They stayed away from other people. Over time, they became fewer and weaker. People still fear the dead near the hill of Erech and other places where they stayed. I must go that way. There are no living people who can help me. Aragorn stood up. Come. He pulled out his sword. It shone in the low light of the hall. To the stone of Erech. I will take the paths of the dead. Come with me if you wish. Legolas and Gimli did not speak. They stood up and followed Aragorn out of the hall. Outside, the rangers waited. They were quiet and still. Legolas and Gimli got on their horses. Aragorn jumped onto Rohirrim. Then Halbarad lifted a great horn and blew it. The sound rang through Helm's Deep. At once they rode away, fast and loud. The people who stayed behind watched in surprise. King Theoden went slowly through the hills. But the grey company rode fast across the open land. The next afternoon they reached Edoras. They stopped only a short time. Then they rode up the valley. Night fell as they came to Dunharrow. Lady Eowyn welcomed them. She was glad to see them. She had never seen stronger men than the Dunedain and Elrond's sons. Yet she looked most at Aragorn. They ate supper together. They talked for a long time. She heard news of all that had happened since Theoden left. Before this, she had heard only small reports. When she heard about the battle at Helm's Deep and how many enemies were defeated, her eyes shone. She was proud of Theoden and his riders.
Lords, you are tired. You should rest now. Tomorrow we will find better places for you.
No, lady. Do not worry for us. If we can sleep here tonight and eat in the morning, it is enough. I have an urgent task. At first light, we must leave.
It was kind of you, Lord, to ride so far to bring news to Eowyn and to speak with her here, away from her home.
No one would call this journey wasted. But I could not have come here if my road did not lead through Dunharrow.
Then you are mistaken, Lord. From this valley, there is no road east or south. You should go back the way you came.
I am not mistaken. I walked in this land before you were born. There is a road out of this valley. I will take it. Tomorrow I will ride by the paths of the dead.
Aragorn, are you seeking death? That is all you will find on that road. The dead do not let living people pass.
They may let me pass. Even if not, I must try. There is no other way.
This is madness. You have brave and famous men with you. You should not lead them into darkness. You should lead them to war, where they are needed. I beg you to stay and ride with my brother. That would give us hope and joy.
It is not madness. This path is set for me. The men who follow me do so by choice. If they wish to stay and ride with the Rohirrim, they may. But I will take the paths of the dead, even if I must go alone. After that, no one spoke. They finished their meal in silence. Eowyn kept looking at Aragorn. The others could see that her heart was full of pain and worry. At last they stood up. They said goodbye to the lady and thanked her for her care. Then they went to sleep. Aragorn walked to the small house where he would stay with Legolas and Gimli. His friends went inside. Then Lady Eowyn came after him and called his name. He turned and saw her in the dark. She wore white clothes, and she shone softly. Her eyes were bright and strong.
Aragorn, she said, why do you choose this road of great danger?
Because I must, he said. This is the only way I can help in the war against Sauron. I do not look for danger, Eowyn. If I could follow my heart, I would now be far in the north, walking in the green valley of Rivendell.
She was quiet for some time. She seemed to think about his words. Then she stepped closer and put her hand on his arm.
You are firm and strong, she said. Men become famous in this way. She stopped for a moment. My lord, she said, if you must go, then let me ride with you. I am tired of hiding in the hills. I want to face danger and war.
Your duty is with your people, he said.
I hear that word too often, she cried. Am I not from the house of Earl? Am I not a shield maiden, not a nurse for the weak? I have cared for the tired long enough. Now they are strong again. May I not choose my own life?
Few people can do that with honor, he said. But you, lady, were chosen to lead the people until their lord returns. If it were not you, then another captain would stand here. That person could not leave his duty, even if he was tired.
Must I always be the one who stays? She said with anger. Must I always be left behind when the riders go out? Must I care for the home while they gain praise, and then give them food and beds when they come back?
A time may come soon, he said, when no one will return. Then there will be a need for courage without praise. No one may remember the brave acts done to protect the homes at the end. But these acts will still be brave, even if no one speaks of them.
All your words mean one thing. You say I am a woman, and I belong in the house. When the men die with honor in war, then I may also die alone, because I am no longer needed. But I am from the house of Earl, not a servant. I can ride and use a sword. I do not fear pain or death.
What do you fear, lady? He asked.
A cage, she said. To stay closed in, until age and weakness come. Then all chances to do great deeds are gone forever.
And yet you told me not to walk the dangerous road I chose, he said.
One may warn another, she said. But I do not tell you to run from danger. I tell you to ride to open battle, where your sword can bring victory and honor. I do not want to see something noble lost for no reason.
Nor do I, he said. That is why I say this to you, lady. Stay. You have no task in the south.
Neither do the others who ride with you, she said. They go because they do not wish to leave you. She stopped, then said softly, because they love you. Then she turned away and disappeared into the night.
When morning light filled the sky, but the sun had not yet risen over the eastern hills, Aragorn prepared to leave. His company was on horseback. He was about to mount his horse when Lady Eowyn came to say goodbye. She wore a rider's clothes and had a sword at her side. She held a cup in her hand. She drank a little and wished them a safe journey. Then she gave the cup to Aragorn.
He drank and said, "Farewell, Lady of Rohan. I drink for your house, for you, and for all your people. Tell your brother this, beyond the darkness, we may meet again."
Gimli and Legolas stood nearby. It seemed to them that she was crying. This felt more painful because she was usually so proud and strong.
She said, "Aragorn, will you go?"
"I will," he said.
"Then will you not let me ride with this company, as I asked before?"
"I will not, lady," he said. "I cannot allow it without the word of the king and your brother. They will not return until tomorrow. And now every hour matters to me, even every minute. Farewell."
Then she fell to her knees and said, "I beg you."
"No, my lady," he said. He took her hand and helped her stand. He kissed her hand. Then he jumped onto his horse and rode away. He did not look back. Only a few people near him could see the pain in his face. Eowyn did not move. She stood very still, like stone. Her hands were tight at her sides. She watched them ride until they disappeared into the dark under the black mountain, Dwimmerberg, the haunted mountain, where the door of the dead was. When she could not see them anymore, she turned. She walked back slowly, like a blind person. She went back to her room. No one saw this goodbye. Her people hid in fear and stayed inside until daylight came and the bold strangers were gone.
Some people said, "They are strange beings like elves. Let them go to the dark places where they belong. Let them never come back. The world is already full of trouble."
The light was still grey as they rode on. The sun had not yet risen over the black tops of the haunted mountain. Fear came over them as they passed between old standing stones and entered the Dimhold. Black trees covered the place. Even Legolas could not stand there for long. At the foot of the mountain, they found a hollow path. In the middle of the road stood one huge stone, tall and narrow, like a warning finger.
"My blood feels cold," said Gimli.
The others said nothing. His words fell into the wet needles on the ground. The horses would not walk past the stone. The riders had to get down and lead them around it. At last they went deep into the valley. There they saw a high wall of rock. In the wall was the dark door. It was wide open and very dark, like the mouth of night. Old signs were carved above it, but they were hard to see. Fear seemed to flow from the door like grey mist. The group stopped. Every heart felt afraid, except the heart of Legolas the elf. Ghosts of men did not frighten him.
"This door is full of evil," said Halbarad. "I feel that I will die beyond it. Still, I will go in. But no horse will enter."
"We must go in," said Aragorn. "So the horses must come too. If we come out alive, we still have a long road ahead. Every lost hour brings our enemy closer to winning. Follow me." Aragorn went first. His will was strong, and the rangers and their horses followed him. The horses loved their riders and trusted them. Because their riders walked beside them with steady hearts, the horses moved forward. But Arad, the horse from Rohan, would not go in. He shook with fear and sweat covered him. It was painful to see. Legolas put his hands over the horse's eyes and sang soft words in the dark. At last, the horse allowed himself to be led, and Legolas went inside. Gimli the dwarf was left alone. His knees shook, and he felt angry with himself.
"This is a strange thing," he said. "An elf goes underground, and a dwarf is afraid."
Then he stepped inside. It felt as if his feet were heavy like stone. Darkness covered his eyes at once, even though he had walked without fear in many deep places before. Aragorn carried a torch from Dunharrow and walked in front. Elladan carried another torch at the back. Gimli walked between them and tried to keep up. He could see only the small flames of the torches. When the group stopped, Gimli heard soft whispers all around him. The voices spoke in no language he knew. Nothing touched them or blocked their way. Still, fear grew in Gimli's heart. The worst part was knowing they could not turn back. He felt that many unseen beings followed them in the dark. Time passed, though Gimli could not tell how long. Then he saw something he wished to forget. The road opened into a very large empty space. There were no walls on either side. Fear pressed on him so strongly that walking was hard. To the left, something shone faintly as Aragorn's torch came near. Aragorn stopped and went to look.
Does he feel no fear? Gimli whispered. In any other cave I would run first to see shining gold. But not here. Let it stay where it is.
He came closer and saw Aragorn on his knees. Elladan held 2 torches high. On the ground lay the bones of a great man. Long ago, the man had worn armor. The armor was still there and not broken. The air in the cave was very dry. The coat of mail shone with gold. A belt of gold and red stones lay near him. A rich helmet lay on his skull, with the face turned down. He had fallen near the back wall of the cave. In front of him stood a stone door, shut tight. His finger bones were still caught in the cracks, as if he tried to open it. A broken sword lay beside him. It looked as if he had struck the rock again and again in his last sad hope. Aragorn did not touch the bones. He looked for a long time in silence. Then he stood up and sighed. Here the flowers of Cymbeline will never grow, he said softly. There are 9 graves and 7 more, now green with grass. This man has lain here for many long years, at a door he could not open. Where did it lead? Why did he want to go through? No one will ever know. Now this is not my task, Aragorn said loudly. He turned to the dark behind him. Keep your treasures and your secrets in the cursed years. We ask only for speed. Let us pass, and then come after us. I call you to the stone of Erech. There was no answer. The silence felt heavy and cold. A cold wind blew. The torches shook and went out. They could not be lit again. Gimli later could not remember how much time passed. It may have been 1 hour or many. The others went on, but Gimli stayed at the back. He felt a strong fear behind him, like something reaching out. He heard a low sound, like many feet moving together. He stumbled and fell. Soon he was crawling on the ground like an animal. He felt he could not go on. He thought he must either escape soon or turn back in wild fear to face what followed him. Then he heard the sound of water. It was clear and sharp, like a small stone falling. Light appeared. The company passed through another gate, tall and wide. A small stream ran beside them. Beyond it, a road went steeply down between high cliffs. The cliffs were sharp against the sky far above. The gap was so deep and narrow that the sky looked dark, and small stars shone there. Later Gimli learned it was still 2 hours before sunset on the same day they left Dunharrow. But at that moment, it felt like a later time, or even another world. The company rode on again. Gimli came back beside Legolas. They rode in a line. Evening came, with deep blue light. Fear still followed them. Legolas turned to speak to Gimli and looked back. The dwarf saw a strange shine in the elf's bright eyes. Elladan rode behind them, last of the company, but not last on the road.
The dead are following, said Legolas. I see shapes of men and horses. I see pale banners like thin clouds. I see spears like bare trees in winter mist. The dead are following.
Yes, they ride behind us, said Eladan. They have been called.
At last the company came out of the narrow pass. It was sudden, like stepping through a crack in a wall. Before them lay the highlands of a wide valley. The stream beside them flowed down over many falls with a cold sound.
"Where are we in Middle-earth?" said Gimli.
Eladan answered, "We have come down from the upper part of the Morthond. It is a long, cold river. At last it flows to the sea near Dol Amroth. Now you know why it is called Blackroot."
The Vale of Morthond spread wide against the south side of the mountains. The slopes were steep and covered with grass. All looked grey in that hour, for the sun was gone. Far below, small lights shone in the homes of men. The valley was rich, and many people lived there. Then Aragorn spoke loudly without turning back. "Friends, forget your tired bodies. Ride now, ride. We must reach the Stone of Erech before this day ends. The road is still long." They rode on across the mountain fields without looking back. They came to a bridge over a strong stream. There they found a road that went down into the land. As they passed, lights went out in houses and small villages. Doors were closed. People in the fields cried out in fear and ran away like animals being chased. Again and again, the same cry rose in the night, "The King of the Dead! The King of the Dead has come!" Bells rang far below. People ran away when they saw Aragorn. But the grey company rode fast like hunters. Their horses were very tired and began to stumble. Near midnight, in deep darkness like inside a mountain, they reached the hill of Erech. Fear had stayed on that hill for many years. The empty fields around it felt lonely and cold. On the top stood a black stone. It was round like a big ball and as tall as a man. Half of it was under the ground. It looked strange and not of this world. Some people thought it fell from the sky. Others who knew old stories said it came from the fall of Númenor. Isildur brought it and placed it there when he came to this land. People from the valley did not go near the stone. They did not live close to it. They said shadow people met there in times of fear. They believed these spirits gathered around the stone and spoke in low voices. The company reached the stone and stopped in the quiet night. Elrohir gave Aragorn a silver horn. Aragorn blew it. The people near him thought they heard other horns answer far away, like sounds in deep caves. They heard nothing else. Still, they felt a large group all around the hill. A cold wind came down from the mountains, like the breath of spirits. Aragorn got off his horse. He stood by the stone and spoke loudly. "Oathbreakers, why are you here?"
A voice came from the dark. It sounded far away. "We came to keep our promise and to find rest."
Aragorn spoke again. "The time has come. I am going to Pelargir by the river Anduin. You will follow me. When this land is free from the servants of Sauron, your promise will be complete. Then you will have rest and leave forever. I am Elessar, heir of Isildur of Gondor." Chapter 3: The Muster of Rohan. And with that, he told Halbarad to open the great flag he had brought. Everyone looked. The flag was black. If there was any sign on it, no one could see it in the dark. Then everything became quiet. There was no sound at all. No one spoke. No one moved. The whole long night stayed silent. The company made camp near the stone. They slept very little. Fear was all around them. Dark shapes seemed to watch them from every side. When morning came, it was cold and weak. Aragorn stood up at once. He led the company forward very fast. This journey was the hardest they had ever known. Only Aragorn had done such a thing before. Only his strong will helped the others keep going. No other men could have walked so far and so fast. Only the Dunedain of the north could do it. Gimli the dwarf and Legolas the elf could also endure it. They passed Tarlang's neck and came into the land of Lame Don. The shadow host followed close behind them. Fear went ahead of them. People felt it before they arrived. At last they came to Callambel by the river Cyril. The sun went down red, like blood, behind the hills far in the west. The town and the river crossings were empty. Many men had gone to war. The people who stayed had run to the hills. They were afraid of the story of the King of the Dead. The next day, no morning light came. The grey company walked on into the dark storm of Mordor. Living eyes could no longer see them. But the dead still followed. Now all roads went east. War was coming. Darkness was moving with it. At the same time that Pippin stood at the great gate of the city and saw the Prince of Dol Amroth ride in with his flags, the King of Rohan came down from the hills. The day was ending. In the last light of the sun, the riders made long sharp shadows on the ground. Darkness was already under the tall fir trees on the mountain sides. The king now rode more slowly. The day was almost over. Soon the path turned around a great bare rock. Then it went down into dark trees that moved softly in the wind. Down they rode, step by step, in a long line. At last they reached the bottom of a deep valley. Evening had already come there. The sun was gone. Soft light lay on the falling water. All day long, far below them, a fast stream had run down from the high pass behind. It cut its way between walls of pine trees. Now it flowed through a gate of stones and into a wider valley. The riders followed it. Suddenly they saw Harrowdale before them. The sound of water filled the air in the evening. There the White River Snowbourne met the smaller stream. Together they rushed over the stones, going down toward Edoras, the green hills, and the wide plains. To the right, at the head of the great valley, stood the huge Starkhorn. Clouds wrapped around its great sides. But its sharp top, covered in snow that never melts, shone high above everything else. It looked blue in the east and red in the west from the sunset. Merry looked at this strange land with wide eyes. He had heard many stories about it on the long road. This land felt closed and heavy. He could not see the sky. His eyes saw only rising slopes, tall stone walls behind other stone walls, and steep cliffs wrapped in mist. He sat quietly for a moment, half dreaming. He listened to the sound of water, the soft noise of dark trees, stones breaking, and the deep silence behind all sounds. He loved mountains, or at least the idea of them from old stories. But now the world felt too big and too heavy. He wished he could sit in a small quiet room, near a warm fire. He was very tired. Even though they rode slowly, they had rested very little. For almost 3 long days, hour after hour, he had ridden up and down. They crossed high paths, long valleys, and many streams. Sometimes, where the road was wide, he rode beside the king. He did not see that many riders smiled at the sight. There was the small hobbit on his little grey pony, and the Lord of Rohan on his tall white horse. At those times, Merry talked with Theoden. He told him about his home and the people of the Shire. He also listened to stories of Rohan and its great men of the past. But most of the time, and especially on this last day, Merry rode alone just behind the king. He said nothing. He tried to understand the deep, slow speech of the men behind him. The language had many words that sounded familiar to him. They felt like Shire words, but stronger and richer. Still, he could not understand the meaning. Sometimes a rider lifted his clear voice and sang a strong song. Merry did not know the words, but his heart moved when he heard it. Even so, he felt lonely. He had never felt more lonely than now, at the end of the day. He wondered where Pippin was in this wide, strange world. He wondered what would happen to Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Then a cold feeling touched his heart. He thought of Frodo and Sam.
I am forgetting them.
He spoke to himself with shame. He felt sad and cold. He thought about the people he wanted to help. They were more important than everyone else. He had come to save them. Now they were far away. They could be dead. He shook with fear.
Harrowdale at last, said Ema. Our journey is almost finished.
They stopped. The path went down fast from the narrow pass. Below them, they could see only a small part of the wide valley. It was evening. One small light shone near the river.
This road may end here, said Tjoden. But I still must ride far. 2 nights ago the moon was full. Tomorrow morning I will ride to Edoras. The riders of the mark will gather there.
But please hear my advice, Ema said softly. After that, you should come back here. Stay until the war ends, win or lose.
Tjoden smiled. No, my son, he said. I call you that with pride. Do not speak weak words to me like Wormtongue did.
He stood straight and looked back at his men. They were fading into the dark behind him.
It feels like many years since I rode west, though it was only days. I will not lean on a stick again. If we lose the war, hiding will not help me. If we win, it will not hurt me to give my last strength, even if I die. But we will not speak of this now. Tonight I will rest in the hold of Dunharrow. We still have one quiet evening. Ride on.
B.S. As night grew darker, they rode down into the valley. The Snowbourn River flowed near the west side of the land. Soon they came to a shallow crossing. Water ran over the stones with a loud sound. Men guarded the crossing. When the king came close, many men stood up from the rocks. When they saw him, they cried with joy, Tjoden King! Tjoden King! The king of the mark has returned. One man blew a long sound on a horn. The sound filled the valley. Other horns answered. Lights appeared across the river. Then many trumpets sounded from high above. The sound came from the mountains. It joined into one great voice and rolled across the stone walls. So the king of the mark returned from the west to Dunharrow, under the White Mountains. Many of his people were already there. When news of his coming spread, leaders rode to meet him at the crossing. They brought messages from Gandalf. Dunhir, the leader of Harrowdale, spoke for them.
3 days ago at dawn, my lord, Dunhir said, Shadowfax came fast from the west to Edoras. Gandalf told us of your victory. It made us very glad. He also brought your order to gather the riders quickly. Then a dark shape came from the sky.
A dark shape, said Tjoden. We saw something like that too. It was before Gandalf left us, in the night.
Maybe it was the same one, said Dunhir. Or maybe another like it. A dark flying shape, like a huge bird, passed over Edoras that morning. Everyone felt afraid. It flew low over Meduseld. A terrible cry came from it. Our hearts stopped with fear. Then Gandalf told us not to meet in the open fields. He told us to come here, under the mountains. He also told us to use very few lights or fires. We did as he said. Gandalf spoke with great strength. We believed his words matched your will. Nothing dark has been seen in Harrowdale since then.
That is good, said Tichoden. Now I will ride to the hold. Before I rest, I will meet the captains and leaders. Tell them to come to me as soon as they can.
The road now went east across the valley. The valley was narrow, only about half a mile wide. There were wide fields with rough grass. The grass looked grey in the coming night. On the far side of the valley, Mary saw a dark stone wall. It stood like a barrier. It was part of the old roots of the Starkhorn Mountains. Long ago, the river had cut through it. Many people were gathered on the flat land. Some stood by the road. They shouted with joy to greet the king and the riders from the west. Far behind them, Mary saw long rows of tents and small huts. Horses were tied in lines. Weapons were stored in great piles. Spears stood close together, like young trees in a forest. Night was falling, and shadows spread over the camp. Cold wind came down from the mountains. Still, there were no fires and no lights. Guards walked back and forth, wrapped in heavy cloaks. Merry tried to count the riders, but he could not. The light was too dim. To him, it looked like a very large army, with many thousands of men. As he looked around, the king and his guard reached the cliff on the east side of the valley. There, the road began to go up. Merry looked up in surprise. He had never seen a road like this before. People had built it long ago. It climbed the rock like a long snake. It turned again and again as it went higher. It was very steep, like stairs. Horses could walk up it. Carts could be pulled up slowly. Enemies could not use this road if guards stood above it. At every turn, there were large stone statues. They were shaped like men. They were big and rough, with thick arms folded over round bellies. Time had worn them down. Some had no faces left, only dark holes where the eyes had been. They seemed to watch the road sadly. The riders did not look at them much. They called them the Pukel Men and did not fear them. Merry looked at them with wonder and a little sadness as they stood silent in the dusk. After some time, Merry looked back. He saw that he was already high above the valley. Far below, he could just see a long line of riders. They were crossing the river and moving toward the camp. Only the king and his guard were riding up into the stronghold. At last, the road reached a sharp edge. It went between high rock walls. Then it climbed a short way and opened onto a wide high field. The people of the land called it the Firian Feld. It was a green field of grass and small plants. It lay high above the deep river below. Great mountains stood behind it. To the south was the Starkhorn. To the north was the sharp ridge of Ironsaga. In front of the riders stood the dark wall of the Dwimmerberg, the haunted mountain. Dark pine trees covered its lower slopes. Across the middle of the field stood two long lines of rough stone pillars. They went into the distance and disappeared among the trees. People who followed that stone path soon reached a dark forest and a feared place beneath the mountain. There stood a tall stone and a dark door that people were afraid to enter. This place was Dunharrow. Long ago, unknown people built it. No one remembered their name. No one knew why they made this place. It might have been a town, a secret holy place, or a tomb for kings. The people of Rohan did not know. These builders lived in very old times, before ships came from the west and before Gondor was built. Now they were gone. Only the old stone Pukel men remained, still sitting beside the road. Merry stared at the long lines of stone pillars. They were dark and worn. Some leaned to one side. Some had fallen. Some were cracked or broken. They looked like rows of old teeth. He wondered what they were for. He hoped the king would not go into the dark place beyond them. Then he saw tents and huts on both sides of the stone path. They were not close to the trees. They seemed to stay away from them, near the edge of the cliff. Most of the tents were on the right side, where the field was wider. On the left side, there was a smaller camp. In the middle of it stood a tall tent. From that side, a rider came out to meet them, and the king's group turned off the road. As they came closer, Merry saw that the rider was a woman. Her long hair was braided and shone in the low light. She wore a helmet. She dressed like a warrior from the waist up and carried a sword.
"Hail, Lord of the Mark," she called. "I am happy that you have returned."
"And you, Eowyn," said Theoden. "Are you well?"
"All is well," she said. But Merry felt her voice did not sound true. He thought she had been crying, though her face looked hard and strong.
"All is well." The road was long and tiring for the people. They were taken from their homes very fast. Some people spoke in anger, because war has not chased us from our Greenland for many years. But no one did bad things. Now everything is in order, as you can see. A place to sleep is ready for you. I knew you were coming and knew the time.
"So Aragorn has come," said Emer. "Is he still here?"
"No, he has gone," said Eowyn.
She turned away and looked at the mountains, dark in the east and south.
"Where did he go?" asked Emer.
"I do not know," she said. "He came at night. He left yesterday morning, before the sun rose over the mountain tops. He is gone."
"You are sad, my daughter," said Theoden. "What has happened? Tell me, did he speak of that road?"
He pointed toward the dark lines of stone leading to Dwimmerberg.
"Did he speak of the paths of the dead?"
"Yes, my lord," said Eowyn. "He spoke of them. He has gone into that dark place where no one comes back. I tried to stop him, but I could not. He is gone."
"Then our ways are now apart," said Emer. "He is lost to us. We must ride without him, and our hope feels smaller."
They walked slowly through the short grass and open land. No one spoke. At last they reached the king's tent. There Merry saw that everything was ready. He was not forgotten. A small tent stood near the king's tent for him. He sat there alone. Men walked back and forth, going in to speak with the king. Night fell. Stars shone above the mountains in the west, but the east stayed dark. The stone road slowly disappeared from sight. Beyond it, darker than the night, the great shadow of Dwimmerberg seemed to watch them.
"The paths of the dead," Merry said quietly. "What does this mean? Everyone has left me. Gandalf and Pippin have gone to war in the east. Sam and Frodo have gone to Mordor. Strider, Legolas, and Gimli have gone to the paths of the dead. My turn will come soon, I think. I wonder what they are planning. I wonder what the king will do. I must go where he goes now."
While he was thinking these dark thoughts, he suddenly felt very hungry. He stood up to see if anyone else in the camp felt the same. Just then, a trumpet sounded. A man came to call him. He told Merry, the king's helper, to come and serve at the king's table. Inside the king's tent was a small space behind curtains with fine cloth. Soft skins lay on the ground. At a small table sat Theoden with Emer, Eowyn, and Dunhere, the Lord of Harrowdale. Merry stood by the king's seat and served him. After some time, the old king came out of his deep thoughts, turned to Merry, and smiled.
Come, Master Meriadoc, he said. Do not stand. Sit beside me while I am still in my own land. Tell me stories and make my heart lighter.
They made space for the hobbit at the king's left side. But no one asked for stories. They spoke very little. They ate and drank mostly in silence. At last, Merry found the courage to ask the question that troubled him.
My lord, he said. I have heard of the paths of the dead twice now. What are they? And where has Strider, where has Lord Aragorn, gone?
The king sighed. No one answered at first.
Then Ema spoke. We do not know, and we feel heavy with worry, he said. But you have already walked on the first part of the paths of the dead. I do not mean this as a bad sign. The road we climbed leads to the door, there in the dim holt. But what is beyond it, no one truly knows.
No one knows, said Theoden. But there are very old stories, now rarely told. These tales have passed from father to son in the house of Earl. They say the door under Dwimmerberg leads to a hidden road. It goes under the mountain and ends in a forgotten place. No one has gone in to learn its secrets. Long ago, Balder, son of Brego, passed through the door. He was never seen again. He spoke a proud promise at a great feast, when Brego opened the new hall of Meduseld. Balder never returned to take the high seat that should have been his.
People say that the dead men from the dark years guard this road. They do not let living people enter their hidden halls. Sometimes, people see the dead leave their door. They move like shadows down the stone road. When this happens, the people of Harrowdale close their doors. They cover their windows. They feel afraid. The dead come out only rarely. They come only in times of fear and near death.
Still, people in Harrowdale say, Eowyn said quietly, that not long ago, on dark nights with no moon, a great group passed by. They wore strange gear. No one knew where they came from. They went up the stone road. Then they disappeared into the hill, as if they went to meet someone.
Then why did Aragorn go that way? Merry asked. Do you know anything that explains this?
Unless he told you something as his friend that we did not hear, said Ema, no living person knows his reason.
He seemed very different when I last saw him in the king's hall, Eowyn said. He looked harder and older. I felt fear when I looked at him. He seemed like someone the dead were calling.
Maybe they did call him, said Theoden. My heart tells me I will not see him again. Still, he is a man meant for great things. Take comfort, my daughter. I see you feel pain for this guest. Long ago, when our people came from the north and travelled up the Snowbourne, they looked for strong places to hide in hard times. Brego and his son Balder climbed the stair of the hold. They came to the door. On the step sat an old man. He was very tall and once kingly, but now he looked worn, like old stone. They thought he was stone, because he did not move or speak. When they tried to pass him, a voice came from him. It sounded like it came from the ground. To their surprise, it spoke our tongue. It said, "The way is shut." They stopped and looked at him. They saw that he still lived, but he did not look at them. Again he said, "The way is shut." It was made by the dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. The way is shut. Balder asked, "When will that time come?" But there was no answer. In that same hour, the old man died and fell forward. Since then, our people have learned nothing more about those who lived in the mountains. But maybe now the time has come, and Aragorn may pass.
But how can a man know if the time has come, said Ema, unless he dares to go to the door? I would not go that way, even if all the armies of Mordor stood before me and I was alone. It is sad that such dark thoughts should come to a brave man at a time like this. There are enough dangers in the world without going under the earth. War is close.
He stopped speaking. At that moment, there was noise outside. A man's voice called the name of Theoden. The guards challenged him. Soon, the captain of the guard pulled aside the curtain.
"A man is here, Lord," he said. "He is a messenger from Gondor. He asks to see you at once."
"Let him come," said Theoden.
A tall man entered. Merry almost cried out. For a moment, he thought Boromir was alive and had returned. Then he saw this was not true. The man was a stranger, but he looked much like Boromir. He was tall, with grey eyes and a proud face. He wore riding clothes, a dark green cloak, and fine mail. On his helmet was a small silver star. In his hand, he carried one arrow. It had black feathers and a steel point. The tip was painted red. He knelt and gave the arrow to Theoden.
"Greetings, Lord of the Rohirrim, friend of Gondor," he said. "I am Hurgon, messenger of Denethor. I bring you this sign of war. Gondor is in great danger. Many times, the Rohirrim have helped us. Now Lord Denethor asks for all your strength and all your speed, so that Gondor does not fall."
"The red arrow," said Theoden, holding it. He looked like a man who expected this call and feared it at the same time. His hand shook. "I have not seen the red arrow in all my years. Has it truly come to this? And what does Lord Denethor think all my strength and speed will be?"
"That you know best, my lord," said Hurgon.
Before long, Minas Tirith may be closed in by enemies. Then help from outside will be very hard. If you cannot break such an attack, Lord Denethor thinks the strong riders of Rohan should be inside the city walls, not far away.
But he also knows that we fight best on horses and in open land. We do not gather fast, because our people live far apart. It takes time to call all our riders. Is that not true, Hurgon? The Lord of Minas Tirith may know more than he writes. We are already fighting, as you can see. We are not all unready. Gandalf the Grey has been with us. Even now, we are calling our men to fight in the east.
I cannot say what Lord Denethor knows or guesses, but our need is very great. My lord gives no orders to you. He only asks you to remember old friendship and old promises. He asks you to help, for your own good too. We hear that many kings from the east now serve Mordor. In the north, near Dagorlad, there are small fights and many rumors of war. In the south, the Haradrim are moving. Fear has come to our coasts, and little help will come from there. Please come quickly. The fate of our time will be decided at the walls of Minas Tirith. If the enemy is not stopped there, it will spread over all the green lands of Rohan. Even these hills will not be safe.
These are dark words, but they do not surprise me. Tell Denethor this. Even if Rohan were safe, we would still come to help him. But we have lost many men fighting Saruman the traitor. We must also guard our borders in the north and east, as your news shows. The Dark Lord now has great power. He could hold us before the city and still send strong attacks across the river beyond the Gate of the Kings. But we will not talk more about careful plans. We will come. Tomorrow was the day to call all our fighters. When all is ready, we will ride. I once could have sent 10,000 spears across the plain. Now it will be fewer, I fear. I cannot leave all our strong places unguarded. Still, at least 6,000 riders will ride with me. Tell Denethor this. In this hour, the king of the Mark himself will come to Gondor. He may not return. The road is long. Men and horses must reach the end with strength left to fight. It may be a week from tomorrow morning before you hear the cry of the sons of Earl coming from the north.
A week? If it must be so, then it must. But in 7 days, you may find only broken walls, unless help comes from some unknown place. Still, at least you may trouble the orcs and the dark men who feast in the White City.
At least we will do that. But I have come from battle and a long journey. I will now rest. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow you will see the gathering of Rohan. That sight will cheer you, and rest will make you ride faster. Plans are clearer in the morning. Night can change many thoughts.
Then the king stood up, and all stood with him.
Go now and rest. Sleep well. And you, Master Meriadoc, I need you no more tonight. Be ready when the sun rises.
I will be ready, even if you tell me to ride with you on the paths of the dead.
Do not speak such dark words. There may be more than one road with that name. I did not say I would take you on any such road. Good night.
I will not be left behind. I will not stay and be called later.
He said this again and again to himself, until at last he fell asleep in his tent. A man shook him awake.
Wake up, Master Hobbitler.
Merry came out of his deep dreams and sat up fast. It still felt very dark.
What is wrong?
The king calls for you.
But the sun has not risen yet.
No, and it will not rise today, Master Hobbitler. It may never rise again, one might think, under this dark sky. But time still moves, even if the sun is hidden. Hurry.
Merry put on his clothes fast and looked outside. The world was very dark. The air looked brown. Everything around was black and grey. There were no clear shadows. All was quiet and still. He could not see any clouds, except far in the west. There, the darkness moved slowly, and a little weak light came through. Above him was a heavy dark sky. The light was not coming. It was fading away. Merry saw many people standing outside. They looked up at the sky and spoke in low voices. Their faces were pale and unhappy. Some of them looked afraid. Merry felt fear in his heart. He walked to the king. Hergon, the rider from Gondor, was already there. Another man stood with him. This man looked similar. He wore the same clothes, but he was shorter and wider. Hergon was speaking when Merry came in.
It comes from Mordor, my lord, Hergon said. It started last night at sunset. I saw it rise from the hills in the east of your land. It moved slowly across the sky. All night, as I rode, it followed me and covered the stars. Now the dark cloud is over all the land between here and the Shadow Mountains. It is growing thicker. The war has already started.
The king sat quiet for some time. Then he spoke. So it comes at last, he said. This is the great battle of our time. Many things will end in it. But now we do not need to hide anymore. We will ride straight and fast on the open road. We will not wait. Call the people at once. Do you have enough food in Minas Tirith? If we ride now, we must go light. We can only take food and water for the way to battle.
We have a very large store, prepared long ago, Hergon answered. Ride now as fast and light as you can.
Then call the messengers, Ema, said Theoden. Gather the riders.
Ema went out. Soon the trumpet sounded in the hall. Other trumpets answered from below. But the sound was not clear or strong like the night before. It sounded dull and rough in the heavy air. It felt like a bad warning.
The king turned to Merry. I am going to war, Master Meriadoc, he said. Soon I will leave. I free you from my service, but not from my friendship. You will stay here. If you wish, you can serve Lady Eowyn. She will lead the people while I am gone.
But, my lord, Merry said in a weak voice. I gave you my sword. I do not want to leave you like this, King Theoden. All my friends are going to the battle. I would feel ashamed to stay behind.
We ride tall and fast horses, Theoden said. Your heart is strong, but you cannot ride such horses.
Then tie me to one, said Merry. Or let me hold on to the side. I will do anything. It is too far to run, but I will run if I must. Even if my feet are ruined, and I come too late.
Theoden smiled. I would rather carry you with me on Snowmanare, he said. But at least you can ride with me to Adoras and see Meduseld. That is my road. Your pony can carry you that far. The great ride will start on the open plains.
Then Eowyn stood up. Come, Meriadoc, she said. I will show you what I have made ready for you. They walked out together. This was Aragorn's only request to me, Eowyn said as they passed the tents. He asked that you be ready for battle. I have done what I can. My heart tells me you will need this before the end.
She led Merry to a small tent near the king's guard. An armor brought out small pieces of armor. There was a helmet, a round shield, and other things.
We have no armor that fits you, Eowyn said. And there is no time to make it. But here is a strong leather jacket, a belt, and a knife. You already have a sword.
Merry bowed. Eowyn showed him the shield. It was like the one given to Gimli. On it was the sign of the white horse.
Take these things, she said. May they bring you good luck. Farewell now, Master Meriadoc. Perhaps we will meet again, you and I.
Dark clouds covered the sky as the king of the Mark prepared to ride east with all his riders. Many people felt afraid. Sadness was everywhere. Still, the people were strong and faithful to their king. They did not cry or complain. This was true even in the camp inside the mountain hold. Women, children, and old men stayed there in silence. Danger waited for them, but they faced it without words. After 2 quick hours, the king sat on his white horse. The horse shone in the weak light. The king looked tall and proud. His hair was white like snow under his helmet. Many people looked at him and felt braver. They saw that he was still strong and not afraid. On the wide land near the loud river, the riders stood ready. There were almost 5,500 riders in full armor. There were also many other men with extra horses and light packs. One trumpet sounded. The king lifted his hand. Then the army began to move without a sound. First rode 12 of the king's own men. They were famous riders. The king followed after them, with Eomer riding beside him. The king had said goodbye to Eowyn in the mountain hold. This made his heart heavy. But now he forced his thoughts to stay on the road ahead. Behind him rode Merry on his pony, Stibber, with messengers from Gondor. Behind them rode 12 more of the king's men. They passed long lines of waiting soldiers. The men looked serious and calm. Near the end of the line, one rider looked closely at Merry. Merry looked back. The rider was young and smaller than most. Merry saw his clear grey eyes. Suddenly Merry felt cold inside. He felt that this young man had no hope and was riding toward death. They rode on along the grey road beside the fast river Snowbourne. They passed through small villages. Sad women stood in dark doorways and watched. There was no music. No horns or songs were heard. So the great ride to the east began. People would sing about it for many years. The king rode from dark Dunharrow in the early morning. Lords and captains rode with him. He came to Edoras, where Old Hall stood under mist and shadow. The golden buildings looked dark. He said goodbye to his people, his home, and the holy places he loved. He had eaten and lived there for many years. Now he rode out. Fear lay behind him. Fate waited ahead. He stayed true to his promises. He had kept all his oaths. For 5 days and nights, the riders rode east. They passed fields, marshes, and forests. 6,000 spears rode toward the great city of Gondor, which was surrounded by fire and enemies. Darkness followed them. Horse and rider disappeared into the shadow. Their sounds faded away. This is how the songs tell it. It was still dark when the king reached Edoras again, though it was only midday. He stopped for a short time. More riders joined him, about 60 men who came late. After they ate, the king prepared to leave once more. He spoke kindly to Merry and said goodbye. But Merry begged him not to leave him behind.
"This road is too hard for a small pony like Stibber," said the king. "And in the great battle we expect in Gondor, what could you do, Master Merry? You are brave, but small."
"Who knows what I could do?" Merry said. "Why did you make me your sword thane if I must not stay with you? I do not want songs to say I was always left behind."
"I took you to keep you safe," said the king, "and to do what I command. No rider can carry you. If the battle were here, maybe your deeds would be remembered. But Gondor is very far away. I will say no more."
Merry bowed and walked away, feeling sad. He looked at the long lines of riders. The men were getting ready. They fixed their saddles and touched their horses with care. Some looked worried at the dark sky. Then a rider came close to Merry and spoke softly.
"When someone truly wants something, a way can be found," he said. "That is what we say."
Merry looked up. It was the young rider he had seen before.
"You want to go where the king goes," the rider said. "I can see it in your face."
"I do," said Merry.
"Then you will go with me," said the rider. "I will carry you in front of me, under my cloak, until we are far away. The darkness will hide us. Do not speak to anyone else. Come now."
"Thank you very much," said Merry. "Thank you, sir, though I do not know your name."
"Do you not?" the rider said quietly.
Chapter for the Siege of Gondor.
"Then call me Dernhelm."
So it happened that when the king rode out, Meriadoc the hobbit sat in front of Dernhelm. The grey horse, Windfola, carried them easily. Dernhelm was light, lighter than many men, but strong and quick. They rode forward into dark lands. That night they stopped near the trees where the river Snowbourne met the Entwash. This place was many long miles east of Edoras. The next day they rode again. They crossed the green fields and then the wet lands. On their right side were large oak forests on the hills near the border of Gondor. On their left side were wide marshes covered in mist. As they rode, people brought news. Riders came fast and alone. They spoke of fighting in the north. Enemies were coming near the eastern borders. Orc groups were moving in the land of Rohan.
"Ride on! Ride on! It is too late to turn back. The marshes will protect our side. We must go fast. Ride on!"
So King Theoden left his own land. The road went on and on. One by one, the hills with signal fires passed by Calenhad, Minit Rimmon, Erellas, and Nardol. But no fires burned. The land was quiet and grey. The darkness in front of them grew deeper. Hope grew weaker in every heart. Pippin woke when Gandalf shook him gently. Candles burned in the room. Only weak light came through the windows. The air felt heavy, like before a storm.
What time is it?
It is after the 2nd hour. You must get up now. Make yourself neat. The lord of the city has called for you. You will learn your new work.
And will he give me breakfast?
No. I brought your breakfast. This is all you will have until noon. Food is shared carefully now.
Pippin looked sadly at the small piece of bread, the tiny bit of butter, and the cup of thin milk.
Why did you bring me here?
You know why. To keep you out of trouble. And if you do not like this place, remember that you chose this path.
Pippin said nothing more. Soon he walked with Gandalf down a cold hallway to the tower hall. There sat Denethor in a grey shadow. He looked still and silent, like he had not moved since the day before. He asked Gandalf to sit, but Pippin had to stand and wait. After a while, Denethor looked at him.
Well, Master Peregrine, I hope yesterday was useful to you. I fear the table here is poorer than you would like.
Pippin felt uneasy. It seemed that the lord of the city knew many things about him, even his thoughts. Pippin did not answer.
What work would you do for me?
I thought you would tell me my work, sir.
I will. First I must see what you can do. I think I will learn best if I keep you near me. My helper has gone to another post, so you will take his place for a time. You will stay with me, carry messages, and speak with me when I have time. Can you sing?
Yes. Well, yes, for my own people. But our songs are simple. They are not for great halls or dark times. We sing about rain, wind, food, and things that make us laugh.
Why should such songs not be welcome here? We live long under darkness. It may be good to hear sounds from a quiet land. It can remind us why we stay watchful, even if no one thanks us.
Pippin felt his heart drop. He did not like the idea of singing his Shire songs here. They felt too plain and silly for such a place. But he did not have to sing then. Denethor turned to Gandalf and asked about the riders of Rohan. He asked about their plans and about Emer, the king's nephew. Pippin was surprised by how much Denethor knew about people far away. It seemed long since the Lord himself had travelled. At last, Denethor waved to Pippin.
Go now. Go to the armor rooms of the citadel. Your clothes and gear are ready. I ordered them yesterday. Come back when you are dressed.
It was true. Soon Pippin wore new and strange clothing. The colours were black and silver. He had a small coat of metal rings, dark and strong. He wore a tall helmet with small raven wings on the sides. A silver star shone on the front. Above his mail shirt, he wore a short black coat. On the front, a silver sign of the tree shone. His old clothes were folded and stored away. He was allowed to keep the grey cloak from Lorien, but he could not wear it while working. If he knew the old stories, he would have seen that he now looked like a prince of his people. But he did not feel proud. He felt awkward and small. A dark mood slowly filled his heart. The day was dim and heavy. From the dark morning until night, the shadow grew stronger. All the people in the city felt it. High above, a great black cloud moved slowly from the black land toward the west. It ate the light as it went, pushed by a wind of war. Below, the air did not move. It felt still and close, as if the whole valley waited for a terrible storm. Near midday, Pippin was finally free from duty for a short time. He went out to look for food and drink. He hoped this would lift his sad heart and help him wait. In the eating hall, he met Beregond again. Beregond had just returned from a task beyond the fields, near the guard towers on the road. They walked together to the walls. Pippin felt trapped inside the stone halls. Even the high city felt too closed for him. They sat again side by side in a stone opening in the wall, looking east. They had eaten and talked there the day before. It should have been sunset. But the dark cloud now covered much of the west. Only at the very end did the sun break free. It sent one short, weak light before night fell. But no light reached the wide fields below the mountain. The land looked brown and empty. It felt like many years ago to Pippin when he had last sat there. Back then, he was still a simple hobbit. He was cheerful and free. Danger had not yet changed him much. Now he was a small soldier in a city ready for a great attack. He wore the dark and serious clothes of the guard. In another time, he might have liked how he looked. But now he knew this was not a game. This was real danger. He served a hard master in a time of great fear. The metal shirt felt heavy. The helmet pressed on his head. He had thrown his cloak onto the seat. He looked away from the dark fields and yawned. Then he sighed.
"Are you tired of this day?"
"Yes," said Pippin. "Very tired. Not from work, but from waiting. I stood for many slow hours outside my lord's room. Inside, he spoke with Gandalf and the prince and other great people. I am not used to waiting hungry while others eat. That is very hard for a hobbit. You may think I should feel proud of the honor. But what good is honor now? What good is food and drink under this creeping shadow? What does it mean? The air feels thick and brown. Do you often have days like this when the wind comes from the east?"
"No," said Beregond. "This is not natural weather. This comes from the enemy's evil will. It is smoke and darkness from the fire mountain. He sends it to darken our minds and hearts. And it works. I wish Lord Faramir would return. He would not lose hope. But now, who knows if he will ever come back across the river from that darkness?"
"Yes," said Pippin. "Gandalf is worried too. I think he hoped to find Faramir here. And where is Gandalf now? He left the council before the midday meal. He seemed angry and uneasy. Maybe he feels bad news coming."
As they spoke, a terrible sound cut the air. Both fell silent at once. They stood like stone, forced to listen. Pippin bent down and covered his ears. But Beregond stayed at the wall. His body grew stiff. His eyes stared wide into the distance. Pippin knew that cry. He had heard it long ago in his homeland. But now it was stronger and full of hate. It filled the heart with cold fear. At last, Beregond spoke with great effort.
"They have come," he said. "Be brave and look. There are evil things below."
Slowly, Pippin climbed onto the seat and looked out. The wide fields lay dark under him. They faded into the far line of the great river. Then he saw shapes moving fast through the sky. They flew like dark birds in the wrong time of night. There were 5 of them. They looked like huge hunting birds, larger than eagles, and full of cruelty. Sometimes they flew close to the wall. Sometimes they turned and circled away.
"Black riders," Pippin whispered. "Black riders in the sky." "But look, Beregond," he cried.
They are searching for something, I am sure. Look how they fly in circles. They always go down to that place. Do you see something moving on the ground? Small dark shapes. Yes, men on horses. 4 or 5 of them. Oh no, I cannot watch this. Gandalf! Gandalf, save us!
Another loud cry filled the air. Pippin pulled himself back from the wall. He breathed fast, like an animal that is being chased. Through the shaking sound, he heard a trumpet from below. The note was long and high.
Faramir. Lord Faramir. That is his call. He is brave. But how can he reach the gate if those dark flyers use more than fear? Look. They are stopping. They will reach the gate. No. The horses are wild. Look. The men fall. They are running on foot. One man still rides. He turns back to help the others. That must be the captain. He can control men and horses. Oh no. One of the dark creatures dives toward him. Help. Help. Will no one go to him? Faramir.
Beregond ran away into the dark. Pippin felt ashamed of his fear. Beregond thought first of the captain he loved. Pippin stood up and looked out again. At that moment, he saw a white and silver light from the north. It was like a small star over the dark fields. It moved very fast. It grew larger as it came closer. It went straight toward the men running to the gate. A soft light spread around it. The heavy darkness seemed to move away. As it came nearer, Pippin thought he heard a strong voice, like an echo in the walls.
Gandalf. Gandalf. He always comes when things are worst. Go on. Go on, White Rider. Gandalf. Gandalf. He shouted loudly, like someone cheering at a race.
The dark flying shapes noticed the new rider. One turned toward him. Pippin saw the rider lift his hand. A bright white light shot upward. The dark creature cried out and turned away. The others hesitated. Then they rose high and flew east. Soon they were lost in the clouds. For a short time, the fields below seemed less dark. Pippin watched closely. He saw the white rider meet the horsemen. They stopped and waited for the men on foot. Soldiers came out from the city to help them. Soon they all passed under the outer wall. Pippin knew they were entering the gate. He guessed they would go to the tower at once. He hurried to the entrance of the citadel. Many others were there. They had watched the rescue from the walls. Soon there was noise in the streets below. People cheered and called the names of Faramir and Mithrandir. Then Pippin saw torches. 2 horsemen came slowly through the crowd. One wore white, but he did not shine now. He looked pale in the dim light, as if his strength was resting. The other wore dark green. His head was low. They got off their horses. Servants took Shadowfax and the other horse away. The 2 men walked toward the guard at the gate. Gandalf walked firmly. His grey cloak was open. There was still a quiet fire in his eyes. Faramir walked more slowly. He swayed a little, like a man who was very tired or hurt. Pippin moved closer as they passed under the lamp at the gate. When he saw Faramir's face, he stopped breathing for a moment. Faramir looked like a man who had faced great fear and pain. He had overcome it and was now calm. He stood straight and proud as he spoke to the guard. Pippin saw how much he looked like his brother Boromir. Pippin had liked Boromir from the start. He had admired his strong but kind way. But now Pippin felt something new for Faramir. Here was a man with great honor. He reminded Pippin of Aragorn, though in a quieter way. He felt closer and easier to understand. He seemed like a king from another time, carrying old wisdom and sadness. Pippin understood why Beregond spoke of him with love. This was a captain men would follow. Pippin knew he would follow him too, even under the shadow of dark wings.
Faramir! Pippin cried with the others. Faramir!
Faramir heard his strange voice in the crowd. He turned and looked down at Pippin. He was surprised. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "A halfling, wearing the clothes of the tower. Where do you come from?"
Gandalf stepped beside him. "He came with me from the land of the halflings," he said. "He came with me. But we should not stay here. There is much to do and much to say. You are tired. He will come with us. He must, because if he remembers his new duties better than I do, he must return to his lord within the hour. Come, Pippin, follow us!"
At last they reached the private room of the lord of the city. Inside, there were deep chairs around a small fire with hot coals. Servants brought wine. Pippin stood quietly behind Denethor's chair. No one paid much attention to him. He was very tired, but he forgot his tiredness because he listened with great interest. Faramir ate some white bread and drank wine. Then he sat on a low chair on his father's left side. On the other side, a little apart, sat Gandalf on a carved wooden chair. At first he looked asleep. Faramir began by speaking about his mission from 10 days before. He told news from Ithilien. He spoke about enemy movements and their allies. He also told about a fight on the road, where the men from Harad and their great beast were defeated. He spoke like a captain giving a report. These things had been heard many times before. Now they felt small and unimportant. Then Faramir suddenly looked at Pippin.
"Now I must speak of strange things," he said. "This is not the first halfling I have seen come from old northern tales into the southern lands."
At this, Gandalf sat up and held the arms of his chair. He said nothing. He gave Pippin a look that stopped him from speaking. Denethor watched their faces and nodded, as if he already understood. The others stayed quiet. Faramir told his story slowly. He mostly looked at Gandalf. Sometimes he glanced at Pippin, as if to help his memory. Faramir spoke about meeting Frodo and his servant. He told what happened at Heneth-Anan. As Pippin listened, he noticed Gandalf's hands shaking on the wooden chair. They looked very white and very old. Pippin suddenly felt afraid. He understood that Gandalf himself was worried, even afraid. The room felt warm and still. At last Faramir spoke about saying goodbye to the travelers. He told of their plan to go to Cirith Ungol. His voice became quiet. He shook his head and sighed. Then Gandalf jumped to his feet.
"Cirith Ungol? The Morgul Vale?" he said. "Tell me the time, Faramir. When did you leave them? When would they reach that terrible place?"
"I left them 2 mornings ago," said Faramir. "It is a long distance to the valley if they went straight south. Even if they went fast, they could not arrive before today. They may not be there yet. I understand your fear. But this darkness did not start because of them. It began the night before last. All Ithilien was in shadow then. I believe the enemy planned an attack long ago. The time was chosen before the travelers left me."
Gandalf walked back and forth across the floor.
2 mornings ago, he said. That is almost 3 days of travel. How far was the place where you parted?
"About 25 leagues in a straight line," said Faramir. "But I could not travel faster. The night before last I stayed at Caer Andros, the long island in the river that we defend. The horses are kept on this side of the river. When darkness came, I knew I must hurry. I rode from there with 3 others who had horses. I sent the rest of my men south to help guard the crossings at Osgiliath. I hope I did not do wrong." He looked at his father.
"Wrong," cried Denethor. His eyes flashed. "Why do you ask? The men were under your command. Or do you ask me to judge all your actions? You stand humbly before me, yet long ago you stopped following my advice. You speak carefully, as always. But I see your eyes watch Mithrandir, to know if you speak well or too much. He has had your heart for a long time. I am old, my son, but not foolish. I can still see and hear. Little of what you hide is hidden from me. I know the answers to many questions. Alas for Boromir."
"If what I have done upsets you, my father," said Faramir calmly, "I wish I had known your advice before such a hard choice was placed on me."
"Would that have changed your choice?" said Denethor. "I think not. I know you well. You always wish to be noble and generous, like a king of old. That is good in times of peace and safety. But in dark times, kindness can lead to death."
"So be it," said Faramir.
"So be it," cried Denethor.
"But not only with your death, Lord Faramir," said Denethor. "It would also mean the death of your father and of all your people. You must protect them now that Boromir is gone."
"Do you wish," said Faramir, "that Boromir and I had changed places?"
"Yes, I truly wish that," said Denethor. "Boromir was loyal to me. He did not follow wizards. He would have remembered what his father needed. He would not have wasted good chance. He would have brought me a great gift." For a short time, Faramir lost his calm.
"Father," he said, "please remember why I was in Ithilien and not Boromir. At least once, your advice was followed. The lord of the city gave that task to him, not to me."
"Do not wake the pain I made for myself," said Denethor. "I have felt it many nights already. I feared something worse would come. Now it has. I wish it were not so. I wish this thing had come to me instead."
"Take comfort," said Gandalf. "Boromir would not have brought it to you. He is dead, and he died with honor. May he rest in peace. But you are mistaken. He would have reached for this thing. If he had taken it, it would have changed him. He would have kept it. When he came back, you would not have known your son."
Denethor's face became hard and cold. "You found Boromir hard to guide, did you not?" he said quietly. "But I was his father. I say he would have brought it to me. You are wise, Mithrandir, but not wise in all things. There are choices that are not wizard tricks and not foolish speed. I know more in this matter than you think."
"Then what is your wisdom?" said Gandalf.
"My wisdom is this," said Denethor. "There are 2 foolish paths. To use this thing is dangerous. And to send it now, with a small halfling, into the land of the enemy, as you have done with my son, is madness."
"And what would Lord Denethor have done?" said Gandalf.
"Neither," said Denethor. "I would never have put this thing at such great risk. If the enemy took it back, we would be ruined. It should have been kept hidden. Hidden deep and dark. Not used, unless at the very last need. And kept out of his reach, unless we had a final victory, after which nothing would matter, for we would be dead."
"You think only of Gondor, as you often do, my lord," said Gandalf. "But there are other people and other lives. There is still time. And I even feel pity for the enemy's slaves."
"And where would other people look for help if Gondor falls?" said Denethor. "If I had this thing now, locked deep in this city, we would not fear so much. Our plans would be calm. If you do not trust me to face this test, then you do not know me."
"Still, I do not trust you," said Gandalf. "If I had, I could have sent it here and saved much pain. After hearing you speak, I trust you even less, no more than Boromir. Do not be angry. I do not trust myself either. I refused this thing when it was offered to me. You are strong, Denethor, and you can still rule yourself in some ways. But if you had taken it, it would have broken you. Even if it were buried deep under the mountain, it would still eat at your mind as darkness grows and worse days come.
For a moment, Denethor's eyes shone as he faced Gandalf. Pippin felt the strong tension between them again. It seemed like sharp looks crossing between their eyes. Pippin shook with fear, expecting something terrible. But suddenly Denethor relaxed. He became cold again and lifted his shoulders. If you had, he said. Such words are empty. It has gone into the shadow. Only time will show what fate waits for it, and for us. The time will be short. In what time remains, let all who fight the enemy do so together. Let them keep hope while they can, and after hope, the courage to die free. What do you think of the guard at Osgiliath?
It is not strong, said Faramir. I have sent the men of Ithilien to help it, as I said before.
It is still not enough, said Denethor. The first attack will come there. They will need a strong leader.
There and in many other places, said Faramir, and he sighed. I am sad for my brother, whom I loved. He stood up. May I go now, father? Then he swayed and leaned on his father's chair.
You are tired, said Denethor. You have ridden far and fast. I hear there was evil in the air.
Let us not speak of that, said Faramir.
Then we will not, said Denethor. Go now and rest as you can. Tomorrow will be harder. Everyone said goodbye to the lord of the city. They went to rest while they still had time. Outside, the night was very dark. There were no stars. Gandalf walked to their rooms. Pippin walked beside him and held a small light. They did not speak. When they were inside and the door was closed, Pippin took Gandalf's hand.
Tell me, Pippin said. Is there any hope? I mean for Frodo. At least for Frodo.
Gandalf put his hand gently on Pippin's head. There was never much hope, he said. Only a small and foolish hope. When I heard about Cirith Ungol. He stopped and walked to the window. He looked into the dark east, as if he could see far away. Cirith Ungol, he said quietly. Why did they go that way? He turned back. When I heard that name, my heart felt weak. But I believe the news from Faramir still gives us some hope. The enemy has started the war early. He moved while Frodo was still free. Now he must look in many directions. He will look away from his own land. Still, Pippin, I feel his fear and his hurry. He began too soon. Something has pushed him. Gandalf stood still and thought. Maybe, he said softly. Maybe even your mistake helped, my boy. 5 days ago he learned that we defeated Saruman and took the stone. But that alone means little. We could not use it well without him knowing. Ah, Aragorn. His time is close. He is strong and firm inside. He is brave and ready to take great risks. Maybe he used the stone. Maybe he showed himself to the enemy to challenge him. That could be the reason. We will know more when the riders of Rohan arrive, if they are not too late. Hard days are coming. Let us sleep while we can.
But, said Pippin.
But what? Said Gandalf. I will allow only one but tonight.
Gollum, said Pippin. How can they travel with him? How can they even follow him? I saw that Faramir did not like the place Gollum was leading them to. What is wrong?
I cannot answer now, said Gandalf. But my heart knew that Frodo and Gollum would meet again before the end. It could be for good or for bad. I will not speak of Cirith Ungol tonight. I fear betrayal. I fear it from that sad creature. But it must be so. Sometimes a betrayer can betray himself, and do good by accident. It can happen. Good night.
The next day came with a morning like dark brown light. It felt like dusk, not morning. Men felt sad again, even after Faramir had returned the day before. The flying shadows did not appear that day. Still, from time to time, a thin cry came from high above the city. When people heard it, fear touched their hearts. Some stood still in fear. Others were weaker and cried. Soon Faramir was gone again. They give him no rest, people said. The Lord pushes his son too hard. Now he must do the work of two, for himself and for the one who will not return. Men kept looking north. They asked again and again, where are the riders of Rohan? Faramir did not leave by his own wish. The lord of the city ruled the council. That day, he did not want to listen to others. Early in the morning, the council met. The captains agreed that danger was growing in the south. Their forces were too small to attack. They could only defend the city unless the riders of Rohan came. They had to guard the walls and wait. But, said Denethor, we should not give up the outer walls so easily. They were built with great effort. The enemy must pay a high price to cross the river. He cannot attack the city in great numbers from the north because of the marshes. He cannot come from the south easily because the river is wide and needs many boats. He will strike at Osgiliath. He tried before, and Boromir stopped him.
That was only a test, said Faramir. Today we may hurt the enemy badly at the crossing. But it may still cost us too much. He can lose many soldiers. We cannot. If he crosses in great strength, our men far away may not escape safely.
And what about Caer Andros? Said the prince. It must also be held if we defend Osgiliath. We must not forget the danger on our left. The Rohirrim may come, or they may not. Faramir has told us that strong forces are moving to the Black Gate. More than one army may come out. They may attack more than one crossing. In war, we must take risks, said Denethor. Caer Andros is guarded. We cannot send more men so far away. But I will not give up the river and the Pelennor without a fight, he said. Not while there is a captain here who is brave enough to follow his lord. All the men were quiet. After a long moment, Faramir spoke.
I will not fight against your choice, my lord. You have lost Boromir. I will go in his place. I will do what I can, if you order me.
I do order it, said Denethor.
Then goodbye, said Faramir. If I come back, I ask you to think better of me.
That will depend on how you return, said Denethor.
Gandalf spoke last to Faramir before he rode east. Do not waste your life in anger or sadness, he said. You will be needed here, for things other than battle. Your father loves you, Faramir. He will remember this before the end. Farewell.
So Lord Faramir went out again. He took with him the men who wished to go, and those who could be spared. On the walls, some people looked into the dark toward the broken city. They wondered what was happening there, but they could see nothing. Others looked north and counted the long distance to Theoden in Rohan.
Will he come? They asked. Will he remember our old friendship?
Yes, he will come, said Gandalf. Even if he comes too late. Think about it. At best, the Red Arrow reached him only 2 days ago. The road from Edoras is very long.
Night fell again before news arrived. A man rode fast from the river crossings. He said that a great army had come out of Minas Morgul. They were already moving toward Osgiliath. Soldiers from the south had joined them. They were tall and fierce.
And we have learned this, said the rider. The black captain leads them again. Fear goes before him, even across the river.
With these dark words, the third day since Pippin came to Minas Tirith came to an end. Few people slept. Almost no one hoped that even Faramir could hold the crossings for long. The next day, the darkness did not grow stronger, but it felt heavier in men's hearts. Fear lay over the city. News came again, and soon. The enemy had crossed the Anduin. Faramir was pulling back toward the wall of the Pelennor. He tried to keep his men together and move them to the causeway forts. But the enemy had far more soldiers.
If he gets back across the Pelennor at all, the enemy will follow close behind, said the messenger. They lost many men at the crossing, but fewer than we hoped. Their plan was ready for a long time. In secret, they built many boats in East Osgiliath. They crossed the river in great numbers. But the worst is the black captain. He breaks our strength. Few can stand when they only hear that he is coming. Even his own soldiers fear him and obey him without question.
Then I am needed there more than here, said Gandalf.
He rode away at once, and soon his light was lost in the distance. All that night, Pippin stood awake on the wall alone and looked toward the east. The bells of morning had just begun to ring again. They sounded empty in the dark sky. Far away, Pippin saw fires rise. They burned in the dim places where the walls of the Pelennor stood. The watchmen shouted, and all the men in the city took up their weapons. From time to time, red light flashed, and slow, deep sounds rolled through the air.
They have taken the wall, people cried. They are breaking it open. They are coming.
Where is Faramir? Cried Beregond in fear. Do not say that he is dead.
Gandalf brought the first clear news. Near the middle of the morning, he came with a small group of riders. They guarded a line of wagons. The wagons carried wounded men, all who could be saved from the fall of the causeway forts. Gandalf went at once to Denethor. The lord of the city sat in a high room above the hall of the White Tower. Pippin stood beside him. Through the dark windows, to the north, south, and east, Denethor stared with tired eyes. It was as if he tried to see through the shadows around him. He looked most often to the north. From time to time, he paused, as if he hoped to hear the sound of horses far away.
Has Faramir come back? He asked.
No, said Gandalf. But he was alive when I left him. He chose to stay with the last guard, to stop the retreat from turning into panic. He may hold his men together for a short time, but I fear it will not last. The enemy is too strong. One has come whom I feared.
Not the Dark Lord, cried Pippin, forgetting himself in his fear.
Denethor gave a hard, bitter laugh. No, not yet, Master Peregrin. He will only come when all is won, to stand over me in victory. He uses others to fight for him. All great lords do this, if they are wise. Why else should I sit here, think, watch, and wait, even sending my sons? I can still fight myself.
He stood up and opened his long black cloak. Under it, he wore armor. At his side hung a long sword with a great hilt in a sheath of black and silver. Thus I have lived, and for many years I have rested little,
he said. I did this so my body would not become weak or afraid as I grow old.
But now, under the Lord of Barad-dûr, the worst of his captains already controls your outer walls, said Gandalf. He was once the king of Angmar. He is a dark wizard and a ringwraith. He leads the Nazgul. He brings fear for Sauron and spreads hopelessness.
Then, Mithrandir, you have met an enemy as strong as you, said Denethor. I have long known who leads the armies of the Dark Tower. Is this all you came to tell me? Or did you pull back because you could not face him?
Pippin shook with fear. He thought Gandalf might answer in anger, but he did not.
That could be true, Gandalf said calmly. But the true test has not come yet. Old words say that no man will defeat him. Even the wise do not know how his end will come. For now, the captain of despair does not move forward himself. He stays behind and drives his servants ahead in a cruel way. I came to protect the wounded who can still be healed. The Ramah's wall is broken in many places. Soon the army from Morgul will enter from many sides. I came mainly to say this: battle will soon come to the fields. We must prepare a sudden attack. It should be made by horsemen. This is our short hope, because the enemy has few riders.
And we also have few, said Denethor. The arrival of Rohan would be perfect now.
We may see others arrive first, said Gandalf. Men fleeing from Caer Andris have already come. The island has fallen. Another army has come from the Black Gate, moving in from the northeast.
Some say you enjoy bringing bad news, Mithrandir, said Denethor. But this is not new to me. I knew it before night yesterday. As for the attack, I had already thought about it. Let us go down.
Time passed. At last, watchers on the walls saw the soldiers pulling back. Small groups of tired and wounded men came first. They had little order. Some ran as if chased. Far to the east, fires flickered. Then the fires spread across the land. Houses and barns were burning. From many places, long lines of fire moved forward. They twisted through the dark and came together near the wide road from the city gate to Osgiliath. The enemy, people whispered. The wall is broken. They are coming through the gaps. They carry fire. Where are our own people? Evening came closer. The light grew weak. Even sharp-eyed men on the citadel could see little, except the growing fires and the long bright lines that moved faster and closer. At last, less than a mile from the city, a larger group appeared. They marched together and did not run. The watchers held their breath. Faramir must be there, they said. He can lead both men and horses. He will succeed. The main retreat was now very close. From the darkness behind, a small group of horsemen rode fast. They were all that remained of the rear guard. They turned again to face the fire behind them. Then loud cries rose. Enemy riders rushed forward. The lines of fire became heavy streams. Many orcs carried flames. Men from the south followed with red banners, shouting in rough voices. They pushed forward and caught up with the retreat. From the dark sky above came the flying shadows of the Nazgul, dropping down in fear. The retreat broke apart. Men ran in panic. Some threw away their weapons. Some cried out. Some fell to the ground in terror. Then a trumpet sounded from the citadel. At last, Denethor gave the signal. The horsemen who still remained in the city had waited near the gate. Now they rushed forward. They formed lines, sped up, and charged with a loud cry. From the walls, people shouted back. At the front rode the Swan Knights of Dol Amroth. Their prince led them, with a blue banner flying. Amroth for Gondor! They cried. Amroth to Faramir! They attacked the enemy on both sides of the retreat like a sudden storm. One rider was faster than all the others. He rode Shadowfax, bright and open to all eyes. Light shone from his raised hand. The Nazgul cried out and flew away. Their leader had not arrived to face this white light. The army from Morgul was busy chasing their target. They did not expect this attack. They broke apart and ran in fear, like sparks blown by strong wind. The soldiers who had been running turned back with a loud cheer and struck their enemies. The hunters now became the hunted. The retreat turned into a strong attack. The ground was full of fallen orcs and men. Burning torches lay on the field and made thick smoke. The horsemen rode on. But Denethor did not let them go far. The enemy was pushed back for a short time, but more enemies were coming from the east. The trumpet sounded again and called for retreat. The riders of Gondor stopped. Behind them, the other groups came together again. Then they marched back in good order. They reached the city gate and went inside with pride. The people watched them and shouted praise. But their hearts were heavy. Many men were missing. Faramir had lost a third of his soldiers. And no one saw him. At last he came. His men entered first. The knights on horses followed. At the back came the banner of Dolemroth and the prince. In his arms, on his horse, he carried the body of his cousin, Faramir son of Denethor, found on the field. Faramir! Faramir! People cried, weeping in the streets. He did not answer. They carried him up the long road to the citadel, to his father. When the Nazgul turned away from the White Rider, a dark dart flew through the air. Faramir was fighting a rider from the south and fell to the ground. The charge of the Knights of Dolemroth saved him from enemies who would have killed him as he lay.
Prince Imrahil brought Faramir to the White Tower. He said, "Your son has returned, Lord, after brave deeds."
He told Denethor all that he had seen. Denethor stood and looked at his son's face. He said nothing. He ordered them to make a bed and lay Faramir on it, and then to leave. Denethor went alone to a secret room at the top of the tower. People outside saw a pale light shining from the small windows. It flickered for a while, then flashed and went out. When Denethor came down, he sat by Faramir without speaking. His face was grey, and he looked closer to death than his son. Now the city was fully under attack, closed in by enemies on all sides. The wall around the fields was broken, and all the land outside was lost. The last message from outside came from men running down the north road before the gate was closed. They were what was left of the guard there. Ungol led them. He was the same man who had let Gandalf and Pippin enter less than 5 days before, when there was still hope in the morning light.
"There is no news of the Rohirrim," he said. "Rohan will not come now. Even if they come, it will not help us. A new army has arrived first. They crossed the river near Andros. They are very strong. There are many orcs of the eye, and many men we have not seen before. They are short but wide and grim. They have beards like dwarfs and carry large axes. They come from a wild land in the far east. They now hold the north road, and many have gone into Anorion. The Rohirrim cannot come."
The gate was closed. All night, the guard stood on the walls. They heard that the enemy was moving outside the city. The enemy burned fields and trees. They attacked any person they found outside, whether alive or dead. No one knew how many enemies had crossed the river in the dark. When morning came, the people saw the truth. The land was full of enemy soldiers. As far as they could see, there were dark groups of men. Around the city, many large camps stood. The tents were black or dark red. The orcs worked quickly like ants. They dug deep trenches in a wide circle around the city. The trenches were just far enough so arrows could not reach them. When a trench was ready, it was filled with fire. No one knew how the fire was started or kept burning. All day, the enemy worked. The men of Minas Tirith watched from the walls. They could not stop them. When one part of the trench was finished, large wagons came forward. More enemy soldiers followed. Behind the trenches, they built huge machines to throw heavy stones and other weapons. The city had no machines that could reach so far. They could not stop the enemy's work. At first, some men laughed. They did not fear these machines. The main wall of the city was very high and very thick. It was built long ago, when the people of Enmena were still strong and skilled. The outside of the wall was hard, dark, and smooth. It could not be broken by swords or fire. Only a great shaking of the earth could break it.
No, they said, even if the Dark Lord himself comes, he cannot enter while we are alive.
But others answered, while we are alive. For how long? He has a strong weapon. It has destroyed many cities in the past. That weapon is hunger. The roads are closed. Rohan may not come.
The engines did not aim at the strong wall. No simple leader ordered this attack. A cruel and dark mind guided it. When the great throwing machines were ready, the enemies shouted and pulled ropes. The machine sent stones very high into the air. The stones flew over the wall and fell inside the first part of the city. Some stones broke into fire as they fell. Soon fire started behind the wall. Many people hurried to stop the flames. They ran from place to place to put out the fire. Then another attack began. It did not break buildings, but it was worse for the heart. Small round objects fell into the streets near the gate. They did not burn. When people went closer to see them, they cried or fell down in sorrow. The enemy had thrown into the city the heads of fallen soldiers. These were the heads of men who died at Osgiliath, on the walls, and in the fields. They were terrible to see. Some were broken. Some were badly hurt. Many still showed faces that could be known. They showed pain and fear. All were marked with the sign of the Dark Lord. Even so, many people saw the face of someone they once knew. It could be a friend, a worker, or a man who once rode into the city on a happy day from the green hills. Men shook their hands in anger at the enemies before the gate. They shouted curses, but the enemies did not care. They did not understand the words of the West. They answered only with harsh cries, like wild animals. Soon, few people in Minas Tirith still felt brave enough to stand and resist. The Dark Lord used another weapon, stronger than hunger. He used fear and deep hopelessness. The Nazgul returned. As their master grew stronger, their voices grew worse. They spoke only his will and his hate. They flew above the city again and again, like dark birds waiting for death. They stayed out of sight and out of reach, but their presence was always felt. Their cries filled the air. Each cry was harder to bear than the last. At last even strong soldiers fell to the ground as the threat passed above them. Others stood still and dropped their weapons. Their hands felt weak. Darkness filled their minds. They no longer thought of fighting. They thought only of hiding, crawling, and dying. All through this dark day, Faramir lay in his bed in the White Tower. He burned with fever and spoke without sense. Some said he was dying, and soon everyone said it. His father sat beside him. He said nothing. He watched only his son and no longer cared about the defense of the city. Pippin had never known such a dark time. Not even when he was held by the Uruk-hai. His duty was to serve the Lord, and he stayed near. He stood by the door of the dark room, forgotten by others. He tried to control his fear. As he watched, Denethor seemed to grow old in front of him. It was as if something had broken inside him. His proud strength was gone. Grief had done this, and regret as well. Pippin saw tears on a face that had never shown them before. This was worse than anger.
"Do not cry, my lord," Pippin said with shaking voice. "Maybe he will get better. Have you spoken to Gandalf?"
"Do not comfort me with wizards," said Denethor. "That foolish hope has failed. The enemy has found it. Now his power grows. He knows our thoughts, and all we do brings harm. I sent my son away without thanks or blessing. I sent him into danger for no need. Now poison runs in his body. No matter what happens in the war, my family ends here. The house of the stewards has failed. Small and weak people will rule what is left of the kings of men. They will hide in the hills until all are driven away."
Men came to the door and called for the lord of the city.
"No, I will not go," he said. "I must stay with my son. He may still speak before the end, but that end is near. Follow whom you wish, even the grey fool, though his hope is gone. I stay here."
So Gandalf took charge of the last defense of Gondor. Wherever he went, people felt hope rise again. The dark flying fear left their thoughts. He walked without rest from the citadel to the gate, and along the wall from north to south. With him went the Prince of Dolemroth in bright armor. He and his knights stood proud and strong, like true lords of old blood. People who saw them whispered, "The old stories may be true. There may be elvish blood in that land, for the people of Nimrodel once lived there long ago." Then someone would softly sing an old song of Nimrodel, or other songs of the Anduin Valley from long past years, bringing a small light into the darkness. When the riders had gone, fear came back to the men. The shadows felt heavy again. Their hearts felt cold. The courage of Gondor faded away. Slowly, the long day of fear became a dark night with no hope. Fires burned freely in the first circle of the city. On the outer wall, many soldiers could not go back to safety. Only a few loyal men stayed at their places. Most had run past the second gate. Far from the fighting, the river had a bridge built quickly. All day, more soldiers and weapons crossed it. At last, in the deep night, the attack began. The first troops moved through lines of fire. They used many small paths left between the flames. They came forward without care for their own safety. They stayed close together as they moved. They were inside the reach of the archers on the wall. But there were very few archers left. They could not stop many enemies. The firelight showed clear targets, and some archers still had great skill, like Gondor once had. When the enemy leader saw that the city's strength was almost gone, he used his full power. Slowly, the huge war towers, made in Osgiliath, rolled forward through the night. Messengers came again to the room in the White Tower. Pippin let them in because they were in a hurry. Denethor slowly turned his head away from Faramir. He looked at the messengers and said nothing.
"The first circle of the city is on fire, my lord," they said. "What should we do? You are still our lord and steward. Not all men will listen to Mithrandir. Many are running from the walls and leaving them empty."
"Why do they run?" said Denethor. "Why are they so foolish? It is better to burn sooner than later, because burn we must. Go back to your fire. And I will go to my own fire now. No grave for Denethor and Faramir. No grave. No long, quiet death. We will burn like old kings from long ago. The West has failed. Go back and burn."
The messengers did not bow or speak. They turned and ran away. Denethor stood up. He let go of Faramir's hot hand.
"He is burning already," he said in a quiet, sad voice. "His spirit is falling apart."
Then he walked softly to Pippin and looked down at him.
"Farewell," he said. "Farewell, Pegrin, son of Paladin. You served for a short time, and now it is ending. I free you from what little duty is left. Go now and die in the way you choose. Die with anyone you wish, even the friend whose mistake brought you here. Call my servants, and then go. Farewell.
I will not say farewell, my lord, said Pippin as he knelt.
Then, like a hobbit again, he stood up and looked straight at the old man.
I ask your leave, sir, he said. I want very much to see Gandalf. He is not a fool. I will not think about dying until he gives up hope. I do not wish to be free from my word or my service while you are alive. If the enemy comes to the citadel, I hope to be here. I hope to stand beside you and be worthy of the armor you gave me.
Do as you wish, Master Halfling, said Denethor. My life is broken. Call my servants.
He turned back to look at Faramir. Pippin left him and called the servants. 6 men came. They were strong and healthy, but they shook with fear. Denethor spoke to them in a calm voice. He told them to put warm blankets on Faramir's bed and lift it up. They did as he said. They carried the bed out of the room very slowly, so they would not hurt the sick man. Denethor walked behind them, leaning on a staff. Pippin came last. They walked out of the White Tower like people going to a burial. Night was all around them. Dark clouds hung low, with weak red light under them. They crossed the large yard in silence. When Denethor spoke, they stopped near the withered tree. Everything was quiet. Far below, they could hear the sound of war in the city. Water dropped from the dead tree into a dark pool. Then they walked on through the gate of the citadel. The guard looked at them with shock and fear as they passed. They turned west and came to a door in the back wall of the 6th level. This door was called Fenhollen. It was kept closed and used only for funerals. Only the lord of the city or servant of the tombs could use it. Beyond the door was a narrow road that went down in many turns. It led to a quiet place under the mountain, where the tombs of the old kings and stewards stood. A gatekeeper sat in a small house nearby. He came out with a lantern, fear in his eyes. At Denethor's order, he unlocked the door. It opened without a sound. They took the lantern and went inside. The road was dark, with old walls and stone rails on each side. The light of the lantern moved and shook. Their footsteps echoed as they walked down and down. At last they reached the silent street, Rathdynan. Pale domes and empty halls stood around them, with stone shapes of people long dead. They entered the house of the stewards and put the bed down. Pippin looked around with fear. He stood in a wide room with a high roof. The small lantern made large shadows on the covered walls. He could see many stone tables in long rows. On each table lay a still body, hands folded, head resting on stone. One table nearby was empty. At a sign from Denethor, they laid Faramir on it. Denethor lay beside him. They covered both with one cloth. The servants stood with heads bowed, like people at a deathbed. Then Denethor spoke softly. "We will wait here. Do not call the workers of the dead. Bring wood quickly. Place it all around us and under us. Pour oil on it. When I tell you, light it with a torch. Do this and say no more to me. Farewell."
"Please, my lord."
Pippin turned and ran from the house in fear. Poor Faramir, he thought. I must find Gandalf. Poor Faramir. He needs medicine, not sadness. Where is Gandalf? He must be in the middle of the fight. He will be too busy for dying men or for a mad lord. At the door, Pippin stopped and spoke to one of the servants who stayed on guard.
"Your master is not thinking clearly," he said. "Go slowly. Bring no fire here while Faramir is alive. Do nothing until Gandalf comes."
Who is the true master of Minas Tirith? The man asked. Lord Denethor or the Grey Wanderer?
The Grey Wanderer, or no one, said Pippin.
He ran back up the twisting road as fast as he could. He passed the shocked gatekeeper, went through the door, and hurried on toward the citadel gate. As he ran past, a guard called to him. Pippin knew the voice. It was Beregond.
"Where are you running, Master Peregrine?" Beregond asked.
To find Mithrandir, Pippin answered.
"I will not stop the Lord's business," said Beregond. "But tell me quickly, if you can. What is happening? Where has my lord gone? I heard he went toward the closed door, and men carried Faramir before him."
Yes, said Pippin. To the silent street.
Beregond bowed his head and hid his tears.
"They said he was dying," he said softly. "Now he must be dead."
No, said Pippin. Not yet. Even now, I think he can still be saved. But the lord of the city has lost hope before the city is lost. He is not safe to follow.
Pippin quickly told him about Denethor's strange words and actions.
I must find Gandalf at once.
"Then you must go down to the battle," said Beregond.
I know. The Lord allowed me to go. But Beregond, if you can, please try to stop anything terrible from happening.
"The Lord does not allow guards in black and silver to leave their post," Beregond said. "Unless he himself gives the order."
"Well, you must choose between orders and the life of Faramir," said Pippin. "And about orders, I think your lord is not thinking clearly. I must go now. I will come back if I can."
Pippin ran on, down and down, toward the outer city. Men ran past him, coming back from the fires. Some saw his clothes and shouted to him, but he did not stop. At last he passed through the second gate. Beyond it, big fires burned between the walls. But it felt strange and quiet. He heard no battle cries and no clash of weapons. Then a terrible cry broke the air, followed by a loud crash that echoed around him. Fear almost made him fall. Still, Pippin forced himself forward. He turned a corner into the wide space behind the city gate. He stopped at once. He had found Gandalf, but fear made him pull back into the shadows. Since midnight, the attack had not stopped. Drums beat again and again. To the north and south, groups of enemies pushed toward the walls. Huge animals came forward in the red firelight. They were like moving houses. They pulled tall towers and wore tools through the burning streets. The enemy leader did not care how many were lost. This attack was only to test the city and keep its people busy everywhere. His real goal was the gate. The gate was very strong, made of iron and steel, with hard stone towers. But it was still the key place, and so the weakest point in the wall. The drums grew louder. Fires rose higher. Big war machines moved slowly across the ground. In the center came a huge ram, as long as many trees together. It hung on strong chains. It had been made in dark places far away. Its black iron head looked like a hungry wolf. Dark magic lay upon it. They called it Grond. Large beasts pulled it forward. Orcs walked around it, and behind them came great trolls to guide it. At the gate, the defenders still stood firm. Brave knights and strong soldiers held their ground. Arrows flew through the air. Tall towers fell or caught fire. The ground near the gate was covered with broken things and fallen bodies. Still, more enemies came, as if they could not stop themselves. Grond moved on. Fire could not burn it. Sometimes a beast pulling it went wild and hurt those around it. When that happened, Others quickly took its place. Nothing stopped the ram. Grond moved on. The drums beat wildly. Over the fallen ground appeared a terrible rider. He sat on a horse, tall and dark, wearing a black cloak. He rode forward slowly, over the fallen, and did not fear arrows. He stopped and raised a long pale sword. At once, great fear spread to everyone. Both sides felt weak. Arms fell to the ground. No bow was used. For a short moment, everything was still. Then the drums beat again. With a great push, Grond was thrown forward by huge hands. It hit the gate. A deep sound rolled through the city like thunder. The iron doors held firm. Then the dark leader stood tall and cried out in a voice. He spoke old words full of fear and power, meant to break both heart and stone. He cried out 3 times. 3 times the ram struck the gate. On the last blow, the gate of Gondor broke. A bright flash filled the air. The doors shattered and fell apart onto the ground. The Lord of the Nazgul rode in. His dark shape stood against the fires behind him. He seemed full of fear and despair. He passed under the great arch where no enemy had ever entered before. All fled from him. All except one. In front of the broken gate sat Gandalf on Shadowfax. Shadowfax did not move. He stood calm and strong, like a stone statue.
"You cannot enter here," said Gandalf. The dark shape stopped. "Go back to the darkness made for you. Go back to nothing, where you and your master belong. Go!"
The Black Rider pulled back his hood. A crown floated above him, though no head could be seen. Red fire shone between the crown and his dark shoulders. From an unseen mouth came cold laughter. "Old fool," he said. "Old fool. This is my time. Do you not know death when you see it? Die now and speak useless words."
And with that, he raised his sword high. Fire ran along the blade. Gandalf did not move. At that same moment, far behind in a yard of the city, a rooster cried. The sound was sharp and clear. It did not care about magic or war. It only greeted the morning. High above, the night was ending, and a new day was coming. Then, as if answering the call, another sound came from far away. Horns. More horns. Their echoes rolled along the dark sides of Mindoluin. Great horns from the north were blowing with joy and strength. Rohan had come at last. Chapter 5: The Ride of the Rohirrim. It was dark, and Merry could see nothing. He lay on the ground inside his blanket. The night was still, with no wind. Yet all around him, hidden trees made soft sounds, like quiet breathing. He lifted his head. He heard the sound again. It was like weak drums in the hills and forests. The sound stopped and started again. Sometimes it was closer. Sometimes it was far away. He wondered if the guards had heard it too. He could not see them, but he knew the riders of Rohan were all around him. He could smell the horses in the dark. He heard them move and step softly on the ground covered with pine needles. The army was resting in pine woods near Eilenac Beacon. This was a tall hill near the long forest of Druodon, close to the great road in East Anorion. Merry was very tired, but he could not sleep. He had ridden for 4 days without rest. Each day, the darkness in the land felt heavier in his heart. He began to ask himself why he had wanted to come. He had many reasons to stay behind. Even his lord had told him to stay. He also wondered if the old king knew he had not obeyed and felt angry. Maybe not. Dernhelm and Elfhelm seemed to understand each other. Elfhelm was the marshal leading their group. He and his men ignored Merry. If Merry spoke, they acted as if they did not hear. He felt like a bag that Dernhelm carried. Dernhelm gave no comfort. He never spoke to anyone. Merry felt small, not wanted, and alone. The time was full of worry. The army was in danger. They were less than 1 day's ride from the walls of Minas Tirith. Scouts had gone ahead. Some did not return. Others came back fast and said the road was blocked. A strong enemy force was camped there, west of Amorn Din. Some enemy soldiers were moving closer along the road. They were only a few leagues away. Orcs moved through the hills and woods near the road. The king and Emer talked together during the night. Merry wanted someone to talk to. He thought of Pippin. That made him feel even more uneasy. Poor Pippin was trapped in the great stone city. He was alone and afraid. Merry wished he were tall like Emer. He wished he could blow a horn and ride fast to help his friend. He sat up and listened again. The drum sounds came back, now closer. Soon he heard quiet voices. He saw dim lanterns moving between the trees. Men near him began to move, unsure in the dark. A tall man appeared and tripped over him, speaking in anger about tree roots. Merry knew the voice. It was Elfhelm the marshal.
I am not a tree root, sir. I am not a bag either. I am a hurt hobbit. Please tell me what is happening.
I can tell little in this deep darkness. But my lord says we must be ready. Orders may come, and we may need to move quickly.
Is the enemy coming? Are those their drums? I thought I was only imagining them.
No. The enemy is on the road, not in the hills. You hear the wozes, the wild men of the woods. That is how they speak to each other. They still live in the Druodon forest. They are few and live in secret. They are careful and wild like animals. They do not fight Gondor or Rohan. But the darkness troubles them. Orcs are coming, and they fear bad times may return. We should be glad they are not hunting us. They are very skilled in the woods. They have offered help to King Theoden. One of their leaders is being brought to the king now. You can see the lights there. That is all I know. Now I must follow my lord's orders. Stay ready, Master Bag. Elfhelm went back into the dark. Merry did not like hearing about wild men and their weapons. But more than that, fear pressed heavily on him. Waiting was too hard. He wanted to know what would happen next. He stood up and carefully followed the last lantern as it moved and vanished among the trees. Soon Merry came to a wide open place. A small tent stood there for the king. It was under a big tree. A large lantern hung from a branch. It gave a weak, pale light. King Theoden and Emer were sitting there. In front of them sat a strange man on the ground. He was short and round. His body looked hard and rough, like an old stone. His beard was thin and messy. It hung on his wide chin like dry grass. His arms were thick and short. He wore only grass around his waist. Merry felt he had seen this man before. Then he remembered the stone figures at Dunharrow, the Pukel men. This man looked like one of them, but alive. Maybe his people had lived here for a very long time. Merry moved closer. No one spoke. Then the wild man began to talk. He was answering a question. His voice was deep and rough. Merry was surprised because he spoke the common speech. But his words were slow and strange.
No, father of horsemen. We do not fight wars. We hunt. We kill wild animals in the woods. We hate orcs. You hate orcs too. We help how we can. Wild men have sharp eyes and good hearing. We know all the paths. We lived here before stone houses, before tall men came from the sea.
But we need help in battle. How can you help us?
We bring news. We watch from the hills. We climb the high mountains and look far. The stone city is closed. Fire burns there. It burned outside, and now it burns inside. You want to go there. You must go fast. But orcs and men from far lands sit on the horse road. There are very many. More than horsemen.
How do you know this?
Wild men are free, but not foolish. I am a great leader. My name is Beregond. I count many things. I count stars, leaves, and men in the dark. You are many, but they are more. A big fight will come. Many enemies also walk around the stone city walls.
Sadly, he speaks true. Our scouts say the same. The road is blocked with ditches and sharp posts. We cannot break through quickly.
But we must hurry. Mundberg is burning.
Let Beregond speak more. He knows more than one road. He will lead you on a path with no traps and no orcs. Only wild men and animals go there. Long ago, the stone people made many roads. They cut the hills like hunters cut meat. They pulled great wagons through this land. They do not use this road now. It is forgotten, but not by wild men. The road goes over hills and behind hills. It runs under grass and trees, behind Rimmon, down to Din, and back to the horse road. Wild men will show you this way. Then you will beat the orcs and push back the dark. After that, wild men will return to the quiet woods.
Emer and the king spoke together in their own language. At last Theoden turned back.
We accept your help. We leave many enemies behind, but that does not matter. If the stone city falls, we will not return. If it is saved, the enemy will be trapped. If you are true, Beregond, we will reward you well. You will have the friendship of the Mark forever.
Dead men are not friends. They give no gifts. But if you live after the darkness, then leave wild men alone. Do not hunt them like animals. Beregond will not lead you into danger. He will go himself with the king. If he leads you wrong, you may kill him.
So be it.
How long will the way take? We must walk, not ride. The path must be narrow.
Wild men walk fast. The way is wide in the Stonewain Valley. 4 horses can walk there. It is narrow at the start and the end. A wild man could walk from here to Din between sunrise and noon.
Then the leaders need at least 7 hours. For all the people, maybe 10 hours. Problems may slow us. When we leave the hills, it will take time to stand in order. What time is it now?
Who can tell? It is all night.
It is dark, but not full night. We feel the sun even when we do not see her. She is already climbing the eastern mountains. Day is starting in the sky.
Then we must leave as soon as we can.
Even so, we cannot hope to come to Gondor's aid today.
Merry did not wait to hear more. He walked away quietly to get ready. Soon the call to march would come. This was the final step before the battle. He felt that many of them might not live through it. He thought about Pippin and the fires in Minas Tirith. He pushed his fear down in his heart. That day passed without trouble. They did not see or hear the enemy. The wild men had placed careful watchers in the hills. They made sure no orc or spy could see the riders move. As they went closer to the city under attack, the light grew darker. The riders moved in long lines. They looked like dark shadows of men and horses. Each group had a wild man as a guide. Old Garn walked beside the king. The march was slower than planned. The riders had to walk and lead their horses. The hills were thick with trees. It took time to find safe paths down into the hidden Stonewain Valley. Late in the afternoon, the leaders reached wide grey bushes. These lay east of Amon Din. They covered a large break in the line of hills. Long ago, an old wagon road had passed through this gap. It once led back to the main road from the city. But over many years, trees had grown over it. The road was broken and hidden under old leaves. These grey bushes were the riders' last safe cover. After this, there would be open land and the main road. To the east and south, the hills were bare and rocky. They rose up in hard shapes toward the great mountain of Mindoluin. The first group stopped. As the others came out of the valley, they spread out and made camp under the grey trees. The king called the captains to meet. Yma sent riders to watch the road. Old Garn shook his head.
"It is no use to send horsemen," he said. "Wild men have already looked. The air is bad. They will come soon and speak to me."
The captains arrived. Then other wild men came slowly out of the trees. They looked much like Old Garn. Merry could hardly tell them apart. They spoke in a rough and strange language. After a while, Garn turned to the king.
"The wild men say many things," he said. "First, be careful. There are still many men in camp beyond Din, about an hour's walk away." He pointed west toward the dark beacon. "But there are none watching between here and the new walls of the stone folk. Many are busy there. The walls no longer stand. The enemy has knocked them down with loud noise and heavy tools. They do not watch their surroundings. They think their friends guard all the roads."
Old Garn made a strange bubbling sound. It seemed like laughter.
Good news, cried Yma. Even in this darkness, hope returns. The enemy's plans now help us. The darkness has hidden us. The enemy has pulled down the outer wall, which could have stopped us for a long time. Now we can ride through, if we reach that far.
"Once again I thank you, Garn Beregond of the woods," said Theoden. "Good luck to you for your news and your guidance."
"Kill orcs," answered Garn. "That is what the wild men want. Drive away the bad air and darkness with bright iron."
"For this we have ridden far," said the king. "We will try to do it. What we truly achieve, only tomorrow will show."
Garn Beregond bent down and touched the ground with his hard forehead to say farewell. Then he stood up to leave. Suddenly he stopped. He lifted his head like a wild animal sensing something new. His eyes shone.
"The wind is changing," he cried.
In a moment, he and his people were gone. They disappeared into the dark woods. No rider of Rohan ever saw them again. Not long after, far to the east, the soft sound of drums was heard again. Still, no one felt fear or doubt about the wild men, strange as they were.
"We do not need guides now," said Elfhelm. "Some of us have ridden to the city in times of peace. I have. When we reach the road, it will turn south. Then we will still have 7 leagues before the city walls. Along most of that way, there is grass beside the road. Messengers of Gondor once rode fast there. We can ride quickly too, and without much noise."
It was night. On both sides of the road, the riders of Rohan moved quietly. The road curved south near the great mountain Mindoluin. Far ahead, under the black sky, a red light shone. The dark sides of the mountain stood against it. They were close to the walls of the Pelennor, but day had not yet come. The king rode in the middle of the first group, with his guards around him. Elfhelm's men followed. Merry saw that Dernhelm moved forward in the dark. At last, Dernhelm rode just behind the king's guard. Then the riders slowed. Merry heard soft voices ahead. Scouts had gone close to the wall and now returned to the king.
Since we must face dark work and use all our strength, I think we should rest now. Then we ride again at night. We should reach the fields when morning is at its brightest, or when our Lord gives the sign.
The king agreed, and the captains went away. Soon Elfhelm came back.
Lord, the scouts found nothing past the grey wood. They found only 2 men and 2 horses. All were dead.
And? What does that mean?
They were messengers from Gondor, Lord. One was likely Hurgon. His hand still held the red arrow, but his head was gone. It looks like they were riding west when they died. I think they saw the enemy already attacking the outer wall when they came back. That was 2 nights ago, if they used fresh horses. They could not reach the city, so they turned back.
Alas! Then Denethor has heard no word of our ride. He will think we are not coming.
Great need cannot wait. But coming late is still better than not coming at all. Maybe old words will prove true today.
There are great fires, Lord. The city is ringed with flame, and enemies fill the fields. Most of them are busy attacking. Few guard the outer wall, and they are careless.
Do you remember the words of the wild man, Lord? My name is Widfara. I live on the open land in peacetime. The air speaks to me. The wind is changing. I feel a breath from the south, with a touch of the sea. Morning will bring change. Above the smoke, it will be dawn when you pass the wall.
If you speak true, Widfara, may you live long after this day. The hour has come, riders of the mark, sons of Earl. Fire and enemies stand before you. Your homes lie far behind. You fight on strange ground, but the honor you win will be yours forever. You have sworn oaths. Now keep them, to lord and land and old friendship.
Men struck spears on shields.
Emer, my son, you will lead the first group. You will ride behind the king's banner in the center. Elfhelm, take your men to the right after we pass the wall. Grimbold will lead his men to the left. The rest will follow as they can. Strike where the enemy gathers. We cannot plan more, for we do not yet know the field. Ride on, and fear no darkness.
The first riders moved fast, though the night was still very dark. Merry rode behind Dernhelm. He held tight with one hand and tried to free his sword with the other. He felt the truth of the king's old words.
I only slow my rider. I can only hope to stay on my horse and not fall under running hooves.
The outer wall was less than a league away. They reached it quickly, too quickly for Merry. Wild cries sounded, and weapons met, but only for a short time. The few orcs near the wall were surprised. They were killed or chased away. Before the broken north gate, the king stopped again. The first group gathered around him. Dernhelm stayed close to the king. Elfhelm's men had gone to the right. Grimbold's riders turned left and passed through a wide gap in the wall farther east. Merry looked past Dernhelm's back. Far away, maybe 10 miles off, a great fire burned. Between it and the riders, long lines of fire curved across the land. At the nearest point, the flames were less than a league away. He could see almost nothing on the dark land. He saw no sign of morning. He felt no wind at all. Quietly, the riders of Rohan moved forward into the fields of Gondor. They came in slowly but surely, like water rising through broken walls. The black captain thought only of the city that was falling. He did not know that danger was coming. No message warned him. After some time, the king led his men a little to the east. He wanted to move between the fires of the attack and the open fields. No enemy stopped them. Still, Theoden gave no sign. At last, he stopped again. The city was closer now. The air smelled of fire and death. The horses felt afraid and moved uneasily. The king sat on Snowmane and did not move. He looked at the plain of Minas Tirith. He seemed full of sorrow and fear. He looked old and weak again. Merry felt a heavy fear in his heart. His heart beat slowly. Time seemed to stop. They were too late. Too late was worse than never. He feared the king might lose courage. Maybe he would turn back and hide in the hills. Then Merry felt a change. Wind touched his face. A small light appeared. Far away in the south, he could see grey clouds moving. Morning was behind them. At the same moment, a bright flash rose near the city, like sudden light from the ground. For one sharp moment, the city stood clear in black and white. The top tower shone like a bright needle. Then darkness returned, and a loud sound rolled across the fields. At that sound, the king straightened up at once. He looked tall and strong again. He rose in his saddle and cried out in a clear, powerful voice, louder than Merry had ever heard from any man.
Arise, arise, riders of Doden. Fell deeds awake, fire and slaughter. Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride now. Ride to Gondor. Ride now, ride now. Ride to Gondor.
He took a great horn from Guthlav, his banner-bearer, and blew it with such force that it broke apart. At once, all the horns of Rohan were raised. Their sound filled the plain like a great storm and echoed like thunder in the mountains. The king spoke to Snowmane, and the horse leaped forward. The white horse banner flew behind him on green cloth, but the king rode faster than it. The knights of his house followed, but he stayed ahead of them all. Yma rode there too, his white horsetail flowing behind his helmet. The front of the first group rushed forward like a strong wave. No one could catch the king. He looked filled with wild courage, as if the strength of his fathers burned in him again. Snowmane carried him like a hero from old stories. His golden shield shone brightly, like the sun. Green grass seemed to glow under the white feet of his horse. Morning came at last. A wind came from the sea. The darkness faded away. The armies of Mordor cried out in fear. Terror took them. They ran, fell, and were crushed under the charging horses. Then all the riders of Rohan began to sing. They sang as they fought, filled with fierce joy. Their song, beautiful and frightening, reached even the city. Chapter 6: The Battle of Thre Pelengok Fields. It was not an orc leader or a simple thief who led the attack on Gondor. The darkness was breaking too soon, before the time his master had planned. For a moment, luck turned against him, and the world worked against his plans. Victory was slipping away as he tried to grasp it. Still, his power was great. He remained in control and held strong magic and command. As a king, a ringwraith, and lord of the Nazgul, he had many weapons. He left the gate and disappeared. King Theoden of Rohan had reached the road that led from the gate to the river. He turned toward the city, now less than a mile away. He slowed his ride a little, looking for new enemies. His knights gathered around him, and Dernhelm was with them. Closer to the walls, Elfhelm's men fought among the great war machines. They destroyed them, pushed enemies back, and drove them into the fire pits. Almost all the northern half of the Pelennor fields was now taken. Camps were burning. Orcs ran toward the river like animals fleeing hunters. The riders of Rohan moved freely across the land. But the battle was not yet won. The gate still stood. Many enemies guarded it. On the far side of the fields, other armies still waited, untouched. To the south of the road stood the main force of the Haradrim. Their horsemen gathered around the banner of their chief. He looked ahead as the light grew stronger. He saw the king's banner far in front of the fight. Only a few men were near it. Anger filled his heart. He cried out loudly. He raised his own banner, a black snake on red cloth. He rode toward the white horse and the green banners with many men around him. The swords of the southern fighters flashed like bright stars. King Theoden saw him. He did not wait. He called to his horse, Snowmanne, and rode straight forward to meet him. The two sides crashed together with great noise. The riders from the north fought with strong anger. They were skilled with long spears. They were fewer, but they pushed through the southern men like fire through trees. Theoden, son of Thengel, rode straight into the crowd. His spear broke when he struck down their leader. He pulled out his sword and rode to the enemy banner. He cut down the pole and the man who held it. The black snake banner fell. The southern riders who were still alive turned and ran far away. But suddenly, in the middle of the king's victory, something changed. The light of morning faded. Darkness fell around him. Horses jumped in fear and cried out. Men fell from their horses and lay on the ground.
To me! To me! Stand up, riders! Do not fear the dark!
But Snowmanne was full of fear. He rose high, striking at the air. Then he screamed and fell hard to the ground. A dark dart had struck him. The king fell under his horse. A great shadow came down like a dark cloud. It was a flying creature. If it was a bird, it was larger than any bird. It had no feathers. Its wide wings were like dark skin stretched between long fingers. It smelled foul. It seemed to come from a very old and evil time. The Dark Lord had raised it and fed it cruel food. It grew larger than any other flying thing. He gave it to his servant to ride. The creature came down and landed on Snowmane's body. It gripped with its claws and bent its long neck. On its back sat a huge dark shape. He wore a steel crown. Under the dark robe, only his bright deadly eyes could be seen. He was the Lord of the Nazgul. He had returned from the air before the darkness ended. Now he came again, bringing ruin and fear. He carried a great black weapon. But King Theoden was not fully alone. The knights of his house lay dead around him, or their wild horses had carried them away. Still, one person stood near him. It was Dernhelm, young and loyal. He cried, because he loved his lord like a father. Merry had been carried safely behind Dernhelm during the charge. When the shadow came, the horse Windfola threw them down in fear and ran away across the field. Merry crawled on hands and knees, confused and sick with fear. His heart cried inside him, "You are the king's man. You must stay with him. You promised to be like a father to me." But his body shook, and he could not move. He did not dare to open his eyes. Then, through the darkness in his mind, he heard Dernhelm speak. But the voice sounded strange, like another voice he knew.
"Go away, evil spirit, eater of the dead. Leave the fallen in peace.
Do not come between me and my prey. If you do, I will not spare you. I will carry you away to a place of sorrow and endless dark.
Do what you wish. I will stop you if I can.
Stop me? You are a fool. No living man can stop me.
But I am no living man. You look at a woman. I am Eowyn, daughter of Eamund. You stand between me and my lord and my people. Go away, if you are not beyond death. Living or dead, I will strike you if you touch him.
The flying creature screamed at her. The ringwraith did not answer. He was silent, as if unsure. Merry's fear eased for a moment. He opened his eyes, and the darkness lifted. A short distance away, the great beast sat on the ground. Darkness lay around it. Above it stood the Lord of the Nazgul, like a shadow of deep despair. A little to the side stood the one he had called Dernhelm. Her helmet had fallen away. Her long hair was free and shone pale gold on her shoulders. Her grey eyes, like the sea, looked hard and tired. Tears ran down her face. She held a sword in one hand and lifted her shield toward the terrible eyes of her enemy. It was Eowyn. She was also Dernhelm. Merry remembered her face from the ride from Dunharrow. It was the face of someone who looked for death and had no hope. Pity filled his heart. He felt wonder too. Then courage woke inside him, slow but strong. He closed his hand. She must not die. She was too brave and too sad. At least she should not die alone. The enemy did not look at Merry. Still, Merry was afraid to move. He feared those deadly eyes. Very slowly, he began to crawl to the side. The dark captain watched only the woman before him. He did not notice Merry at all. Suddenly the great beast beat its ugly wings. The wind from them was dirty and cold. The beast jumped into the air. Then it fell fast toward Eowyn. It cried loudly and attacked with beak and claw. Eowyn did not move back. She stood strong. She was a woman of Rohan, from a line of kings. She was slim but sharp like steel. She was beautiful and fearful at the same time. She struck quickly and with skill. Her sword cut the long neck of the beast. The head fell to the ground like a stone. She jumped back as the huge body crashed down. The wide wings fell and broke on the earth. With its fall, the dark shadow left. Light came around her. Her hair shone in the morning sun. From the fallen body rose the Black Rider. He stood tall and full of threat. He lifted his heavy weapon and brought it down with a cry of hate. Her shield broke into many pieces. Her arm was badly hurt. She fell to her knees. He bent over her and raised his weapon again to end her life. Then he cried out in sudden pain. His strike missed and hit the ground. Merry's sword had struck him from behind. It cut through his dark clothes and hurt the back of his knee.
Eowyn! Eowyn! Cried Merry.
With her last strength, Eowyn stood up. She drove her sword into the space between his crown and his cloak. The great shoulders bent before her. Her sword broke into shining pieces. The crown fell away with a loud sound. Eowyn fell forward onto her enemy. But the dark clothes were empty. They lay on the ground with no body inside. A strange cry rose into the shaking air. It became thin and weak. It went away with the wind and was never heard again in that age of the world. Meriadoc the Hobbit stood among the fallen. Tears filled his eyes, and he could hardly see. Through the mist, he looked at Eowyn's fair head. She lay still and did not move. He looked at the king's face too. The king had fallen in his great moment. Snowmanare had rolled away from him in pain, but the horse's fall had caused the king's end. Merry bent down and lifted the king's hand to kiss it. Then the Odin opened his eyes. They were clear. He spoke softly, though it was hard for him.
"Farewell, Master Hobbitler," he said. "My body is broken. I go to my fathers. I am not ashamed. I defeated the Dark Serpent. It was a hard morning, but also a proud day, and a golden sunset."
Merry could not speak. He cried again. At last he said, "Forgive me, my lord, if I did not obey you. I have done little but cry at our goodbye."
The old king smiled. "Do not be sad. You are forgiven. A brave heart cannot be stopped. Live in peace. When you sit quietly with your pipe, think of me. I will not sit with you in Meduseld, as I promised. I will not hear your stories of herbs."
He closed his eyes. Merry bowed beside him. After a while, the king spoke again. But at that moment, there was loud noise everywhere. Horns and trumpets were blowing. Merry looked around. He had forgotten about the war and about the world around him. It felt like many hours had passed since the king fell. But in truth, it had been only a short time. Now he saw that they were in great danger. A huge battle was about to begin all around them. New enemy soldiers were coming fast along the road from the river. From the walls came the dark armies of Morgul. From the south fields came soldiers of Harad on foot, with horsemen in front of them. Behind them moved very large beasts, carrying towers for war. But to the north, Ema led the Rohirrim. His white banner was clear to see. He had gathered his riders again. From the city came all the men who could still fight. At the front was the silver swan of Dolamroth, pushing the enemy back from the gate. For a short moment, Merry thought, "Where is Gandalf? Is he not here? Could he not have helped the king and Eowyn?" Then Ema rode up quickly. With him came the knights who were still alive and had control of their horses. They stared in shock at the body of the great dark creature on the ground. Their horses were afraid and would not go near it. Ema jumped down from his horse. When he came to the king and stood beside him, deep sorrow came over him, and he stood silent. One of the knights took the king's banner from Guthlaf, who lay dead. The knight lifted the banner high. Slowly, the king opened his eyes. When he saw the banner, he made a sign that it should be given to Ema. Then he died. He did not know that Eowyn lay close by. The people around them cried and wept, calling, "The Odin King! The Odin King!" But Ema spoke to them. Even as he spoke, Ema himself was crying. He looked at the fallen soldiers and remembered their names. Then he saw his sister Eowyn lying there, and he knew her at once. He stood still, like a man stopped in deep pain. His face became very pale, and strong anger filled him. For a while, he could not speak. Then, without stopping to think or waiting for help from the city, he rode fast back to the front of the army. He blew his horn and shouted for the attack. His clear voice rang across the field, calling, "Death! Ride on! Ride on to the end of all things!"
"Where is Ema?" the king said. "My eyes grow dark. I want to see him before I go. He must be king after me. I also want to send a message to Eowyn. She would not want me to leave her. Now I will not see her again. She is dearer to me than a daughter." "Hail, King of the Mark," he said. "Ride now and win the battle. Say farewell to Eowyn."
"My lord," Merry began, speaking with pain, "she is—"
"Do not mourn too much," he said. "He was strong and brave, and his end was right for him. When his grave is made, then there will be time for tears. Now the war needs us. Let his knights stay here, he said. Carry his body with respect from the field, so the battle does not pass over it. Do the same for all the king's men who lie here. Eowyn, Eowyn, he cried at last. How did you come here? What terrible choice brought you to this? Death, death, death! Let death take us all.
Then the enemy moved away. The riders of Rohan did not sing again. They shouted one word together. They cried about death in a loud and hard voice. They rode faster, like a strong wave. They went around their fallen king and then rushed south. Merry the hobbit still stood there. Tears filled his eyes. No one spoke to him. No one seemed to see him. He wiped his eyes. He bent down and picked up the green shield that Eowyn had given him. He put it on his back. Then he looked for his sword. He had dropped it. When he struck before, his arm went numb. Now he could only use his left hand. He saw the sword on the ground. The blade was giving off smoke, like dry wood in a fire. As he watched, it twisted, grew weak, and slowly broke apart until it was gone. So the old sword from the Barrow Downs was lost. It was made long ago in the north. The man who made it would have been glad to know what it did. In those days, the Dunedain were young. Their worst enemy was the dark land of Angmar and its king of dark magic. No other sword could have hurt that foe in this way, even in stronger hands. This blade cut his dead body and broke the dark power that held him together. Men lifted the king. They laid cloaks on spears and made a bed to carry him toward the city. Others gently lifted Eowyn and carried her after him. But they could not yet take away the king's own guard. 7 of his knights had fallen there, and their leader was with them. They placed them apart from their enemies and the fallen beast. They set spears around them. Later, when all was finished, men came back. They made a fire and burned the body of the beast. For Snowmanre, they dug a grave. They set a stone with words written in the tongues of Gondor and Rohan. Faithful servant yet master's bane. Lightfoot's foal, swift Snowmanre. Green grass grew long on Snowmane's mound. But the ground where the beast burned stayed black and empty. Slowly and sadly, Merry walked beside those who carried the wounded. He no longer watched the battle. He was very tired and in pain. His arms and legs shook as if he were cold. Heavy rain came from the sea. It felt as if all things were crying for Theoden and Eowyn. The rain put out the fires in the city with grey water. Through the mist, Merry soon saw the front of the men of Gondor. Imrahil, Prince of Dolamroth, rode forward and stopped before them.
What do you carry, men of Rohan? He called.
King Theoden, they said. He is dead. But Ema is king now. He still fights, with the white crest flying.
The prince got down from his horse. He knelt by the king in respect for his brave charge. He cried. Then he stood and looked at Eowyn. He was surprised.
This is a woman, he said. Have the women of Rohan come to fight in our great need?
No, only one, they said. She is Lady Eowyn, sister of Ema. We did not know she rode to war until now, and we are very sorry.
The prince saw her beauty, though her face was pale and cold. He touched her hand and bent closer to look.
Men of Rohan, he cried. Is there no healer among you? She is badly hurt, maybe near death, but I believe she is still alive.
He held the bright metal guard on his arm in front of her cold lips. A small cloud of mist appeared on it. It was very light and hard to see. He sent one rider fast back to the city to bring help. Then he bent low to the fallen people and said goodbye. He got on his horse and rode away to the fight. Now the battle became very hard on the fields of the Pelennor. The noise of weapons was loud. Men shouted and horses cried. Horns and trumpets sounded. The great Mumakil made deep, angry sounds as people pushed them into the fight. Near the south walls of the city, the soldiers of Gondor pushed against the forces of Morgul. These enemies were still strong there. But the horsemen rode east to help Ema. With them were Hurin the Tall, Warden of the Keys, the Lord of Lossarnach, Herluin of the Green Hills, and Prince Imrahil with his knights around him. Their help came just in time for the riders of Rohan. Bad luck had turned against Ema, and his anger led him too far. His strong attack broke the first lines of the enemy. Groups of his riders pushed through the Southrons. They scattered the enemy horses and drove the foot soldiers away. But when the Mumakil came, the horses would not go near them. They stopped and turned aside in fear. No one fought the great beasts. They stood like high walls, and the Haradrim gathered around them. At first, the Rohirrim were already far fewer than the Haradrim. Soon it became even worse. More enemies came from Osgiliath. These troops had waited there to attack the city and herd Gondor, ready for orders from their leader. That leader was now dead. But Gothmog of Morgul sent them into the battle. There were Easterlings with axes, Variags of Kand, Southrons in red clothes, and tall black men from Far Harad with pale eyes and red tongues. Some moved behind the Rohirrim. Others went west to stop Gondor soldiers and keep them from joining Rohan. At this moment, when the day began to turn against Gondor and hope grew weak, a new cry rose in the city. It was mid-morning. A strong wind blew. Rain moved north, and the sun was bright. In the clear air, the guards on the walls saw something far away. Fear filled them, and their last hope faded. The river Anduin flowed from a bend near the Harland. From the city, people could see far along the river. Those with sharp eyes could see ships coming. They looked and cried out in shock. Against the shining water, they saw many dark ships moving fast with the wind. There were large ships with many oars and black sails full of air.
The Corsairs of Umber, people shouted. The Corsairs of Umber are coming. Belfalas has fallen. The river lands are lost. Lebanon is gone. The Corsairs are here. This is the final blow.
With no clear leader in the city, people ran in confusion. Some rang the bells to warn everyone. Others blew trumpets to call a retreat.
Back to the walls, they cried. Back to the walls. Come back to the city before we are all overcome.
But the strong wind pushed the ships fast. It carried away all noise and shouting. The riders of Rohan did not need news or warnings. They could see the black ships clearly. Ema was now less than a mile from the harbour. Many enemies stood between him and the water. More enemies came from behind and cut him off from the prince. Ema looked at the river. Hope left his heart. The wind he loved before now felt cruel to him. But the armies of Mordor felt strong. They shouted loudly and ran forward with wild anger. Ema became calm and serious again. His thoughts were clear. He ordered the horns to sound. He called all his men to gather to his banner. He planned to make a strong line with shields. He would stand and fight on foot until the end. He would fight bravely, even if no one lived to remember him. He rode to a small green hill. There he set his banner. The white horse moved brightly in the wind. He spoke old lines of verse. He spoke of coming from darkness into the light. He spoke of riding until hope was gone. He spoke of anger, danger, and a red night. But he laughed as he said these words. The joy of battle filled him again. He was not hurt. He was young. He was king. He was leader of a strong people. While he laughed at despair, he looked again at the black ships. He raised his sword toward them in challenge. Then suddenly he felt wonder and great joy. He threw his sword into the sunlight and sang as he caught it again. All eyes followed where he looked. On the first ship, a great flag rose high. The wind opened it as the ship turned to the harbor. On the flag was a white tree for Gondor. Around it were 7 stars and above them a tall crown. These were the signs of Elendil, not seen for many long years. The stars shone bright in the sun, made of gems by Arwen, daughter of Elrond. The crown shone too, made of silver, metal and gold. So Aragorn, son of Arathorn, came at last. He was Isildur's heir. He came from the paths of the dead. The sea wind carried him to Gondor. The riders of Rohan laughed with joy and lifted their swords. In the city, trumpets played and bells rang. But the armies of Mordor felt fear and confusion. They could not understand how their own ships now carried enemies. A deep fear fell on them. They felt that fate had turned against them. The knights of Dol Amroth rode from the east. They pushed the enemy back. Strange men, dark soldiers, and orcs fled from the light. From the south came Ema, and enemies ran from him. They were trapped on both sides. Men jumped from the ships onto the harbor walls. They moved north like a strong wind. Legolas came, and Gimli with his axe. Halbarad came with the banner. Eladan and Elrohir came with stars on their brows. With them were the rangers of the north and brave men from the southern lands. But before all of them went Aragorn. He carried Anduril, the sword of the west, bright like new fire. On his brow shone the star of Elendil. At last Ema and Aragorn met in the middle of the battle. They rested on their swords and looked at each other with joy. So we meet again, said Aragorn, even with all the armies of Mordor between us. Did I not say this would happen at the Hornburg?
You did say so, said Ema. But hope can trick us. I did not know then that you could see so far ahead. Help that comes without warning is twice as good. Never has a meeting of friends been happier. They took each other's hands. And never more needed, said Ema. You come just in time, my friend. We have suffered much loss and pain.
Then let us answer it now, before we speak of it, said Aragorn. Chapter 7 The Pye of Denethor. Hard fighting continued, Aragorn said, and they rode back into the battle together. The fight was long and very hard. The men from the south were brave and strong. They fought with anger and fear. The men from the east were also strong and used to war. They did not ask for mercy. In many places they came together again to fight. They fought near burned homes and barns. They fought on small hills and open fields. They fought near walls and on the plains. They kept fighting until the day slowly ended. At last the sun went down behind Mindolluin. The sky became red and bright. The hills and mountains looked red in the light. The river shone like fire. The grass of the Pelennor looked dark red as night came. At that time, the great battle of the fields of Gondor ended. No living enemy stayed inside the walls of the Rammars. All were dead, except those who ran away. Some fled and later died. Some fell into the river and did not come back. Very few reached Morgul or Mordor. In the land of the Haradrim, people only heard a far story. It spoke of the anger and fear of Gondor. Aragorn, Emer, and Imrahil rode back toward the city gate. They were very tired. They felt no joy and no sadness. These three were not hurt. Luck was with them, and they were strong and skilled. Few enemies dared to face them or even look at them in their anger. But many others were hurt, badly wounded, or dead on the field. Furlong was killed while fighting alone on foot. Duelin of Morthond and his brother were crushed to death. They had led their archers close to the great beasts to shoot at their eyes. Herluin the Fair would not return to Pinneth Gelin. Grimbold would not return to Grimslade. Halbarad, the hard-handed ranger, would not return to the north. Many had fallen, famous and unknown, leaders and soldiers alike. It was a great battle, and no story can tell the full number of the dead. Long after, a singer in Rohan made a song about the burial mounds of Minas Tirith. He sang of horns heard in the hills and bright swords in the southern land. Horses ran fast like the morning wind. War began there. Theoden fell there, the mighty king. He did not return to his golden halls or green fields in the north. Many strong men fought and died in that far land. They now lie together under the earth with the lords of Gondor. Herluin the Fair did not return to the hills by the sea. Old Furlong did not return to his green valleys. The tall archers, Durufin and Duelin, did not return to the dark waters of Morthond. Death came in the morning and at the end of the day. It took both great lords and simple men. Now they sleep under the grass of Gondor by the great river. The river once ran red and loud. Foam shone red at sunset. The mountains burned with light in the evening. Red dew fell on the walls of the rammars. When the dark shape at the gate moved away, Gandalf still did not move. He sat very still. Pippin stood up. He felt as if a heavy weight had left him. He listened to the sound of horns. The sound filled him with joy. It felt so strong that it almost hurt his heart. In later years, whenever he heard a horn far away, tears came to his eyes. Suddenly he remembered why he had come. He ran forward at once. At that moment, Gandalf moved. He spoke to Shadowfax and was about to ride through the gate.
Gandalf, Gandalf! Pippin cried.
Shadowfax stopped.
What are you doing here? Gandalf asked. Is there not a rule in the city? Those who wear black and silver must stay in the citadel unless their lord allows them.
He did allow me, said Pippin. He sent me away. But I am afraid. Something very bad may happen up there. The Lord is not thinking clearly. I think he may try to end his own life, and Faramir's too. Please, can you help?
Gandalf looked out through the open gate. He could already hear the sounds of battle in the fields. He closed his hand tightly.
I must go, he said. The Black Rider is moving, and he will bring great harm. I have no time to lose.
But Faramir, cried Pippin. He is not dead. They will burn him if no one stops them.
Burn him? Said Gandalf. What do you mean? Speak fast.
Denethor has gone to the tombs, said Pippin. He took Faramir with him. He says we must all burn. He will not wait. They are building a fire, and they will burn him there, and Faramir too. He has sent men to bring wood and oil. I told Beregond, but he is on guard. He may not leave his post. And even if he could, what can he do alone?
Pippin told everything quickly. His hand shook as he touched Gandalf's knee.
Please, he said. Can you save Faramir?
Maybe I can, said Gandalf. But if I do, others may die. Still, I must go. There is no other help for him.
But bad things will come from this. Sadness will follow. Even inside our strong city, the enemy can still hurt us. His power is working here. He made his choice and acted fast. He picked up Pippin and set him in front of him. With one word, he turned Shadowfax. They rode up the steep streets of Minas Tirith. The sound of battle grew loud behind them. Everywhere, men were waking from fear. They took their weapons. They called to each other, "Rohan has come." Leaders shouted orders. Groups formed. Many men were already moving toward the gate. They rode on. As they climbed closer to the citadel, they felt wind on their faces. Far away, they saw the first light of morning in the south. But it did not give them hope. They feared they might arrive too late. They did not know what bad things waited ahead. At the gate of the citadel, they saw no guard.
"Then Beregond has left," said Pippin, with some hope.
They turned and hurried toward the closed door. It stood open. The gatekeeper lay on the ground. He was dead, and his key was gone.
"This is the enemy's work," said Gandalf. "He enjoys such acts. He turns friends against each other. He breaks loyalty and fills hearts with confusion." Gandalf got down from Shadowfax. He told the horse to return to the stable. "My friend," he said, "we should have gone to the battle long ago. But other things delay me. Come quickly if I call."
They passed through the door and walked down the steep, winding road. The light slowly grew. Tall stone pillars and carved shapes passed by them. They looked like pale ghosts in the early light. Suddenly, the quiet ended. They heard shouting and the sound of swords below. Such noises had not been heard in these sacred places since the city was built. At last they reached Rath Dinan. They hurried toward the house of the stewards, dark and large under its great roof.
"Stop! Stop!" cried Gandalf, running ahead to the stone steps. "Stop this madness!"
Servants of Denethor stood there with swords and torches. But alone at the door stood Beregond. He wore the black and silver of the guard. He blocked the entrance. 2 men lay hurt on the ground. The others shouted at him. They called him a traitor. As Gandalf and Pippin ran closer, they heard Denethor's voice from inside the House of the Dead. He shouted in anger. He ordered his men to act and threatened Beregond. The door was forced open. Denethor stood there, tall and terrible. His eyes burned with wild light. He held a sword. Gandalf rushed up the steps. The men stepped back and covered their eyes. His arrival was like bright light entering a dark place. He was full of anger. He raised his hand. Denethor's sword flew from his grip and fell into the shadows. Denethor stepped back, shocked and silent.
"What is this, my lord?" said Gandalf. "These places are for the dead, not the living. Why do men fight here, when there is war enough at the gate? Has the enemy reached even this place?"
"Since when must the Lord of Gondor answer to you?" said Denethor. "May I not command my own servants?"
"You may," said Gandalf. "But others may stand against you when your will turns to madness and harm. Where is your son, Faramir?"
"He lies inside," said Denethor. "He is dying. Fire burns within him. Soon all will burn. The West has failed. Everything will end in fire. Only ash and smoke will remain, blown away by the wind."
Then Gandalf saw the wild look on Denethor's face. He feared Denethor had already done something very wrong. Gandalf rushed forward. Beregond and Pippin followed him. Denethor stepped back until he stood near the table. On the table lay Faramir. He was still sick and lost in a fevered dream. He did not wake. Wood was stacked under the table and all around it. Everything was wet with oil. Even Faramir's clothes and the blankets were soaked. But there was no fire yet. Gandalf then showed his hidden strength. It was like a bright light inside him. He jumped onto the wood. He lifted Faramir gently. Then he jumped down again. He carried Faramir toward the door. As he did this, Faramir made a soft sound. In his dream, he called for his father. Denethor reacted as if he woke from a deep sleep. The fire in his eyes faded. He began to cry.
He said, "Do not take my son from me. He is calling for me."
"He is calling," said Gandalf. "But you cannot go to him now. He must try to heal, very close to death. He may live, or he may not. Your duty is different. You must go to defend your city. You know this in your heart."
"He will never wake," said Denethor. "The battle means nothing. Why should we live longer? Why should we not die together?"
"You do not have the right to choose the time of your death," Gandalf answered. "Only cruel kings under dark power did this. They ended their own lives and harmed their family out of pride and despair."
Gandalf went through the door. He carried Faramir out of the deadly room. He laid him on the stretcher in the porch. Denethor followed. He shook as he stood there. He looked at his son with great longing. For a short moment, everyone stayed silent. Denethor seemed unsure.
"Come," said Gandalf. "We are needed. You can still do much good."
Suddenly Denethor laughed. He stood tall again. He stepped back to the table. He lifted the pillow where his head had rested. From beneath it, he took a palantir. He held it up. The stone began to glow with a red light. The light shone on Denethor's thin face. His face looked hard and sharp, like stone. His eyes shone brightly.
"Pride and despair," he cried. "Do you think the White Tower sees nothing? I have seen more than you know, grey fool. Your hope comes from not knowing the truth. Go and heal. Go and fight. It is useless. You may win for a short time, maybe one day. But there is no victory against the great power rising now. This city has only felt its first touch. All the east is moving. Even now, ships with black sails are coming up the river. The west has failed. It is time for people to leave if they do not want to become slaves."
"These words help the enemy," said Gandalf. "They make his victory easier."
"Then hope if you wish," laughed Denethor. "Do I not know you, Mithrandir? You wish to rule in my place. You wish to guide every ruler from behind. I have seen your plans. I know this small halfling was told by you to keep silent. He was brought here to watch me. Yet from our talks, I learned much about your friends. You would use me for a time to guard against Mordor. Then you would place this ranger of the north above me. But I will not be your tool. I am the steward of Gondor. I will not step aside for a stranger. Even if his claim were true, he comes from a broken house. I will not bow to him."
"What would you choose then?" asked Gandalf. "If everything went as you wished?"
"I want things as they were in my life," said Denethor. "And in the lives of my fathers before me. I want to rule this city in peace. I want to leave my seat to my son. He would rule by himself, not taught by a wizard. If fate refuses me this, then I want nothing at all. Not a weaker life. Not less love. Not less honor.
I do not think a steward loses honor by giving up his duty with faith, said Gandalf. At least, you must not take away your son's chance to choose, while his life is still unsure.
At these words, Denethor's eyes burned again. He held the stone under his arm. He pulled out a knife and walked quickly toward the stretcher. Beregond jumped forward. He stood in front of Faramir.
So, cried Denethor. You already took half of my son's love, he said. Now you take the hearts of my knights too. In the end, they take my son from me fully. But in one thing you will not stop me. I will choose how my life ends. Come here, he shouted to his servants. Come, if you are not cowards.
2 servants ran up the steps. He quickly grabbed a burning torch from one of them and rushed back inside the house. Gandalf tried to stop him, but he was too late. The man pushed the fire into the wood and oil. At once the fire made loud sounds and grew fast. Then Denethor jumped onto the table. Fire and smoke were all around him. He picked up the white staff of his office from the floor. He broke it across his knee. He threw the broken pieces into the fire. Then he bent down and lay on the table. He held the seeing stone tight with both hands on his chest. After that, people said something strange. They said that if anyone looked into that stone later, they saw only 2 old hands burning in fire, unless they had very strong control of their mind. Gandalf felt deep pain and fear. He turned his face away and closed the door. He stood there for a short time. He did not speak. Outside, people heard the loud and hungry sound of the fire inside. Then Denethor cried out once. After that, he never spoke again. No living person ever saw him again.
So ends Denethor, son of Ecthelion, Gandalf said. He turned to Beregond and the other servants, who stood there shocked and afraid. And so ends the Gondor you have known, he said. For good or bad, those days are finished. Bad things were done here. But now you must put away your anger toward each other. The enemy planned this and used it for his own purpose. You were trapped between duties you did not choose. And remember this, without what Beregond did, Faramir, captain of the White Tower, would also be burned now. Take away from this sad place your friends who have died, Gandalf said. We will carry Faramir, Steward of Gondor, to a place where he can rest in peace, or die, if that is his fate.
Then Gandalf and Beregond lifted the bed and carried it toward the houses of healing. Pippin walked behind them with his head down. The servants stayed behind. They stared at the house in fear and shock. When Gandalf reached the end of the street, there was a loud sound. They looked back. The roof of the house broke open. Smoke came out. Then the stone fell down with fire and noise. Flames still moved among the broken stones. The servants were very afraid. They ran away and followed Gandalf. At last they returned to the steward's door. Beregond looked sadly at the gatekeeper's body.
I will always be sorry for this, he said. I acted too fast. He would not listen to me. He pulled his sword on me. Beregond took the key from the dead man's hand. He closed the door and locked it. This key should now belong to Lord Faramir, he said.
The Prince of Dol Amroth rules now, while the Lord is gone, Gandalf said. But he is not here. So I must decide. Keep the key. Guard it well until the city is safe and in order again.
Chapter 8: The Houses of Healing. Now at last they came into the higher levels of the city. Morning light was around them. They walked toward the houses of healing. These were clean and quiet houses. They were made to care for people who were very sick. Now they were ready to care for men hurt in the battle or close to death. The houses stood near the citadel gate, on the 6th level, close to the south wall. Around them was a garden with grass and trees. It was the only green place inside the city. A few women lived there. They were allowed to stay because they knew how to heal or help the healers. As Gandalf and the others carried the bed to the main door, they heard a loud cry. It rose from the field near the gate. The sound was sharp and clear. It went high into the sky and then faded on the wind. The cry was so strong that everyone stopped moving. When it ended, their hearts suddenly felt light. They felt hope again, like they had not felt since the dark times began. It seemed that the light grew brighter and the sun broke through the clouds. But Gandalf looked serious and sad. He told Beregond and Pippin to take Faramir into the houses of healing. Then Gandalf walked up onto the nearby walls. He stood still in the new sunlight, like a white statue, and looked out over the land. With his deep sight, he understood what had happened. He saw Ema ride out from the front of the battle and stand by those lying on the field. Gandalf sighed. He pulled his cloak around him and went down from the wall. Later, Beregond and Pippin found him standing in thought near the door of the houses when they came back out. They looked at him. For a while, he said nothing. At last he spoke. He said that great sorrow and great honor had come together. He asked if they should cry or feel glad. The leader of their enemies was destroyed beyond all hope, and they had heard the sound of his final pain. But this did not come without deep loss. Gandalf said some of this pain could have been stopped, if not for the broken mind of Denethor. He said the power of the enemy had reached very far. It had even touched the heart of the city. Gandalf explained that long ago he guessed that one of the seeing stones was kept in the White Tower. Denethor once had the wisdom not to use it to challenge the Dark Lord. He knew his own limits. But later, his wisdom failed him. As danger grew, Denethor looked into the stone and was misled. Gandalf believed this happened many times after Boromir left. Denethor was strong enough not to fall under the enemy's control. Still, he only saw what the enemy allowed him to see. Some of this knowledge helped him. But seeing the great power of Mordor filled his heart with fear. In the end, this fear broke his mind. Pippin said that now he understood what had felt strange to him. He remembered how Denethor left the room where Faramir lay. When he returned, Pippin first saw him as changed, old, and broken. Beregond said that when Faramir was brought to the tower, many people saw a strange light in the highest room. They had seen this light before. For a long time, people in the city whispered that the Lord sometimes struggled in thought with his enemy. Gandalf said sadly that his guess had been right. This was how the enemies will entered Minas Tirith. This was also why Gandalf had been kept there so long. And he said he would have to stay longer still. Soon he would have more people to care for, not only Faramir. Gandalf said he must now go down to meet those who were coming. He had seen something on the field that hurt his heart deeply. Even more sorrow might still come. He told Pippin to come with him. He told Beregond to return to the citadel and speak to the head of the guard. Beregond would likely be taken out of the guard. But Gandalf asked that Beregond be sent to the houses of healing instead. There he should guard and serve his captain and stay beside him when he woke, if that ever happened. Gandalf said that Beregond had saved his captain from the fire. Then Gandalf told him to go, and said he would return soon. Gandalf turned away and went down toward the lower city with Pippin. As they hurried, the wind brought grey rain. The fires went out, and thick smoke rose in front of them. Merry's eyes were full of tears and tired pain as they came near the broken gate of Minas Tirith. He paid little attention to the damage and the many fallen people around him. Fire, smoke, and bad smells filled the air. Many war machines had burned. Many dead bodies also lay in the fire pits. In some places, the bodies of great southern beasts lay on the ground. They were burned, broken by stones, or hurt by arrows from brave archers. The rain had stopped for a short time. The sun came out. But the lower city was still full of thick smoke. Men were already working to clear the street after the battle. Soon, people came out from the gate carrying beds. They laid Eowyn gently on soft cushions. They covered the king's body with a rich golden cloth. Men walked beside him with torches. The torch flames looked pale in the sunlight and moved in the wind. So Theoden and Eowyn came into the city of Gondor. Everyone who saw them took off their hats and bowed. They walked through ash and smoke and went up the stone streets. To Merry, the long walk felt endless. It felt like a bad dream with no meaning. He felt he was walking to a dark end that he could not understand. The torchlights ahead grew weaker and went out. Soon he was walking in darkness.
He thought, this is a path to a grave. We will stay there forever.
Suddenly, a real voice broke his dark thoughts.
Merry, I am so glad I found you.
Merry looked up. The fog in his eyes cleared a little. It was Pippin. They stood face to face in a narrow street. No one else was there. Merry rubbed his eyes.
Where is the king? He asked. And Eowyn. Then he fell and sat on a step. He began to cry again.
They have gone up to the citadel, said Pippin. I think you fell asleep while walking and turned the wrong way. When we saw you were missing, Gandalf sent me to find you. Poor Merry. I am so happy to see you. You are very tired, so I won't talk much. But tell me, you hurt?
No, said Merry. Well, I don't think so. But I cannot use my right arm, Pippin. Not since I hurt him. And my sword burned away like dry wood.
Pippin looked worried. You must come with me as fast as you can, he said. I wish I could carry you. You are too weak to walk. They should not have let you walk alone. But many terrible things have happened in the city. One small hobbit is easy to miss.
Sometimes it is good to be missed, said Merry. I was missed just now by, no, I can't talk about it. Help me, Pippin. Everything is going dark again. My arm feels so cold.
Lean on me, Merry, said Pippin. Come on. Step by step. It is not far.
Are you taking me to be buried? Asked Merry.
No, said Pippin. He tried to sound happy, but his heart was full of fear and sadness. We are going to the houses of healing.
They left the narrow street between tall houses and the city wall. They reached the main road going up to the citadel. Slowly they climbed. Merry leaned and spoke softly, like someone half asleep.
We will never reach it, Pippin thought. I need help. I cannot leave him here.
Just then, a boy ran past them. Pippin knew him. It was Burgil, the son of Beregond.
Hello, Burgil. Pippin called. Where are you going? I am glad you are alive.
I am taking messages for the healers, said Burgil. I cannot stop.
Please, said Pippin. Tell them I have a sick hobbit here. He came from the battle. He cannot walk much more. If Mithrandir is there, he will want to know.
Burgil ran on. I should wait here, Pippin thought. He helped Merry lie down on the warm stone in the sunlight. Pippin sat beside him and held Merry's head on his knees. He gently touched Merry's arms and legs. He held his hands. The right hand felt very cold. Soon, Gandalf himself came to them. He bent down and touched Merry's forehead with care. Then he lifted him gently.
He should have been brought into this city with honor, Gandalf said. He did what I hoped he would do. If Elrond had not agreed with me, either of you would have gone. Then this day would have been much worse. He sighed. And now I must care for him too, while the battle is still not decided.
So at last Faramir, Eowyn, and Meriadoc were placed in beds in the houses of healing. The healers took good care of them. In these days, much old knowledge was lost. But the healers of Gondor were still skilled. They knew how to treat wounds, pain, and many illnesses that affect mortal men. Only old age could not be healed. For this, they had no answer. The lives of the people were now shorter than before. Few lived strong lives past 100 years, except in some families of pure blood. But now even the healers did not know what to do. Many people were sick with an illness that did not heal. They called it the Black Shadow, because it came from the Nazgul. Those who suffered from it slowly fell into a deep sleep. Then they became silent and cold, and they died. The healers felt that this sickness was very strong in the halfling and the Lady of Rohan. Sometimes, as the morning passed, they spoke softly in their dreams. The watchers listened closely. They hoped to learn something that could help them. But soon the two fell deeper into darkness. As the sun moved west, a grey shade spread over their faces. Faramir, however, burned with a fever that would not go down. Gandalf moved from one bed to another with great worry. The watchers told him everything they had heard. The day passed while the great battle outside continued. News came and went, with hope and fear changing often. Gandalf stayed inside and did not go out. At last the red sunset filled the sky. Light came through the windows and touched the pale faces of the sick. For a moment, it seemed their faces showed color again, like health returning. But this hope was false. Then an old woman named Ioreth began to cry as she looked at Faramir's kind face. She was the oldest woman who worked in the house. All the people loved Faramir.
She said, "Alas, if he should die. I wish there were kings in Gondor again, as in old times. Old stories say that the hands of a king are healing hands. That is how the true king can be known."
Gandalf, who stood nearby, said, "People may remember your words, Ioreth. There is hope in them. Maybe a king has returned to Gondor. Have you not heard the strange news in the city?"
"I have been too busy with my work," she said. "I did not listen to all the shouting. I only hope those cruel enemies do not come here and trouble the sick."
Then Gandalf hurried outside. The fire in the sky was fading. The dark hills grew dim, and grey evening spread over the fields. As the sun went down, Aragorn, Eomer, and Imrahil came close to the city with their captains and knights. When they reached the gate, Aragorn spoke. "Look at the sun setting in fire," he said. "It shows the end of many things and a great change in the world. This city has been ruled by the stewards for many years. If I enter without being asked, there may be doubt and argument. That should not happen during this war. I will not enter or claim my place yet. We must first see who wins, us or Mordor. My tents will be set on the field. I will wait there for the welcome of the lord of the city."
But Eomer said, "You have already raised the banner of the kings and shown the signs of Elendil's house. Will you allow others to question this?"
"No," said Aragorn. "But the time is not right. I want no fighting except against our enemy and those who serve him."
Prince Imrahil then spoke. "Your words are wise, my lord, if I may give advice as a kinsman of Lord Denethor. He is proud and strong, but old. His mind has been troubled since his son was struck down. Still, I would not wish you to stand outside like a beggar."
"Not a beggar," said Aragorn. "Think of me as a captain of the Rangers. We are not used to cities or stone houses.
He gave an order to lower his banner. He took off the Star of the North Kingdom. He gave it to the sons of Elrond to keep it safe. Then Prince Imrahil and Emer of Rohan left him. They walked through the city, through the noise and the crowd. They rode up to the citadel. They went to the hall of the tower to find the steward. But the steward's chair was empty. In front of the high seat, King Theoden of Rohan lay on a rich bed. 12 torches burned around him. 12 guards stood there, knights of Rohan and Gondor. The cloth around the bed was green and white. Over the king's body lay a great gold cloth, up to his chest. His sword lay on it, without a cover. His shield stood at his feet. The torchlight shone on his white hair. His face looked calm and young. A deep peace rested on it. It seemed like he was sleeping. They stood in silence for a while.
Then Imrahil spoke. He asked where the steward was. He also asked where Mithrandir was.
One of the guards answered that the steward of Gondor was in the houses of healing.
Then Emer spoke. He asked where his sister, Lady Eowyn, was. He said she should lie beside the king with the same honor. He asked where they had taken her.
Imrahil answered that Lady Eowyn was still alive when they brought her there. He asked if Emer did not know this.
Sudden hope filled Emer's heart. At the same time, fear returned. He said nothing more. He turned and left the hall quickly. Imrahil followed him. When they went outside, evening had come. Many stars shone in the sky. Gandalf came toward them on foot. With him walked someone in a grey cloak. They met near the doors of the houses of healing. They greeted Gandalf. They said they were looking for the steward, and people said he was inside. They asked if he was hurt. They also asked about Lady Eowyn.
Gandalf answered that she lay inside. She was not dead, but very close to death. He said Lord Faramir was hurt by a dark weapon. He was now the steward. Denethor had died, and his house was burned.
They felt great sadness and surprise at his words.
Then Imrahil spoke. He said the victory felt empty and painful. Both Gondor and Rohan had lost their lords in one day. Emer would rule the Rohirrim. He asked who would rule the city now. He asked if they should call for Lord Aragorn. The man in the grey cloak spoke. He said Aragorn was already there. He stepped into the lantern light. They saw it was Aragorn. He wore a grey cloak over his armor. He carried no sign except a green stone. Aragorn said he came because Gandalf asked him. For now, he said, he was only the leader of the Dunedain of Honor. The Lord of Dol Amroth would rule the city until Faramir woke. Aragorn advised that Gandalf should guide them all in the days to come and in their fight with the enemy. They agreed.
Gandalf said they should not stand at the door. Time was very short. He said they must go inside. Only the coming of Aragorn gave hope to the sick in the house. Gandalf spoke the words of Iareth, a wise woman of Gondor. She said the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. In this way, the true king would be known.
Aragorn went in first. The others followed. At the door stood 2 guards of the citadel. One was tall. The other was small, almost the size of a boy. When he saw them, he cried out with joy and surprise.
He called Aragorn Strider. He said it was wonderful to see him. He said he guessed Aragorn was on the black ships. But everyone else shouted about pirates and did not listen to him. He asked how Aragorn did it.
Aragorn laughed and took the hobbit's hand. He greeted him warmly. He said there was no time yet for long stories. Imrahil then spoke to Emer. He asked if this was how they spoke to their kings. He said maybe Aragorn would take another name when he wore his crown. Aragorn heard him and turned back. He said that in the old high tongue his name was Elessar, the elf stone, and in Vinyatar, the renewer. He lifted the green stone on his chest. He said Strider would be the name of his house, if it was ever built. In the high tongue, it would sound better. He said his name would be Telcontar, and so would the names of his children.
Then they went into the house. As they walked to the rooms of the sick, Gandalf told them about the brave acts of Eowyn and Meriadoc. He said he stayed near them for a long time. At first, they spoke while they dreamed. Then they fell into deep darkness. Gandalf said he was able to see many things far away. Aragorn went first to see Faramir. Then he went to Lady Eowyn. Last, he went to Merry. He looked at their faces and their wounds. He sighed. He said he must now use all the skill and strength that was given to him.
Now I wish Elrond were here, someone said. He is the oldest of our people, and his power is great. Ema saw that Aragorn looked sad and very tired. He spoke kindly.
You must rest first, he said. At least eat a little food.
Aragorn shook his head. No, he said. These three are in danger, and Faramir most of all. We are losing time. We must hurry. He turned to Ioreth and spoke to her. Do you keep healing herbs in this house? He asked.
Yes, my lord, she said. But we do not have much. I fear it is not enough for everyone who needs help. I also do not know where to find more. These are hard days. There are fires and trouble everywhere. Few boys are free to carry things, and the roads are closed. No carts have come from Lossarnach for many days. Still, we do our best with what we have, as you know.
I will see that soon, Aragorn said. There is little time to talk. Do you have Athlas?
I am not sure, my lord, she answered. I do not know that name. I will ask the herbmaster. He knows the old names.
It is also called Kingsfoil, Aragorn said. People in the countryside use that name now.
Oh, that plant, said Ioreth. If you had said so before, I would have known. No, we do not have any, I am sure. I never heard it was very useful. I often said to my sisters when we saw it in the woods that the name was strange. I said that if I were a king, I would choose brighter plants for my garden. Still, it smells nice when you crush it. Maybe clean is a better word than sweet.
Yes, it is clean and good, said Aragorn. Now, if you care for Lord Faramir, please go as fast as you can and find Kingsfoil. Bring even one leaf, if there is any in the city.
And if there is none, said Gandalf, I will ride to Lossarnach with Ioreth. She will show me the woods. Shadowfax will make her understand what speed means.
After Ioreth left, Aragorn asked the other women to heat water. Then he took Faramir's hand and placed his other hand on Faramir's head. His skin was wet with sweat. Faramir did not move or speak. He seemed barely alive. He is very weak, Aragorn said to Gandalf. But this is not from the wound. Look, the wound is healing. If a dark enemy weapon had struck him, he would have died that night. This wound came from an arrow from the south, I think. Who pulled it out? Did anyone keep it? I pulled it out, said Imrahil. I stopped the bleeding. I did not keep the arrow. There was much to do. It looked like an arrow used by the men of the south. Still, I thought some dark power had harmed him, because his sickness was strange. The wound was not deep. What do you think? He is tired in body and heart, Aragorn said. He is hurt, he is sad about his father, and a dark breath lies on him. He has strong will. The shadow touched him even before he went to battle. It slowly grew stronger while he fought and tried to hold his place. I wish I had come sooner.
Then the herbmaster came in. You asked for king's foil, he said. Some call it athlas, or other old names.
Yes, said Aragorn. I do not care what you call it. I only ask if you have any.
Forgive me, my lord, said the man. I see you know much, not only about war. But sadly, we do not keep this plant here. We care for deep wounds and great sickness. This herb is not known to be strong medicine. Some say it makes bad air better or eases a heavy feeling. Old women still say old verses about it, though they do not know their meaning. When dark breath comes and death feels near, call athlas. Life comes back by the hand of the king. It is only a simple rhyme, mixed up over time. Still, some old people use the plant for headaches.
Then, in the king's name, cried Gandalf, go and find an old man who knows less books and more truth, and get this plant from his house.
Aragorn knelt beside Faramir again. He kept his hand on Faramir's head. The others felt that something hard and unseen was happening. Aragorn's face grew pale with tiredness. Again and again he spoke Faramir's name. Each time his voice was weaker. It seemed as if Aragorn was far away, walking in a dark place, calling for someone who was lost. And at last Burgil ran into the room. He carried 6 leaves wrapped in cloth.
It is king's foil, sir, he said. But it is not fresh. It was picked at least 2 weeks ago. I hope it can still help.
Then he looked at Faramir and began to cry. But Aragorn smiled. It will help, he said. The danger has passed. Stay here and feel at ease. Aragorn took 2 leaves. He placed them in his hands and breathed on them. Then he crushed them. At once, a fresh smell filled the room. The air felt alive and clean, like a new morning. It felt bright and gentle. He put the leaves into bowls of hot water that were brought to him. At once, everyone felt hope. The sweet smell reached them all. It felt like a memory of soft mornings, with clear sun and no fear. Aragorn stood up feeling strong again. His eyes were bright. He held a bowl near Faramir's sleeping face.
Well now, said Ioreth to a woman beside her. Who would have thought it? This plant is better than I believed. It reminds me of the roses of Imloth Melui when I was young. No king could ask for more.
Suddenly Faramir moved. He opened his eyes and looked at Aragorn bending over him. Light and care came into his eyes. He spoke in a quiet voice.
My lord, you called me. I am here. What does the king ask of me?
Leave the darkness and wake, said Aragorn. You are tired. Rest now. Eat some food. Be ready when I return.
I will, my lord, said Faramir. Who would rest when the king has come back?
Goodbye for now, said Aragorn. Others still need my help. He left the room with Gandalf and Imrahil. Beregond and his son stayed behind. They were full of joy and could not hide it. As Aragorn followed Gandalf and closed the door, Pippin heard Ioreth cry out.
King! Did you hear that? I told you so. The hands of a healer.
Soon the news spread through the house. The king had come, and after war he brought healing. The news moved fast through the city. Then Aragorn came to Eowyn. He said, "Here the wound is deep and very serious." Her broken arm was cared for well, and it can heal if she has the strength to live. That arm held her shield, and it is hurt. But the greater harm is in her sword arm. It is not broken, but it shows no life. Alas, he said. She faced an enemy too strong for her body and her mind. Anyone who fights such an enemy must be harder than steel, or the meeting will break them. It was a cruel fate that led her to him. She is a fair young woman, the pride of a house of queens. And yet I do not know how to speak of her. When I first saw her and felt her sadness, I thought of a white flower. It stood tall and proud, shaped like a lily. But it also felt hard, as if made of steel. Or perhaps it was like a flower frozen by cold, its life turned to ice. It was still beautiful, but hurt and close to falling. Her sickness began long before this day, did it not, Ema?
I am surprised you ask me, my lord, Ema answered. I do not blame you in this or anything else. But I did not know my sister carried such pain until she first looked at you. She had worries and fear, as I did, in the days of Wormtongue and the king's dark state. She cared for the king and grew afraid for him. But that alone did not bring her to this end.
My friend, said Gandalf, you had horses, battle, and open lands. But she, born as a woman, had courage and spirit as strong as yours. Yet she was forced to serve an old man she loved like a father. She watched him grow weak and lose honor. Her place felt low to her, lower than the staff he leaned on. Do you think Wormtongue spoke poison only to the king? Words of shame were spoken about your people and your house. These words came from Saruman, who taught Wormtongue. I believe Wormtongue spoke them in softer ways at home. My lord, if your sister's love for you and her sense of duty had not held her back, you might have heard such cruel words from her lips. But who knows what she said in the dark, alone at night, when her life felt small and trapped, and her room felt like a cage for something wild.
Then Ema said nothing. He looked at his sister and thought deeply about all the days they had shared in the past. But Aragorn said, I saw the same as you, Ema. There are few pains in this hard world worse than seeing a brave and beautiful woman love someone who cannot love her back. Since I left her alone in Dunharrow and rode to the paths of the dead, I have felt deep sadness and care for her. On that dark road, my greatest fear was not for myself, but for what might happen to her. Still, Ema, I tell you this. She loves you more truly than she loves me. She knows you and loves you as you are. But with me, she loves only a dream. She loves stories of glory, great acts, and far lands beyond Rohan. I may have the power to heal her body and bring her back from this dark sleep. But I do not know what she will feel when she wakes. It may be hope, or it may be nothing, or it may be deep sadness. If it is only sadness, then she will fade and die, unless another kind of help comes, which I cannot give. Alas, her brave acts have made her famous among great queens. Then Aragorn bent down and looked at her face. It was very pale, cold, and still, like white stone. He kissed her gently on the forehead and spoke to her in a soft voice. Eowyn, daughter of Eamund, wake up. Your enemy is gone. She did not move. But she began to breathe more deeply. Her chest rose and fell under the white cloth. Aragorn crushed 2 fresh leaves of athlas and put them into hot water. He washed her forehead with the water and her right arm, which lay cold and without strength on the bed. Then something seemed to change in the room. Maybe Aragorn used an old power from the west, or maybe his words and the sweet smell of the herb worked together. Those who stood nearby felt as if a fresh wind came through the window. It had no strong smell, but it felt clean and new. It was like air from high snowy mountains or from far silver shores under bright stars. Wake up, Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, Aragorn said again. He held her right hand and felt it grow warm with life. Wake up! The darkness is gone, and the shadow has passed. He placed her hand in Yma's hand and stepped back. Call her, he said, and then he quietly left the room.
Eowyn, Eowyn, cried Yma through his tears.
She opened her eyes and spoke.
Yma, what happiness is this? They told me you were dead. But that was only a dark dream. How long have I been asleep?
Not long, my sister, Yma said. Do not think about it now.
I feel very tired, she said. I must rest a little. But tell me, what happened to the Lord of the Mark? Please do not say it was only a dream. I know it was real. He is dead, as he knew he would be.
He is dead, said Yma. But he asked me to say farewell to you, whom he loved more than a daughter. He now rests with great honor in the city of Gondor.
That makes me very sad, she said. Yet it is also good beyond anything I hoped for in those dark days, when it seemed our house had lost all honor. And what of the king's servant, the small halfling? Yma, you must make him a knight of Rohan. He is very brave.
He is close by in this house, said Gandalf. I will go to him now. Eomer will stay with you for a while. But do not speak yet of war or sorrow. You must become strong again. It brings great joy to see you awake and full of life, brave lady.
To health, said Eowyn. Maybe so. At least while there is still work to do, and a place for me among the riders. But hope? I am not sure.
Gandalf and Pippin went to Merry's room. They found Aragorn standing beside the bed.
Poor old Merry, cried Pippin, and he ran to him.
Merry's face looked grey and tired, as if many sad years lay on him. Pippin suddenly felt afraid that Merry might die. Do not be afraid, said Aragorn. I came in time and called him back. He is tired now and full of sorrow. He was hurt like Lady Eowyn when he dared to strike that terrible foe. But he can heal. His spirit is strong and bright. He will always remember his sadness, but it will not break his heart. It will help him grow wiser. Aragorn placed his hand on Merry's head. He gently touched his hair and his eyes, and he called him by name. The sweet smell of Athlas filled the room, like flowers and sunny fields. Suddenly Merry woke and said,
I am hungry. What time is it?
It is past supper, said Pippin. But I think I can find you something to eat, if they allow me.
They will allow it, said Gandalf. And anything else this rider of Rohan may wish, if it can be found in Minas Tirith, where his name is held in honor.
Good. Then I would like supper first, said Merry. After that, I would like a pipe. Then his face grew sad. No, not a pipe. I do not think I will smoke again.
Why not? Asked Pippin.
Merry spoke slowly. He is dead. It makes me remember everything. He once said he was sorry he never talked with me about herbs. That was almost his last word to me. If I smoke again, I will always think of him. I will think of that day, Pippin, when he rode to Isengard and was so kind.
Then smoke and think of him, said Aragorn. He had a kind heart. He was a great king. He kept his promises. He came out of darkness to see one last good morning. You knew him only for a short time, but it is a good and proud memory. You should keep it all your life.
Merry smiled. Well then, he said, if Strider gives me what I need, I will smoke and think. I had some of Saruman's leaf in my pack. But I do not know what happened to it in the battle.
Master Meriadoc, said Aragorn, if you think I crossed mountains and Gondor with fire and war just to bring herbs to a soldier who loses his pack, you are wrong. If your pack is lost, you must ask the herb master of this house. He will tell you many names for the leaf. he will say long words and old rhymes. Then he will sadly tell you there is none here. After that, he will leave you to think about old languages. And now I must leave too. I have not slept in a bed like this since Dunharrow. I have not eaten since before dawn.
Merry took his hand and kissed it. I am very sorry, he said. Please go now. Since that night at Bree, we have troubled you many times. But my people use light words in hard times. We say less than we feel. We are afraid to say too much.
I know this, said Aragorn. That is why I speak to you in the same way. May the Shire always stay green and alive. He kissed Merry and went out. Gandalf went with him.
Pippin stayed. Was there ever anyone like him, he said. Except Gandalf, of course. I think they must be family. My dear fool, your pack is by your bed. You had it on your back when I met you. He saw it all the time. And I have some leaf of my own. Come on now. We will use Longbottom leaf. Fill your pipe while I go to find some food. Then we can rest for a while. Oh dear. Witchooks and brandybucks cannot live long in high places.
No, said Merry. I cannot. Not yet. But at least now, Pippin, we can see them and honor them. It is best to love first what you know best. You must begin somewhere. The Shire is deep in us. But there are things deeper and higher than that. No old gardener could care for his garden in peace without them, even if he does not know it. I am glad I know a little. But I do not know why I talk like this. Where is that leaf? And get my pipe from my pack, if it is not broken.
Aragorn and Gandalf went to the Warden of the Houses of Healing. They told him that Faramir and Eowyn must stay there and be cared for many days. Lady Eowyn, said Aragorn, will soon want to rise and leave. But you must not let her go for at least 10 days, if you can stop her.
As for Faramir, said Gandalf, he must soon learn that his father is dead. But do not tell him the full sad story yet. Wait until he is fully healed and has work to do. Make sure Beregond and the small one who are there do not speak of it yet.
And the other small one, Meriadoc, who is under my care, what of him? Asked the warden.
He will likely be well enough to rise tomorrow for a short time, said Aragorn. Let him do so if he wishes. He may walk a little with his friends.
They are a strange people, said the warden. Very strong inside.
At the doors of the houses many people were waiting to see Aragorn. They followed him. After he had eaten, people came and asked him to help their family and friends. Many were badly hurt or lay under the dark sickness. Aragorn rose and went out. He called for the sons of Elrond. Together they worked far into the night. And word spread through the city, the king has truly returned. Chapter 9 The Last Debate. And they named him Elfstone because he wore a green stone. This was the name spoken about when he was born, and now his own people chose it for him. When he could work no more, he put his cloak around himself. He left the city quietly. Just before dawn, he went to his tent and slept for a short time. In the morning, a banner flew from the tower of Dolamroth. It showed a white ship like a swan on blue water. People looked up and wondered if the coming of the king had only been a dream. The morning came after the day of battle. The weather was fair. There were light clouds, and the wind turned toward the west. Legolas and Gimli went out early. They asked for leave to go into the city. They wanted to see Merry and Pippin very much.
It is good to hear they are still alive, We worked very hard to cross Rohirrim for them. I do not want that hard work to be for nothing.
The elf and the dwarf entered Minas Tirith together. People who saw them were surprised. They had never seen such a pair. Legolas was very fair to look at, more fair than most men. As he walked, he sang a clear elven song in the morning air. Gimli walked beside him. He moved strongly, touched his beard, and looked around with sharp eyes.
There is some good stone work here, but some parts are not so good. The streets could be planned better. When Aragorn takes his place as king, I will offer him the help of the mountain stone workers. We will make this city something to be proud of.
They need more gardens. The houses feel lifeless. Too little here grows and feels happy. When Aragorn becomes king, the people of the wood will bring him singing birds and trees that live long.
At last they met Prince Imrahil. Legolas looked at him and bowed low. He saw that elven blood ran in the prince's family.
Greetings, my lord. Long ago, the people of Nimrodel left the woods of Lorien. Yet it is clear that not all of them sailed away from Amrotha's haven.
That is what our old stories say. But for many years, no elf has been seen there. I am surprised to see one now, in a time of war and sadness. What do you seek?
I am one of the 9 companions. I travelled with Mithrandir from Imladris. This dwarf is my friend. We came with Lord Aragorn. Now we wish to see our friends, Meriadoc and Pegrin. We are told they are under your care.
You will find them in the houses of healing. I will take you there.
It is enough if you send someone to guide us, my lord. Aragorn sends you this message. He does not wish to enter the city again yet. But the leaders must meet soon. He asks that you and Emer of Rohan come to his tents as soon as you can. Mithrandir is already there.
We will come. They spoke kindly to each other and parted.
He is a noble lord and a great leader of men. If Gondor still has men like him in these fading days, then its early glory must have been very great.
And the best stonework is surely the oldest. It was made when the city was first built. This often happens with the works of men. They begin with hope, but troubles come, and the promise is not fully kept.
Yet they rarely lose the seed. It may rest in the earth and seem to die. But one day it grows again, in places no one expects. The deeds of men will last longer than we do, Gimli.
But in the end they may lead to nothing, only to thoughts of what might have been.
The elves do not know the answer to that.
Soon a servant of the prince came and led them to the houses of healing. There they found their friends walking in the garden. Their meeting was full of joy. For a while, they walked and talked together. They enjoyed a short time of peace and rest in the morning air, high in the circles of the city. When Merry grew tired, they sat on the wall. Behind them was the green grass of the garden. Before them, far to the south, the river Anduin shone in the sunlight. It flowed away into wide fields and soft green lands, far beyond even Legolas's sight. Then Legolas grew quiet while the others spoke. He looked toward the bright sun. As he watched, he saw white sea birds flying up the river.
Look! Gulls. They are flying far from the sea. They fill me with wonder and also with sadness. I had never seen them before we came to Pelagia. There I heard their cries in the air as we rode to the battle by the ships. I stopped and forgot the war for a moment. Their voices spoke to me of the sea. The sea. Sadly, I have not yet seen it with my own eyes.
Deep in the hearts of my people, there is a strong wish for the sea. It is dangerous to wake this wish. I feel sad for the gulls. I will never feel peace again under the beech trees or the elm trees.
Do not say that. There are still many things to see in Middle-earth. There is much good work to do. If all the fair folk go to the havens, the world will be dull for those who must stay.
Yes, very dull. You must not go to the havens, Legolas. There will always be people who need you. They will be big or small. Some will even be wise dwarfs like Gimli. At least I hope so. Still, I feel that the worst part of this war is not finished. I wish it was truly over.
Do not be so sad. The sun is shining. We are together for a short time. I want to hear more about you. Gimli, come here. You and Legolas have spoken many times about your strange journey with Strider. But you have not told me the story.
The sun shines here, but I remember dark things from that road. I do not want to speak of them. If I had known what waited for me, I would never have walked the paths of the dead. Not even for friendship.
The paths of the dead? I heard Aragorn speak of that. I did not understand. Will you tell us more?
I do not wish to. On that road I felt shame. I thought I was stronger than men. I thought I was braver underground than any elf. I was wrong. I stayed on that road only because Aragorn's will was strong.
And because we love him. All who know him come to love him in their own way. Even the quiet lady of Rohan. We left Dunharrow early in the morning, before you came, Merry. Fear was heavy on the people. No one watched us leave, except Lady Eowyn. She now lies hurt in the houses below. That parting was full of sorrow, and it made me sad.
I thought only of myself then. No, I will not speak more of that journey.
He became quiet. But Pippin and Merry wanted to hear more. At last, Legolas spoke.
I will tell you a little, to ease your minds. I did not feel the fear. The shadows of men did not frighten me. I thought them weak.
He spoke quickly then. He told them of the strange road under the mountains. He told them of the dark meeting at Erech. He told them of the long ride to Pelargia by the great river Anduin.
For 4 days and nights, and into a 5th day, we rode from the Black Stone. In the dark lands of Mordor, my hope grew. In that darkness, the shadow host looked stronger and more terrible. Some rode horses. Some walked. All moved very fast. They made no sound. But their eyes shone. In the hills of Lindon, they passed our horses and moved around us. They would have gone ahead, but Aragorn stopped them. At his word, they moved back.
Even the spirits of men obey him. They may still help him.
We rode for 1 day in light. Then came a day with no sunrise. Still we rode on. We crossed the rivers Cirith and Ringlow. On the 3rd day, we reached Linhi near the mouth of the Gilrain. There, the men of Lindon were fighting enemies from Umber and Harad. These enemies had come by ship. But when we arrived, both sides stopped fighting and ran away. They cried that the king of the dead was coming. Only Ungol, lord of Lindon, stayed.
At Pelargia, the heir of Isildur will need you.
So we crossed the Gilrain. Our enemies fled before us. Then we rested for a short time. Soon Aragorn stood up. He said that Minas Tirith was already under attack. He feared it would fall before we could help. So we mounted again before night ended. We rode as fast as our horses could go across the plains of Lebanon.
Legolas stopped and sighed. He looked to the south and sang softly of green fields, flowing streams, tall grass, and flowers moving in the sea wind.
These fields are green in the songs of my people. But then they were dark. They looked grey and empty before us. Across that wide land, we chased our enemies for a full day and night. We did not stop for the grass or the flowers. At last, we reached the great river, tired and worn.
Then I felt in my heart that we were close to the sea. I could hear wide water in the dark. Many sea birds cried on the shore. Their cries were loud and sad. I remember the lady's warning about the gulls. I could not forget their sound.
I did not care about the birds, said Gimli. At last we came to real fighting. At Pelargir we saw the great fleet of Umbar. There were 50 big ships and many smaller boats. Some enemies we chased arrived before us. They brought their fear with them. Some ships tried to escape on the river or go to the far shore. Many small boats were already burning. The Haradrim had nowhere to go, so they fought hard. They were angry and desperate. They laughed at us because they were still many and strong. But Aragorn stopped and shouted in a loud voice. He called by the black stone. Then the shadow host came forward at last. They moved like a gray wave and swept everything away. I heard weak cries and far horns. I heard many soft voices together. It sounded like an old battle from long ago. Pale swords were raised. But the dead did not need weapons. Fear was enough. No one could stand against them. They went to every ship on the shore. Then they moved over the water to the ships on the river. The sailors were filled with wild fear. They jumped into the water. Only the slaves chained to the oars stayed. We rode among our enemies as they ran. We pushed them away like dry leaves. At last we reached the shore. Then Aragorn sent one man of the Dúnedain to each great ship. They spoke kindly to the captives. They told them to stop being afraid and to be free. Before that dark day ended, no enemy was left to fight us. Some had drowned. Others ran south, hoping to reach their own lands on foot. I thought it was strange and wonderful. The plans of Mordor were broken by spirits of fear and shadow. Mordor was beaten by its own kind of power.
Very strange, said Legolas. In that hour I looked at Aragorn. I thought how great and frightening a lord he could have been if he had taken the ring. Mordor fears him for a reason. But his heart is more noble than Sauron can understand. Is he not from the line of Lúthien? That line will never end, no matter how long the years grow.
These thoughts are beyond dwarves, said Gimli. But Aragorn was truly great that day. All the Black Fleet was in his control. He chose the largest ship for himself and went aboard. Then he ordered many trumpets taken from the enemy to be blown. The shadow host moved back to the shore. They stood there in silence. They were hard to see. Only a red light showed in their eyes from the burning ships. Then Aragorn spoke loudly to the dead. He said that their oath was complete. He told them to go back and never trouble the valleys again. He told them to leave and find rest. Then the king of the dead stepped forward. He broke his spear and threw it down. He bowed low and turned away. At once the whole grey host moved back. They vanished like mist pushed away by strong wind. It felt as if I woke from a dream. That night we rested, while others worked. Many captives were freed. Many slaves were released. They were people of Gondor taken in raids. Soon many men came from Lebanon and the Aether. Angbor of Lamidon came with all the horsemen he could gather. Now that the fear of the dead was gone, they came to help us. They also wished to see the heir of Isildur. News of his name had spread fast in the dark. This is almost the end of our story. That evening and night, many ships were prepared and filled with men. In the morning the fleet sailed. Feels like long ago now. But it was only the morning of the day before yesterday. It was the 6th day since we left Dunharrow. Aragorn was still worried. He feared time was too short. He said the distance from Pelargir to the Harland was very long. He said we must reach the Harland by tomorrow or fail completely. Free men now pulled the oars. They worked hard and with courage. Still we moved slowly up the great river. We fought against the river's flow. In the south the water is not fast, but there was no wind to help us. My heart would have felt heavy, even after our victory, if Legolas had not laughed.
Lift your beard, son of Durin, he said. Hope is often born when all seems lost. But he did not tell us what hope he saw far away.
When night came, the dark grew deeper. Our hearts felt heavy and tense. Far in the north, we saw a red light under the clouds. Aragorn said, "Minas Tirith is on fire." But at midnight, hope came back. Men who knew the sea looked south and felt a new wind. It came fresh from the sea. Long before morning, the ships raised their sails. We moved faster and faster. At dawn, the water turned white near our ships. Then, in the third hour of the morning, we arrived. The wind was good, and the sun came out. We raised the great flag for battle. It was a great day and a great moment, no matter what happens later. Legolas said,
Even if bad things follow, great acts still matter. Riding the paths of the dead was a great act. It will stay great, even if no one in Gondor sings about it in the future.
"That could happen," said Gimli.
Aragorn and Gandalf look very serious. I wonder what they are planning in the tents below. Like Mary, I wish the war was over after this win. But if there is more to do, I hope to take part. I do it for the honor of the people of the Lonely Mountain.
"And I do it for the people of the Great Wood," said Legolas.
And for love of the Lord of the White Tree.
Then they all became quiet. They sat in the high place for some time. Each one was lost in his own thoughts. Below them, the leaders talked together. Prince Imrahil left Legolas and Gimli. At once, he sent for Ema. They went down from the city together. They came to Aragorn's tent on the field, near the place where King Theoden had died. There they spoke with Gandalf, Aragorn, and the sons of Elrond. Gandalf said,
My lords, listen to the words of the Steward of Gondor before he died. He said that you may win for one day on the Pelennor fields, but you cannot win against the great power that has risen. I do not ask you to lose hope, as he did. But think carefully about the truth in his words. The seeing stones do not lie. Not even the Dark Lord can change the truth in them. He can choose what weaker minds see, or confuse their thoughts. Still, when Denethor saw great armies in Mordor, and more gathering, he saw what was real. We barely had enough strength to stop the first attack. The next one will be stronger. This war has no final hope if we fight only this way. Weapons alone cannot bring true victory. It does not matter if you stay and face many attacks, or march out and be destroyed. You must choose between bad paths. Careful thinking would say this: make your strong places stronger and wait there. This would only delay the end a little longer.
Then you want us to fall back to Minas Tirith, or Dol Amroth, or Dunharrow, said Imrahil.
Should we sit there like children playing while the sea comes in?
That is not new advice, said Gandalf. Have you not done this for many years under Denethor? But no. I said it would be careful advice. I do not give careful advice now. I said weapons cannot bring victory. I still believe victory is possible, but not by weapons. The Ring of Power now stands in the middle of all plans. It is the base of the Dark Tower and the hope of Sauron. My lords, you now know enough about this ring to understand our danger, and his. If he gets it back, your courage will mean nothing. His win will be fast and complete. It will be so complete that no one can see how it would ever end. But if the ring is destroyed, he will fall. He will fall so low that he will never rise again. He will lose the greatest part of his strength. Everything made with that power will break apart. He will become weak forever, only a small dark spirit that hides and cannot grow again. A great evil will be removed from the world. Other evils may still come. Sauron himself serves a greater darkness. But it is not our task to control everything in the world. Our task is to do what we can in our own time. We must remove the evil we know, so people after us may live on clean land. We cannot choose the future weather for them. Sauron knows all this. He knows the ring has been found again. But he does not yet know where it is, or so we hope. That is why he is uncertain now. He knows that some among us are strong enough to use the ring. Tell me, Aragorn, am I right to think that ye showed yourself to him through the stone of Orthanc?
I did it before I rode from the Hornburg, Aragorn said. I felt the time was right. The stone came to me for this reason. It was 10 days after the ring-bearer went east from Rauros. I thought the Eye of Sauron should look away from his own land. He has not been challenged often since he returned to his tower. But if I had known how fast he would answer, I might not have shown myself. I had little time to come and help you.
But this is strange, Ema said. You say all hope is gone if he has the ring. Why would he attack us if he thinks we have it?
He is not sure yet, Gandalf said. He does not wait until his enemies are ready, as we have done. Also, we could not learn to use the full power in one day. Only one master can truly use it, not many. He expects trouble among us before one great person takes full control. In that time, the ring could help him if he acts fast. He is watching all things. He sees much and hears much. His dark riders are still moving. They passed over this field before sunrise, though most of us were tired and asleep and did not notice. He studies the signs. The sword that took his treasure has been made again. Fortune is turning in our favor. His first attack failed, and his great leader has fallen. Even now, his doubt is growing, Gandalf went on. His eye is fixed on us and sees little else. We must keep it so. This is our only hope. This is my advice. We do not have the ring. It was sent away to be destroyed to save us from it. Without it, we cannot beat his power with force alone. But we can still help the ring-bearer. Weapons cannot win the war, but they can give him his only chance, even if it is small. Aragorn has begun this, and we must continue. We must push Sauron to make his final move. We must draw out all his hidden strength. We must march to meet him at once. We must make ourselves the bait, even if he closes on us. He will take it, because of hope and greed. He will think this bold move shows the pride of a new ring lord. He will think we come too soon and too far. He will believe he can trap and defeat us, and take back what he lost. We must walk into that trap with open eyes, Gandalf said. We need courage, but we may not survive. My lords, it may be that we all fall in a dark battle far from safe lands. Even if his tower is destroyed, we may not live to see a new age. Still, this is our duty. It is better than waiting here and dying, knowing that no new age will ever come.
They were silent for a time. At last Aragorn spoke.
I have begun, and I will go on. We stand at the edge where hope and despair are close. To hesitate now is to fall. Let no one refuse the advice of Gandalf. He has worked against Sauron for many years, and this is the final test. Without him, all would have been lost long ago. Still, I do not claim command over anyone. Each person must choose.
Then Elrohir spoke. We came from the north for this very reason. Our father Elrond sent us with this same advice. We will not turn back.
For my part, Ema said, I do not understand all these deep matters. But I do not need to. I know this, Aragorn helped me and my people when we needed him. Now I will help him when he calls. I will go.
For me as well, said Imrahil, I see Aragorn as my true lord, whether he claims it or not. His wish is a command to me. I will go too. Yet for a time I stand in the place of the steward of Gondor. I must think first of its people. We must still be careful. We need to prepare for all chances, good and bad. It may be that we win, and while there is hope, Gondor must be guarded. I do not wish to return with victory to a ruined city and a broken land. We have also learned from the riders that there is still an enemy army to the north.
That is true, Gandalf said. I do not say we should leave the city without defense. The force we lead east does not need to be large enough to truly attack Mordor. It only needs to be strong enough to challenge him. It must move soon. So I asked the captains this: what force can we gather and lead out within 2 days? The men must be strong and willing, knowing the danger.
All are tired, Ema said. Many have wounds, some small and some serious. We have also lost many horses, and that is a heavy loss.
If we must ride soon, then I cannot lead even 2,000 men and still leave enough soldiers to protect the city. We must think about more than the men who fought here, said Aragorn. Help is coming from the southern lands now that the coasts are safe. I sent 4,000 men from Pelargir 2 days ago. They are marching through Lossarnach, and Angbor the Brave rides in front. If we wait 2 more days, they will be close before we leave. Many others were told to follow me up the river in any boats they could find. With this strong wind, they will arrive soon. Some ships are already at the Harland. I believe we can lead 7,000 soldiers, both on foot and on horse, and still protect the city better than before the attack. The gate is broken, said Imrahil. Who can rebuild it now? There are skilled builders in Erebor, in the kingdom of Dain, said Aragorn. If hope remains, I will later send Gimli, son of Gloin, to ask for their help. But people are more important than gates. No gate can stand if there are no people to guard it. So this was the decision of the lords. They would leave on the second morning with 7,000 men, if they could gather them. Most of the army would walk, because the lands ahead were dangerous. Aragorn would bring about 2,000 men from the south. Imrahil would bring 3,500. Ema would bring 500 Rohirrim who had lost their horses but could still fight. He himself would lead 500 of his best riders on horseback. Another group of 500 horsemen would ride with them. Among these would be the sons of Elrond, the Dunedain, and the knights of Dol Amroth. In total, there would be 6,000 soldiers on foot and 1,000 on horse. The rest of the Rohirrim, about 3,000 who still had horses, would stay behind under Elfhelm. They would guard the west road against the enemy in Anorion. Fast riders were sent out at once to gather news, to the north and to the east, from Osgiliath and the road to Minas Morgul. When all plans were made and the roads were chosen, Imrahil suddenly laughed. Truly, he said, this is the greatest joke in the history of Gondor. We ride with 7,000 men, not even as many as the front line of our army in the old days, to attack the dark mountains and the strong gate of the Black Land. It is like a child trying to scare a knight with a weak bow. If the Dark Lord knows what you say, Gandalf, will he not laugh at us and crush us easily?
No, said Gandalf. He will try to catch the fly and remove its sting. And some among us are worth more than 1,000 armored knights. He will not laugh.
Nor will we, said Aragorn. If this is a joke, it is too painful to laugh at. This is the final move in a great danger. It will decide the end for one side or the other. Then he drew his sword Andril and held it high in the sunlight. You will not be put away again until the last battle is over, he said. Chapter 10 The Black Gate opens. 2 days later, the army of the West was ready on the Pelennor fields. The Orcs and Easterlings had turned back from Anorion. The Rohirrim chased them and broke their forces, and they fled with little fighting toward Caer Andros. With this danger gone and new soldiers coming from the south, the city was as well protected as possible. Scouts reported that there were no enemies on the eastern roads as far as the crossroads of the fallen king. Everything was ready for the final chance. Legolas and Gimli would ride together again with Aragorn and Gandalf. They would go in the front with the Dunedain and the sons of Elrond. But Merry would not go with them, to his sadness. You are not strong enough for this journey, said Aragorn. Do not feel ashamed. You have already won great honor in this war. Peregrine will go and stand for the people of the Shire. Do not be angry with him for facing danger. He has done well, but he has not yet matched what you did. In truth, everyone is now in danger. If we meet our end before the gate of Mordor, then you too will face a last fight, here or wherever the darkness reaches you. Farewell. Merry stood still and watched the army gather. He felt very sad. Burgil stood with him. The boy was also unhappy. His father had to march with a group of city men. He could not return to the guard until others judged his case. In the same group, Pippin was going too. He was now a soldier of Gondor. Merry saw him not far away. Pippin looked small, but he stood straight among the tall men of Minas Tirith. At last the trumpet sounded. The army began to move. Group after group turned and marched east. They slowly went down the great road to the causeway. Even after they were gone from sight, Merry stayed there. The last light of the morning sun shone on spears and helmets, and then it was gone. Merry did not move. His head was low and his heart felt heavy. All the people he loved had gone into the dark east. He felt alone. He had little hope that he would ever see them again. As these sad thoughts filled his mind, the pain in his arm came back. He felt tired and very old. The sunlight seemed weak. Then Burgil touched his hand and woke him from his thoughts.
Come, Master Pippin, said the boy. I see you are still hurting. I will take you back to the healers. Do not be afraid. They will return. The men of Minas Tirith will not lose. Now they have the Lord Elfstone and Beregond from the guard too.
Before midday the army reached Osgiliath. Many workers and skilled people were busy there. Some repaired the boats and bridges that the enemy had used and partly broken before they ran away. Some gathered food and goods. Others worked on the far side of the river and quickly built simple walls and guards for safety. The front of the army moved on through the broken city of Old Gondor. They crossed the wide river. Then they followed the long straight road. Long ago, this road ran from the bright tower of the sun to the tall tower of the moon. Now that tower was Minas Morgul, standing in a dark valley. 5 miles past Osgiliath, the army stopped. That ended their first day of travel. The riders did not stop. Before evening, they reached the crossroads and the great circle of trees. Everything was quiet. They had seen no enemy. They had heard no voices. Nothing had been thrown at them from the rocks or bushes. Still, as they rode on, they felt that the land was watching them. Trees and stones seemed alert and aware. The deep darkness was gone. Far to the west, the sun was setting over the Vale of Anduin. The white mountain peaks turned pink in the blue sky. But over the Ephel-Duath there was still a heavy shadow. Then Aragorn placed trumpeters on each of the 4 roads that led into the circle of trees. They blew loud and clear calls. Messengers spoke to the land and said that the lords of Gondor had returned and were taking back their own country. The ugly orc head that had been placed on the carved stone was pulled down and broken. The old king's head was lifted up and put back where it belonged. It was crowned again with white and gold flowers. Men worked to clean the stone and remove the dirty marks left by the orcs. After this, the leaders talked together. Some said they should attack Minas Morgul first. If they could take it, they should destroy it fully.
And maybe, said Imrahil, the road from there to the high pass will be an easier way to reach the Dark Lord than his northern gate.
But Gandalf spoke strongly against this plan. He warned them about the evil in the valley. In that place, the minds of men could fall into fear and madness. He also spoke because of the news from Faramir. If the ring-bearer had truly tried that path, then they must not pull the eye of Mordor toward it. The next day, when the main army arrived, they placed a strong guard at the crossroads. This guard was there in case Mordor sent soldiers through the Morgul Pass or brought more men from the south. Most of the guards were archers. They knew the land of Ithilien well. They hid in the woods and on the slopes near the meeting of the roads. Gandalf and Aragorn rode ahead with the front group. They came to the mouth of the Morgul Vale and looked at the evil city. The city looked dark and empty. The orcs and other creatures who once lived there were gone after the battle. The Nazgul were away. Still, the air in the valley felt heavy with fear and hate. They broke the evil bridge. They set red fires in the dirty fields. Then they left the place. The day after that was the 3rd day since they had left Minas Tirith. The army turned north and began to march along the road. The road from the crossroads to the Morannon was about 100 miles. No one knew what dangers waited for them. They marched in the open, but with care. Riders went ahead as scouts. Other scouts walked on both sides of the road, mostly on the eastern side. There were dark woods there and rough land with rocks and steep places. Behind them rose the long black slopes of the mountains of shadow. The weather stayed fair, and the wind blew from the west. But the sad mist stayed around the mountains. Nothing could clear it away. At times, great clouds of smoke rose behind them and hung in the high air. From time to time, Gandalf ordered the trumpets to sound. The messengers cried out, "The lords of Gondor have come. Leave this land or give it up."
But Imrahil said, "Do not say the lords of Gondor. Say the king Elessar. That is true, even if he has not yet sat on the throne. That name will trouble the enemy more."
After that, 3 times each day, the messengers announced the coming of King Elessar. No one answered them. Even so, though the march seemed quiet, the hearts of all the soldiers were heavy. This was true for both leaders and common men. With every mile to the north, their fear grew stronger. Near the end of the 2nd day from the crossroads, they faced their first attack. A large group of orcs and easterlings tried to surprise the front of the army. This happened where the road ran deep between hills, the same place where Faramir had once attacked the men of Harad. But the leaders of the west were warned in time. Their scouts were skilled men from Heneth-Anan, led by Mablung. Because of this, the attackers were caught instead. Horsemen rode wide to the west and came upon the enemy from the side and from behind. The enemy was defeated or pushed away into the eastern hills. Still, this success did not lift their spirits. "This is only a trick," said Aragorn. "I believe its main goal was to make us think the enemy is weak, and so lead us on. It was not meant to harm us much yet." From that evening on, the Nazgul followed the army. They flew high and could not be seen, except by Legolas. Yet everyone could feel them. The light seemed weaker, and shadows felt deeper. The ringwraiths did not come close, and they made no sound. Even so, their fear could not be escaped. So the days passed, and the hard journey went on. On the 4th day from the crossroads, and the 6th from Minas Tirith, they reached the end of the lands where people still lived. They began to enter the empty land before the gate of the pass of Cirith Gorgia. They could see the marshes and the dry lands that spread north and west to the Emyn Muil. These places were so empty and so full of fear that some of the soldiers lost heart. They could not walk or ride any farther north. Aragorn looked at them with kindness, not anger. Many of them were young men from Rohan, from the far Westfold, or simple farmers from Lossarnach. Since childhood, Mordor had been only a dark name to them, a story of evil that did not feel real. Now they felt as if they were walking inside a terrible dream that had come true. They did not understand this war or why they had been brought to such a place. "Go," said Aragorn. "But keep what honor you can. Do not run away. There is still a task you may try, so that you will not be fully ashamed." They were told to go southwest until they reached Caer Andros. If enemies still held it, they should try to take it back. They should hold it as long as they could to protect Gondor and Rohan. Some men felt shame because of his kindness. This helped them defeat their fear, and they went on. Other men heard of a brave deed that felt possible for them too. This gave them new hope, and they also went on. Many men had already stayed behind at the crossroads. So in the end, fewer than 6,000 men marched with the captains of the West to face the Black Gate and the power of Mordor. They moved forward slowly. They expected an answer to their challenge at any time. They stayed close together because it was useless to send small groups away from the army. On the 5th evening after leaving Morgul Vale, they made their final camp. They lit fires with dead wood and dry plants they could find. They stayed awake during the night. They felt that many hidden things were moving around them. They heard wolves howling in the dark. The wind stopped, and the air felt heavy and still. They could not see much. The sky had no clouds, and the moon was young, but smoke and mist rose from the land and covered its light. The night became cold. When morning came, the wind returned from the north and grew stronger. All the night creatures were gone, and the land felt empty. To the north were large piles of broken stone and burned earth. These were signs of long work by the servants of Mordor. To the south, very near now, stood the great wall of Cirith Gorgia. The Black Gate stood in the center, with 2 dark towers on each side. In their last march, the captains had left the old road and gone another way to avoid danger. So now they came to the Black Gate from the northwest, just as Frodo once had. The huge iron doors of the Black Gate were shut tight. Nothing moved on the walls. Everything was silent but alert. They had reached the end of their bold plan. They stood cold and alone in the grey morning light. The walls and towers before them were too strong to attack. Even with great machines, they would have no real chance. They also knew that enemies were hiding in the hills and rocks around them. Dark tunnels and narrow paths were full of evil creatures. As they watched, they saw all the Nazgul together in the air above the towers. They knew they were being watched. Still, the enemy gave no sign. They had no choice but to finish what they had begun. Aragorn placed the army in the best way he could. The men stood on 2 large hills made of broken stone and earth. Orcs had built these hills over many years. In front of them was a wide stretch of deep mud and foul pools, like a moat. When all was ready, the captains rode toward the Black Gate. A large group of horsemen went with them. They carried the banner, and heralds, and trumpeters. Gandalf rode as the chief herald. Aragorn rode with the sons of Elrond, with Emer of Rohan, and with Imrahil. Legolas, Gimli, and Peregrine also went with them. They went so that the enemies of Mordor would see them all. They came close enough for their voices to be heard. They opened the banner and blew the trumpets. The herald stepped forward and called up to the walls of Mordor. "Come out," they cried. "Let the Lord of the Black Land come out. He has done wrong by making war on Gondor and taking its lands. The king of Gondor demands justice. He must make amends and then leave forever. Come out." There was a long quiet time. No sound came from the wall or the gate. No voice answered them. But Sauron already had a plan. He wanted to play with his enemies first. He wanted to hurt their hope before the end. Just as the captains were about to turn away, the silence broke. Great drums began to beat. The sound rolled like thunder in the mountains. Loud horns followed. The noise shook the ground and hurt their ears. Then the black gate opened with a heavy noise. From it came a small group sent from the Dark Tower. At the front rode a tall and dark figure. He sat on a black horse, or something like a horse. It was very large and ugly. His face looked like a hard mask. It was more like a skull than a real face. Fire burned in his eyes and nose. He wore black clothes and a tall black helmet. He was not a ringwraith. He was a living man. He was the leader of the Tower of Barad-dûr. No one remembered his true name. He had forgotten it himself. He said, "I am the mouth of Sauron." People say he came from the Black Númenóreans. They lived in Middle-earth long ago and served Sauron. They loved dark knowledge. This man joined the Dark Tower when it rose again. He was clever, so Sauron trusted him more and more. He learned dark magic. He understood Sauron's thoughts. He was cruel, even more than the orcs. Now he rode forward. With him were only a few soldiers in black armor. They carried one black flag with a red eye on it. He stopped a short distance from the captains of the West. He looked at them slowly. Then he laughed. "Is there anyone here with the power to speak to me? Or anyone smart enough to understand me?" He turned to Aragorn and mocked him. "Not you. It takes more to be a king than a shiny elf stone and a noisy crowd. Any thief from the hills could look the same." Aragorn said nothing. He looked straight into the other man's eyes and did not look away. They stared at each other. Aragorn did not move or touch his sword. But the Dark Rider grew afraid. He stepped back as if he feared a blow. "I am a messenger," he shouted. "You must not touch me."
Gandalf spoke calmly. "Where such rules matter," he said, "messengers also speak with respect. No one has threatened you. You are safe here until your message is done. But unless your master has learned wisdom, you and all his servants are in great danger."
"So," said the messenger, "you speak for them, old man. We have heard of you. Always walking around, making secret plans far away. But now you have come too close, Gandalf. You will see what happens to those who stand against Sauron the Great. I was told to bring signs for you. For you especially, if you dared to come." He waved his hand. One guard stepped forward with a bundle wrapped in black cloth. The messenger opened it. He held up a short sword. It was Sam's sword. Then he showed a grey cloak with an elf brooch. Last, he lifted a small coat of shining mail that Frodo had worn. The captains felt cold fear. For a moment, no one moved. It felt as if the world had stopped. Their hearts felt empty. Their last hope seemed gone.
Pippin, standing behind Prince Imrahil, cried out and stepped forward.
"Be silent," Gandalf said sharply, and pushed him back.
The messenger laughed loudly. "So you still keep these little creatures with you," he said. "I do not know why. Sending them into Mordor as spies is very foolish. Still, I thank this one. He knows these things. You cannot deny them now."
"I do not deny them," said Gandalf. "I know them all and their stories. You do not, even with all your pride. But why do you bring them here?"
Dwarf mail, elf cloak, a sword from the west, and a spy from the small land called the Shire, said the messenger. "Do not be surprised. We know it well. These are signs of a secret plan. Maybe the one who carried them was not important to you. Or maybe he was very dear to you. If so, think quickly. Sauron does not forgive spies. What happens to him now depends on your choice." No one answered. The messenger saw their pale faces and the fear in their eyes. He laughed again. He felt pleased because his cruel game was going well.
"Good, good," he said. "I see that he was important to you. Or maybe his task mattered to you. It has failed. Now he will suffer for many years. Our skills in the Great Tower can make this very slow. He will not be set free. Maybe one day he will be changed and broken. Then he may be sent back to you, so you can see what you caused. This will happen unless you accept my lord's offer."
"Tell us the offer," said Gandalf in a calm voice.
But the people near him saw great pain on his face. He now looked very old and tired. He seemed beaten at last. They thought he would agree.
"These are the terms," said the messenger. He smiled and looked at them one by one. "The people of Gondor and their allies must leave at once. They must go back across the river Anduin. First, they must promise never to fight Sauron again, in any way. All land east of the Anduin will belong to Sauron forever. The land west of the Anduin, up to the Misty Mountains and the Gap of Rohan, will pay tribute to Mordor. The people there may rule themselves, but they must not carry weapons. They must also help rebuild Isengard, which they destroyed without care. Isengard will belong to Sauron. His servant will live there. Not Saruman, but someone more loyal."
By looking into the messenger's eyes, they understood his plan. He meant himself. He would rule what was left of the West. He would control them, and they would obey him.
But Gandalf said, "This is a heavy price for the return of one servant. Your master would gain what he would otherwise need many wars to win. Has the battle in Gondor ended his hope of war? Is that why he now bargains? And if we cared so much for this prisoner, how can we trust Sauron to keep his word? He is known for lies. Where is this prisoner? Bring him here and give him to us. Then we will think about your offer."
Gandalf watched the messenger closely, like a man facing a deadly enemy. For a short moment, the messenger seemed unsure.
Then he laughed again. "Do not argue with the mouth of Sauron," he shouted. "You ask for trust. Sauron gives none. If you want his mercy, you must obey first. These are his terms. Take them or leave them."
"We will take these," said Gandalf suddenly.
He threw off his cloak. A white light shone from him in the dark place. The messenger stepped back in fear. Gandalf reached out and took the items from him, a coat, a cloak, and a sword.
"These we take to remember our friend," he said. "But we fully refuse your terms. Go now. Your mission is finished, and danger is close to you. We did not come to talk with Sauron, who breaks his word. And we will not talk with his servant. Leave us.
The messenger did not laugh again. His face twisted with shock and anger, like a wild animal struck in the face. He was full of rage and made harsh sounds. But then he saw the hard faces and cold eyes of the captains. Fear overcame his anger. He cried out, jumped onto his horse, and rode away fast with his group towards Cirith Gorgia. As they rode, his soldiers blew horns, as they had planned before. Even before they reached the gate, Sauron acted. Drums began to beat. Fires burned high. The great black gate opened wide. A huge army poured out, fast and endless, like water rushing free. The captains of the west mounted their horses and rode back. From the army of Mordor came loud mocking cries. Dust filled the air. From nearby, another army marched forward. These were Easterlings who had waited for the signal in the dark hills beyond the tower. From the hills on both sides of the gate, countless orcs came down. The men of the west were surrounded. Soon, enemy forces far greater than their own closed in around them. Sauron had taken the bait and trapped them. Aragorn had little time to prepare the fight. On one hill, Aragorn stood with Gandalf. There they raised the banner of the tree and stars, bright and brave. On a nearby hill stood the banners of Rohan and Dolemroth, the White Horse and the Silver Swan. Around each hill, the men formed a circle, facing all sides, holding spears and swords. At the front, facing Mordor where the first attack would come, stood the sons of Elrond on the left, with the rangers around them. On the right stood Prince Imrahil with the tall men of Dolemroth and chosen guards of the White Tower. Book 6. Chapter 1 The Tower of Cirith Ungol. The wind blew hard. Trumpets sounded. Arrows flew through the air. The sun was moving up in the sky, but dark smoke from Mordor covered it. The light looked weak and red. It felt like evening, or like the end of all light in the world. From the dark mist came the Nazgul. Their cold voices spoke of death. At that moment, all hope seemed to die. Pippin had bent down in fear before, when he heard Gandalf refuse the enemy's offer and speak of Frodo's suffering in the tower. The fear had crushed him. But now he stood straight again. He stood beside Beregond in the front line with the men of Imrahil. He felt that dying soon might be best. His life felt full of pain, and everything seemed broken.
I wish Merry was here,
he heard himself say. His thoughts moved fast as he watched the enemy rush forward. He thought that now he understood Denethor a little better. He thought that maybe he and Merry could die together. Since death seemed certain, he felt it might be easier that way. Since Merry was not there, he hoped Merry would have a kinder end. Then he told himself that he must do his best now. He pulled out his sword and looked at it. Red and gold shapes shone on the blade. Old letters glimmered like fire. He felt the sword was made for this moment. He wished he could strike the dark messenger with it. He wanted to do something brave before the end. He hoped he could strike down some of the enemy. He wished he could see cool sunlight and green grass again. At that moment, the first attack hit them. The orcs stopped near the wet ground before the hills and shot many arrows at the defenders. Then large hill trolls came forward. They were taller and wider than men. They wore hard dark skins or tight armor. They carried big black shields and heavy hammers. They ran into the water without care and came forward with loud cries. They crashed into the men of Gondor like a storm. They hit helmets, heads, arms, and shields again and again. Beside Pippin, Beregond was struck down and fell. A great troll leader bent over him and reached out. These creatures would attack those who fell. Pippin struck upward with his sword. The blade went deep into the troll's body. Dark blood poured out. The troll fell forward like a falling rock and crushed others beneath him. Darkness, foul air, and heavy pain covered Pippin. His mind slipped into deep darkness. He thought, "This is how it ends, just as I thought." The thought felt light, almost calm, as if all fear and worry were leaving him. As his mind drifted away, he heard voices far above, like from another world. "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" For a short moment, his thoughts stayed.
Bilbo,
it said. Then it said no, that was from an old story long ago. This was his own story, and it was over now. He said goodbye. Then his mind went away, and his eyes saw nothing more. Sam slowly pushed himself up from the ground. His body hurt. For a short time, he did not know where he was. Then all the pain and sadness came back to him. He was outside, in deep darkness, under the gate of the orc's strong place. The metal doors were closed. He had thrown himself at them and then lost his senses. He did not know how long he lay there. Before, he felt hot with anger and fear. Now he felt cold and weak. He crawled back to the doors and put his ear against them. Far inside, he heard weak voices of orcs talking loudly. After a short time, the sound stopped or moved away. Then everything was quiet. His head hurt, and his eyes saw strange lights in the dark. Still, he tried to calm himself and think. He knew he could not enter by this gate. It might stay closed for many days. He could not wait. Time was very important. He was sure of his task now. He must save his master or fail while trying.
Failing is more likely, he said to himself in a hard voice. It may even be easier.
He put Sting back and turned away from the metal doors. Slowly, he felt his way back through the dark tunnel. He did not dare to use the elven light. As he walked, he tried to remember what had happened since he and Frodo left the crossroads. He wondered what time it was. It felt like a time between days. He had lost count of the days. This land was full of darkness. Here, the days of the world felt gone, and people were easily forgotten.
I wonder if they think about us, he said quietly. I wonder what is happening to them far away.
He waved his hand in the air, but he was facing the wrong way. He was now facing south, not west, as he returned to Shelob's tunnel. Far away in the west, it was almost noon on the 14th day of March in the Shire count. At that same time, Aragorn was leading the black ships from Pelargia. Merry was riding with the Rohirrim in the valley of Stonewain. In Minas Tirith, fires were rising, and Pippin was watching Denethor lose his clear mind. Even with all their fear and worry, their thoughts often went to Frodo and Sam. They were not forgotten. But they were far away, and no help could reach them. Samwise, the son of Hamfast, was completely alone. At last Sam came back to the stone door of the Orc passage. He still could not find how to open it. So he climbed over it again and dropped quietly to the ground. Then he moved slowly toward the end of Shelob's tunnel. Pieces of her great web were still moving in the cold air. The air felt cold after the dark and dirty tunnel, but it helped him feel better. He moved out very carefully. Everything was quiet and felt dangerous. The light was weak, like evening at the end of a dark day. Thick clouds and smoke rose from Mordor and moved west. They hung low above him. Below them was a dull red light. Sam looked up at the Orc Tower. Suddenly, small red lights shone from its narrow windows, like red eyes. He wondered if they were a signal. His fear of the orcs came back to him. For a short time, his anger and despair had hidden it. Now it returned strongly. He could see only one thing to do. He had to go on and try to find the main door of the terrible tower. His legs felt weak, and his body shook. He forced himself to move. He looked away from the tower and the sharp rocks ahead. He walked slowly, listening hard and watching the deep shadows beside the path. He went back past the place where Frodo had fallen. The bad smell of Shelob was still there. He climbed on and up until he stood again in the narrow pass where he had put on the ring before and had seen Shagrat's group pass by. There he stopped and sat down. He could not make himself go farther. He felt that if he went over the top of the pass and took even one step down into Mordor, he could never return. Without clear thought, he took out the ring and put it on again. At once, it felt very heavy. He felt the eye of Mordor searching for him more strongly than before. It was trying to see through the shadows, but those same shadows now confused it. As before, Sam could hear better, but his sight grew weak. The world looked thin and unclear. The rock walls seemed pale, like they were behind fog. Far away, he could still hear Shelob moving in pain. Then, very clear and very close, he heard shouts and the sound of metal. He jumped up and pressed himself against the rock wall. He was glad he wore the ring. He thought another group of orcs was coming. But then he understood that this was not true. His ears had fooled him. The shouts came from the tower above him, whose highest point was now just over his head on the left side of the pass. Sam shook with fear and tried to make himself move. Something bad was happening. He feared the orcs had broken their orders and were hurting Frodo. They might even be killing him. He listened more closely. Then a small hope came into his heart. It was clear now. There was fighting inside the tower. The orcs were fighting each other. Shagrat and Gorbag must have turned against one another. The hope was weak, but it was enough. It gave him strength. His love for Frodo became stronger than his fear. He forgot the danger and shouted,
"I'm coming, Mr. Frodo."
He ran to the climbing path and crossed it. At once the road turned left and went steeply down. Sam had now entered Mordor. He took off the ring. Some deep feeling warned him of danger, though he only thought that he wanted to see better.
"I should look clearly," he said softly. "It is no good walking blind in thick mist."
The land in front of him looked hard and cruel. Sam stood on a high ridge of the Ephel-Duath. In front of his feet, the ground fell straight down into deep cliffs. Below was a dark valley. On the far side, another lower ridge rose up. Its edge was broken and sharp, like black teeth against a red light. This place was the Morgai, an inner fence of the land. Far away, almost straight ahead, Sam saw a wide dark plain with many small fires. Beyond that, there was a great bright glow. Thick smoke rose into the sky. It was red near the ground and black higher up, covering the land like a roof. Sam was looking at Orodruin, the mountain of fire. From time to time, deep inside the mountain, great heat built up. Then hot rivers of melted rock poured out from cracks in its sides. Some flowed toward Barad. Others spread across the hard plain. They cooled and lay twisted on the ground like long dark shapes. In this terrible moment, Sam saw Mount Doom clearly. Its red light hit the high rock walls around him. The rocks looked dark and wet, as if stained red. Sam stood still in fear. He turned his eyes to the left. Then he saw the tower of Cirith Ungol fully. The horn he had seen before was only the top. The tower rose in 3 strong levels from a wide ledge in the mountain wall far below him. Behind it was a great cliff. The tower pushed out from it with sharp stone corners, one above another, getting smaller as they went up. The stone walls were smooth and hard. They faced the northeast and southeast. Around the lowest level, far below Sam, there was a wall with a narrow yard inside. The gate stood on the near side. It opened onto a wide road. This road ran close to a deep drop. Then it turned south and went down into darkness. It joined the road from the Morgul Pass. From there, the road went through a broken gap in the Morgai, out into the plain of Gorgoroth, and onto Barad-dûr. The narrow path where Sam stood went quickly down by steps and steep ways. It met the main road under the dark walls near the tower gate. As Sam looked, he suddenly understood something important. This strong place was not built to keep enemies out of Mordor. It was built to keep them in. Long ago, it was made by Gondor. It was an eastern guard of Ithilien built after the last alliance. At that time, men of the west watched the evil land, where dark creatures still hid. But the watch failed. Treachery gave the tower to the Lord of the Ringwreaths. For many years now, evil beings had held it. After Sauron returned to Mordor, he found the tower useful. He had few true servants, but many slaves who obeyed through fear. As before, its main purpose was to stop anyone from escaping Mordor. It also watched for any enemy who tried to enter in secret, even if they passed Morgul and Shelob. Sam saw clearly how hopeless his situation was. He could not creep down past those watching walls and the guarded gate. Even if he did, he could not go far on the road beyond. The shadows would not hide him for long from the sharp-eyed orcs. But now his task was even worse. He did not need to escape. He had to enter the gate, alone. He thought of the ring. It gave him no comfort, only fear. As soon as he saw Mount Doom burning in the distance, he felt a change in his burden. As the ring came closer to the place where it was made long ago, its power grew stronger. It became wild and hard to control, unless by a very strong will. Sam stood there with the ring hanging on its chain around his neck. Even so, he felt larger, as if a huge dark shape of himself surrounded him. It felt like a great and dangerous presence, stopped there upon the walls of Mordor. He felt he now had only two choices. He could keep carrying the ring, even though it hurt his mind. Or he could take it as his own and fight the dark power that ruled this land. The ring was already calling to him. It pressed on his thoughts and made him dream. He imagined strange pictures. He saw himself as Sam the Strong, a great hero. He walked across the dark land with a bright sword. Big armies followed him. He led them to destroy the Dark Tower. Then the dark clouds went away. The white sun shone. At his word, the dry land became green with trees and flowers. Food grew everywhere. All this seemed possible if he put on the ring and took it. But in that hard moment, one thing helped him stay steady. It was his love for his master. Deep inside, his simple hobbit sense was also still alive. He knew in his heart that he was too small for such a task. Even if the dreams were not lies, the burden was too heavy for him. He did not want a great land to rule. One small garden was enough for him. He wanted to use his own hands, not order others.
All these ideas are only a trick, he told himself. The Dark Lord would notice me at once. He would stop me before I could even cry out. If I put on the ring here, in Mordor, he would see me very fast. Everything looks as hopeless as ice in spring. When I really need to be unseen, I cannot use the ring. If I go on, every step will feel heavy and painful. So what should I do?
In truth, he already knew the answer. He had to go down to the gate and not wait any longer. He shook his shoulders, as if to push away dark thoughts. Then he started to walk down slowly. With each step, he felt smaller. Soon he was again a tiny and scared hobbit. Now he walked close under the high walls of the tower. He could hear shouting and fighting clearly. The sounds came from the yard behind the outer wall. Sam was about halfway down the path when two orcs ran out of the dark gate into the red light. They did not see him. They ran toward the main road. Suddenly they fell and did not move again. Sam saw no arrows, but he guessed they were shot by other orcs on the walls or hiding near the gate. He moved on, keeping close to the wall on his left. He had already looked up and knew he could not climb it. The stone wall rose about 30 feet high. It was smooth, with no cracks or steps. The gate was the only way in. He moved forward slowly. As he went, he thought about the orcs in the tower. How many were with Shagrat? How many were with Gorbag? And why were they fighting? Shagrat's group had looked like about 40. Gorbag's group seemed more than twice that size. But Shagrat's patrol was only part of his force. Sam felt sure they were fighting about Frodo and what they had taken from him. Suddenly Sam stopped. Everything became clear in his mind. The mithril coat. Frodo was wearing it. The orcs would find it. Gorbag would want it. The only thing keeping Frodo alive was the order from the Dark Tower. If that order was broken, Frodo could be killed at any moment.
Move, you slow fool, Sam said to himself. Now is the time.
He took out Sting and ran to the open gate. But when he went under the high arch, he felt a strong force stop him. It was like walking into a spider web, but he could not see it. There was nothing in front of him, yet he could not move forward. Something powerful blocked his way. He looked around. In the dark shadow of the gate, he saw the two watchers. They looked like huge figures sitting on thrones. Each one had 3 bodies joined together. Each had 3 heads that looked in different directions. The heads were like vultures. Their hands were large and sharp like claws, resting on their knees. They looked like they were made of stone. They did not move. But they were not empty. A dark and evil spirit lived in them. They knew when an enemy was near. No one could pass them without being noticed. They would not let anyone enter or leave. Sam tried again. He pushed himself forward. But he felt another strong in his chest and head. He stepped back, almost falling. He did not know what to do. Then he had an idea. Slowly, he took out the phial of Galadriel and held it up. The white light grew bright. The dark shadows under the arch went away. The watchers stood there, cold and terrible. Sam saw a small light in their black stone eyes. It was full of hate, and it made him afraid. But slowly he felt their power grow weak. Their strong will turned into fear. Sam ran past them. As he put the phial back inside his coat, he felt that the watchers were awake again. It was as if a heavy iron bar closed behind him. Then he heard a loud, sharp cry from their heads. The sound echoed against the high walls. Far above, a hard bell rang once in answer.
That's done it, said Sam. Now I've rung the front door bell. Well, come on, he shouted. Tell Captain Shagrat that the great elf warrior is here, with his elf sword.
No one answered. Sam walked forward. Sting shone blue in his hand. The yard was very dark. he saw many bodies on the ground. At his feet were 2 orcs. Knives were in their backs. Farther away, there were many more. Some lay alone. Others lay in pairs. It looked like they had fought each other. The stones were dark and wet with blood. Sam saw 2 kinds of clothes. Some had the red-eye sign. Others had a moon with a frightening face on it. He did not stop to look closely. Across the yard, a large door at the bottom of the tower was half open. Red light came from inside. A big orc lay dead at the door. Sam jumped over it and went in. Then he stopped, not sure where to go. A wide passage went back toward the mountain. Torches burned on the walls, but the far end was dark. There were many doors on both sides. The place was empty, except for a few more bodies on the floor. Sam remembered what he had heard from the captains. Frodo was likely high up in a room in the tower. But it could take a long time to find him.
It must be near the back, Sam said quietly. The tower goes back like that. And I should follow the lights.
He walked down the passage. Now he moved more slowly. With each step, he felt more afraid. The only sound was his own feet. The sound was loud in the empty hall. The dead bodies, the empty space, the dark wet walls, all of it filled him with fear. He was afraid someone might jump out from a door or shadow. He also remembered the watchers at the gate. It was almost too much for him. He would rather fight a few enemies than walk in this dark place without knowing what would happen. He forced himself to think of Frodo. Maybe Frodo was tied up. Maybe he was hurt. Maybe he was already dead. Sam kept going. He passed the last torch and came near a large arched door at the end of the passage. Suddenly he heard a terrible choking scream from high above. Sam stopped. Then he heard fast footsteps on stairs overhead. His hand moved without him thinking. He grabbed the chain and held the ring. But he did not put it on. Just then, an orc ran down the stairs with loud steps. It jumped out from a dark doorway on the right and ran toward him. It was very close. When it saw Sam, it stopped. Sam could hear its heavy breathing. He saw its red eyes. The orc looked shocked and afraid. What the orc saw was not a small scared hobbit with a shaking sword. It saw a tall, quiet shape in a grey shadow. The light behind made it look bigger and darker. In one hand, the shape held a sword that shone brightly and hurt the eyes. The other hand was held close to its chest and seemed to hide a strong and dangerous power. The orc bent down for a moment. Then it gave a loud cry of fear and ran away the way it had come. Sam felt happier than a dog whose enemy runs away. He did not expect this at all. He shouted and ran after it.
Yes! The elf fighter is free, he cried. I am coming. Just show me the way up.
But the orc knew this place well. It was quick and strong. Sam did not know the way. He was hungry and very tired. The stairs were tall, steep, and twisting. Sam soon breathed very hard. The orc disappeared from sight. Sam could only hear its feet far ahead. From time to time, the orc shouted, and the sound moved along the walls. Slowly, all sound stopped. Sam kept walking. He felt he was going the right way. His hope grew stronger. He pushed thoughts of the ring away and pulled his belt tighter.
Well, he said. If they all fear me and my sword, this may be easier than I thought. It also seems that Shagrat and Gorbag have done most of the fighting for me. Except for that one scared rat, maybe no one is alive here.
He stopped at once, as if he had hit a wall. The meaning of his words hit him hard. No one alive. Whose was that terrible cry he heard before?
Frodo, Frodo. Master, he cried, almost crying. If they killed you, what will I do? I am coming now, right to the top, to see what I must see.
Up and up he went. It was dark, with only a few torches burning at turns in the stairs or near doors to higher levels of the tower. Sam tried to count the steps, but after 200 he lost count. He walked more quietly now. He thought he could hear voices talking above him. So maybe more than one rat was still alive. At last, when he could not breathe any more and his legs would not bend, the stairs ended. He stopped. The voices were now close and loud. Sam looked around. He had reached the flat roof of the third and highest level of the tower. It was an open space about 20 yards wide, with a low wall around it. In the middle stood a small round room over the stairs, with low doors to the east and west. To the east, Sam saw the wide dark land of Mordor far below. The burning mountain stood in the distance. Fire moved inside it, and bright rivers of fire shone so strongly that their red light reached the top of the tower. To the west, the view was blocked by the base of a tall tower behind the yard. Light shone from a narrow window. Its door was open and close to Sam, but the inside was dark. The voices came from there. At first Sam did not listen. He stepped out through the east door and looked around. At once he saw that the fighting here had been very hard. The yard was full of dead orcs. The air smelled of death. Suddenly he heard an angry sound, then a blow and a cry. Sam quickly hid again. An orc voice rose in anger. He knew it at once. It was hard, cruel, and cold. It was Shagrat, the captain of the tower.
You say you won't go again? Shagrat said. You foolish Snarger. Do you think I am too weak to order you? Come here, or I will punish you like I punished Redbug. When new soldiers come, I will deal with you properly. I will send you away to face great danger.
They won't come, Snaga answered in a rough voice. Not before you are dead. I told you twice. Gorbag's group reached the gate first. None of ours escaped. Lagduff and Musgash ran out, but they were shot. I saw it from a window. They were the last ones.
Then you must go, said Shagrat. I must stay here. But I am hurt. Curse that traitor Gorbag. His voice faded into angry words and curses.
He hurt him as much as he hurt me, he said.
But he stabbed me before I could stop him. You must go now, or I will turn on you. The news must reach Lugbers. If not, we will both be punished. Yes, you too. You cannot hide here.
I am not going down those stairs again, said Snaga in a low voice. I do not care if you are captain. Keep your hand away from your knife, or I will shoot you. You will not stay captain long when they hear about this. I fought for the tower against the Morgul orcs. But you two captains made a big mess, fighting over the loot.
That is enough, said Shagrat angrily. I followed my orders. Gorbag started it. He tried to take that fine shirt.
You made him angry, said Snaga. You acted proud. And he was smarter than you. He told you many times that one spy was still free. You did not listen. And you do not listen now. Gorbag was right. There is a strong fighter here. Maybe an elf, maybe one of the men. He has passed the watchers. We heard the bell. He is on the stairs. I will not go down until he is gone. Not even if you were a Nazgul.
So that is how it is. You refuse me. And when the enemy comes, you will run and leave me. No, you will not.
The smaller orc ran out of the tower door. Behind him came Shagrat. He was large, with long arms that almost touched the ground as he ran. One arm hung weak at his side and was hurt. In the other arm he carried a big black bundle. In the red light Sam, hiding near the stair door, saw his face. It was scratched and covered with blood. His teeth showed as he growled. Shagrat chased Snarga around the roof. Snarga moved quickly and escaped back into the tower with a sharp cry. Shagrat stopped near the wall. He was breathing hard. His left hand opened and closed slowly. He put the bundle on the ground. With his right hand he took out a long red knife. He went to the wall and looked down into the yard. He shouted twice, but no one answered. Then Sam saw something surprising. One of the bodies on the ground began to move. It crawled forward and grabbed the bundle. It stood up slowly. In its other hand was a broken spear. It lifted the spear to attack. But at that moment it made a soft sound of pain.
Got you, Gorebag. You are not dead yet. I will finish it now.
He fell on the body and attacked it again and again in his anger. At last he stopped. He threw back his head and gave a loud cry of victory. Then he picked up the bundle and ran toward the stairs. Sam had no time to think. He could try to escape by the other door, but Shagrat would likely see him. He could not hide for long. So Sam did the bravest thing. He jumped out and shouted as he ran at Shagrat. He was not holding the ring now, but it was still near him. In his hand was Sting. The sword shone brightly. The light hurt Shagrat's eyes. Shagrat could not fight and carry the bundle at the same time. He stopped and growled. Then Shagrat moved quickly to the side. As Sam ran at him, Shagrat pushed the heavy bundle hard into Sam's face. Sam almost fell. Before he could stand straight again, Shagrat ran past him and down the stairs. Sam ran after him, shouting in anger. But soon he stopped. He remembered Frodo. The other orc had gone back into the tower. Sam had to choose. If Shagrat escaped, he would bring help. But if Sam chased him, the other orc might hurt Frodo. And Shagrat might defeat Sam. Maybe this is wrong again, he said quietly. But I must go to the top first. After that, I will see what happens. Far below, Shagrat ran down the stairs, crossed the yard, and passed through the gate, carrying his treasure. If Sam could see the pain his escape would cause, he might have felt fear. But now his mind was fixed on the last part of his search. He moved carefully to the small door of the tower and stepped inside. It was very dark. After a moment, his eyes saw a weak light on his right. It came from an opening to another stair. The stair was narrow and turned upward inside the round wall. A torch gave a small light from above. Sam began to climb very quietly. He reached the torch. It burned above a door on his left. That door faced a thin window that looked west. It was one of the red lights he and Frodo had seen before from below. Sam passed the door quickly and went up to the second level. His heart beat fast. He feared that someone might come from behind him at any second. He came to another window that looked east. There was another torch above a door. This door led into a passage across the middle of the tower. The door was open. Inside, it was dark, with only weak light from the torch and red light from outside. Here the stair ended. It did not go higher. Sam moved into the passage. There were two low doors, one on each side. Both were closed and locked. There was no sound at all.
This is the end, Sam whispered. After all that climbing. This cannot be the top. What can I do now?
He ran back down and tried the lower door. It did not open. He ran up again. Sweat ran down his face. He knew every minute was important, but time kept passing. He stopped caring about orcs or danger. He wanted only his master. He wanted to see Frodo's face or touch his hand. At last, very tired and full of sadness, Sam sat on a step below the passage floor. He bent his head into his hands. The tower was very quiet. The torch, already weak, flickered and went out. Darkness covered him. Then, softly, and to his own surprise, Sam began to sing. He did not know why. His voice was thin and shaky in the cold dark tower. It was the voice of a tired and lonely hobbit. He sang simple old songs from the Shire. He sang parts of Mr. Bilbo's rhymes. They came to his mind like quick pictures of home. Slowly, new strength filled him. His voice grew clearer. New words came to him, fitting the simple tune.
In western lands, under the sun, flowers grow in spring. Trees wake, the rivers run, and small birds sing. There may be nights with silver stars, soft light in the trees. They shine like jewels from far, bright and at ease. Though here I lie in dark and stone, at the end of my way, above all walls and mountains tall, the sun still rules the day. I will not say that hope is gone, or say goodbye to light.
Above all walls and mountains tall, he began again. Then he stopped. He thought he heard a faint sound answer him. Then it was gone. But something else came. He heard footsteps. A door opened quietly in the passage above. The hinges made a small noise. Sam stayed low and listened. The door closed with a dull sound. Then an orc's rough voice spoke loudly.
Hey, you up there. Stop that noise or I will come deal with you. Do you hear me?
There was no reply.
All right, the orc growled. I will come and see what you are doing.
The hinges creaked again. Sam looked over the edge of the passage. He saw a small light in an open doorway. He saw the dark shape of an orc coming out. The orc carried a ladder. Then Sam understood. The highest room was reached through a trapdoor in the roof of the passage. The orc pushed the ladder up and climbed out of sight. Sam heard a bolt slide back. Then the ugly voice spoke again.
Stay quiet, or things will get worse for you. You do not have much peaceful time left. If you want it to last a bit longer, keep silent. Remember that.
There was a sharp sound, like a loud snap. Anger filled Sam's heart at once. It burned fast and strong. He jumped up and ran. He climbed the ladder very quickly. His head came up into the middle of a big round room. A red lamp hung from the ceiling. A narrow window was high on the west wall and very dark. Near the wall, under the window, someone lay on the floor. A black orc stood over that body. It lifted a whip again, but the strike did not happen. Sam shouted and ran across the room with Sting in his hand. The orc turned, but Sam was faster. He cut the hand that held the whip. The orc cried out in pain and fear. It rushed at Sam without thinking. Sam tried to strike again, but he missed. He lost his balance and fell back. The orc fell over him. Before Sam could get up, he heard a shout and a heavy fall. In its hurry, the orc tripped at the top of the ladder and fell through the open hole. Sam did not think about it anymore. He ran to the person on the floor. It was Frodo. Frodo lay without clothes on dirty rags. He did not move, like he was asleep or faint. One arm was up to cover his head. A red mark from the whip crossed his side.
Frodo. Mr. Frodo, my dear. Sam cried. Tears filled his eyes. It's Sam. I've come.
He lifted Frodo a little and held him close. Frodo opened his eyes.
Am I still dreaming? He said softly. The other dreams were terrible.
You are not dreaming, sir, said Sam. This is real. It's me. I'm here.
I can hardly believe it, said Frodo, holding him. There was an orc with a whip, and now I see Sam. I heard singing below and tried to answer. Was that you?
Yes, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. It was me. I almost lost hope. I could not find you.
But you have found me now, Sam, dear Sam, said Frodo.
He rested in Sam's arms and closed his eyes. He looked like a child who feels safe again. Sam felt so happy he could stay like that forever. But he knew they could not stay. Finding Frodo was not enough. He still had to save him. Sam kissed Frodo's forehead.
Come on, Mr. Frodo, he said in a bright voice. Wake up.
Frodo sighed and sat up.
Where are we? He asked. How did I come here?
There is no time to tell the whole story now, said Sam. You are at the top of that tower we saw near the tunnel, before the orcs took you. I don't know how long ago that was. Maybe more than a day.
Only that, said Frodo. It feels like weeks. You must tell me everything later, if we can. Something hit me, didn't it? I fell into darkness and bad dreams. When I woke, it was worse. Orcs were all around me. I think they forced a hot, painful drink into me. My head became clear, but my body hurt and felt weak. They took all my things. Then 2 big orcs came and asked me questions again and again. I thought I would lose my mind. I will never forget their hands and their eyes.
Better not talk about them, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. And if we want to stay safe, we must leave quickly. Can you walk?
Yes, I can walk, said Frodo. He stood up slowly. I am not badly hurt. I am just very tired. And I have pain here.
He touched the back of his neck near his shoulder. He stood up fully. In the red lamplight, his skin looked bright red. He walked across the floor twice.
That feels better, he said, sounding a little stronger. I did not move before. I was afraid the guards would come back. Then I heard shouting and fighting. The 2 big orcs fought each other, I think. About me and my things. I lay here in fear. Then it became very quiet, and that was even worse.
Yes, they fought, said Sam. There were many of those creatures here. Far too many for one Sam Gamgee. But they harmed each other, so that helped us. Still, we must go. You cannot walk in this dark land with no clothes, Mr. Frodo.
They took everything, Sam, said Frodo. Everything I had. Do you understand? Everything.
He sank down again and bowed his head. His own words made the loss feel real. Sadness and hopelessness covered him. The journey is over, Sam. We cannot win. Even if we leave this place, we cannot run away. Only the elves can leave this world. They go far away across the sea. Even there, the dark power may still follow.
No, Mr. Frodo. Not everything is lost. It is not over yet. I took it, sir. I hope you forgive me. I kept it safe. It is hanging on my neck now, and it feels very heavy.
Sam searched for the ring and its chain.
But I think you must take it again.
Now that the moment came, Sam did not want to give it back. He did not want his master to carry it again.
You have it. Frodo said in shock. You really have it here? Sam, you are amazing.
Then his voice changed fast and in a strange way.
"Give it to me," he shouted. He stood up and held out a shaking hand. "Give it to me now. You cannot keep it."
All right, Mr. Frodo, Sam said, surprised. "Here it is."
Slowly he lifted the chain over his head and held it out.
"But we are in Mordor now, sir. When we leave, you will see the Fire Mountain and more danger. The ring will be harder to carry here. If it is too much, maybe I could help you carry it."
"No, no," Frodo cried. He grabbed the ring and chain from Sam's hands. "No. You cannot."
He breathed fast and stared at Sam with fear. He held the ring tight in his hand and froze. Then his mind became clear again. He touched his sore head. For a moment, he had been confused and afraid. He had seen Sam as an enemy, like a cruel creature trying to steal the ring. Now that false picture was gone. Sam was kneeling in front of him. His face showed deep pain, and tears ran from his eyes.
"Oh, Sam!" Frodo cried. "What did I say? What did I do? Please forgive me. After all you have done for me. It is the evil power of the ring. I wish it had never been found. But do not worry about me. I must carry it to the end. This cannot be changed. You cannot take this fate from me."
"That's all right, Mr. Frodo," Sam said, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. "I understand. But I can still help you. I must get you out of here. We need clothes and tools, and then food. Clothes will be easiest. We are in Mordor, so we must dress like Mordor folk. There is no other way. I'm afraid you will have to wear orc clothes, sir." "Me too. If we walk together, we should look the same. Here, put this on."
Sam took off his grey cloak and put it around Frodo's shoulders. Then he put his pack on the floor. He took out Sting from its cover. The blade showed almost no light.
"I forgot this, Mr. Frodo," he said. "They did not take everything. You gave me Sting, and the lady's glass. I still have both. Let me keep them a little longer. I will go and see what I can find. You stay here. Walk a bit and move your legs. I will not be long."
"Be careful, Sam," Frodo said. "And hurry. There may still be orcs hiding nearby."
"I have to take the risk," Sam said.
He went to the trapdoor and climbed down the ladder. Soon his head came back up. He threw a long knife onto the floor.
"This may help," he said. "The one who hurt you is dead. He fell and broke his neck while running. Now pull the ladder up, Mr. Frodo. Do not lower it again until you hear the secret word. I will call Elbereth. Orcs would never say that."
Frodo sat for a while and shook with fear. Dark thoughts ran through his mind. Then he stood up, pulled the grey cloak close, and began to walk around the room. He looked into every corner to keep his mind busy. After some time, though it felt much longer, he heard Sam's soft voice from below.
"Elbereth, Elbereth."
Frodo lowered the ladder. Sam climbed up, breathing hard. He carried a large bundle on his head and dropped it on the floor.
"Quick, Mr. Frodo," Sam said. "I searched hard to find things small enough for us. We will have to use what we have. We must hurry. I saw no living thing, but I do not feel safe. I think this place is being watched. I cannot explain it. It feels like one of those dark flying riders is nearby, high above where we cannot see it."
He opened the bundle. Frodo looked at the things with a sick feeling. He did not like them. But he had no choice. He had to wear them or walk with no clothes. There were long hairy trousers made from dirty animal skin. There was also a tunic of old leather. Frodo put them on. Over the tunic, he wore a coat of ringmail. It was made for an orc. It was too long and very heavy for him. He put on a belt. A short sword hung from it in a small case. Sam had brought some orc helmets. One of them fit Frodo well enough. It was a black helmet with iron edges. It had red paint on it in the shape of a cruel eye above the nose guard.
The other armor was better, said Sam. It fit better and was made better. But we cannot take that into Mordor after what happened. Well, there you are, Mr. Frodo. You look like a small orc now, if I may say so. You would look more real with a covered face, longer arms, and bent legs. Still, this will hide some signs.
Sam put a big black cloak over Frodo's shoulders.
Now you are ready. You can take a shield later.
What about you, Sam? Frodo asked. Should we not look the same?
I was thinking about that, said Sam. I should not leave my things behind. We cannot break them. And I cannot wear orc armor over all my clothes. So I will just cover myself.
He knelt down and folded his elven cloak with care. It became a small roll. He put it into his pack on the floor. Then he stood up. He put the pack on his back, placed an orc helmet on his head, and wrapped a black cloak around his shoulders.
There, he said. Now we look close enough. And now we must go.
I cannot run all the way, Sam, said Frodo with a tired smile. Did you ask about places to rest on the road? And what about food and drink?
Oh no, said Sam. He whistled sadly. You are right, Mr. Frodo. I am so hungry and thirsty now. I cannot remember when I last ate or drank. I forgot all about it while I was looking for you. Let me think. Last time I checked, I had enough whey bread and the food Captain Faramir gave us. It could keep me going for 2 weeks if needed. But if there is any water left in my bottle, it is the last of it. That is not enough for 2. Do orcs eat and drink? Or do they live without food?
Yes, they eat and drink, said Frodo. The dark power that made them cannot truly create life. It only twisted living things. Orcs must live like other creatures. They eat bad food and drink dirty water if they must, but they do not live on poison. They gave me food, so I am stronger than you. There must be food and water somewhere here.
But there is no time to look, said Sam.
Things are a little better than you think, said Frodo. I had some luck while you were gone. They did not take everything. I found my food bag among some old rags. They searched it, of course. But I think they hated the look and smell of the elven bread. It is scattered, and some is broken, but I gathered it. There is almost as much as you have. But they took Faramir's food. And they cut my water bottle.
Well, that is all we can say, said Sam. We have enough to begin. But water will be a big problem. Come, Mr. Frodo. We must go now. Waiting will not help us.
Not before you eat, Sam, said Frodo. I will not move. Here, take this elven cake. And drink the last drop in your bottle. Everything is very dark already, so there is no use worrying about tomorrow. It may never come.
At last they began to move. They climbed down the ladder. Sam took the ladder and put it in the passage, next to the still body of the fallen orc. The stair was very dark. On the roof above, they could still see the red light from the mountain, but it was fading and dull. They picked up 2 shields to look like orcs. Then they walked on. They went down the long stairway step by step. The high room behind them, where they met again before, now felt almost safe. Now they were outside again. Fear seemed to fill the walls around them. Maybe all were dead in the tower of Cirith Ungol, but fear and evil were still strong there. At last they reached the door that led to the outer court. They stopped. Even from far away, they felt a strong hate pressing on them. On both sides of the gate were dark, silent shapes. Through the gate, they could see a weak red light from Mordor. They walked between the ugly bodies of the orcs. Each step felt harder than the last. Before they reached the arch, they had to stop. To move even a little was very painful for their minds and their bodies. Frodo had no strength to fight this feeling. He fell to the ground.
I can't go on, Sam, he said softly. I feel faint. I don't know what is wrong with me.
I do, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. Stay strong now. It is the gate. There is some dark power here. But I got through it, and I will get you through too. It cannot be worse than what we faced before. Come on.
Sam took out the elven glass from Galadriel again. It suddenly shone with a bright white light. The whole dark court was filled with this clear light, like a flash of lightning. The light stayed steady and did not fade.
Gilthoniel, a Elbereth, Sam cried. He did not know why he said it. His mind suddenly went back to the elves in the Shire and to the song that once drove away the Black Rider.
Aesir Elenian and Kalama, Frodo cried from behind him.
At once, the power of the Watchers broke, as if a rope had snapped. Frodo and Sam stumbled forward, and then they ran. They passed through the gate and by the great seated shapes with shining eyes. There was a loud crack. The top stone of the arch broke and fell just behind them. The wall above broke and fell down. They escaped only just in time. A bell rang loudly. From the Watchers came a high, terrible cry. Far above, in the dark, another cry answered. From the black sky, a winged shape fell fast, screaming as it tore through the clouds. Chapter 2: The Land of Shadow. Sam had just enough sense to push the glass back inside his jacket.
Run, Mr. Frodo, he shouted. Not that way. There is a straight drop over the wall. Follow me.
They ran down the road away from the gate. After a short distance, the road turned sharply around a rock wall, and the tower could no longer see them. For a short time, they were safe. They pressed close to the rock and tried to breathe. Their hearts beat fast. On the wall near the broken gate, the Nazgul sat and cried out again. The sound echoed from all the cliffs. Afraid, they hurried on. Soon the road turned east again. For a terrible moment, they were in view of the tower once more. As they ran, they looked back and saw a great black shape on the wall. Then they rushed down between high rock walls. The path fell steeply and joined the Morgul road. They reached the meeting of the roads. There were still no orcs in sight. No one answered the Nazgul's cry. But they knew the silence would not last. Soon the hunt would start.
This is bad, Sam, said Frodo. If we were real orcs, we should be running back to the tower, not away from it. The first enemy we meet will know we are not orcs. We must leave this road.
But we can't, said Sam. Not without wings.
The eastern sides of the Ephel-Duath were straight and steep. They fell down into a dark deep space between the mountains. A short way past the road meeting, after another hard climb, a narrow stone bridge crossed the deep gap. It carried the road into the broken hills of the Morgai. With one last burst of speed, Frodo and Sam ran across the bridge. But they had barely reached the other side when they heard shouting begin. Behind them, high on the mountain, the tower of Cirith Ungol stood tall. Its stones glowed with a dull red light. Suddenly, its rough bell rang again, louder than before. Horns blew. From the far end of the bridge came answering cries. Down in the dark deep below, where the light of the mountain could not reach, Frodo and Sam could not see what was ahead. But they heard heavy feet on the road and the far sound of hooves.
"Quick, Sam! This way!" cried Frodo.
They climbed up onto the low stone edge of the bridge. There was no longer a terrible fall into a deep hole. The sides of the Morgai had risen close to the road. Still, it was too dark to see how far down it was.
"Well, here we go, Mr. Frodo," said Sam. "Goodbye."
He let go. Frodo followed him. While they were falling, they heard horses rushing over the bridge. They also heard orcs running behind them. Sam almost laughed, but he did not dare. They feared they would crash onto hard rocks. Instead, they dropped only a short way, about 12 feet. They landed with a heavy bump in thick thorn bushes. Sam lay still. His hand was scratched, and he softly sucked it. When the sounds of horses and feet were gone, he whispered,
"Well, Mr. Frodo, I did not think anything grew in Mordor. But if I had known, this is just what I would expect. These thorns feel very long. They go through all my clothes. I wish I had worn that mail shirt."
"Orc mail does not stop these thorns," said Frodo. "Even leather is no help."
They fought hard to get out of the bushes. The thorns were strong and held on tightly. They tore at their cloaks. At last, they got free.
"Now we go down, Sam," Frodo whispered. "Quickly into the valley. Then we turn north as soon as we can."
Day was starting far away in the world outside. The sun was rising in the east. But here it was still dark like night. The mountain still smoked, but its fire grew weaker. The bright light on the cliffs faded. The east wind, which had blown since they left Ithilien, now felt still. Slowly and with great effort, they climbed down. They felt their way in the dark. They slipped over rocks, thorns, and deadwood. Down and down they went until they could not go on. At last they stopped and sat together with their backs against a large rock. Both were wet with sweat.
"If Shagrat himself offered me a glass of water, I would gladly take it," said Sam.
"Do not say that," said Frodo. "It only makes it worse."
Frodo lay down. He felt dizzy and very tired. He did not speak for a while. At last he forced himself to stand again. To his surprise, Sam was asleep.
"Wake up, Sam," he said. "Come on. We must try again."
"Well, I never," he said. "I must have fallen asleep. It has been so long since I slept properly, Mr. Frodo. My eyes just closed by themselves."
Frodo led the way north, as best as he could guess. They walked among many stones and large rocks at the bottom of the deep valley. Soon Frodo stopped again.
"It is no use, Sam," he said. "I cannot go on like this. I mean this mail shirt. Not now. Even my own coat felt heavy when I was tired. This one is much heavier. And what is the point? We will not win by fighting."
"But we might still need to," said Sam. "There are knives and arrows around. And Gollum is not dead. I do not like the thought of you having only thin leather to protect you in the dark."
"Listen, dear Sam," said Frodo. "I am very tired. I feel empty inside. I have no hope left. But I must keep going toward the mountain as long as I can move. The ring is already heavy enough. This extra weight is too much for me. I must leave it behind. Please do not think I am unthankful. I hate to think of the hard work you had to do among the bodies to get it for me.
Do not talk about that, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. I would carry you myself if I could. Leave it then.
Frodo took off his cloak. He removed the orc mail and threw it away. He shook a little.
What I really need is something warm, he said. The air feels cold, or maybe I am getting sick.
You can have my cloak, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. He took the elven cloak from his pack. How about this? He said. Wrap that orc cloth close to you and put the belt over it. Then wear this cloak on top. It does not look like orc clothes, but it will keep you warm. I think it will protect you better than anything else. It was made by the lady.
Frodo took the cloak and closed the brooch.
That is better, he said. I feel lighter now. I can go on again. But this dark place feels like it is getting inside me. When I was in prison, Sam, I tried to think of the Brandywine, and Woody End, and the water running by the mill in Hobbiton. But I cannot see them now.
Well then, Mr. Frodo, now you are the one talking about water, said Sam. If only the lady could see us or hear us, I would say to her, all we want is light and water. Just clean water and plain daylight. That is better than jewels. But Lorien is very far away.
Sam sighed. He lifted his hand and pointed to the tall mountains of the Ephel-Duath. They were hard to see. They looked like a darker shadow under the black sky. They started walking again. After a short time, Frodo stopped.
There is a black rider above us, he said. I can feel it. We should stay very still for a while.
They hid under a large rock. They sat close together and looked back toward the west. They did not speak for a long time. Then Frodo breathed out slowly.
It has gone, he said.
They stood up. Both of them looked in surprise. To the left, in the south, the sky was turning grey. The high mountains began to show their shapes. They were dark and sharp against the light. A weak light was growing behind them. It moved slowly toward the north. High in the sky, strong winds were pushing the dark clouds away. The black clouds of Mordor were breaking apart. Wind from the outside world blew smoke and fog back toward the dark land. Pale light slipped into Mordor like weak morning light through a dirty window.
Look, Mr. Frodo, Sam said. Look. The wind has changed. Something is happening. The Dark Lord is not winning everywhere. His darkness is breaking in the world. I wish I knew what was going on.
It was the morning of March 15th. Far away, over the river Anduin, the sun was rising. A wind was blowing from the southwest. On the Pelennor fields, King Theoden was near death. Frodo and Sam kept watching. The line of light spread along the mountains. Then they saw something move very fast from the west. At first, it was only a small black dot. Then it grew larger. It rushed into the dark clouds and flew high above them. A long, sharp cry came from it. It was the voice of a Nazgul. But the sound did not frighten them now. It sounded full of pain and fear. It was bad news for the Dark Tower. The leader of the Ringwraiths was gone.
I told you. Sam cried. Something is happening. Shagrat said the war was going well, but Gorbag was not sure. Gorbag was right. Things are getting better, Mr. Frodo. Don't you feel some hope now?
Frodo shook his head and sighed.
No, Sam, not much, he said. That is far away, beyond the mountains. We are going east, not west. I am so tired. The ring feels very heavy. I see it in my mind all the time. It looks like a great wheel of fire.
Sam's good mood fell at once. He looked at Frodo with worry. He took Frodo's hand.
Come, Mr. Frodo, he said. I wanted one thing, and now we have it. A little light. It helps us, but it can also be dangerous. Let's go a bit farther. Then we will hide and rest. Please eat a small piece now. Eat some of the elves' food. It may give you strength.
Frodo and Sam shared a thin piece of Jember's bread. Their mouths were very dry, but they chewed it and kept walking. The light was weak, like grey evening light. Still, they could see where they were. They were deep in a valley between tall mountains. The land rose slowly to the north. At the bottom, there was a dry stream bed with stones. On the other side, they saw a hard path. It went along the foot of the cliffs to the west. If they had known before, they could have reached this path faster. The path left the main Morgul road at a bridge. Then it went down a long stone stair into the valley. Orc guards and fast messengers used this path. They went between dark forts north of Cirith Ungol. The path was dangerous for hobbits. But Frodo knew they needed to move fast. He felt too weak to climb over rocks or walk through wild hills with no paths. He also thought this way might surprise their enemies. The road east and the pass west were the first places the enemy would search. Frodo planned to go north for a while. Later, when they were far from the tower, he would turn east for the last part of the journey. So they crossed the dry stream bed and stepped onto the orc path. They walked along it for some time. The cliffs on their left hung over the path. No one could see them from above. But the path turned many times. At each turn, they held their swords and moved forward slowly and carefully. The light did not grow brighter. Mount Doom still sent out thick smoke. The smoke rose high and spread out like a dark roof in the sky. Its tall center rose far away, hidden in shadow. After more than an hour of walking, they heard a sound. It made them stop at once. It was hard to believe, but clear. It was the sound of water. From a narrow crack in the cliff on the left, water fell slowly. It looked like the rock had been split by a great blow. The water dripped down in a thin stream. It crossed the path, then ran south and disappeared among dead stones. It might have come from clean rain far away, but here it was lost in the dry land.
If I ever see the lady again, I will tell her, he said. First light, and now water. Then he stopped. Let me drink first, Mr. Frodo, he said.
All right, said Frodo. There is enough for both of us.
That's not what I mean, said Sam. If the water is bad or dangerous, it is better that I try it first. Better me than you, master.
I understand, said Frodo. But we will trust it together. Still, be careful. It may be very cold.
The water was cool, but not freezing. It tasted strange, bitter, and oily. At home, they would not like it. Here, it felt wonderful. They did not think about danger. They drank until they were full. Sam filled his water bottle. After that, Frodo felt better. They walked on for several more miles. Then the road grew wider. A rough wall began along its side. This told them they were near another orc place.
This is where we leave the path, Sam, said Frodo. We must go east. He looked at the dark hills across the valley and sighed. I have just enough strength to find a small place to hide up there. Then I must rest for a while.
The dry river bed was now far below the path. They climbed down and started to cross it. To their surprise, they found dark pools of water. Small streams fed them from higher ground. Mordor was a dying land, but not fully dead yet. Here, some life still held on. On the other side of the valley, under the western mountains, harsh plants grew. Small twisted trees clung to the ground. Rough grey grass pushed between stones. Dry moss spread over rocks. Thick thorn bushes covered the land. Some had long sharp thorns. Others had hooked barbs that tore like knives. Old dead leaves hung from them and made dry sounds in the weak wind. New buds were opening, but they were sick and weak. Flies buzzed and bit them. Above the bushes, clouds of tiny biting insects filled the air.
"Orc cloves are no help," said Sam, waving his arms. "I wish I had an orc's tough skin."
At last Frodo could not walk anymore. They had climbed up a narrow rocky path. It was steep and hard. Still, they were far from the last sharp ridge ahead.
"I must stop now, Sam," Frodo said. "I need to rest. I will sleep if I can."
He looked around. There was no safe place, not even a small hole for an animal. The land looked empty and sad. At last, very tired, they slowly moved under thick thorn plants. The plants hung down like a curtain over a low rock wall. They sat there and ate what little food they could. They did not touch the special Lember's bread. They saved it for worse days. From Sam's bag, they ate half of what was left of Faramir's food. There was some dried fruit and a small piece of dried meat. They drank a little water. They had drunk from the pools in the valley before, but they felt thirsty again. The air in Mordor tasted sharp and dry. It made their mouths dry. When Sam even thought about water, he felt afraid. After the Morgai Hills, they would have to cross the wide and terrible land of Gorgoroth.
"Now you sleep first, Mr. Frodo," Sam said. "It is getting dark again. I think this day is almost finished."
Frodo gave a quiet breath and fell asleep very fast. Sam felt very tired too, but he tried to stay awake. He took Frodo's hand and sat still beside him. He stayed there until the night grew very dark. At last, to stop himself from sleeping, Sam moved out of their hiding place and looked around. The land was full of small strange sounds, like cracking and slow movements, but he heard no voices and no footsteps. High in the west, above the dark mountains, the night sky was pale and soft. Between broken clouds, Sam saw one white star shine for a short time. It touched his heart. In this empty and sad land, the star gave him hope. He felt that the darkness was only small and would not last forever. There was light and beauty far beyond it. Before, when he sang in the tower, he was brave but thought only of himself. Now, for a short time, he stopped worrying about his own life and even about Frodo's. He went back into the bushes and lay down next to Frodo. He pushed fear away and fell into a deep and calm sleep. They woke up together, still holding hands. Sam felt almost strong again and ready to walk. Frodo sighed. His sleep was not peaceful. He dreamed of fire, and waking did not make him feel better. Still, the sleep helped him a little. He felt stronger and ready to carry his burden a bit farther. They did not know the time or how long they had slept. After a small piece of food and a little water, they walked on up the narrow valley. Soon it ended at a steep slope of loose stones that slipped under their feet. Here, all living things had disappeared. The tops of the Morgai had no grass. They were bare, sharp, and empty like broken rock. After walking around for a long time, they found a place where they could climb. With a hard final climb, using hands and feet, they reached the top. They came to a narrow gap between two dark rocks. When they passed through it, they stood at the edge of the last border of Mordor. Far below them, more than 1,000 feet down, lay the inner plain. It stretched away into dark emptiness that they could not see across. The wind now blew from the west. Big clouds were lifted high and moved away to the east. Still, only weak grey light fell on the sad lands of Gorgoroth. Smoke lay low on the ground and hid in holes. Bad air rose from cracks in the earth. Far away, at least 40 miles, they saw Mount Doom. Its base stood in grey ruin. Its great shape rose high, and its top was covered in cloud. Its fire was low now. It looked quiet, but still dangerous, like a sleeping animal. Behind it hung a huge dark shadow, heavy like a storm cloud. This was Beregond, standing far away on the dark mountains from the north. The dark power was busy with its own thoughts. Its eye was turned inward, thinking about danger and doubt. It saw a bright sword and a strong king's face. For a while, it did not think of other things. Its towers and gates were quiet and wrapped in dark waiting. Frodo and Sam looked at this land with fear and wonder together. Everything between them and the smoking mountain looked dead and broken. It was a burned desert with no life. They wondered how the ruler of this land fed his slaves and his armies. But armies were there. As far as they could see, along the hills and far to the south, there were many camps. Some had tents. Some were like small towns. One of the biggest camps lay just below them. It was less than a mile away. It looked like a huge insect nest, with straight dull streets, low huts, and long grey buildings. Around it, many people were moving back and forth. A wide road ran from the camp to the southeast and joined the Morgul road. Along it, long lines of small dark figures hurried on.
"I don't like this at all," said Sam. "It looks very bad. Still, where there are so many people, there must be water and food. And these look like men, not orcs, unless my eyes are wrong."
Frodo and Sam did not know about the great fields far to the south, worked by slaves, near the dark waters of Lake Nurnen. They did not know about the long roads going east and south, bringing goods, stolen things, and new slaves to the tower. In the north were mines and fires for making weapons, and places where armies were gathered for a long-planned war. Here, the dark power moved its armies carefully, like pieces in a game. Its first attacks to the west had been stopped, both in the south and the north. So for the moment, it pulled its forces back. It brought new armies together and gathered them near Cirith Gorge, ready for a strong and angry strike. It seemed that the place was made to guard the mountain. It could not block the way any better than this.
"Well," Sam said, "whatever food or water they have, we cannot reach it. I see no path down. And even if we get down, we cannot cross that open land. It is full of enemies."
"We still must try," Frodo said. "It is no worse than I thought. I never believed we could cross safely. Now I see no hope at all. But I must still do what I can. Right now, that means staying free as long as possible. So we should go north. Maybe the open land is narrower there."
"I can guess how it will be," Sam said. "When it is narrow, the orcs and men will be even closer together. You will see, Mr. Frodo."
"I expect I will, if we reach that place," Frodo said. Then he turned away.
Soon they learned they could not walk along the top of the Morgai. There were no paths. Deep cuts in the land blocked the way. At last, they had to go back down the ravine they had climbed. They looked for a way through the valley instead. The ground was hard and broken. They did not dare cross to the path on the west side. After walking more than a mile, they saw what they feared. At the foot of the cliff, in a low hollow, stood an orc camp. It had a wall and several stone huts around the dark opening of a cave. Nothing moved. Still, the hobbits passed very quietly. They stayed close to thick thorn bushes along both sides of the dry stream bed. They walked 2 or 3 more miles. The orc camp was now hidden behind them. They began to feel a little safer. Then they heard loud, rough orc voices. They quickly hid behind a small, dry bush. The voices came closer. Soon, 2 orcs appeared. One was small and dark, wearing torn brown clothes. He carried a horn bow. His nose was wide, and he sniffed the air. He seemed to be a tracker. The other was big and strong, like the soldiers from Shagrat's group. He carried the sign of the eye. He had a bow and a short spear. As usual, they were arguing. They used the common speech in their rough way. Not far from where the hobbits hid, the small orc stopped.
"And they are," he growled. "I am going home." He pointed across the valley to the camp. "I am tired of sniffing rocks. There is no trail left. I lost it because I listened to you. I tell you, it went into the hills, not along the valley."
"You are useless," said the big orc. "Eyes are better than your dirty nose."
"Then what did your eyes see?" the small orc snapped. "You do not even know what you are hunting."
"That is not my fault," said the soldier. "The orders come from above. First they say it is a tall elf in bright armor. Then they say it is a small man. Then they say it is a group of rebel orcs. Or maybe all of them together."
"They have lost their sense," said the tracker. "And some leaders will be punished, I think. I hear the tower was attacked. Many soldiers were lost, and a prisoner escaped. If fighters work like this, no wonder the war news is bad."
"Who says the news is bad?" shouted the soldier.
"And who says it is not?" the tracker answered.
"That sounds like rebel talk," said the soldier angrily. "Be quiet or else."
"All right," said the tracker. "I will say no more. But what about that strange creature? The sneaky one with thin arms?"
"I do not know," said the soldier. "Maybe nothing, but he is doing something wrong. As soon as he escaped us, we were told he must be taken alive, and quickly."
"I hope they catch him and deal with him," the tracker said. "He ruined the trail. He took a piece of armor and walked all around before I arrived."
"It saved his life," said the soldier. "Before I knew he was wanted, I shot him from far away, right in the back, but he kept running."
"You miss," said the tracker. "You shoot badly, then you run slowly, and then you call us trackers. I am done with you." He started to leave.
"Come back," the soldier shouted, "or I will report you."
"To who?" the tracker called back. "Not to Shagrat. He will not be captain much longer."
"I will give your name to the Nazgul," said the soldier in a low voice. "One of them leads the tower now."
The tracker stopped. His voice shook with fear and anger. "You traitor!" he yelled. "You cannot do your job, and you betray your own kind."
"Go back to your dirty shriekers," he shouted. "May the cold hurt you, if the enemy does not catch you first. I heard they killed number 1, and I hope it is true."
The big orc ran after him with a spear. But the tracker jumped behind a rock. As the orc came close, the tracker shot an arrow. The orc fell hard to the ground and did not move. The other orc ran away across the valley and was soon gone. For some time, the hobbit sat without speaking. At last Sam moved a little.
"Well, I call that very tidy," he said. "If this kind of friendly fighting spread in Mordor, half our trouble would be gone."
"Quiet, Sam," Frodo whispered. "There may be more of them near us. We escaped by a very small chance. They were hunting closer than we thought. That is how Mordor works, Sam. This feeling is everywhere here. Orcs always act like that when they are alone, or so the stories say. But we cannot take hope from it. They hate us much more. If those two had seen us, they would have stopped their fight until we were dead.
There was a long quiet time again. Then Sam spoke softly.
Did you hear what they said about that eater, Mr. Frodo? I told you Gollum was not dead, didn't I?
Yes, I remember, said Frodo. I wondered how you knew. Now listen. I think we should stay here until it is fully dark. Then you can tell me how you know, and all that happened. But do it quietly, please.
I'll try, said Sam. But when I think about that sneak, I feel so angry I could shout.
The hobbit stayed under the thorn bush while the sad light of Mordor slowly faded into a deep night with no stars. Sam spoke close to Frodo's ear. He told him what he could about Gollum's trick, about Shelob and the Great Fear, and about his own hard times with the orcs. When he finished, Frodo said nothing. He took Sam's hand and pressed it. After a while, he moved.
Well, I think we must go on, he said. I wonder how long it will be before we are truly caught, and all this slow work ends for nothing. He stood up. It is dark now, and we cannot use the lady's glass. Keep it safe for me, Sam. I have no place to put it, and I will need both hands in the dark. But I give Sting to you. I still have an orc knife, but I do not think I will need to fight again.
Moving in the night was hard and unsafe in this land with no paths. Slowly, with many stumbles, the two hobbits walked on. Hour after hour, they went north along the east side of the rocky valley. When a grey light came back over the western hills, long after morning had begun in other lands, they hid again. They slept a little, one after the other. When Sam was awake, he thought a lot about food. At last Frodo woke and spoke of eating and getting ready to move again. Sam then asked the question that worried him most.
Excuse me, Mr. Frodo, he said, but do you have any idea how far we still have to go?
No, not clearly, Sam, Frodo answered. In Rivendell, before I left, I saw a map of Mordor. It was made before the enemy came back. I remember it only a little. I remember one place in the north where two mountain lines send out arms that almost meet. That place must be at least 20 leagues from the bridge near the tower. It could be a good place to cross. But if we get there, we will be even farther from the mountain. I think it would be about 60 miles away. I guess we have already gone about 12 leagues north from the bridge. Even if everything goes well, I can hardly reach the mountain in a week. I am afraid, Sam, that my load will feel heavier, and I will move even more slowly as we get closer.
Sam sighed. That is what I feared, he said. And not to speak of water, we must eat less, Mr. Frodo. Or we must walk a bit faster, at least while we are still in this valley. One more meal and all the food is gone, except the elves' bread.
I'll try to go a bit faster, Sam, said Frodo, taking a deep breath. Come on then. Let's start again.
It was not fully dark yet. They walked on into the night. The hours passed with slow, tired steps and a few short stops. At the first sign of grey light under the dark sky, they hid again in a deep hollow under a stone. Slowly the light grew, brighter than before. A strong wind from the west pushed the bad air of Mordor away. Before long, the hobbits could see the shape of the land for many miles around them. The land between the mountains and the dark plain became smaller as it went higher. The inner ridge was now only a narrow shelf on the steep black cliffs. To the east, the land still dropped straight down into the wide plain below. Ahead, the small stream ended at broken rock steps. From the main mountains, a high dry ridge pushed out to the east like a wall. From the grey northern mountains, another long ridge reached out to meet it. Between these two ridges, there was only a narrow opening. This place was called Caracang Ren, the Iron Mouth. Beyond it was a deep valley called Udun. Behind the black gate, in that valley, the servants of Mordor had built tunnels and places to store weapons. Now their Dark Lord was quickly bringing many soldiers there to prepare for war against the west. On the rocky ridges, there were forts and tall towers. Fires burned for watching. Across the narrow gap, they had built a wall of earth and dug a deep ditch. Only one bridge could cross it. A few miles to the north, high on the rocks, stood an old castle called Thang. It was now one of many orc strongholds around the valley. A road came down from it and could be seen in the growing light. Near where the hobbits lay hiding, the road turned east and followed a narrow ledge along the cliff. Then it went down into the plain and toward the Iron Mouth. When the hobbits saw all this, it felt to them that their long journey north had been for nothing. The plain to their right was dark and full of smoke. They could not see camps or moving soldiers, but they knew the forts were watching everything.
We have reached a dead end, Sam. If we go on, we will come to that orc tower. The only path is the road from it, unless we go back. We cannot climb up to the west, and we cannot go down to the east.
Then we must take the road, Mr. Frodo. We must try our luck, if there is any luck here. It is better than walking around or trying to go back. Our food will not last. We must move fast and hope.
All right, Sam. Lead me. As long as you still have hope. I have none left. But I cannot move fast. I can only walk slowly behind you.
Before you walk any more, you need sleep and food, Mr. Frodo. Come and take what you can.
He gave Frodo some water and one more piece of the travel bread. He folded his cloak to make a pillow for Frodo's head. Frodo was too tired to argue. Sam did not tell him that Frodo had just drunk the last of the water. Frodo had also eaten Sam's share of the food. Soon Frodo fell asleep. Sam bent over him and listened to his breathing. Frodo's face looked thin and tired, but in sleep it looked calm and safe.
Well, here we go, Master. I must leave you for a short time and hope for the best. We need water, or we cannot go on.
Sam moved away quietly. He stepped from stone to stone with great care. He went down to the dry stream bed and followed it north as it climbed upward. At last he reached the rock steps where water had once flowed down long ago. Everything looked dry and still. But Sam did not give up. He bent down and listened. To his joy, he heard a soft sound of water. He climbed a little higher and found a very small stream of dark water. It came out of the hillside and filled a small empty pool. From there, it flowed away and disappeared under the stones. Sam tasted the water. It seemed good enough. He drank deeply and filled the bottle. Then he turned to go back. At that moment, he saw a dark shape moving among the rocks near where Frodo was hiding. Sam stopped himself from crying out. He jumped down and ran back, stepping quickly from stone to stone. The shape was careful and hard to see, but Sam knew who it was. He wished he could catch it. But it heard him and slipped away fast. Sam thought he saw it one last time, looking back from the edge of the cliff to the east, before it vanished.
Well, luck did not fail me. But that was very close. Is it not bad enough to have thousands of orcs without that ugly creature creeping around too? I wish it were gone for good.
He sat down beside Frodo and did not wake him. Sam did not dare to sleep himself. He stayed awake as long as he could. At last, when his eyes kept closing and he could fight it no more, he gently woke Frodo.
That golem is near again, I fear, Mr. Frodo. At least, I think it was him. I went to find water, and I saw him creeping around when I came back. I think it is not safe for both of us to sleep at the same time. Sorry, but I cannot keep my eyes open now.
Thank you, Sam, said Frodo. Lie down and sleep your turn. I would still choose Gollum before orcs. At least he will not call them to us, unless they catch him first.
But he may steal or hurt us on his own, Sam said in a low, angry voice. Please stay awake, Mr. Frodo. Here is the water bottle. Drink it. We can fill it again later.
After that, Sam fell asleep at once. When Sam woke up, the light was fading again. Frodo sat against the rock, but he was asleep too. The water bottle was empty. Gollum was gone. The dark of Mordor had come back. Red fires burned on the high places. The two hobbits started walking again. This part of the journey was the most dangerous. First they went to the small spring. Then they climbed up with care. Soon they reached the road. Here the road turned east toward the Icenmouth, far away. The road was narrow. There was no wall at the edge. The drop beside it became deeper and deeper. They heard no sounds. They listened for a while. Then they walked east at a steady speed. After about 12 miles, they stopped. The road behind them bent a little to the north. The part they had walked was now hidden from sight. This was a bad thing. They rested for a short time. Then they walked on again. After only a few steps, they heard a sound in the quiet night. It was the sound they feared most. They heard many feet marching. The noise came from behind them. They looked back. They saw small lights of torches coming around the bend. They were less than a mile away. The soldiers were moving fast. They were too fast for Frodo to run away on the road.
I was afraid of this, Sam, said Frodo. We hoped for luck, but it failed us. We are trapped.
He looked up at the hard rock wall. Long ago, builders had cut it straight up. He ran to the other side and looked down. There was only deep darkness.
We are trapped, he said again.
He sat down by the rock and lowered his head.
It looks that way, said Sam. We can only wait.
He sat down next to Frodo, under the cliff. They did not wait long. The orcs came very fast. The first ones carried torches. Red flames moved through the dark. They came closer and closer. Sam bent his head. He hoped the light would not show his face. He put their shields in front of their legs to hide their feet.
I hope they are in a hurry, he thought. Maybe they will leave two tired soldiers alone.
At first, it seemed so. The first orcs ran past. They were breathing hard and looking down. They were small orcs, forced to go to war. They only wanted the march to end. Two big and cruel orcs ran beside them. These leaders shouted and used long whips to push them forward. Line after line passed by. The torchlight was already far ahead. Sam held his breath. More than half the group had gone past. Then one leader saw the two shapes by the road. He snapped his whip in the air and shouted, "Hey you! Get up!" They did not answer. The orc shouted again and stopped the whole group. "Get moving," he yelled. "This is not time to rest." He stepped closer. Even in the dark, he saw the signs on their shields. Running away, he said in a rough voice, "All your kind should be inside Udun by last night. You know that. Get up and join the line, or I will report you." They stood up slowly. They stayed bent over. They walked like soldiers with sore feet. They moved toward the back of the line. "No, not the back," the orc shouted. 3 rows forward. "Stay there. If you move, you will regret it." He cracked his whip over their heads. Then he shouted again, and the group started running. It was hard for Sam, who was very tired. For Frodo, it was much worse. It felt like a bad dream. He pressed his teeth together. He tried not to think. Where there's a whip there's a will, my slugs. Hold up. I'd give you a nice freshener now, only you'll get as much lash as your skins will carry when you come in late to your camp. Do you good? Don't you know we're at war? They walked many miles. At last, the road went down a long slope to the flat land. Frodo became very weak. His body shook, and his mind felt unsure. He tripped and almost fell. Sam tried hard to help him and keep him standing. Sam was also very tired. He felt he could not go on much longer either. Sam knew the end was close. Frodo might fall down or faint. Then everyone would see them, and all their hard work would fail. Sam felt angry and afraid. He thought about fighting back. He put his hand near his sword. Just then, something helped them. They reached the flat land near the entrance to Udun. In front of the gate, many roads met. Troops came from different places. The armies of the west were moving forward, and the Dark Lord was sending his forces north. Many groups arrived at the same time in the dark, beyond the firelight on the wall. There was pushing and shouting. Each group wanted to reach the gate first and end their march. The drivers yelled and used their whips. Small fights started, and some soldiers pulled out blades. A strong group from Barad-dûr rushed into another line and caused confusion. Sam was tired and in pain, but he saw his chance. He fell to the ground and pulled Frodo down with him. Orcs stumbled over them, shouting in anger. Slowly, on hands and knees, the hobbits crawled away from the noise. At last, no one noticed them. They slipped over the far edge of the road. The road had a high stone edge. It stood above the open land. The hobbits lay still for a short time. It was too dark to find a safe place. Sam felt they needed to move farther from the road and away from the torchlight.
Come on, Mr. Frodo, Sam whispered. Just crawl a little more. Then you can rest.
With great effort, Frodo pushed himself up on his hands. He moved forward about 20 yards. Then he fell into a shallow hole that they did not see before. He lay there very still, like he had no strength left. Chapter 3 Mount Doom. Sam put his torn orc cloak under Frodo's head. He covered them both with the grey cloak from Lorien. As he did this, he thought of that kind land and the elves. He hoped their cloth might help hide them in this dark and fearful place. He listened as the noise of the troops slowly faded. The soldiers moved on through the Icenmouth. In the confusion of many groups, no one seemed to notice the hobbits were gone, at least not yet. Sam took a small drink of water. He made Frodo drink too. When Frodo felt a little better, Sam gave him a full piece of their special bread and made him eat it. Then they lay down. They were too tired to feel much fear. They slept a little, but not well. Their sweat grew cold on their skin. The hard stones hurt their bodies. They shook from the cold. From the north, near the Black Gate, a thin cold wind moved along the ground. In the morning, a grey light returned. High above, the west wind still blew. Down on the stones of the Black Land, the air felt still, cold, and heavy. Sam looked out of the hollow. The land was flat, empty, and dull in color. The nearby roads were quiet now. Nothing moved. Still, Sam feared the watching eyes on the wall of the Icenmouth, not far to the north. Far to the southeast stood the mountain, dark and heavy. Smoke poured from it. Some smoke rose high and drifted away. Thick clouds rolled down its sides and spread across the land. To the northeast, the Ashen Mountains stood like grey shapes. Behind them rose pale heights, like clouds under the dark sky. Sam tried to judge the distance and choose a path.
It looks like 50 miles, he said softly, staring at the mountain. That could take a week, or more, with Mr. Frodo like this.
He shook his head. As he thought, a new dark worry grew in his mind. Hope had never fully left his strong heart. Until now, he had always thought about how they might return one day. At last, Sam understood the hard truth. Their food could only take them to their goal. After the task was finished, there would be nothing left. They would be alone, with no home and no food, in a terrible desert. There was no way back. Sam thought quietly. He felt that his job was to help Mr. Frodo to the very end. If that end meant dying together, then he would do it. Still, his heart felt heavy. He wished he could see Bywater again. He thought of Rosie Cotton and her brothers. He thought of the Gaffer and Marigold. He could not believe that Gandalf would send Mr. Frodo on this journey with no hope at all. Sam felt that everything went wrong after Gandalf fell in Moria. He believed Gandalf would have found a way to help. As this hope seemed to fade, something new grew inside Sam. His face became hard and serious. His will became strong. He felt a strange strength in his body, like he was becoming firm and steady. Tiredness and fear could not stop him now. Sam looked down at the ground again and thought about their next step. As the light grew a little stronger, he saw something new. From far away, the land looked flat and empty. Up close, it was broken and uneven. The plains of Gorgoroth were full of deep holes. It looked like the land had once been soft and then hit many times by great stones. Around the biggest holes were broken rocks. Long cracks ran out in many directions. This land made it possible to move from one hiding place to another. Someone careful could stay unseen. But it was slow and hard work. For two tired and hungry hobbits, with a long way still to go, the land looked cruel and dangerous. With these thoughts in his mind, Sam went back to Frodo. He did not need to wake him. Frodo was lying on his back with his eyes open, looking at the cloudy sky.
Well, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, I've been looking around and thinking. There's nothing moving on the roads. We should go while we can. Do you think you can manage?
I can manage, said Frodo. I must.
They started again. They moved from hollow to hollow, keeping low and using every bit of cover. They slowly went toward the hills in the north. As they moved, the road on the east stayed near them. It ran close to the mountains and disappeared into deep shadow far ahead. No men or orcs were on it now. The Dark Lord had almost finished moving his armies. Even in his own land, he now hid his forces in the night. He feared the open air and the winds of the world, which seemed to work against him. He also feared news of brave spies who had passed through his borders. After a few long and tiring miles, the hobbit stopped. Frodo was nearly worn out. Sam saw that he could not go on much longer like this. Crawling and bending low was too hard. Sometimes Frodo moved very slowly. Sometimes he tried to hurry, but he stumbled.
I'm going back to the road while there's still some light, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. We'll trust our luck again. It almost failed us before, but not fully. If we keep a steady pace for a few more miles, we can rest after that.
He was in much more danger than he understood. But Frodo was too busy with his heavy task and his troubled thoughts. He had no strength to argue. He almost did not care anymore. They climbed onto the stone road and walked on. It was hard and cold under their feet. The road led straight toward the Dark Tower. Still, they were lucky. For the rest of that day, they saw no living thing. Nothing moved near them. When night came, they disappeared into the dark land of Mordor. The whole land felt tense, like before a great storm. Far away, the leaders of the West had passed the crossroads. Fires were burning in the deadly fields of Imlad Morgul. So the hard journey continued. The ring moved south, while the armies of kings moved north. For the two hobbits, each day was worse than the one before. Each mile was harder to walk. Their strength grew less, and the land felt more evil. During the day, they met no enemies. At night, they sometimes hid beside the road. They rested badly and could not sleep well. They heard cries in the dark. They heard many feet marching. Sometimes a fast rider passed by. But worse than all these dangers was another fear. A great dark power was waiting. It was always thinking and never sleeping. It felt closer with every step they took. It pressed on their minds like a heavy weight. It felt like a wall of night moving toward them at the end of the world. At last, a terrible night came. At the same time, the leaders of the West were reaching the edge of the living lands. For the two travelers, this hour brought empty despair. For days had passed since they escaped from the orcs. That time now felt like a dark dream behind them. All that day, Frodo had said nothing. He walked bent over. He often stumbled, as if he could not see the path in front of him. Sam knew that Frodo suffered the most. The ring was growing heavier. It hurt his body and tortured his mind. Sam watched him with worry. Frodo often lifted his left hand, as if to block a blow. Sometimes it was as if he tried to hide his eyes from a terrible eye that wanted to see inside them. At other times, his right hand moved to his chest and grabbed at it. Then, slowly, when he gained control again, he pulled his hand away. When the Black Knight returned, Frodo sat down. He put his head between his knees. His arms hung down, tired and weak. His hands moved slightly on the ground. Sam watched him until the darkness hid them from each other. Sam could not think of any words to say. He turned to his own dark thoughts. He was very tired and afraid, but he still had some strength left. The Lembas had helped them. Without it, they would have fallen and died long ago. It did not stop hunger. Sam often thought of food. He missed simple bread and meat. Still, the elvish bread had a special power. The more they depended only on it, the stronger it became. It fed the will. It gave them strength to continue. It helped their bodies move when they should not be able to. Now they had to make a new choice. They could not follow the road any longer. It went east into deeper darkness. The mountain was now on their right, to the south. They had to turn toward it. But before it lay a wide land of smoke and ash. It was empty and lifeless.
Water, water.
Sam spoke under his breath. He had saved the water for a long time. His mouth was very dry, and his tongue felt big and sore. Even with great care, they had almost nothing left. There was maybe half a bottle. They still had many days ahead. All the water would be gone before, if they had not dared to walk on the Orc road. Far apart on that road, there were stone tanks made for soldiers. They were for fast marches through dry land. In one tank, Sam had found some water. It was old and dirty from the Orcs, but it helped them. That was 1 day ago. Now there was no hope of finding more. At last, Sam was too tired to worry. He began to sleep and left tomorrow to itself. He could do nothing more. Sleep and waking mixed together. He saw small lights like watching eyes. He saw dark shapes moving close. He heard sounds like wild animals or people in great pain. He jumped up many times. Each time, he found only deep darkness around him. Once, while he was awake, he thought he still saw pale lights like eyes. Soon they shook and went away. The night felt hateful and very long. When day came, the light was weak. The mountain was near now, and the air was always thick and dark. From the dark tower, heavy shadows spread across the land. Frodo lay on his back and did not move. Sam stood near him. He did not want to speak, but he knew he must. He had to help his master try again. At last, he bent down and gently touched Frodo's head. He spoke softly.
"Wake up, master," he said. "It is time to start again."
Frodo woke as if a loud sound had called him. He stood up at once and looked to the south. Then he saw the mountain and the empty land. His courage failed again.
"I can't do it, Sam," he said. "It is too heavy. The weight is too much."
Before Sam spoke, he knew his words would not help. They might even hurt. Still, he could not stay quiet.
"Then let me carry it for a while, master," he said. "I would do it gladly, as long as I have strength."
A strange light filled Frodo's eyes.
"Stay back. Don't touch me," he cried. "It is mine. Go away."
His hand moved toward his sword. Then his voice changed at once.
"No, no, Sam," he said in a sad voice. "You must understand. This is my burden. No one else can carry it. It is too late now. You cannot help me like that again. It almost controls me now. I cannot give it away. If you tried to take it, my mind would break."
Sam nodded.
"I understand," he said. "But I was thinking, Mr. Frodo. There are other things we can leave behind. We are going straight that way now." He pointed to the mountain. "There is no need to carry things we will not use."
Frodo looked again at the mountain.
"No," he said. "We will not need much on that road. And at the end, we will need nothing."
He picked up his orc shield and threw it away. He threw his helmet after it. He took off the grey cloak and undid the heavy belt. The belt fell, and the sword with it. He tore off the broken black cloak and scattered the pieces.
"There," he cried. "I am no orc now. I will carry no weapon, good or bad. Let them take me, if they wish."
Sam did the same and put down his orc things. He opened his pack and took out everything. Each item felt precious to him now. He had carried them so far with such hard work. The hardest thing to leave was his cooking tools. Tears filled his eyes as he thought of throwing them away.
"Do you remember the bit of rabbit, Mr. Frodo?" he said. "And the warm place by the bank in Captain Faramir's land? The day I saw the big beast."
"I am afraid not, Sam," said Frodo. "I know those things happened, but I cannot see them now. I cannot feel food or water. I cannot hear the wind. I have no memory of trees, grass, or flowers. I see no moon or stars. I am alone in the dark, Sam. Nothing hides me from the burning wheel. I begin to see it even when I am awake. Everything else fades away."
Sam went to him and kissed his hand.
"Then the sooner we finish this, the sooner we can rest," he said, slowly and unsure. He found no better words. "Talking won't fix anything," he said to himself. He gathered the things they had left behind. He did not want to leave them open for others to find. That sneaking one took an orc shirt already. He won't get a sword too. His hands are dangerous enough when empty. And he will not touch my pans.
With that, he carried all their things to one of the deep cracks in the ground and threw them inside. The noise of the metal pans falling into the dark hurt his heart. Those pans were very dear to him. He went back to Frodo. From his elven rope, he cut a short piece. He used it as a belt for his master and tied the grey cloak tight around Frodo's waist. He rolled the rest of the rope and put it back in his pack. He kept only a little food, the water bottle, and Sting on his belt. In a small pocket near his chest, he hid the light from Galadriel and the small box she had given him. At last, they turned toward the mountain and began to walk again. They did not try to hide now. They used all their weak strength just to keep going. The day was dark and dull. In that land, few eyes could see them unless they were very close. Only the flying servants of the Dark Lord could have warned him. But they were far away. They were watching the armies in another place. The Dark Tower was thinking of something else. That day, Sam felt that his master had found new strength. It was more than just carrying less weight. At first, they walked faster and farther than Sam expected. The land was hard and unfriendly, but they made good progress. The mountain came closer and closer. But later, when the weak light began to fade, Frodo bent down again. He started to stumble, like his new effort had used up all his strength. At their last stop, Frodo fell to the ground.
He said, "I'm thirsty, Sam," and then he did not speak again.
Sam gave him a small drink of water. Only one drink was left after that. Sam did not drink any himself. When the night of Mordor closed around them again, Sam could not stop thinking about water. He remembered every stream and pool he had ever seen. He saw them shining in the sun or under green trees. These thoughts hurt him. He remembered the cool mud between his toes when he played in the pool at Bywater with his friends, and Rosie too.
But that was long ago, he sighed, and very far away. The only way back, if there is one, goes past the mountain.
He could not sleep. He talked to himself in his mind.
Well, we did better than you thought, he said firmly. We started well. I think we walked half the way today. One more day will be enough.
Then he stopped.
Don't be silly, Sam Gamgee, another voice in his mind said. He cannot walk another day like that, maybe not at all. And you cannot keep giving him all the water and most of the food.
I can go on for a long time, Sam answered. And I will.
Where will you go?
To the mountain, of course.
And then what, Sam Gamgee? What will you do there? He cannot do anything by himself.
Sam felt afraid. He saw that he had no answer. He had no clear plan. Frodo had not told him much about his task. Sam only knew that the ring had to go into the fire.
The cracks of doom, he whispered. If my master knows how to find them, I don't.
You see, the voice said. It is all useless. He said so himself. You are foolish to keep hoping and working. You could have lain down and slept together days ago. You will die anyway, or worse. You may as well stop now. You will never reach the top.
I will get there, even if I lose everything, said Sam. And I will carry Mr. Frodo myself, even if it breaks my body and my heart. So stop arguing.
At that time, Sam felt the ground shake under his feet. He heard a deep sound, like far thunder under the earth. A short red light flashed under the clouds and then went out. Even the mountain seemed restless in its sleep. The last part of the journey to Orodruin began. It was worse than Sam had ever imagined. His body hurt badly. His mouth was so dry that he could not swallow even a small bite of food. It stayed dark. Thick smoke came from the mountain. A storm also seemed to be coming. Far away in the southeast, weak lightning moved under the black sky. The worst part was the air. It was full of bad smoke. Breathing hurt and was hard. They felt dizzy and often fell. Still, they did not give up. They pushed themselves forward. The mountain came closer and closer. When they lifted their tired heads, it filled their whole view. It stood huge in front of them. It was made of ash, broken stone, and burned rock. A tall cone rose from it into the clouds. Before the long dark day fully ended and night returned, they crawled and stumbled to the foot of the mountain. Frodo fell to the ground with a gasp. Sam sat beside him. To his surprise, Sam felt very tired but also lighter. His head felt clear again. Dark thoughts no longer argued in his mind. He knew all the reasons to give up, but he refused to hear them. His will was firm. Only death could stop him now. He did not feel the need to sleep. He felt the need to stay awake and alert. He knew that all dangers were coming together. The next day would decide everything. It would be the final effort or the final failure. But when would the day come? The night felt endless. Time did not seem to move. Each minute passed without change. Sam began to fear that a second endless darkness had begun and that daylight would never return. At last, he reached for Frodo's hand. It was cold and shaking. Frodo's body was trembling.
"I should not have left my blanket behind," Sam said softly.
He lay down and tried to warm Frodo with his arms and body. Soon sleep took him. The weak light of the last day of their journey found them lying side by side. The wind had stopped the day before when it turned from the west. Now it came from the north and slowly grew stronger. Little by little, light from the hidden sun reached the shadows where the hobbits lay.
"Now it begins. The last effort," said Sam as he pushed himself up.
He bent over Frodo and woke him gently. Frodo groaned. With great effort, he stood up, but then fell to his knees again. With pain, he lifted his eyes to the dark slopes of Mount Doom above him. Then, sadly, he began to crawl forward on his hands. Sam looked at him and felt his heart break. His eyes burned and were dry, and no tears came.
"I said I would carry him, even if it broke me," he whispered. "And I will." "Come, Mr. Frodo," Sam said aloud. "I can't carry the ring for you, but I can carry you and it together. So get up. Come on, Mr. Frodo. Sam will carry you. Just tell him where to go, and he will go."
Frodo held on to Sam's back. His arms rested weakly around Sam's neck, and his legs held tight under Sam's arms. Sam stood up, shaking. To his surprise, the weight felt light. He had feared he could hardly lift Frodo alone. He had expected the ring to make the load terrible. But it was not so. Frodo was worn down by pain, old wounds, poison, fear, and long wandering without rest. Or maybe Sam was given a last gift of strength. Sam carried Frodo as easily as a small child during play back in the Shire. He took a deep breath and began to walk. They were at the northern side of the mountain, a little to the west. The long grey slopes there were broken but not straight up. Frodo did not speak. Sam moved on as best he could. He had no clear path. Only his will pushed him upward. He climbed higher and higher. He turned often to find an easier way. He stumbled many times. At last, he crawled slowly, like a small creature with a heavy load. When his strength was gone and his legs failed, he stopped. He gently laid Frodo down. Frodo opened his eyes and took a breath. The air was cleaner here, above the worse smoke below.
"Thank you, Sam," he said in a weak voice. "How much farther do we have to go?"
"I don't know," said Sam. "I don't even know where we are going."
He looked back and then looked up. He was surprised by how far he had climbed. The mountain had looked very tall before. Now he saw it was not higher than the great passes he and Frodo had crossed before. The wide base of the mountain rose high above the flat land. Above it stood a tall cone with a broken top. It looked like a huge tower of stone. Sam was already more than halfway up the lower part. Far below him, the land of Gorgoroth lay dark and covered with smoke. Sam looked up again. He wanted to shout, but his throat was too dry. High above him, among the rough rocks, he saw a clear path. It rose from the west and went around the mountain like a long belt. Before it disappeared, it reached the lower edge of the cone on the east side. Sam could not see the path right above him. A steep slope blocked his view. But he thought that if they climbed a little more, they would reach it. Hope came back to his heart. Maybe they could still climb the mountain. He spoke softly to himself. He thought the path seemed made to help them. Without it, he felt he would have failed. The path was not made for Sam. He did not know this. He was looking at the road used by Sauron, leading from the Dark Tower to the fire chambers. The road came from the tower, crossed a deep gap on a great iron bridge, and went across the plain between smoking cracks in the ground. Then it climbed up to the east side of the mountain. From there, it went around the mountain from south to north. It climbed high but did not reach the top. It ended at a dark door that faced the eye in the Dark Tower. The road was often broken by fire and earth, but many orcs always repaired it. Sam took a deep breath. There was a path. But he did not know how to reach it. His back hurt badly. He lay down beside Frodo for a short time. They did not speak. Slowly, the light grew brighter. Suddenly, Sam felt a strong need to move. He did not know why. It felt like a call saying, "Now, or it will be too late." He forced himself to stand. Frodo seemed to feel it too. He pushed himself up on his knees. He spoke in a weak voice and said he would crawl. So they moved forward very slowly, inch by inch, like small grey bugs on the slope. At last, they reached the path. It was wide and covered with broken stones and ash. Frodo climbed onto it. Then he slowly turned to face the east, as if something made him do it. Far away, dark shadows hung in the distance. For a short moment, the clouds moved aside. Frodo saw the Dark Tower rising above everything else, darker than all around it. At the top, a red light flashed like a watchful eye. Then the clouds closed again, and the sight was gone. The eye was not looking at them. It was turned to the north, toward the great battle. All its anger was fixed there. But Frodo fell to the ground as if all his strength had left him. His hand reached for the chain on his neck. Sam knelt beside him. He heard Frodo whisper very softly, asking for help and asking Sam to hold his hand. He said he could not fight it anymore. Sam took Frodo's hands and placed them together. He kissed them and held them gently. A dark thought came to him. He feared they had been seen. He felt this was the end. Sam lifted Frodo again and pulled him close to his chest. Frodo's legs hung loose. Sam bent his head and started walking up the road. The path was harder than it had looked. Fires had flowed mostly on the other sides of the mountain, so this road was still open. But in many places it was broken or cracked. After climbing east for a long time, the road turned sharply and went west for a short distance. At that turn, it cut deep through old stone that had come from the mountain long ago. Panting and tired, Sam came around a bend in the path. At that moment, he saw something move from the rock above. It looked like a small black stone falling. Suddenly a heavy body hit him. He fell forward and hurt his hands, but he still held his master's hand. Then he understood what had happened. Above him, he heard a voice he hated.
"Bad master," the voice hissed. "Bad master tricks us. He tricks Smeagol. He must not go this way. He must not hurt Precious. Give it to Smeagol. Give it to us."
Sam pushed himself up with great effort. He pulled out his sword at once, but he could not use it. Frodo and Gollum were holding each other tightly. Gollum clawed at Frodo and tried to reach the chain and the ring. This attack woke something strong inside Frodo. Someone was trying to take the ring from him by force. Frodo fought back with sudden anger. Sam was surprised, and so was Gollum. Gollum was no longer strong. His long, hard journey had changed him. He was thin and weak. His skin was tight on his bones. His eyes were wild, but his body had little power left. Frodo threw him away and stood up, shaking. He held his hand to his chest, over the ring.
"Down," Frodo gasped. "Get down and leave my way. Your time is over. You cannot harm me now."
Then Sam saw them in a strange new way, as he had seen before. He saw Gollum as a small, broken shape on the ground. The creature was full of hunger and anger, but also defeated. In front of him stood Frodo, calm and strong, dressed in white light. At Frodo's chest burned a wheel of fire. From it came a clear, strong voice.
"Go away and trouble me no more. If you touch me again, you will be thrown into the fire."
The broken shape moved back in fear. His eyes were full of terror and want. Then the vision ended. Sam saw Frodo again, standing and breathing hard. Gollum was on his knees at Frodo's feet, his hands flat on the ground.
"Watch out!" Sam shouted. "He will jump." He stepped forward and held up his sword. "Go on, master," he said quickly. "Go on now. There is no time. I will take care of him."
Frodo looked at Sam as if Sam was very far away. "Yes, I must go on," he said. "Goodbye, Sam. This is the end. On Mount Doom, all will end. Goodbye." He turned and walked up the path. He moved slowly, but he stood straight.
"Now," said Sam. "Now I can deal with you." He jumped toward Gollum with his sword ready. But Gollum did not attack. He fell flat on the ground and cried.
"Don't kill us," he begged. "Don't hurt us with cruel steel. Let us live a little longer. We are lost. When Precious is gone, we will die." He scraped at the ash on the path with his thin fingers.
Sam's hand shook. He felt angry and remembered all the bad things Gollum had done. It would be fair to kill him. It would also be safer. But deep inside, something stopped him. He could not strike this sad, broken creature lying in the dust. Sam had carried the ring for a short time himself. Now he understood a little of Gollum's pain, body and mind broken by the ring.
Sam had no words for his feelings. "Go away," "You nasty thing," he said. "Leave now. I don't trust you at all. Go, or I will hurt you."
Gollum slowly stood on his hands and feet. He moved back step by step. When Sam tried to kick him, Gollum turned and ran down the path. Sam did not watch him. He suddenly thought of Frodo. He looked up the path but could not see him. He hurried forward as fast as he could. If Sam had looked back, he might have seen Gollum stop and turn again. With madness shining in his eyes, Gollum followed quietly behind, moving like a shadow among the stones. The path went higher. Soon it turned once more and ran along the side of the mountain. At last it reached a dark door in the mountain wall. This was the door of Sammath Nor. Far away in the south, the sun rose through smoke and mist. It looked red and weak in the sky. All around the mountain, the land of Mordor was quiet and empty. It felt dead and full of shadow, as if it waited for something terrible. Sam came to a wide open entrance and looked inside. It was dark and very hot. The ground shook with a deep noise. No one answered. Sam stood still for a short time. His heart beat fast with fear. Then he ran inside. A dark shape followed him. At first, he could see nothing. He took out the glass from Galadriel. But it felt cold and gave no light in his shaking hand. The darkness stayed thick. Sam was now deep in Sauron's land, in the place where great power was made long ago. All other powers were weak here. Sam moved forward with small, unsure steps. Then a red light suddenly jumped up and hit the high black roof. Sam saw that he was in a long tunnel inside the mountain. A short way ahead, the floor and walls were split by a deep crack. Red light came from it. The light rose and fell again and again. Far below, there was a loud, steady noise, like huge machines working. The red light rose again. Sam saw Frodo standing at the edge of the crack, at the crack of doom. Frodo stood straight and still, dark against the red light, like a stone statue.
"Master!" Sam cried.
Frodo moved. He spoke in a clear, strong voice. Sam had never heard Frodo sound like this before. His voice filled the cave and rose over the noise of the mountain.
"I have come," Frodo said. "But I will not do what I came to do. I will not finish this task. The ring is mine."
Frodo put the ring on his finger. At once, he disappeared from Sam's sight. Sam gasped. He had no time to shout. Something hit him hard from behind. His legs went weak, and he fell. His head struck the stone floor. A dark shape jumped over him. Everything went black for a moment. Far away, at the same time, Sauron felt what had happened. In the heart of his land, his great tower shook. He suddenly knew where Frodo was. His eye turned to the mountain. In one sharp moment, he understood his mistake. He saw the plans of his enemies clearly at last. His anger burned, but his fear grew even stronger. He knew he was in great danger. Across his land, fear spread. His servants trembled. His armies stopped. Their leaders stood confused and lost hope. Sauron's full mind and power now focused only on the mountain. At his call, the ring wreaths flew. They rushed through the sky with loud cries. Faster than the wind, they flew south toward Mount Doom. Sam woke and slowly stood up. His head hurt badly. Blood ran down into his eyes. He moved forward with his hands out. Then he saw something terrible. Gollum stood at the edge of the deep crack. He fought wildly with someone Sam could not see. He moved back and forth. Many times he almost fell in. He fell to the ground, stood up again, and fell again. He made sharp sounds but said no words. The fire below grew stronger. Red light filled the cave. The heat became heavy. Sam saw Gollum lift his long hands to his mouth. His sharp teeth flashed. Then he bit down. Frodo cried out. He fell to his knees at the edge of the crack.
Gollum jumped and laughed. He held the ring high. One finger was still inside it. The ring shone like living fire. Precious, precious, precious! Gollum cried. My precious! Oh, my precious!
As he looked at the ring, he stepped too far. He lost his balance. For a short moment, he stood on the edge. Then he fell with a loud cry. His last voice rose from deep below, calling precious. Then he was gone. A great roar filled the cave. Fire shot upward and touched the roof. The noise grew loud and wild. The mountain shook hard. Sam ran to Frodo. He lifted him in his arms and carried him toward the door. And there, at the dark entrance of Sammath Nor, high above the flat lands of Mordor, Sam felt fear and wonder at the same time. He stopped and forgot everything else. He stood still and stared, like a statue. For a short moment, he saw a vision. He saw dark clouds turning fast. Inside them were huge towers and strong walls, as tall as hills. They stood on a great mountain, above deep holes with no bottom. There were wide courts and deep prisons with no windows. There were great metal gates standing open. Then the vision ended. The towers fell. The mountain slid down. Walls broke and melted, crashing to the ground. Tall columns of smoke and hot steam rose high into the sky. They went up and up, then fell back down like a huge wave, crashing over the land. After that, a deep sound came across the land. It grew louder and louder until it became a great roar. The ground shook. The flat land rose and split open. Mount Doom rocked and leaned. Fire burst from its broken top. Thunder filled the sky, and sharp light flashed again and again. Heavy black rain fell fast from above. Into the middle of this storm came the Nazgul. They cried loudly, louder than all other sounds. They flew like burning arrows through the clouds. But the fire and storm destroyed them. They broke apart and were gone.
Well, this is the end, Sam Gamgee,
said a voice next to him. Sam turned and saw Frodo. He looked pale and very tired, but he was himself again. His eyes were calm. There was no fear in them. There was no pain of the will. The heavy weight was gone. Sam saw again his dear master from the happy days in the Shire.
Master!
Sam cried. He dropped to his knees. All around him the world was falling apart, but in his heart there was only joy. The burden was gone. His master was safe. Frodo was free again. Then Sam saw Frodo's hurt hand. It was damaged and bleeding.
Your poor hand. I have nothing to cover it or ease the pain. I would give you my whole hand if I could. But he is gone now. He is gone forever.
Yes. But do you remember what Gandalf said? He said that even Gollum might still have a part to play. Without him, Sam, I could not have destroyed the ring. Our task would have failed, even at the very end. So let us forgive him. The task is finished. Everything is over now. I am glad you are here with me. Here at the end of all things, Sam.
Chapter for the Field of Cormallen. All around the hills, the armies of Mordor fought in wild anger. The leaders of the West were close to being surrounded. The sun shone red in the sky. Under the flying shapes of the Nazgul, dark shadows of fear fell over the land. Aragorn stood under his banner. He was quiet and serious. He looked as if he was thinking about long-ago days or far places. His eyes shone bright, like stars that shine more in deep night. On the top of the hill stood Gandalf. He was white and calm. No shadow touched him. The attack from Mordor crashed against the hills like a strong wave. Loud voices and the noise of weapons filled the air. Suddenly Gandalf moved, as if he had seen something new. He turned and looked north, where the sky was light and clear. He lifted his hands and cried out in a strong voice that rose above all the noise.
"The eagles are coming."
Many voices answered him. "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" The armies of Mordor looked up, confused and afraid. Then Gwaihir the Wind-Lord appeared, and Landrival his brother. They were the greatest of the eagles of the north. They were strong and wide-winged, children of the great eagles of old times. Behind them came many more eagles from the northern mountains. They flew fast on a rising wind. They flew straight down toward the Nazgul. Their wings made a loud sound like a strong storm. The Nazgul turned away and fled. They disappeared into the dark land of Mordor. A sharp call came from the dark tower, and the armies of Mordor shook. Doubt filled their hearts. Their laughter stopped. Their hands trembled. Their strength left them. The dark power that pushed them forward was fading. It no longer ruled them. When they looked at their enemies, they saw courage and light, and they felt fear. Then all the leaders of the West cried out with joy. New hope filled their hearts in the middle of the darkness. Knights of Gondor, riders of Rohan, and the men of the north moved forward together. They pushed into the weak enemy lines with close ranks and sharp spears. But Gandalf lifted his arms again and called out clearly,
"Stand, men of the West. Stand and wait. This is the hour of doom."
As he spoke, the ground shook under their feet. Then, far above the Black Gate, higher than the towers and mountains, a huge dark shape rose into the sky. Fire flickered inside it as it climbed upward. The ground shook and groaned. The towers of the Teeth moved and fell down. The strong wall broke apart. The Black Gate crashed and was destroyed. From far away came a deep loud sound. It grew and faded and rolled like thunder.
"The rule of Sauron is finished. The Ring-Bearer has completed the task."
The captains looked south to the land of Mordor. In the dark clouds they saw a huge shadow rise. It filled the sky and looked very dark and strong. It reached out like a great hand, full of fear but without power. As it leaned over them, a strong wind came. The shadow broke apart and blew away. Then everything became quiet. The captains bowed their heads. When they looked up again, they saw their enemies running away. The power of Mordor was breaking and fading like dust in the wind. The creatures of Sauron lost their control and direction. Orcs, trolls, and other beasts ran in all directions. They did not know what to do. Some hurt themselves. Some fell into deep holes. Some ran away crying and hid in dark places with no hope. But the men from Run and Harad, from the east and the south, saw that their war was lost. They saw the strength and honor of the captains of the West. Some of them, who had served evil for a long time and still hated the West, gathered for one last fight. But most of them ran east as fast as they could. Some dropped their weapons and asked for mercy. Gandalf left the fighting and commands to Aragorn and the other lords. He stood on the top of a hill and called out. The great eagle Gwaihir the Wind-Lord came down and stood before him.
You have carried me twice, my friend. Will you carry me one more time? I will not be heavy. I am lighter than before.
I will carry you. I will take you anywhere, even if you were made of stone.
Then come. Let your brother come too, and other fast eagles. We need great speed, faster than any wind and faster than the winged enemies.
The north wind blows. But we will fly faster.
He lifted Gandalf and flew south. With him went Landrevel and young Meneldur. They flew over Udin and Gorgoroth. Below them the land was broken and burning. Ahead they saw Mount Doom, glowing and pouring out fire.
I am glad you are here with me. Here at the end of everything, Sam.
Yes, I am with you, Master. And you are with me. The journey is finished. But after coming so far, I don't want to give up yet. That is not like me.
Maybe not, Sam. But this is how things are. Hope can fail. An end must come. We only have a short time to wait. We are trapped in ruin, and there is no way out.
Well, Master, we could at least move away from this dangerous place. Away from this crack of doom, if that is its name. Can't we go down the path a little?
All right, Sam. If you want to go, I will go with you.
They stood up and walked slowly down the winding road. As they went, the mountain shook. Smoke and steam burst out from the place behind them. The side of the mountain split open. A great flow of fire moved down the eastern side with a deep sound. Frodo and Sam could go no farther. Their strength in body and mind was almost gone. They reached a small hill of ash at the foot of the mountain. From there was no escape. It stood alone, surrounded by fire and pain. The ground around them cracked open. Smoke and hot air rose from deep holes. Behind them the mountain shook again. Large breaks opened in its side. Slow rivers of fire moved down toward them. Soon the fire would reach them. Hot ash fell from the sky. They stood still. Sam still held his master's hand and gently touched it. He sighed.
What a story we have been part of, Mr. Frodo, haven't we? He said.
I wish I could hear that story.
He said. Do you think people will say, now we tell the story of Frodo with 9 fingers and the Ring of Doom? Everyone will be quiet, like we were in Rivendell. There they told the story of Beregond with 1 hand and the great jewel. I wish I could hear it. And I wonder what happens in the story after us.
While he spoke, he tried to keep fear away. But his eyes still looked north. They looked into the strong wind. Far away, the sky was clear. The cold wind grew stronger. It pushed away the dark clouds and the smoke. Then Gwaihir saw them. He had sharp eyes and could see very far. He flew down through the wild wind. He did not fear the danger in the sky. He circled high above. He saw 2 small dark shapes. They stood close together and held hands on a small hill. The ground shook under them. The world seemed to cry. Rivers of fire came closer. As Gwaihir flew down, he saw them fall. They were too tired. The smoke and heat were too much. Or they had lost all hope at last. They lay side by side and did not move. Gwaihir flew down fast. Landrevel and Meneldur came with him. The 3 great birds lifted the travelers. Frodo and Sam did not know what was happening. It felt like a dream. They were carried far away, out of the fire and the darkness. When Sam woke up, he lay on a soft bed. Above him, wide tree branches moved gently. Sunlight shone through young green leaves. The light was green and gold. The air smelled sweet and fresh. Sam knew that smell. It was the smell of Ithilien.
Well, he thought. How long was I asleep?
The smell took him back to a happy day. He remembered sitting by a sunny bank and making a small fire. For a moment, he forgot all that came after. He stretched his body and took a deep breath.
What a strange dream, he said softly. I am glad to wake up.
He sat up. Then he saw Frodo beside him. Frodo slept quietly. One hand was behind his head. The other lay on the blanket. It was his right hand. One finger was gone. Then Sam remembered everything.
It was not a dream. Sam cried. So where are we?
You are in Ithilien. You are safe with the king. He is waiting for you.
Sam turned and saw Gandalf. He wore white clothes. His beard shone like clean snow in the sunlight.
Well, Master Samwise, Gandalf said. How do you feel?
Sam fell back on the bed and stared. His mouth was open. He felt confused and very happy. He could not speak at first. Then he said,
Gandalf. I thought you were dead. Then I thought I was dead too. Is the sadness over now? What has happened to the world?
The great darkness is gone, said Gandalf. He laughed. His laugh sounded clear and kind, like water in dry land.
As Sam listened, he felt something new. He had not heard real laughter for many days. It reminded him of all the joy he had ever known. Then Sam began to cry. Soon the tears stopped. He began to laugh instead. He jumped out of bed.
How do I feel? He shouted. I do not know how to say it. I feel alive. He waved his arms. I feel like spring after winter. I feel like sunshine on leaves. I feel like music and songs. Then he turned to Frodo. But how is Mr. Frodo? He asked. It is sad about his hand. But I hope he is well. He has suffered so much.
Yes, I am well, said Frodo. He sat up and laughed. I fell asleep again while waiting for you, Sam. I woke up early today. Now it must be near noon.
Noon? Said Sam. What day is it?
It is the 14th day of the new year, said Gandalf. In the Shire, it is the 8th day of April. In Gondor, the new year will always begin on the 25th of March. That was the day Sauron fell. That was the day you were saved from the fire. The king cared for you. Now he is waiting. You will eat and drink with him. When you are ready, I will take you to him.
The king? Said Sam. What king? Who is he?
He is the king of Gondor and lord of the western lands, said Gandalf. He has taken back his old kingdom. Soon he will ride to his crowning. But first he waits for you.
What will we wear? Asked Sam. He saw only their old clothes nearby. They were torn and dirty from the long journey.
You will wear the clothes you had on your way to Mordor, said Gandalf.
The Field of Cormallen 953. Even the rough clothes you wore in a dark land, Frodo, will be kept. They are more honorable than fine silk or strong armor. Later, I may find other clothes for you. Then he held out his hands. They saw that one hand shone with a soft light.
What is that? Frodo said. Is it really?
Yes, said Gandalf. I brought back your 2 special gifts. We found them on Sam when you were saved. They are the gifts from Lady Galadriel. Frodo, this is your glass. Sam, this is your box. You will be happy to have them safe again.
After they were washed and dressed, they ate a small meal. Then the hobbits followed Gandalf. They walked out of the beech trees where they had rested. There were 30 days in March, or Reeve, in the Shire calendar. They came onto a long green field, bright in the sunlight. Tall dark trees stood around it, full of red flowers. Behind them, they heard the sound of falling water. A stream ran in front of them, between banks covered with flowers. It flowed down to a greenwood at the end of the field. Then it passed under an arch of trees. Far away, they could see water shining. When they reached the edge of the wood, they stopped in surprise. Knights in bright armor stood there. Tall guards wore silver and black. They greeted the hobbits with respect and bowed. Then one guard blew a long trumpet. The hobbits walked on between the trees, beside the singing stream. They came to a wide green plain. Beyond it was a broad river, shining like silver. In the river stood a long island covered with trees. Many ships lay near its shore. On the field in front of them stood a great army. The men were in neat lines, shining in the sun. As the hobbits walked forward, soldiers lifted their swords and spears. Horns and trumpets played. Men shouted together in many voices and many languages.
Long live the halflings! Praise them greatly! Praise Frodo and Samwise! Praise the ring-bearers!
Frodo and Sam walked on. Their faces grew red, and their eyes were wide with wonder. In the middle of the great crowd stood 3 high seats made of green grass. Behind the seat on the right was a banner with a white horse on green. Behind the seat on the left was a banner of silver and blue, showing a ship with a swan head. Behind the highest seat in the center flew a great flag. On it was a white tree on a black field, under a bright crown and 7 shining stars. On the highest seat sat a man in armor. A great sword lay across his knees, but he wore no helmet. When the hobbits came closer, he stood up. Then they knew him, though he had changed. His face was proud and joyful. He looked like a true king of men, with dark hair and grey eyes. Frodo ran to him, and Sam followed close.
"Well, this is the greatest thing of all," Sam said. "Strider, or I am still dreaming."
"Yes, Sam, Strider," said Aragorn. "It is a long road from Bree, where you did not trust me. It has been a long road for us all. But yours was the hardest." Then, to Sam's great surprise, Aragorn bent down on one knee before them. He took Frodo's hand on his right and Sam's hand on his left. He led them to the high seat and placed them upon it. Then he turned to the captains and soldiers. His voice rang out over the field.
"Praise them with great praise!"
The joyful shout rose and then slowly faded. Then, to Sam's complete joy, a singer from Gondor stepped forward. He knelt and asked to sing. He said,
"Lords and knights, brave men and fair people of Gondor, riders of Rohan, sons of Elrond, rangers of the north, elf and dwarf, and kind hearts of the Shire, listen now. I will sing of Frodo of the 9 Fingers and the Ring of Doom."
When Sam heard this, he laughed out loud with happiness. He stood up and cried, "Oh, what great glory! All my wishes have come true." Then he began to cry.
All the people laughed and cried with them. In the middle of joy and tears, the clear voice of the singer rose. Everyone became quiet. He sang in the Elvish tongue and then in the common speech. The song touched their hearts. Their joy and sadness mixed together, and tears felt sweet. At last, as the sun moved past noon and the tree shadows grew long, the song ended.
"Praise them with great praise!"
The Field of Cormallen 9:55. He spoke and went down on one knee. Then Aragorn stood up. All the army stood up with him. They walked to the tents that were ready. There they ate, drank, and felt happy while the day was still bright. Frodo and Sam were taken away from the others and brought to a tent. Their old clothes were taken off. The clothes were folded with care and put aside with respect. Clean clothes were given to them. Then Gandalf came. He carried the sword, the elven cloak, and the mithril coat that Frodo had lost in Mordor. Frodo was very surprised. For Sam, Gandalf brought a shining mail coat and his elven cloak. The cloak was clean and fixed. Gandalf also put 2 swords in front of them.
"I do not want any sword," said Frodo.
"At least for tonight you should wear one," said Gandalf.
Frodo picked up the small sword that had once been Sam's. It had been beside Sam in Cirith Ungol.
"I gave Sting to you, Sam," he said.
"No, Master," said Sam. "Mr. Bilbo gave it to you. It belongs with your silver coat. He would not want anyone else to wear it now."
Frodo agreed. Gandalf knelt like a servant and fixed the sword belts on them. Then he stood up and placed silver crowns on their heads. When they were ready, they went to the great feast. They sat at the king's table with Gandalf, King Emer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, and the chief leaders. Gimli and Legolas were there too. After the moment of quiet honor, wine was brought in. 2 young servants came to help the kings, or so they seemed. One wore silver and black, like the guards of Minas Tirith. The other wore white and green. Sam wondered why such young boys were there among great warriors. Then they came closer, and he saw their faces clearly. He cried out in surprise.
"Look, Mr. Frodo. Look at that. Why, it's Pippin. Mr. Peregrine took, and Mr. Merry too. They have grown so much. Well, I can see they have many stories to tell, maybe more than us."
"That is true," said Pippin, turning to him. "We will start telling them after the feast. For now, you can ask Gandalf. He laughs more now, but he speaks less than before. Merry and I are busy at the moment. We are knights of the city and of the mark, as you can see."
At last the happy day ended. The sun went down. The round moon rose slowly over the river mists and shone through the moving leaves. Frodo and Sam sat under the quiet trees in sweet-smelling Ithilien. They talked far into the night with Merry, Pippin, and Gandalf. Later, Legolas and Gimli joined them. Frodo and Sam learned many things about what happened to the company after they were separated at Porthgalen near the Great Falls. Still, there were always more questions and more stories to share. Sam's mind filled with many wonders. He thought of orcs, talking trees, wide fields, fast riders, shining caves, white towers, golden halls, battles, and tall ships on the sea. All these things made his head spin. But most of all, he could not stop thinking about how tall Merry and Pippin were now. He made them stand back to back with Frodo and himself. He scratched his head.
"I can't understand it at your age," he said. "But it's true. You are 3 inches taller than you should be, or else I am very small."
"You are not small at all," said Gimli. "But didn't I warn you? Mortals cannot drink Entdraughts and expect nothing to happen, like after a mug of beer."
"Entdraughts," said Sam. "You are talking about Ents again. I still don't know what they are. It will take weeks to understand all these things."
"Weeks, yes," said Pippin. "And then Frodo must be locked in a tower in Minas Tirith to write everything down. If not, he will forget half of it, and poor old Bilbo will be very sad."
At last Gandalf stood up. "The king has healing hands, my friends," he said. "But you came very close to death before he called you back with all his strength and sent you into deep, gentle sleep. You slept long and well. Still, it is time to sleep again now."
"And not only Sam and Frodo," said Gimli. "You too, Pippin. I care for you even because of all the worry you gave me. I will never forget finding you on the hill after the last battle. If not for me, you would have been lost then. I know now how a hobbit's foot looks, even when only that can be seen under many fallen bodies. When I pulled a great weight off you, I thought you were dead. It broke my heart. You have only just begun to walk again today. Now you must go to bed, and I will do the same.
And I, said Legolas, will walk in the woods of this beautiful land. That is rest enough for me.
Chapter 5 The Steward and the King.
In days that will come, if my elven lord agrees, some of our people will move here. When we come, this place will be blessed for a time. Only for a time. It may be a month, a lifetime, or many years of men. But the river Anduin is close. The river flows down to the sea. To the sea, to the sea. The white birds cry. The wind blows. White foam moves on the water. West, west, the round sun goes down. Grey ship, do you hear the call? Do you hear the voices of my people who went before me? I will leave. I will leave the woods where I was born. Our days are ending. Our years are growing few. I will cross the wide waters alone. Long waves fall on the last shore. Sweet voices call from the lost isle. In Eresia, in the elven home no man can find, where leaves do not fall. It is the land of my people forever.
So Legolas sang as he walked down the hill. After that, the others also went away. Frodo and Sam went to their beds and slept. In the morning, they woke with hope and calm hearts. They stayed many days in Ithilien. The Field of Cormallen was close to Heneth-Anan, where the army now stayed. At night they could hear the stream. It ran down from the falls, through rocks, and into the green fields. Then it flowed into the river Anduin near the Isle of Caer Andros. The hobbits walked around and visited places they had seen before. Sam always hoped to see the great Oliphaunt. He looked in dark woods and quiet clearings. When he learned that many of these great beasts had been at the Battle of Gondor, but all were now gone, he felt sad.
Well, I guess one cannot be in all places. I miss many things.
Meanwhile, the army prepared to return to Minas Tirith. The tired rested. The wounded grew well again. Some had fought long against the last enemies from the east and the south, until all were defeated. Last of all, those came back who had gone into Mordor and pulled down the strong places in the north. At last, when May was near, the captains of the west set out again. They went on to ships with all their men. They sailed down the Anduin from Caer Andros to Osgiliath. They stayed there one day. The next day they came to the green fields of the Pelennor. They saw again the white towers under tall Mindolluin. This was the city of Gondor, a memory of the Old West. It had passed through darkness and fire into a new day. There, in the middle of the fields, they set up their tents. They waited for the morning. It was the eve of May. The king would enter his city when the sun rose. Over the city of Gondor there was doubt and deep fear. The clear sky and bright sun felt cruel to people with little hope. Each morning they waited for bad news. Their lord was dead and burned. The king of Rohan lay dead in their city. The new king who came in the night had gone again to fight a dark and terrible enemy. No one knew if anyone could defeat it. No news came back. After the army left the Morgul Vale and went north under the mountains, no messenger returned. No one knew what was happening in the east. 2 days after the captains left, Lady Eowyn asked the women who cared for her to bring her clothes. She would not listen when they tried to stop her. She stood up. When they dressed her and tied her arm in white cloth, she went to the warden of the houses of healing.
Sir, my heart is restless. I cannot lie in bed doing nothing.
Lady, you are not yet well. I was told to care for you with great care. You should stay in bed for 7 more days. Please go back.
I am well. My body is healed, except for my left arm, and it does not pain me. But if I do nothing, I will fall ill again. Is there no news of the war? The women know nothing.
There is no news. Only this: the lords have gone to the Morgul Vale. People say a new captain from the north leads them. He is a great lord and also a healer. It is strange to me that one who heals also fights. In Gondor, this is no longer so, though old stories say it once was. For many years, we healers only fix the harm made by fighters. Even without war, the world has enough pain.
It takes only one enemy to make a war. Even those without swords can still die. Would you have the people of Gondor gather herbs, while the Dark Lord gathers armies?
It is not always good to be healed in the body. It is also not always bad to die in battle, even with great pain. If I could choose, in this dark time, I would choose death. The warden looked at her. She stood tall. Her face was white, and her eyes were bright. Her right hand was closed tight. She turned and looked out of his window to the east. He sighed and shook his head. After a short time, she turned back to him.
Is there nothing to do? Who gives orders in this city?
I do not really know. These things are not my work. There is a leader over the riders of Rohan. I hear that Lord Hurin leads the men of Gondor. But by right, Lord Faramir is the steward of the city.
Where can I find him?
He is in this house, lady. He was badly hurt, but now he is getting better. But I do not know.
Will you take me to him? Then you will know.
Lord Faramir was walking alone in the garden of the houses of healing. The sun was warm, and he felt new strength in his body. But his heart was heavy. He looked east over the walls. Then the warden came and called his name. Faramir turned and saw Lady Eowyn of Rohan. He felt deep pity. He could see her pain and her sadness.
My lord, this is Lady Eowyn of Rohan. She rode with the king and was badly hurt. She stays here under my care. But she is not at peace, and she wishes to speak with the steward of the city.
Do not think ill of him, my lord. It is not poor care that hurts me. These houses are fair for those who want healing. But I cannot lie still and do nothing. I feel trapped. I went to battle hoping to die. I did not die, and the fighting is still not over.
At a sign from Faramir, the warden bowed and left them.
What do you want me to do, lady? I also am kept here by the healers.
He looked at her with kindness. Her beauty in her sorrow touched his heart. She looked at him and saw his calm and gentle eyes. She also knew he was a strong warrior.
What do you ask? If I can do it, I will.
I want you to order the warden to let me go, she said. Her words were still proud, but her heart was unsure. For the first time, she doubted herself. She feared he might see her as stubborn, like a child who cannot finish a hard task.
I am also under the warden's care. I have not yet taken my power in the city. Even if I had, I would still listen to his advice. I would not go against him in his work, unless there was great need.
But I do not want healing. I want to ride to war like my brother Emer, or like King Theoden. He died and now has honor and rest.
It is too late to follow the leaders now, even if you were strong enough. Death in battle may still come to all of us, whether we want it or not. You will be more ready to face it in your own way if you follow the healer's orders while there is still time. You and I must wait with patience.
She did not answer. As he watched her, he felt that something in her was changing. It was like cold ice slowly melting. A tear filled her eye and ran down her cheek. Her proud head lowered.
The healers want me to stay in bed for 7 more days, she said softly, as if speaking to herself. And my window does not face the east. Her voice now sounded young and sad.
Faramir smiled, though he felt great pity. Your window does not face the east. That can be changed. In this, I will give an order. If you stay here and rest under our care, you may walk in this garden in the sun. You may look to the east, where all our hopes now go. I will be here too, walking and waiting, and looking east. It would help me if you would speak with me, or walk with me at times.
She lifted her head and looked into his eyes again. Color came back to her pale face. How can I help you, my lord? I do not want to speak with living men.
Do you want my honest answer?
I would.
Then, Eowyn of Rohan, he said, I tell you that you are very beautiful. In our green hills there are many bright flowers. There are also many fair young women. But in Gondor I have seen no flower and no woman as lovely as you. You are also full of sadness. Dark days may come very soon. When they come, I hope to meet them with a calm heart. But while the sun still shines, I wish to see you again. You and I have both walked through darkness, and the same power saved us both.
Alas, not me, my lord, she said. The darkness is still on me. Do not look to me for healing. I am a woman of war, and my hands are not gentle. But I thank you for this, that I do not have to stay in my room. By the steward's kindness, I may walk outside. She bowed to him and went back into the house.
Faramir walked alone in the garden for a long time. He looked often toward the house, more than toward the eastern walls. When he went back to his room, he called the warden. He asked all he could about the Lady of Rohan.
But I think, my lord, said the warden, that you may learn more from the halfling who is here. He rode with the king, and they say he was with the lady at the end.
So Merry was sent to Faramir. They talked together for many hours that day. Faramir learned much from him, even things Merry did not say clearly. He felt that he now understood some of Eowyn's deep sadness and unrest. In the evening, Faramir and Merry walked in the garden, but Eowyn did not come. In the morning, when Faramir left the houses, he saw her standing on the walls. She wore white clothes and shone in the sunlight. He called to her, and she came down. They walked on the grass or sat under a green tree. Sometimes they spoke. Sometimes they were quiet. They did this each day after that. The warden watched from his window and felt glad. He was a healer, and his work felt easier. Even though fear and worry lay heavy on all hearts, these two grew stronger each day. The 5th day came since Eowyn first went to Faramir. They stood together again on the city walls and looked out. No news had come, and all hearts were full of worry. The weather had changed. It was cold. A sharp wind from the north was blowing and growing stronger. The land looked grey and sad. They wore warm clothes and heavy cloaks. Over them all, Eowyn wore a wide blue cloak, dark like a summer night, with silver stars along the edge and the neck. Faramir had sent for this cloak and placed it around her. He thought she looked noble and fair beside him. The cloak had been made for his mother, Finduilas of Amroth, who died young. To him, it was a memory of beauty and his first great sorrow. He felt that it suited Eowyn's beauty and her sadness well. But Eowyn shivered under the starry cloak. She looked north, across the grey lands, into the cold wind. Far away, the sky was clear and hard.
What do you look for, Eowyn? Said Faramir.
Is not the black gate there? She said. Must he not have reached it by now? It has been 7 days since he rode away.
7 days, said Faramir. Do not be angry if I speak plainly. These days have brought me joy and pain that I never expected. Joy, because I see you. Pain, because my fear of these dark times has grown stronger. Eowyn, I do not wish this world to end now. I do not wish to lose so soon what I have found.
Lose what you have found, my lord, she said. She looked at him seriously, but her eyes were gentle. I do not know what you have found in these days that you could lose. But come, my friend. Let us not speak of this. Let us not speak at all. I stand on the edge of something and unknown. Before me there is only darkness. I do not know if there is any light behind me. I cannot turn back yet. I wait for what must happen.
Yes, we wait for what must happen, said Faramir.
They said no more. As they stood there, the wind seemed to stop. The light faded. The sun looked pale. All sounds in the city and the lands around grew quiet. There was no wind, no voices, no birds, no sound of leaves. They could not even hear their own breathing. Time seemed to stop. As they stood, their hands met and held each other, though they did not notice it. And still they waited, without knowing for what. At that moment, they felt something strange in the sky. Above the far mountains, a huge dark shape seemed to rise. It looked like a great wave of shadow. Small flashes of light moved inside it. The ground shook, and the walls of the city moved a little. A deep sound spread across the lands, like a long breath. Their hearts began to beat fast again.
This makes me think of Númenor, said Faramir. He was surprised that he spoke.
Númenor, said Eowyn.
Yes, said Faramir. The land in the west that was lost. I think of the great dark wave that came over the green lands and the hills. There was no escape from it. I often see it in my dreams.
Then you think the darkness is coming, said Eowyn. A darkness we cannot escape. She stepped closer to him.
No, said Faramir, and he looked into her face. It was only a picture in my mind. I do not know what is happening. My thinking mind tells me that great evil has happened, and that we stand at the end of all things. But my heart says no. My body feels light. Hope and joy have come to me, and no reason can take them away. Eowyn, White Lady of Rohan, at this hour I do not believe that any darkness will last.
He bent down and kissed her forehead. They stood together on the walls of the city of Gondor. A strong wind began to blow. Their dark and golden hair flew out and mixed in the air. Then the shadow went away. The sun came out again. Bright light filled the land. The river Anduin shone like silver. In all the houses of the city, people began to sing. Joy filled their hearts, though they did not know why.
Before the sun moved far from noon, a great eagle came flying from the east. He brought news beyond all hope from the lords of the west. He cried aloud,
"Sing now, people of the Tower of Anna, for the realm of Sauron has ended forever, and the Dark Tower is destroyed. Sing and rejoice, people of the Tower of Guard, for your long watch was not useless. The Black Gate is broken. Your king has passed through and has won. Sing and be glad, children of the West, for your king will come again. He will live among you all your days. The tree that was dry will live again. He will plant it high, and the city will be blessed. Sing, all people." And the people sang in every street of the city. The days that followed were bright and happy. Spring and summer seemed to come together and celebrate in the fields of Gondor. News soon came by fast riders from Caer Andros, telling all that had happened. The city prepared for the coming of the king. Merry was called and rode away with the wagons. They carried goods to Osgiliath and then by ship to Caer Andros. But Faramir did not go. He was healed now, and he took up his power as steward. It was only for a short time, but his duty was to prepare the way for the one who would take his place. Eowyn did not go either, though her brother sent messages asking her to come to the Field of Cormallen. Faramir was surprised by this. He saw her only a little, because he was busy with many duties. She stayed in the houses of healing. She walked alone in the garden. Her face grew pale again. In all the city, she seemed the only one who was sad and unwell. The warden of the houses was worried and spoke to Faramir. Then Faramir went to find Eowyn. Once again, they stood together on the walls.
He said to her, Eowyn, why do you stay here? Why do you not go to the great joy at Cormallen beyond Caer Andros, where your brother waits for you?
She said, Do you not know?
He answered, There may be 2 reasons, but I do not know which one is true.
She said, I do not want games with hidden words. Speak clearly.
Then I will, he said. You do not go because only your brother called you, and to see Lord Aragorn in his victory would not make you happy now. Or you do not go because I stay here, and you still wish to be near me. Maybe both reasons are true, and you cannot choose between them. Eowyn, do you love me, or will you not?
I wish to be loved by another, she said. But I do not want pity from any man.
That I know, he said.
You wish to have the love of Lord Aragorn. He was strong and powerful. You wanted fame and honor. You wanted to rise high above simple life. To you, he looked like a great leader to a young soldier. He truly is great. He is a lord among men, the greatest living now. But when he gave you only kindness and care, you felt empty. Then you wished for nothing except a brave death in war. Look at me, Eowyn. Eowyn looked at Faramir for a long time. She did not turn away. Then Faramir spoke again.
He said, Do not reject kindness. Kindness comes from a good heart. But I do not offer you only kindness. You are a noble and brave lady. You have won honor by your own deeds. People will remember your name. You are also very beautiful. Words are not enough to say how beautiful you are. And I love you. Once I felt sad for your pain. But now, even if you had no pain or fear, even if you were the happy queen of Gondor, I would still love you. Eowyn, do you love me?
Then Eowyn's heart changed. Or at last, she understood her own heart. Her long cold season ended. Light filled her again.
She said she stood in Minas Anna, the Tower of the Sun. She said the darkness was gone. She said she would no longer be a shield maiden. She would not try to compete with great riders. She would not love only songs of killing. She said she would become a healer. She would love all living and growing things. She looked again at Faramir. She said she no longer wished to be a queen.
Faramir laughed with joy. He said that was good, because he was not a king. He said he would marry the White Lady of Rohan, if she wished it. If she agreed, they would cross the river together. They would live in fair Ithilien in better days. There they would make a garden. All things would grow happily there if the White Lady came.
Eowyn asked if she must leave her own people. She asked if the proud people of Gondor would mock him. Would they say he had tamed a wild woman of the north? Would they say there was no woman of Numenor for him to choose?
Faramir said he would accept that. He took her into his arms and kissed her under the bright sky. He did not care that many people could see them on the high walls. Many did see them. They saw the light around them as they walked down from the walls. they went hand in hand to the houses of healing. Faramir spoke to the warden. He said this was Lady Eowyn of Rohan, and now she was healed.
The warden said he released her from his care. He wished her no more pain or sickness. He placed her under the care of the steward until her brother returned.
But Eowyn said that even though she was free to leave, she wished to stay. She said this house had become the most blessed place to her. So she stayed until King Ema came.
Everything in the city was now ready. Many people gathered there. News had spread through all of Gondor, from the hills to the Greenlands and to the far sea. Everyone who could come hurried to the city. Women and children returned to their homes with flowers. Harpers came from Dol Amroth. They played beautifully. There were also players with viols, flutes, and silver horns. Singers with clear voices came from the valleys of Lebanon. At last, one evening came. From the walls, people could see tents on the fields. All night, lights burned as people waited for morning. When the sun rose over the eastern mountains, the shadows were gone. All the bells rang. All the banners lifted and moved in the wind. On the White Tower, the banner of the stewards was raised for the last time. It was white like snow in sunlight and had no sign upon it. Then the captains of the west led their army toward the city. People saw them come in long lines. Their armor shone in the morning light like silver. They stopped before the gate, a short distance from the walls. The gates were not yet rebuilt. A barrier stood across the entrance. Guards in silver and black stood there with swords ready. Before the barrier stood Faramir the steward and Hurin the warden of the keys. Other captains of Gondor stood with them. Lady Eowyn of Rohan was there, with Elfhelm and many knights. On both sides of the gate stood many people in bright clothes with flowers. A wide open space lay before the walls of Minas Tirith. It was surrounded by soldiers of Gondor and Rohan and by people from all the land. A deep silence fell. From the army stepped the Dúnedain in silver and grey. Before them walked slowly Lord Aragorn. He wore black armor with silver lines. Over it, he had a long white cloak. A large green jewel held the cloak at his neck and shone far away. His head was bare. On his forehead was a silver band with a bright star. With him stood Ema of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, and Gandalf dressed all in white. There were also for small people, and many looked at them in surprise.
"No, cousin, they are not boys," said Ioreth to her relative from Imloth Melui, who stood next to her. "They are Parian from the far land of the halflings. People say they are princes there and very famous. I know this is true, because I cared for one of them in the houses of healing. They are small, but they are brave. One of them went with only one helper into the Black Land. He faced the Dark Lord alone and burned his tower, if you can believe it. At least that is what people say in the city. That one is walking with our Elfstone. They are close friends, I hear. The Lord Elfstone is wonderful. He does not speak softly, but he has a kind heart. He also has healing hands. I said once, the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. That is how everything became known. And Mithrandir said to me, Ioreth, people will remember your words for a long time."
But Ioreth had to stop speaking because a single trumpet sounded. After that, there was deep silence. From the gate came Faramir with Hurin of the keys. No one else walked with them. Behind them came four guards of the citadel. They wore tall helmets and armor. They carried a large black chest bound with silver. Faramir met Aragorn in the middle of the crowd. He knelt and said,
"The last steward of Gondor asks to give up his office."
He held out a white staff. Aragorn took the staff, then gave it back. He said, "This office does not end. It will be yours and your children's as long as my line lives. Now do your duty. Faramir stood up and spoke clearly.
People of Gondor, listen to the steward of this land. Look! One has come at last to claim the kingship. Here is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He is leader of the Dunedain of the north. He is captain of the host of the west. He bears the star of the north and the reforged sword. He won great battles. His hands bring healing. He is the elf stone, Ilessar, of the line of Valandil, son of Isildur, son of Elendil of Numena. Shall he be king and enter the city to live here?
All the soldiers and all the people cried yes, together.
Ireth whispered to her cousin, "This is only a ceremony, like we often have in the city. He has already entered, as I told you. And he said to me."
But again she had to stop, because Faramir spoke once more.
People of Gondor, said Faramir, the wise say that long ago the king received the crown from his father before his father died. If that could not happen, the king went alone to his father's tomb and took the crown there. But now things must be done in a new way. Using the power of the steward, I have brought today the crown of Urna, the last king. He lived in the time of our distant fathers.
The guard stepped forward. Faramir opened the chest and lifted out an old crown. It looked like the helmets of the citadel guards, but it was taller and all white. On each side were wings made of pearl and silver, shaped like sea birds. This showed the kings who came over the sea. 7 clear gems were set around the crown. On top was one bright jewel that shone like a flame. Aragorn took the crown and held it up. He spoke in an ancient tongue. His words meant, "Out of the great sea I have come to Middle-earth. In this place I will live, and my children after me, until the end of the world." To the surprise of many, Aragorn did not put the crown on his head. He gave it back to Faramir and said, "I have reached my rightful place through the hard work and courage of many people. To show this, I wish the ring-bearer to bring me the crown. Let Mithrandir place it on my head, if he will." He guided all that was done, and this is his victory. Frodo stepped forward. He took the crown from Faramir and carried it to Gandalf. Aragorn knelt. Gandalf set the white crown on Aragorn's head and said,
"Now the days of the king begin. May they be blessed for as long as the powers of the world remain."
But when Aragorn stood up, everyone looked at him in quiet wonder. It felt like they were seeing him clearly for the first time. He was very tall and stood higher than all around him. He looked both old and young at the same time. His face showed wisdom, and his hands showed strength and care. A gentle light seemed to be around him.
Then Faramir cried out, "Look, the king!"
At that moment, all the trumpets sounded. King Ilessar walked forward to the gate. Hurin of the Keys pushed the barrier open. Music filled the air with harps, viols, and flutes, and clear voices sang. The king walked through the streets covered with flowers. He came to the citadel and went inside. The banner of the tree and the stars was raised on the highest tower. So the rule of King Ilessar began, and many songs were later sung about it. During his rule, the city became more beautiful than ever before, even more than in its first great days. Trees and fountains were everywhere. The gates were made of bright metal and strong steel. The streets were covered with white stone. The mountain folk worked there with care, and the wood folk were happy to visit. The city was healed and made whole again. Houses were full of men and women, and children laughed in the streets. No window was closed, and no yard was empty. When the Third Age ended and a new age began, the city kept the memory and honor of the past. In the days after his crowning, the king sat on his throne in the Hall of the Kings and gave his judgments. Messengers came from many lands and peoples. They came from the east and the south, from near Mirkwood, and from Dunland in the west. The king forgave the Easterlings who had given up, and he sent them away free. He made peace with the people of Harad. He set free those who had been forced to serve Mordor and gave them land near Lake Nirnan to live on. Many people were brought to him to receive thanks and rewards for their bravery. At last, the captain of the guard brought Beregond to be judged. The king said to Beregond that blood had been shed by his sword in a place where this was not allowed. He also said that Beregond had left his post without permission. In the old days, these acts meant death. So the king said he must speak his judgment. He said that all punishment was taken away because of Beregond's courage in battle, and even more because he acted out of love for Lord Faramir. Still, he said that Beregond must leave the guard of the citadel and must leave the city of Minas Tirith. Beregond's face grew pale. He felt deep pain in his heart and bowed his head. But the king spoke again. He said that Beregond was chosen to join the White Company, the guard of Faramir, Prince of Ithilien. He would be their captain. He would live in Emin Arnon in honor and peace. He would serve the man for whom he had risked everything to save his life. Then Beregond understood the king's kindness and fairness. He felt great joy. He knelt, kissed the king's hand, and left with a happy heart. Aragorn then gave Ithilien to Faramir as his land to rule. He told him to live in the hills of Emin Arnon, where he could see the city. He said that Minas Ithil in the Morgul Vale would be destroyed. Even if it was cleaned one day, no one should live there for many years. At last, Aragorn greeted Emer of Rohan. They held each other in friendship. Aragorn said that there could be no talk of gifts or rewards between them, because they were like brothers. He spoke of the old friendship between their peoples and said it had always been strong. He said that the Rodan the Renowned had been laid in a tomb in the Hallows. He asked if Emer wished him to rest there forever among the kings of Gondor, or if they should bring him back to Rohan to rest with his own people.
Emer answered that from the first time Aragorn had stood before him, he had loved him, and that love would not fade. But now he had to return to his own land, where much work needed to be done. He said that when all was ready, they would come back for the fallen king. For now, he would rest where he was.
Then Eowyn spoke to Faramir. She said she must return to her own land and see it again. She wanted to help her brother with his work. She said that when the one she had long loved as a father was finally laid to rest, she would return.
So the happy days passed. On the 8th day of May, the riders of Rohan prepared to leave. They rode away by the North Road. With them went the sons of Elrond. People stood along the whole road to honor them, from the city gate to the walls of the Pelennor. Then the people who had come from far places went home with joy. In the city, many people stayed and worked. They fixed buildings and cleaned the streets. They wanted to heal the city and forget the war and the dark days. The hobbit stayed in Minas Tirith with Legolas and Gimli. Aragorn did not want the group to break apart yet. He said that all things must end one day, but not now. He asked them to wait a little longer. He said a special day was coming. He had waited for this day all his life. When it came, he wanted his friends near him. He did not say more about it. During this time, the companions of the ring lived together in a beautiful house with Gandalf. They could go where they liked in the city.
Frodo spoke to Gandalf. He asked if Gandalf knew about the day Aragorn talked about. Frodo said he was happy there and did not want to leave. But time was passing. Bilbo was waiting for him, and the Shire was his home.
Gandalf said that Bilbo was also waiting for the same day. Bilbo knew why Frodo stayed. Gandalf said it was only May, and summer had not yet come. Many things felt different, like a whole age had passed. But to the trees and grass, it was less than a year since Frodo had left home.
Frodo then spoke to Pippin. He said Gandalf did not seem as close as before. He thought Gandalf had been tired from his work. Now he seemed stronger again.
Gandalf said that many people want to know everything before it happens. But those who prepare a celebration like to keep a secret. Surprise makes people happier. He also said that Aragorn was waiting for a sign.
One day, Gandalf was nowhere to be found. The companions wondered what was happening. That night, Gandalf took Aragorn out of the city in secret. They went to the south side of Mount Mindoluin. There they found an old path. Few people used it now. Long ago, only kings walked there. They climbed up steep paths. At last, they reached a high open place below the snow on the mountain peaks. From there, they could see far down to the city. Morning had come. They looked over the land. The towers of the city were far below, white and bright in the sun. The wide valley looked like a garden. The dark mountains were covered in soft golden light. On one side, they could see the grey hills far away. A waterfall shone like a small star in the distance. On the other side, the river looked like a long silver line going to Pelargia. Beyond that, light touched the edge of the sky and spoke of the sea.
Gandalf told Aragorn that this was his kingdom. It was the heart of a greater kingdom to come. The third age of the world was over, and a new age had begun. Aragorn must guide its beginning and protect what could still be saved. Much had been saved, but much would also pass away. The power of the three rings was now gone. All the lands they saw would become the homes of men. The time of men had come, and the older peoples would slowly fade or leave.
Aragorn said he understood, but he still wanted Gandalf's advice.
Gandalf said he would not stay long. The third age had been his time. He had stood against Sauron, and his work was finished. He would leave soon. The duty would now rest on Aragorn and his people.
Aragorn said he would die one day, because he was a mortal man. His life would be longer than other men, but still short in the end. New children would be born and grow old, and he would grow old too. He asked who would rule Gondor after him if his hope was not answered. The tree in the court of the fountain was still dry and dead. He asked when he would see a sign of change.
Gandalf told him to turn away from the green land and look to the cold, empty place.
Aragorn turned and saw a rocky slope near the snow. There, alone in the empty ground, he saw a living plant. He climbed toward it and saw a young tree, only about 3 feet tall. It grew at the edge of the snow. It already had fresh leaves, dark on top and silver underneath. At its top were small white flowers that shone in the light.
Aragorn cried out with joy. He said he had found it. It was a new tree from the line of the oldest trees. He wondered how it could be there, because it was very young and not yet 7 years old.
Chapter 6 Many Partings. And Gandalf came and looked at the small tree. He said,
"This is a young tree from the line of Nimloth the Fair. Nimloth came from another holy tree long ago. That tree came from Telperion, the oldest of all trees. Who can say why it is here at this right time? This place is old and holy. Before the kings failed and before the tree died in the court, someone must have placed a fruit here. The fruit of this tree becomes ready very rarely. When it does, the life inside can sleep for many long years. No one can know when it will wake. Remember this. When a fruit is ready, it must be planted, so the line does not end. This one stayed hidden on the mountain, just as the people of Elendil stayed hidden in the north. But the line of Nimloth is far older than your line, King Elisar."
Then Aragorn gently touched the small tree. It held only lightly to the ground. He lifted it without harm and carried it back to the citadel. The dead tree was then taken out with care. They did not burn it. They laid it to rest quietly in Rath Dinan. Aragorn planted the new tree in the court by the fountain. It began to grow quickly and happily. When June came, it was full of white flowers. "The sign has been shown," said Aragorn. "The time is near." He placed guards on the walls. The day before midsummer, messengers came from Amorndin to the city. They said riders of fair people were coming from the north. They were now close to the fields before the walls. The king said, "At last they have come. Make the whole city ready." On the evening before midsummer, the sky was deep blue. White stars rose in the east, and the west still shone with gold. The air was cool and sweet. The riders came along the north road to the gates of Minas Tirith. First came Elrohir and Elladan with a silver banner. Then came Glorfindel and Aristor and all the people of Rivendell. After them came Lady Galadriel and Celeborn, Lord of Lothlorien. They rode white horses. Many fair folk rode with them, wearing grey cloaks and white jewels in their hair. Last came Lord Elrond, great among elves and men. He carried the scepter of Anúminas. Beside him rode his daughter Arwen on a grey horse. She was the even star of her people. When Frodo saw Arwen shining in the evening light, with stars on her brow and a sweet scent around her, he felt deep wonder. He said to Gandalf,
"Now I understand why we waited. This is the true ending. Not only the day will be loved, but the night will also be beautiful. Its fear will be gone."
The king welcomed his guests, and they dismounted. Elrond gave up the scepter. He placed his daughter's hand into the king's hand. Together they went up into the high city. The stars shone bright above them. Aragorn, King Elessar, married Arwen Undomiel in the city of the kings on the day of midsummer. Their long waiting and hard journey were now complete. When the days of joy were finished, the companions began to think of going home. Frodo went to see the king. Aragorn sat by the fountain with Queen Arwen. She was singing a song of Valinor. The tree grew and bloomed beside them. They welcomed Frodo and stood up to greet him. Aragorn said, "I know why you have come, Frodo. You wish to return home. A tree grows best in the land of its fathers. Yet in all the lands of the West, you will always be welcome. Your people were once little known in old stories. Now they will be remembered more than many great lands that are gone."
"It is true that I want to return to the Shire," said Frodo. "But first I must go to Rivendell. In this happy time, one thing was missing from me. I missed Bilbo. I was sad when I did not see him among Elrond's people."
"Are you surprised?" said Arwen. "You know the power of the thing that is now destroyed. All that came from that power is fading. Your kinsman held it longer than you. He is very old now for his kind. He is waiting for you. He will not take another long journey, except one."
"Then I ask to leave soon," said Frodo.
"In 7 days we will go," said Aragorn. "We will ride with you far along the road, as far as Rohan. In 3 days Eomer will return to bring Theoden back to rest in his land. We will ride with him to honor those who fell. Before you leave, I will confirm what Faramir told you. You and all your companions are free forever from the rule of Gondor." And the king said that he wished to give gifts to match their brave deeds. He said they could take anything they wanted. They would leave in honor. They would ride dressed like princes of the land. But Queen Arwen spoke next.
She said she would give a gift. She said she was the daughter of Elrond. She said she would not go with her father when he later sailed to the Havens. She had chosen a mortal life, like Luthien long ago. She chose both joy and sorrow. She then spoke to Frodo. She said that when the time came, he could go in her place. If his pain stayed with him, and if his hard memories were still heavy, he could sail to the west. There, his body and heart could find rest. She asked him to wear her gift in memory of Elfstone and Evenstar, whose lives were joined with his. She took a white jewel that shone like a star. It hung on a silver chain on her breast. She placed the chain around Frodo's neck. She told him that when fear and dark memories returned, the jewel would help him.
3 days later, just as the king had said, Emer of Rohan rode to the city. With him came many fine knights of the Mark. They were welcomed with honor. When they sat together at table in the great hall of feasts, Emer saw many beautiful ladies. He was filled with wonder. Before he went to sleep, he sent for Gimli the dwarf.
He asked Gimli if he had his axe ready.
Gimli said no, but he could get it quickly if needed.
Emer said Gimli must judge. He said there were still sharp words between them about the Lady of the Golden Wood. Now he had seen her himself.
Gimli asked what Emer thought now.
Emer said sadly that he would not say she was the most beautiful lady alive.
Gimli said then he must fetch his axe.
Emer quickly asked him to wait. He said that if he had seen her in other company, he would have praised her greatly. But now he placed Queen Arwen Evenstar first. He said he would fight anyone who denied this. He even offered to call for his sword.
Gimli bowed deeply. He said Eomer was forgiven. He said Eomer had chosen the evening, but his own love was for the morning. He added that his heart felt that the morning would soon pass away forever.
At last the day came for the journey north from the city. A great and noble group prepared to ride. The kings of Gondor and Rohan went to the silent tombs. They brought out the body of King Theoden on a golden bier. They moved through the city in quiet respect. They placed the bier on a great wagon. Riders of Rohan rode around it, and his banner went before them. Merry rode on the wagon as Theoden's esquire and guarded the king's arms. The other companions were given horses suited to them. Frodo and Sam rode beside Aragorn. Gandalf rode Shadowfax. Pippin rode with the knights of Gondor. Legolas and Gimli rode together as always. Queen Arwen also rode with them. Celeborn and Galadriel came with their people. Elrond and his sons were there, and the princes of Dol Amroth and Ithilien, with many captains and knights. Never before had a king of Rohan travelled with such a great company on the road home. They rode calmly and without hurry. They entered Anorion and came to the grey wood under Amorn Din. There they heard drums beating in the hills, but they saw no one. Aragorn ordered the trumpets to sound. Messengers cried out that King Elessar had come. He gave the forest of Druadan to its people forever. No one could enter it without their leave. The drums beat loudly, and then they stopped. After 15 days of travel, King Theoden's wagon passed through the green fields of Rohan and came to Edoras. There the company rested. The golden hall was filled with light and fine cloths. A great feast was held, greater than any since the hall was built. 3 days later, the people of the Mark prepared Theoden's funeral. He was laid in a stone house with his weapons and many treasured things. A great mound was raised over him, covered with green grass and white flowers. Now there were 8 mounds on the east side of the burial field. The riders of the king's house rode around the mound on white horses. They sang a song of Theoden, made by Gleowine the minstrel. He never made another song after that. The slow song of the riders touched the hearts of everyone, even those who did not know their language. But the people of the Mark understood the words. Light came into their eyes. They heard again the sound of horses from the north. They heard the voice of Earl calling above the battle on the field of Celebrant. The story of the kings went on. The horn of Helm sounded loud in the mountains. Then the darkness came. King Odin rose again. He rode through the shadow toward the fire. He died with great honor. It was like the sun coming back when no one hoped, shining on the mountain Mindoluin in the morning. He rode from doubt and from night into the new day. He sang as he rode in the sunlight. He drew his sword. He brought hope again. He ended his life with hope. He rose above fear, death, and fate. He went from loss and from life into long glory. But Merry stood by the green mound. He cried with deep sadness. When the song ended, he stood up and called out. He said farewell to King Odin. He said the king had been like a father to him, for a short time. Then he said farewell again. When the burial ended, the women stopped crying. King Odin was left alone in his grave. Then the people gathered in the Golden Hall for a great feast. They tried to leave their sorrow behind. Odin had lived many years. He had died with honor, like the greatest kings before him. When the time came, they followed the custom of the mark. They drank to remember the kings. Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, came forward. She shone like the sun and was pale like snow. She carried a full cup to Ema. Then a singer and wise man stood up. He spoke the names of all the lords of the mark, in order. He named Earl the Young. He named Brago, who built the hall. He named Alder, brother of Balder, who had bad luck. He named many others. He named Helm, who hid in Helm's Deep when the land was taken. These were the kings buried in the West Mounds. Then the line was broken for a time. After that came the kings of the East Mounds. He named them one by one, until he spoke the last name, Theoden. When Theoden's name was spoken, Ema drank the cup. Then Eowyn asked the servants to fill all the cups. Everyone stood up together. They drank to the new king. They cried out their welcome to Ema, king of the mark. At the end of the feast, Ema stood and spoke. He said this feast was for King Theoden's farewell. But he also wanted to share joyful news. He said Theoden would not be angry because he had loved Eowyn like a father. Ema asked everyone to listen. He said that Faramir, Steward of Gondor and Prince of Ithilien, wished to marry Eowyn, Lady of Rohan. Eowyn agreed with a happy heart. So they would promise themselves to each other before all the people. Faramir and Eowyn came forward. They stood hand in hand. Everyone drank to them and felt glad. Ema said that this joined Rohan and Gondor with a new bond of friendship. This made him very happy. Aragorn spoke with a smile. He said Ema was very generous to give Gondor such a beautiful gift. Then Eowyn looked at Aragorn. She asked him to wish her joy. She called him her lord and healer. Aragorn answered that he had wished her joy since the first time he saw her. He said it made his heart feel better to see her now so happy. When the feast was over, those who would leave said farewell to King Ema. Aragorn and his knights prepared to ride away. The people of Lorien and Rivendell also made ready. But Faramir and Imrahil stayed in Adoras. Arwen Evenstar stayed as well. She said goodbye to her kin. No one saw her last meeting with her father, Elrond. They went into the hills alone and spoke for a long time. Their goodbye was full of sadness, and it would last beyond the end of the world. Before the guests left, Ema and Eowyn came to Merry. They said goodbye to him. They wished him good luck on his journey and asked him to return soon. Ema spoke again. He said that kings of old would have given Merry great gifts for his brave deeds in battle. But Merry chose to take nothing except the weapons already given to him. Eomer said he accepted this, because he had no gift good enough. But Eowyn asked Merry to take a small thing. She said it would help him remember Durnhelm and the horns of the mark at dawn. Then Eowyn gave Merry an old horn. It was small but very well made. It was silver, with a green strap. Skilled workers had carved pictures on it. The pictures showed fast riders on horses, moving in a long line around the horn. There were also runes carved into it, with great meaning. Eowyn said it was a treasure from her family.
It was made by the dwarfs and came from the treasure of Scatha the worm. Earl the Young brought it from the north. When someone blows it in need, it brings fear to enemies and joy to friends. They will hear it and come to help.
Then Merry took the horn. He could not refuse it. He kissed Eowyn's hand. They held him for a moment, and then they said goodbye. The guests were ready to leave. They drank a farewell drink together. They spoke with warm words and friendship. Then they rode away. At last they came to Helm's Deep. There they rested for 2 days. After that, Legolas kept his promise to Gimli. He went with him to see the glittering caves. When they came back, Legolas was very quiet. He said only that Gimli alone could find the right words to speak about the caves.
Never before has a dwarf won over an elf with words, he said. So now let us go to Fangorn and make things even again.
From Deepingcombe they rode to Isengard. There they saw what the Ents had done. The stone wall was gone. All the stones were taken away. Inside, the land was now a garden. There were fruit trees and many plants. A stream ran through the garden. In the middle there was a clear lake. Out of the lake rose the Tower of Orthanc. It was still tall and strong. Its black stone shone in the water. For a while the travelers sat where the old gates once stood. Now 2 tall trees stood there like guards. A green path ran between them toward the tower. The travelers looked around in wonder. Much work had been done. But they saw no living creature anywhere. Soon they heard a deep voice calling, "Whomhom, Whomhom." Treebeard came down the path. Quickbeam walked beside him.
"Welcome to the tree garden of Orthanc," Treebeard said. "I knew you were coming. I was working in the valley. There is still much to do. But I hear that you also have not been idle in the south and east. All the news I hear is good, very good."
Treebeard spoke with praise about all their deeds. He seemed to know everything they had done. At last he stopped and looked closely at Gandalf.
"Well now," he said. "You have done great things, and your work has gone well. Where will you go next? And why have you come here?"
"To see how your work is going, my friend," said Gandalf. "And to thank you for your help in all that has been done."
That is fair," said Treebeard. "The Ents have done their part. Not only with that evil tree cutter who lived here. A great number of orcs came too. They crossed the river and came from the north. They went all around the woods of Lorien, but they could not enter. That was thanks to the great ones who live there."
He bowed to the Lord and Lady of Lorien.
"These same foul creatures were very surprised to meet us on the open land. They had never heard of us before. Not many escaped from us. The river carried most of them away. This was good for you. If they had not met us, the King of the Plains would not have ridden far. And if he had, there would have been no home to return to."
"We know this well," said Aragorn. "It will never be forgotten in Minas Tirith or in Edoras."
Never is a very long word, even for me, said Treebeard. You mean while your kingdoms last. They must last a long time to seem long to Ents.
A new age is beginning, said Gandalf. In this age it may be that the kingdoms of men will last longer than you, Fangorn, my friend. But now tell me, Gandalf went on, what about the task I gave you? How is Saruman? Is he tired of Orthanc yet? I do not think he will be happy with the new view from his windows.
Treebeard looked at Gandalf for a long time. His look was sharp, merry thought.
Ah, he said. I knew you would ask. Tired of Orthanc? Yes, very tired in the end. But he was more tired of my voice than of his tower. Whom? I told him many long stories. At least they were long for your kind of speech.
Then why did he listen? Asked Gandalf. Did you go into Orthanc?
Whom? No, not into Orthanc, said Treebeard. But he came to his window. He listened because he could get news in no other way. He hated the news, but he still wanted to hear it. I could see that he listened to every word. I also added many things that were good for him to think about. He grew very tired. He was always too quick and impatient. That was his downfall.
I notice, said Gandalf, that you speak of him in the past. Is he dead?
No, not dead, as far as I know, said Treebeard.
But he is gone. Yes, he has been gone for 7 days.
I let him leave. When he crawled out, he was very weak. His servant was even weaker, like a thin white shadow. Do not tell me, Gandalf, that I promised to keep him safe. I know that well. But things are different now. I kept him until he was no longer dangerous. I hate putting living beings in cages. I will not keep even such beings locked up unless it is truly needed. A snake without teeth can move freely.
You may be right, but this snake still had one tooth, I think. His voice was still dangerous. I believe he talked to you and touched your kind heart, even yours, Treebeard. Still, he is gone now, and that is finished. The Tower of Orthanc now belongs to the king again. It is his by right. He may not even need it.
That we will see later. But I give this whole valley to the Ents. They may use it as they wish. They must watch Orthanc and make sure no one enters without my permission.
It is locked. I made Saruman lock it. He gave me the keys. Quick Beam has them.
I thank you again.
Now I say goodbye. May your forest grow again in peace. When this valley is full, there is still much land west of the mountains, where you once walked long ago.
Forests can grow again. Woods can spread. But Ents cannot. There are no Ent children.
But maybe there is more hope now in your search. The lands in the east will be open again. They were closed for a long time.
It is a long journey. And there are too many men there now. But I forget my manners. Will you stay here and rest for a while? And maybe some of you would like to go through Fangorn Forest to make your road home shorter?
He looked at Celeborn and Galadriel. But all except Legolas said they must now leave, going south or west.
Come, Gimli. With Fangorn's leave, I will visit the deep parts of the Entwood. I want to see trees that grow nowhere else in Middle-earth. You promised to come with me. Then we will travel together to our own lands in Mirkwood and beyond.
Gimli agreed, but he did not look very happy. So this is the true end of the Fellowship of the Ring. Still, I hope you will return to my land one day with the help you promised.
We will come, if our lords allow it. Farewell, my hobbit friends. I hope you reach your homes safely. I will no longer lie awake worrying about you. We will send news when we can. Some of us may meet again, but I fear we will never all be together again.
Then Treebeard said goodbye to each of them. He bowed 3 times, slowly and with great respect, to Celeborn and Galadriel.
It has been a very long time since we met people like you. It is sad that we meet only now, at the end. The world is changing. I feel it in the water, in the ground, and in the air. I do not think we will meet again.
I do not know.
Not in Middle-earth, and not until the lands under the sea rise again. Then we may meet in the willow fields of Tassarenan in spring. Farewell.
Last of all, Merry and Pippin said goodbye to the old Ent. He looked happier as he watched them.
Well, my cheerful friends, will you drink one more cup with me before you go?
Yes, we will.
He led them into the shade under a tree. There was a large stone jar there. Treebeard filled 3 bowls, and they drank together. They saw his strange eyes looking at them over his bowl.
Be careful. You have already grown since I last saw you.
They laughed and finished their drink.
Well, goodbye. If you hear any news about the Entwives in your land, please send word to me.
Then he waved his great hands to them all and walked back into the trees. The travelers rode faster now and went toward the Gap of Rohan. Near that place, Aragorn said his final goodbye. It was close to where Pippin had once looked into the Stone of Orthanc. The hobbits felt deep sadness at this parting. Aragorn had always helped them. He had led them safely through many dangers.
I wish we had a stone that could show us all our friends, said Pippin. And I wish we could speak to them from far away.
There is only one left that you could use, said Aragorn. You would not want to see what the stone of Minas Tirith would show. The Palantir of Orthanc will stay with the king. He will use it to watch his land and his helpers. Do not forget, Peregrine Took, you are a knight of Gondor. I do not free you from your duty. You go now with leave, but I may call you back. And remember, dear friends from the Shire, my kingdom is also in the north. One day I will come there. Then Aragorn said goodbye to Celeborn and Galadriel. Galadriel spoke to him and said that he had walked through dark times and reached his hope. She told him to use his days well. Celeborn also spoke. He wished Aragorn a better fate than his own. He hoped Aragorn would keep his treasures until the end of his life. They parted at sunset. After some time, the travelers looked back. They saw the King of the West sitting on his horse. His knights stood around him. The low sun shone on them. Their armor shone like red gold. Aragorn's white cloak looked like fire. Aragorn lifted the green stone in his hand. A green light shone from it. Soon the smaller group rode away. They followed the river Isen and went west through the gap into empty lands. Then they turned north and crossed into Dunland. The people of Dunland were afraid and hid. They feared elves, though elves rarely came there. The travelers did not pay attention to them. They were many and had enough food and tools. They traveled calmly and set up their tents when they wished. On the 6th day after they left the king, they walked through a wood. The land went down from the hills near the misty mountains, which were now on their right. At sunset they came out into open land again. There they met an old man. He leaned on a staff and wore dirty grey clothes. Another poor man followed him. He walked badly and made weak sounds.
Well, Saruman, said Gandalf. Where are you going?
That is none of your business, Saruman said. Do you still wish to guide my steps? Are you not happy with my fall?
You know the answers, Gandalf said. No and no. My work is nearly finished. The king now carries the heavy duty. If you had stayed at Orthanc, you would have seen him. He would have shown you wisdom and kindness.
Then I am glad I left early, Saruman said. I want nothing from him. If you want an answer, I am trying to leave his land.
Then you walk the wrong way again, said Gandalf. I see no hope in your path. But will you refuse our help? We offer it to you.
To me, said Saruman. Do not smile at me. I like your hard looks better. And I do not trust the lady. She never liked me. I think she brought you here to enjoy my poor state. If I had known you were coming, I would have gone another way.
Saruman, said Galadriel, we did not come to look for you. We have other important tasks. Say instead that luck has found you. This is your last chance.
If it is the last, I am glad, Saruman said. Then I do not need to refuse again. My hopes are broken. I do not want to share yours, if you still have any.
For a short time his eyes burned with anger.
Go, he said. I studied long and did not learn for nothing. You have ruined yourselves, and you know it. It will comfort me to think of this as I wander. And now, what ship will take you across the wide sea? He said with cruel humor. A grey ship full of spirits.
He laughed, but his voice sounded broken and ugly. He turned to the other poor man, who had sat on the ground. He shouted at him and struck him lightly with the staff.
Get up. Turn around. If these fine people go this way, we will go another. Move, or you will get no food tonight.
The poor man turned and walked past, crying softly. Poor old Grima. Always pushed and cursed. I hate him. I wish I could leave him.
Then leave him, said Gandalf.
But Wormtongue only looked at Gandalf with fear in his tired eyes. Then he hurried after Saruman. As the two poor figures passed the group, they came to the hobbits. Saruman stopped and stared at them. The hobbits looked at him with sadness.
So you have come to enjoy my fall too, have you, little ones? He said. You do not care what a poor man needs, do you? You have food and good clothes. You have the best pipeweed. Yes, I know where it comes from. You would never give even a little to a poor man.
I would, if I had some.
You can have what I still have. Please wait a moment.
He climbed down and looked in the bag on his saddle. Then he gave Saruman a leather pouch.
Take what is inside, you may have it. It came from the ruins of Isengard.
Mine. I paid a high price for this. This is only a small return. You took much more, I am sure. Still, a poor man must say thank you if a thief gives back even a small piece. You will be sorry when you go home and find things worse in the South Farthing. I hope your land has no pipeweed for a long time.
Thank you, then I will take back my pouch. It is not yours, and it has travelled far with me. Put the weed in a cloth of your own.
One thief is like another.
He turned away from Merry. He pushed Wormtongue with his foot and walked toward the wood.
Well, I like that. Calling us thieves. What about what he did to us? He attacked us and dragged us through Rohan.
Yes, and he said he paid for it. How, I wonder? And I did not like what he said about the South Farthing. It is time for us to go home.
I am sure it is, but we cannot go faster if we want to see Bilbo. I will go to Rivendell first, no matter what.
Yes, that is best, but I feel sorry for Saruman. Nothing good can come from him now. He is weak and empty. Still, I am not sure Treebeard is right. I think Saruman could still cause small trouble.
The next day they rode into northern Dunland. No people lived there now, but the land was green and pleasant. September began with warm days and cool nights. They rode easily until they reached the river Swanfleet. They found the old crossing east of the waterfall, where the river dropped into the low land. Far to the west they saw water and small islands in the mist. Many swans lived there among the reeds. Then they entered a region. One bright morning came. Light shone over white mist. From their camp on a low hill, they looked east. They saw the sun touch 3 tall mountain peaks rising through the clouds. These were Caradhras, Celebdil, and Fanuid Hall. They were near the gates of Moria. They stayed there for 7 days. A sad parting was coming, and they did not want it. Soon Celeborn and Galadriel and their people would turn east. They would pass the Redhorn Gate and go down to their own land. They had travelled this far to speak with Elrond and Gandalf. So they stayed and talked with their friends. Often, long after the hobbits were asleep, they sat under the stars. They spoke of old times and the work they had done. They also spoke quietly about days to come. If a stranger had passed by, he would have seen little. He might think they were grey stone figures, old and still, in an empty land. They did not speak with voices. They shared thoughts in silence. Only their eyes shone as their thoughts moved. At last, all was said. They parted again for a time, until the day when the 3 rings would pass away. The grey-cloaked people of Lorien rode toward the mountains. They faded into stone and shadow. Those going to Rivendell stayed on the hill and watched. Then a sudden light flashed in the mist, and they saw no more. Frodo knew Galadriel had lifted her ring to say goodbye.
I wish I was going back to Lorien.
At last, one evening, they crossed the high moors. Suddenly, as always, they came to the edge of the deep valley of Rivendell. Far below, they saw light shining in Elrond's house. They went down, crossed the bridge, and reached the doors. The house was full of light and music. Everyone was happy that Elrond had returned. Before they ate or washed or took off their cloaks, the hobbits went to find Bilbo. They found him alone in his small room. Papers, pens, and pencils lay everywhere. Bilbo sat in a chair by a small bright fire. He looked very old, but calm and sleepy. He opened his eyes and looked at them.
Hello, hello.
So you have come back. And tomorrow is my birthday too. How smart of you. Do you know, I will be 129. In 1 more year, if I stay alive, I will be as old as the old Took. I would like to be older than him, but we will see.
After Bilbo's birthday party, the 4 hobbits stayed in Rivendell for some days. They spent much time with their old friend. He now stayed mostly in his room and only came out for meals. He was still very careful about meal times. He almost always woke up on time. They sat around the fire and told him about their travels. Each of them shared what they could remember. At first, Bilbo acted like he was writing notes. Soon he often fell asleep. When he woke up, he said,
How great! How amazing! But where were we?
Then they started again from the place where he began to sleep. The only story that truly woke him was about Aragorn becoming king and getting married.
Of course I was invited, he said. I waited for it for a long time. But when the time came, I felt too busy here. And packing is such hard work.
After almost 2 weeks, Frodo looked out of his window. He saw frost from the night before. The spider webs looked white like nets. At that moment, he knew he had to leave and say goodbye to Bilbo. The weather was still nice and calm. It had been a very beautiful summer. But October had come. Soon there would be rain and strong winds again. They still had a very long road ahead. Still, it was not the weather that moved him most. He felt it was time to go back to the Shire. Sam felt the same way. The night before, Sam had said,
"Well, Mr. Frodo, we have gone far and seen many things. But I do not think we have found a better place than this. There is a bit of everything here. It is like the Shire, the Golden Wood, and Gondor all together. There are kings' houses, inns, fields, and mountains. But still, I feel we should leave soon. To be honest, I worry about my old father."
Yes, Frodo had answered, there is everything here, except the sea.
Now he said it again in his mind.
Except the sea.
That day, Frodo spoke with Elrond. They agreed to leave the next morning. They were very happy when Gandalf said,
I think I will come too. At least as far as Bree. I want to see Butterbur.
In the evening, they went to say goodbye to Bilbo.
Well, if you must go, then you must, he said. I am sorry. I will miss you. It is nice just to know you are nearby. But I am getting very sleepy.
Then he gave Frodo his mithril coat and sting. He forgot that he had already given them before. He also gave Frodo 3 books that he had written himself. The books were about old stories and Elvish words. Their red covers said translations from the Elvish, by B.R.B. To Sam, Bilbo gave a small bag of gold.
This is almost the last of my old treasure, he said. It may be useful if you decide to get married one day.
Sam turned red. To Merry and Pippin, Bilbo said,
I do not have much to give you, except good advice. Do not let your heads grow too big for your hats. And if you do not stop growing soon, clothes will cost you more.
But if you want to be older than the old Took, said Pippin, then maybe we should try to be older than the bull roarer too.
Bilbo laughed. He took out 2 fine pipes from his pocket. They had silver work and shiny ends.
Think of me when you use them, he said. The elves made them for me, but I do not smoke anymore.
Then he suddenly nodded and fell asleep for a short time. When he woke up, he said,
Now where were we? Yes, giving presents. That reminds me. What happened to my ring, Frodo, the one you took?
I lost it, dear Bilbo, said Frodo. I got rid of it, as you know.
What a shame, said Bilbo. I would have liked to see it again. But no, how silly of me. That was the whole reason you went away, wasn't it? To be free of it. But so many other things seem mixed with it now. Aragorn's troubles, the White Council, Gondor, the Riders, people from the south, and great animals. Did you really see one? He went on speaking about caves, towers, golden trees, and many other things. I think I came back from my journey too quickly and too straight. Maybe Gandalf should have shown me more places. But then the sale of my things would have been finished before I returned. I would have had even more trouble. Anyway, it is too late now. It is much nicer to sit here and hear about it all. The fire is warm. The food is good. And there are elves when you need them. What more could anyone want? The road goes on and on, away from the door where it began.
Chapter 7 Homeward Bound. Now far ahead the road has gone, let others follow it who can. Let them a journey new begin, but I at last with weary feet will turn towards the lighted inn, my evening rest and sleep to meet. When Bilbo said the last words, his head fell forward. He was very tired. Soon he was fast asleep. The room grew darker as evening came. The fire burned bright and warm. They looked at Bilbo as he slept. His face looked calm and happy. They sat quietly for a long time. At last Sam looked around the room. He saw the moving shadows on the walls. He spoke in a low voice.
I don't think, Mr. Frodo, that he has written much while we were gone. He will never finish our story now.
Bilbo opened one eye. It was like he had heard them. He woke up slowly.
You see, I am very sleepy, he said. When I do write, I like to write poems most of all. Frodo, my dear friend, would you mind helping me before you go? Please gather my notes, my papers, and my diary. Take them with you, if you can. I do not have the time to sort them. Ask Sam to help you. When you put everything in order, come back. I will read it. I will not be too strict.
Of course I will do it, said Frodo. And I will come back soon. It will not be dangerous anymore. There is a true king now. He will make the road safe.
Thank you, my dear friend, said Bilbo. That makes me feel much easier.
Then he fell asleep again. The next day Gandalf and the hobbit said goodbye to Bilbo in his room, because it was cold outside. After that, they said farewell to Elrond and everyone in his house. As Frodo stood at the door, Elrond wished him a good journey and gave him a blessing. Then he said softly,
I think, Frodo, you may not need to come back, unless you come very soon. At this time of year, when the leaves turn gold before they fall, look for Bilbo in the woods of the Shire. I will be with him.
No one else heard these words. Frodo kept them in his heart. At last the hobbits turned their faces toward home. They were happy to think of the Shire again. At first, they rode slowly. Frodo did not feel well. When they reached the ford of Bruinen, he stopped. He did not want to ride into the water. For a while, his eyes looked far away, as if he saw nothing around him. He did not speak all that day. It was the 6th of October.
Are you hurting, Frodo? Gandalf asked quietly as he rode beside him.
Yes, I am, said Frodo. My shoulder hurts. The old wind aches. Dark memories feel heavy in my mind. It was 1 year ago today.
Sadly, some wounds never fully heal, said Gandalf.
I fear mine is one of them, said Frodo. I cannot truly go back. Even if I return to the Shire, it will not feel the same. I am not the same person. I have many hurts and a long burden. Where can I find peace?
Gandalf did not answer. By the end of the next day, the pain was gone. Frodo felt light and cheerful again. He laughed and talked as if he did not remember the dark feelings from before. After that, the journey went well. The days passed quickly. They rode without hurry. Often they stopped in beautiful woods. The leaves were red and yellow in the autumn sun. At last they came to Weathertop. Evening was near. The hill cast a long dark shadow over the road. Frodo asked them to ride faster. He did not look at the hill. He bent his head and pulled his cloak close. That night the weather changed. A cold wind came from the west. It brought heavy rain. The wind blew hard. Yellow leaves spun through the air. When they reached the Chetwood, the trees were almost bare. Thick rain hid Bree Hill from their eyes. Near the end of a cold and rainy evening, in the last days of October, the 5 travelers rode up the road. They came to the south gate of Bree. The gate was closed and locked. Rain hit their faces. Dark clouds moved fast across the sky. Their hearts felt heavy. They had hoped for a warmer welcome. They called out many times. At last the gatekeeper came. He carried a big stick. He looked at them with fear. He did not trust them. But then he saw Gandalf. he saw that the others were hobbits, even with their strange clothes. His face grew friendlier.
"Come in," he said as he opened the gate. "We won't stand out here in this cold rain. It is a rough night. Old Barley will welcome you at the pony. There you will hear all the news."
"And there later people will hear all about us, and more," Gandalf said with a laugh. "How is Harry?"
The gatekeeper frowned. "Gone," he said. "You should ask Barliman. Good evening."
"Good evening to you," they said and walked on. As they passed, they saw something new. Behind the hedge by the road, there was a long, low hut. Many men came out. They stood and looked at them over the fence. When they reached Bill Furness' house, they saw the hedge was broken and messy. The windows were all covered with boards.
"Do you think you killed him with that apple, Sam?"
"I do not think so, Mr. Pippin," said Sam. "But I still worry about that poor pony. I think about him many times. I hear the wolves in my mind."
At last they reached the prancing pony. From the outside, it looked the same as before. There were lights behind the red curtains in the lower windows. They rang the bell. Nob came to the door. He opened it a little and looked out. When he saw them under the lamp, he cried out in surprise.
"Mr. Butterbur! Master!" he shouted. "They have come back."
"Oh, have they?" said Butterbur's voice. "I will teach them."
He rushed out with a stick in his hand. But when he saw who they were, he stopped. The dark look on his face changed to joy.
"Nob, you silly fellow," he said. "Can you not know old friends? You should not scare me like that. These are hard times. Well, well. Where have you been? I never thought I would see you again. You went into the wild with that Strider, and there were those black men about. But I am very glad to see you. I am glad most of all to see Gandalf. Come in. Come in. Do you want the same rooms as before? They are free. Most rooms are empty now, to tell the truth. You will see that soon enough. I will see what I can do about supper, but I do not have many helpers. Hey, Nob, you are slow. Tell Bob. Ah, but I forgot. Bob has gone. He goes home every night now. Well then, take the guests' ponies to the stable, Nob. And Gandalf, you will take your horse yourself, I am sure. He is a fine animal, as I said when I first saw him. Now come in. Make yourselves at home."
Mr. Butterbur spoke just as fast as ever. He still moved about in a busy way. But there were very few people inside. Everything was quiet. From the common room, they heard only 2 or 3 soft voices. In the light of the 2 candles he carried, the landlord's face looked older and tired. He led them down the hall to the same small room they had used on that strange night more than a year before. They followed him with some worry. It was clear that old Barliman was hiding trouble behind a brave face. Things were not as they used to be. They said nothing and waited. After supper, as they expected, Mr. Butterbur came to see them. He asked if everything was good. It was. The beer and the food at the pony were still fine.
"I will not ask you to come to the common room tonight," said Butterbur. "You will be tired. There are not many people there anyway. But if you can give me half an hour before bed, I would like to talk with you. Just us, and quietly."
"That is what we want too," said Gandalf. "We are not tired. We have taken it easy. We were wet, cold, and hungry, but you have fixed all that. Come and sit down. And if you have any pipeweed, we will be very thankful.
Well, if you had asked for anything else, I would be happier, said Butterbur. That is one thing we do not have much of. We only have what we grow here, and it is not enough. None comes from the Shire these days. Still, I will do my best.
When he came back, he brought enough pipeweed for a day or two. It was loose leaf.
Southlinch, he said. It is the best we have. But it is not as good as South farming, as I always say. Still, I stand for Bree in most things, if you pardon me.
They put him in a big chair by the fire. Gandalf sat on the other side. The hobbit sat in low chairs between them. They talked for a long time. They shared all the news Mr. Butterbur wanted to hear and to tell. Much of what they said amazed him. It was far beyond his understanding. He said little, except the same words again and again.
You do not say, he said many times. You do not say, Mr. Baggins. Or is it Mr. Underhill? I get confused. You do not say, Master Gandalf. I never heard such things. Who would have thought it in our days?
But he talked a lot about his own troubles. Things were not good, he said.
No one comes to Bree now from outside, he said.
And the people inside the town mostly stay at home now. They keep their doors closed. This started because of new people who came along the Greenway last year. You may remember that. More came later. Some were poor people running from problems. But many were bad men. They liked stealing and causing trouble. There was real trouble here in Bree. It was very bad. There was a fight. Some people died. They truly died, if you can believe it.
I believe you, said Gandalf. How many people?
3 big folk and 2 little folk, said Butterbur. There was poor Mad Heathertoes, and Rolly Appledore, and little Tom Pickthorn from over the hill. There was Willie Banks from far away, and one of the Underhills from Sthull. They were all good people, and we missed them. But Harry Goatleaf, who worked at the West Gate, and Bill Fernie, they took the side of the strangers. They went away with them. I think they helped them get in. I mean on the night of the fight. That was after we showed them the gates and made them leave. That was before the end of the year. The fight was early in the new year, after the heavy snow. Now those men live as robbers. They stay outside the town. They hide in the woods beyond Archet and in the wild land to the north. It feels like the bad old stories people tell. The roads are not safe. No one travels far. People lock their doors early. We must keep guards around the fence. We also need many men at the gates at night.
Well, no one bothered us, said Pippin. We walked slowly and did not keep watch. We thought all trouble was behind us.
Ah, sadly, it is not, said Butterbur. But it is no surprise they left you alone. They do not attack armed people. Swords and helmets and shields make them stop and think. I must say, I was surprised when I saw you.
Then the hobbits understood something. People were not only surprised to see them back. They were surprised by what they wore. The hobbits were used to war and to riding with well-dressed groups. They forgot how strange they looked at home. Bright armor showed under their cloaks. They wore helmets from Gondor and the Mark. Their shields had fine signs on them. All this looked very unusual in their land. Gandalf also looked different now. He rode a tall grey horse. He wore white clothes and a long blue and silver cloak. He had the long sword glamdring at his side.
Gandalf laughed. Well, well, he said. If they fear only 5 of us, then we have faced much worse on our travels. But at least they will leave you in peace at night while we are here.
How long will you stay? Said Butterbur. I will say this, we would be glad if you stayed a while. We are not used to such trouble. People say the Rangers have all gone away. I think we did not understand how much they helped us. There have been more than robbers. Last winter, wolves howled near the fences. There are dark shapes in the woods. They are frightening to think about. It has made people very uneasy, if you understand me.
I do understand, said Gandalf. Many lands are uneasy these days. Very uneasy. But take heart, Barimon. You were close to great danger, and I am glad you did not fall deeper into it. Better times are coming. Maybe better than any you remember. The Rangers have returned. We came back with them. There is a king again, Barimon. He will soon think about this land. The Greenway will open again. His messengers will travel north. People will come and go. The bad things will be driven out of the empty lands. In time, those lands will not be empty. There will be people and fields where there was once only wild land.
Mr. Butterbur shook his head. If a few good, decent people use the roads, that is fine, he said. But we do not want more wild crowds and rough men. We do not want outsiders in Bree or near Bree. We want peace. I do not want many strangers camping here, settling there, and spoiling the wild country.
You will have peace, Barimon, said Gandalf. There is plenty of room for kingdoms between the Isen and the Grey Flood. There is also room along the lands south of the Brandywine. No one needs to live within many days' ride of Bree. Long ago, many people lived far to the north. They lived 100 miles from here, at the end of the Greenway. They lived on the North Downs or near Lake Edenim.
Up there by Deadman's Dyke, said Butterbur. He looked even more unsure. People say that land is haunted. Only robbers go there.
The Rangers go there, said Gandalf.
Deadman's Dyke, you say, said Gandalf. People have called it that for many years. But its true name is Fornost Irain. That means North Town of the Kings. One day, the king will come back there. When that happens, fine people will ride through this land again.
Well, that sounds much better, said Butterbur. That will be good for my inn, I think. I only hope he leaves Bree in peace.
He will, said Gandalf. He knows Bree. He cares about it.
Does he? Said Butterbur, looking confused. I cannot see why. He sits far away in a big castle. He drinks wine from a gold cup, I guess. What is my pony to him? Or mugs of beer? Still, my beer is good, Gandalf. It has been very good since last autumn, when you said kind words about it. That helped me a lot in hard times.
Ah, said Sam. But he says your beer is always good.
He says? Asked Butterbur.
Yes, said Sam. He is Strider. He is the leader of the Rangers. Have you not understood that yet?
At last, Butterbur understood. His eyes grew wide. His mouth fell open. He stared in shock.
Strider, he cried. Him with a crown and a gold cup. What is the world coming to?
Better days, said Gandalf. At least for Bree.
I hope so, said Butterbur. This has been the best talk I have had in many weeks. I will sleep better tonight. My heart feels lighter. You have given me much to think about, but I will think about it tomorrow. Now I am going to bed. I'm sure you want your beds too. Hey, Nob. He called at the door. Nob, you slow fellow. Nob, he said to himself, hitting his head gently. Why does that name sound important?
You have not forgotten another letter, I hope? Said Mary.
No, no, Mr. Brandybuck, said Butterbur. Do not remind me of that. Now I lost my thought. Oh yes. Nob, the stables. I have something for you. Do you remember Bill Ferny and the stolen pony? The pony you bought is here. It came back by itself. Where it has been, you know better than I do. It was very dirty and very thin, but it was alive. Nob has taken care of it.
What? My Bill? Cried Sam. I must be a lucky hobbit, no matter what my father says. Another wish has come true. Where is he?
Sam would not go to bed until he had seen Bill in the stable.